In the early morning, a group of tourists had already gathered on the seaside of the East Coast. After finally coming to the famous port of New York and seeing the Statue of Liberty, which symbolizes freedom and democracy, if you can't witness her grace in the rising sun, wouldn't it be a waste of time? The weather is fine today. On the coast, reporters from the morning news department of city economics were waiting here early. As the official mouthpiece for promoting the city's prosperity and stability, it was their job to capture the moments of the citizens' happy life and the city's bustling cityscape. The view of the sun at the estuary of the Hudson River is a scenery they often use. Tourists from all over the world gathered together to witness the magnificent figure of the Statue of Liberty under the radiance of the sun and feel the freedom of the democratic country. Oh, what a beautiful picture. The long votes will definitely increase by a few percentage points, and then the funds allocated to them will also increase by that amount. Almost April, get ready. Looking at the red light on the line between the sea and the sky in the distance, the rising sun is about to jump out of the sea. The cameraman hurriedly greeted his female anchor partner and then pointed the camera at the place where the big sun rose. Dear audience, the place where we are now is the best place to view the sunrise in this city, the estuary of the Hudson River, not far from the city's landmark buildings, the Statue of Liberty. God bless America. Not today, surprisingly. There's still many tourists from all over the world flocking here. The beautiful hostess is well-groomed and graceful, with a bright smile that is very sunny. Looking at the inscription board and continuing to read the manuscript, the female anchor was unmoved. They would come here once a month, and every time, those who saw the sun rising would shout like this. You bastard, what's that? However, the female anchor, who was still reading the manuscript, soon discovered that not only were the people around her shouting louder and louder, but even her fellow cameraman changed his face. My God, is that? The female anchor had a professional smirk on her face. She turned her head inadvertently, and in the next second, she felt like she had taken dynamite. The sunshine she had pretended before was gentle, beautiful, and kind, and at that instant broken work. In the footage of the morning news, countless viewers on the East Coast witnessed such a scene. In the rising red sun, a giant golden bird flapped its wings, and as the sun rose, the body of the giant golden bird became more and more obvious, and then flapped its wings, accompanied by the sun shines on the earth, and the golden giant bird disappears into the sky. But soon, news came from all over the world, except for the East Coast of North America, all over the world, every continent, every country, and every region. Everyone witnessed this unprecedented scene. August 8th, 2012, sunny. Yes, on this day, the whole world is sunny. There are no dark clouds, and there is no rain. Even the scientific research stations far away in the North Pole and Antarctica have heard news that the wind and snow have stopped. What the hell are you telling me? It's science? Labor and capital are in the Antarctic, and it's polar night, but I looked up and saw that the sky was clear. This is definitely a god, the sun god. On the TV screen, a scientific expedition team member who was in Antarctica shouted loudly. No, this is just a special weather phenomenon. The weather is clear all over the world. Although it is incredible, I think this may be a warning from the Earth to human beings. As for the bird, it is just a mirage. In the university laboratory, the interviewed Professor Brick said so. The scene then cuts back to the studio. Well, it seems that our scientific expedition team members are a little emotional, but what Professor Meyer said is right. Our scientists have proved that it is just a special natural phenomenon. Ridiculous. In Peanut Ton District, in a tall building with a strange shape, a black man wearing a black leather jacket with his left eye covered by an eye patch turned off the news in front of him, and then connected to the video communication. Have the test results come out? Not yet. A large amount of gamma radiation has indeed been detected, and anomalies have been found in the electromagnetic spectrum around the world, but we still haven't been able to determine the source. In the laboratory, researchers in white coats report. What do you think the nature of this incident is? However, the black man didn't seem to care about the outcome of the matter, but instead asked such a question. From a scientific point of view, I don't want to admit this possibility, but under the monitoring of the space station, there is no abnormality in the solar activity. Perhaps this situation is really caused by the person in charge of the research laboratory lowered his head and sighed. As a scientist, he actually believes in the existence of gods, which is really ridiculous. However, the black man who knew more about the inside story nodded thoughtfully, and then hung up the communication. God? Another question from Asgard? Then he made another call. It's me, Nick Fury. I'm asking to restart the Avenger project. Yes, today's sun incident, I suspect it has something to do with Asgard, and this time I'm afraid it won't be as easy to deal with as before. Previously, a small town in the state of Mexico was wiped off the face of the earth, but this time the impact is global. Regardless of whether it is a god or a more advanced and developed alien, there's no doubt that this is something that the current Earth may not be able to handle. Open your eyes, wake up. Wong Hao looked at the sky. The sun was very warm, penetrating in his body bit by bit, making him feel full of vitality. Hiss, am I here? Turning his head to look, it was the rippling blue sea. Wong Hao was just floating on the sea quietly. What the hell? Am I sleeping at home? Wong Hao frowned, and then a memory flooded into his mind. He is an ordinary young man who lives in a flower planter. He was lying on the bed playing with his mobile phone while sleeping last night, but he accidentally downloaded an app. After clicking on it, he was asked to do the quiz. Do you want to travel through? What type of world did you travel to? What kind of Goldfinger ability do you want to get? After answering a bunch of questions like this, in the end, Wong Hao couldn't remember what he answered. He just felt drowsy, and then came to the sea as soon as awakening came. This is me, time traveled? For real. After sorting out his memory, Wong Hao came to his senses. I'm afraid that app is not some kind of sand sculpture game or something to spread youthfulness. He has really time traveled. No, what about my Goldfinger? Wong Hao was floating on the sea, and he didn't know where he was for a while anyway, and he didn't feel weak or uncomfortable, so it didn't matter if he just floated like this. The most urgent task is to find the survival foundation of the Traverser, his Goldfinger cheat. Let's think about it. What did I choose at the time? Super ability? No martial arts? No system flow? It doesn't seem right, Grandpa. Superblood. Suddenly, Wong Hao slapped the water surface, and a flash of light flashed in his mind. El remembered, I chose a godhead, and among those priesthoods, I seemed to choose the Wong Hao's eyes lit up. They really lit up. He looked up at the sun in the sky, and then a strange feeling came between him and the sun that has been shining on the earth for billions of years built up. This is my spiritual space? No, it's the kingdom of God. In a group of chaos, there's a blazing fireball. In the center of the fireball, a golden crow stands in it, and under the belly of the golden crow, 3 sharp legs appear. This is Wong Hao's divine body, the 3-legged golden crow. Concentrating his mind, he returned to the real world. At the moment, Wong Hao stood up. Although he had been floating in the sea for a long time, his body was clean without any water stains. But at this moment, he was crossing in the air, and his feet were still tens of centimeters away from the sea surface. Oh, can I fly? Seeing his body floating in the air, Wong Hao was surprised to find that not only flight, but his entire body had undergone huge amounts of changes. The skin became delicate, the muscles became tough, and the curves of the body seemed to be hacked with knives and axes, just like a work of art in the hands of a peerless master. Although there is no mirror, Wong Hao feels that his appearance should also become more perfect. Is it a divine body? God is a symbol of perfection, and the sun god is the most perfect and masculine symbol. However, what abilities do I have? Flying in the air, this feeling is no different from walking on the ground. It is as easy as eating and drinking, which is completely equivalent to instinct. But besides that, Wong Hao also wanted to know what abilities he had. Closing his eyes and meditating quietly, Wong Hao felt everything around him. Boom! A flame appeared beside him. Afterwards, the surrounding light gathered towards him again, and then spread around. Light and heat, the basic abilities of the sun. There is also flight. In other words, whatever abilities the sun has, I will have whatever abilities the sun has. Wong Hao poured out all the knowledge he had learned in the 9 years of compulsory education in his mind. Physics teachers in middle and high schools would be very pleased if they watched this scene. Unexpectedly, after leaving school for so many years, Wong Hao is still able to review the past and learn the new. Light, light, light. Then can I see the situation hundreds of millions of miles away? In the spectrum, the spectral colors that humans see are only 3. That is, the 3 primary colors, and there are countless kinds in nature that are not recognized. The color or light that humans see. Wong Hao's eyes were wide open, and he tried his best to look into the distance. With a radius of tens of thousands of meters, the world shrouded in light appeared in his eyes instantly. Acute eyes get. Wong Hao grinned, feeling that he is indeed a genius. Ah, there's land over there. Wong Hao turned his head to the west, and was about to fly directly there, but after thinking about it, flying there like this might make headlines tomorrow. He is too lazy to deal with various media or other forces. The refraction of light can cause visual invisibility. I remember that in a movie I watched before, oh yes, the Avengers Alliance, in which S.H.I.E.L.D.'s helicarrier achieved optical invisibility through surface refraction. Just do what you think. The light that seems untouchable to others is like a hair in front of Wong Hao, playing with it at will. Looking at his missing arm, Wong Hao smiled. Okay, invisibility magic learned. Compared with the rewards given by the so-called system release tasks, Wong Hao enjoys the feeling of discovering new things a little bit by himself, and has the thrill of clearing the game. But he didn't study here all the time. The sea is really boring. Let's talk about it on land. On the East Coast in the early morning, the port of New York is unusually lively. The strange scene yesterday morning made the whole world boil. Although scientists from various countries have repeatedly explained that it is just a special natural phenomenon, similar to a mirage. But when is there a mirage that can be seen by the whole world, and it still lasts for a whole day? Talk about the sun god and gods was rampant for a while, which led to the fact that the east coast of North America, which was the first to see this scene, was full of people who came to witness the miracle. However, what no one noticed was that on a crowded beach, an Asian man walked out of an empty public relations toilet. Not a florist. Seeing whites and blacks everywhere, occasionally mixed with some Asians, Wong Hao knew he was going abroad. Acute eyes. With another glance, Wong Hao suddenly realized. The Statue of Liberty. It turns out to be New York. As a worldwide landmark, Wong Hao still doesn't know the colleague holding the torch. Well, that is the Statue of Liberty, and he is the sun god. Although they have different functions, they are indeed colleagues. Oh, just don't know if it's the original world. I know the location, but Wong Hao still doesn't know which world it is. After all, many worlds have New York City, but this doubt only lasted for a while. Is this the Stark building? At any rate, he's a 10-year-old fan of Marvel, and Wong Hao naturally doesn't even know this thing. He has a bird's-eye view of the entire city of New York, and the Stark building in Manhattan is very eye-catching. Okay, Marvel world. After thinking that he came to this world, Wong Hao couldn't express his feelings for a while. Movies are movies after all, and although he has read many original Marvel comics, he is really not excited about coming to such a world. However, it must be a lot of fun. Compared with the local wars in our own world and the overall peaceful situation, the situation in the Marvel world is more complicated, and it can be said that there are constant small chaos and big chaos. I'll seem to be immortal. The human body will age due to the limitation of the number of cell divisions, but my divine body does not seem to have this limitation, no matter how bad it is. I think my lifetime is almost as certain as that of the sun. Well, 5 billion years shit, human civilization has only developed for less than 10,000 years. 5 billion years, 10,000 years. The huge amounts of difference between the two numbers made Wong Hao's scalp tingle for a while, and he didn't know how to spend such a long time. No matter what kind of enjoyment, it seems so boring to use 10,000 years as a unit, let alone 100 million years. God, don't think about it. First, go and play with him first. Looking at the city, Wong Hao flew up directly. This time he didn't shy away from it, and took off directly among the crowd. Because he suddenly discovered that troubles are troubles, it is more interesting than nothing. Otherwise, boredom and loneliness will probably drive him crazy. So amidst the exclamation and screams of the crowd, Wong Hao flew straight to Manhattan. Alarm. Alert. An unknown object is approaching at high speed. Cannot be intercepted. Alert. The sharp siren woke up a guy who was obsessed with research and had just fallen asleep. On a large bed, the man with a scruffy beard was sleepy. JRVS, what is it? Sir, I think you may need to get up. We have been invaded. The word invasion caused the sleepy eyes of the man on the bed to widen suddenly. Invasion. There is no worry, no fear, and excitement is on his face. It has been a year since he was chased by the whip last time, and then he comprehended the preparation of new elements to the time he established the Stark building and developed the Mark 7. In the past year, everything has been so peaceful. Everything is peaceful and peaceful. Even those terrorists no longer show their heads. He, Tony Stark, was bored to death. Get ready to dress. Also, where's the intruder? Bounced from the bed, Tony didn't even have time to change, and ran straight to the living room, where his battle armor lay. Forehead. Looking at the man in the living room who was standing in front of his armor, stroking his armor with shining eyes, Tony shrank back. JRVS, why didn't you tell me the intruders had come in? The battle armor was very close, actually about 3 meters away, watching the other party caressing his Mark 6, as if no one else was there. Tony leaned forward slightly. Hey, that one. The other party didn't look back. Tony was a little annoyed, but he still squeezed out a smile when he thought that his armor was in front of others, and he couldn't equip it for a while. Hey, sir, this is a private area, and it's also a personal item. Crack. Black lines jumped out from Tony's forehead. Looking at Mark 6's severed arm, his heart was bleeding. Every set of battle armor is his child. Can you not feel distressed if your child's hand is interrupted? No, break it. Tony narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was broken at the joint, his battle armor can fly at supersonic speed at an altitude of 10,000 meters. How could it be broken by hand? Sorry, I didn't expect it to be so fragile. The man turned around, full of masculine beauty, with a shy smile on his face like the reincarnation of Apollo in mythology. Wong Hao smiled sheepishly. No way. Seeing the real steel armor in reality, not a high imitation product of cosplay, anyone can't help being a little excited. It's just that he didn't expect that his strength would become so great, and the steel armor that could defend against missile attacks would be broken by him. That's right, the sun is a symbol of power. What else in nature is more magnificent than the sun? Wong Hao quickly realized that it was not so hard to accept super strength, or something. Opposite him, the disheveled Tony frowned. Mandarin, the man in front of him, was tall and fit, not the fit of a bodybuilder. Not to mention flashy muscles. They were too bloated and unattractive. The man in front of him is the kind of muscle that has been exercised with soft lines but no loss of edges and corners, and a graceful but full of strength. Even Tony, who has never regarded physical strength as an ability, has to admit that this is what a man should be like. As for his face, it is a typical Asian face, but the bridge of the nose is straight, the eyebrows are deep, the eyes are big and bright, and the smile is like a spring breeze, as warm as the sun, but there's also a majesty in it. Just like the sun, you enjoy the warmth of the sun, but you dare not look directly at it. Strangeness. This is Tony's first impression of Wong Hao. Can you speak English? Although he didn't know Wong Hao's purpose, when he saw Wong Hao smile, most of the hostility in Tony's heart dissipated inexplicably, and his tone softened. English. Wong Hao pondered for a moment, and in his mind, countless English vocabulary began to be compiled. 9 years of compulsory education, and English compulsory for the 4th level of college. All the knowledge about English is connected by silk threads. No problem. Speaking again, Wong Hao spoke more standard and standardized English than the English teacher. This is the god amazing. Wong Hao thought to himself. He just thought about English, and as a result, the English-related content in his memory automatically emerged and sorted out, which is really a bit magical. But Tony didn't know the mystery. He walked to the bar and poured himself a glass of water, then asked, "Can you tell me what you're doing here?" This is a private area. Although he was drinking water, Tony was actually searching for information about Wong Hao behind the bar that Wong Hao couldn't see. The glass bar top is actually a transparent touchscreen, and on the interface, the face of Wong Hao just photographed is being searched. And Wong Hao over there has already sat on the sofa after trying to put the broken arm back into the Mark 6 to no avail. It's nothing. I'm bored, so I came play with you. You want to play with me? As the world's top rich man, he has also mastered an epic-making high-tech weapon, such as steel armor. Some assassinated Tony. Some kidnapped Tony. Some kidnapped him and wanted him to design weapons for himself. And some asked to buy weapons. However, it was the first time that Tony met someone who came to him just to play with him. He immediately thought that Wong Hao's words were just an excuse, and the so-called play was just a game of cat and mouse. The search results came up, and to Tony's surprise, he didn't find any faces that matched Wong Hao. Definitely, this is not uncommon. After all, there are billions of people in the world. Google search has only recorded tens of millions of people. I'm afraid I have to say sorry for that. I'm very busy and don't have time to play with you. Before he finished speaking, Wong Hao interrupted him by raising his hand. Don't rush to say no. Well, let me do you a favor. How about you? Just show me the corrupt life of capitalism to your heart's content. Your Playboy life, night and day music, wine pool, and meat forest. To be honest, sleep time is a bit boss. No, I just got up and planned to have some fun. You're an expert in this field. Arrange it for me. If Tony thought that Wong Hao was playing tricks on him before, now he no longer has such thoughts, but the feeling of speechlessness is even worse. But Wong Hao is telling the truth. As an ordinary person, how could he experience the corrupt life of those upper-class people and rich people who only existed in small videos or were rumored by others? It's hard work, so why don't you hurry up and arrange it? However, as a new driver, finding an old driver to lead the way is the safest way to drive, and the oldest old driver in the entire Marvel world is the one in front of you. I don't need your help. Listen, sir, I'm very busy. I manage a company with a market value of hundreds of billions. I'm also a scientist. I really don't have time. In fact, if it wasn't for the scene where Wong Hao broke Mark 6's arm just now, Tony would have called security. Although Wong Hao's appearance and smile are easy to give people a good impression, His behavior like a vexatious child still makes people unhappy. Oh, you need my help. The war is about to start. I can help you win. The Stark building was built shortly before the Avengers Alliance New York battle. Wong Hao remembered this very clearly. But now that the building is completed, it is not devastated, and New York is peaceful, which means that the Chitauri invasion is imminent. That's why Wong Hao said that Tony needed his help. As for danger, although he doesn't know who is stronger than Thor, Wong Hao feels that he is at least much stronger than Hawkeye and the Captain. If this is the case, what danger is there? Except for Hulk and Thor, the rest of the original Avengers Alliance are all mortals. Even if the Captain has been strengthened, he will still die if he takes 2 bullets. So, it can't be that those few guys who are not much better than ordinary people can kill 7 in and 7 out in Chitauri, and Wong Hao the Sun God can go in and lie down in seconds, right? Wong Hao's words made Tony frown, and he suddenly felt that the man in front of him might be some kind of mentally abnormal person with a special ability. Sorry, sir. There's a real war going on, and we've got an army, and I don't think I need you, or you. There was nothing wrong with Tony's words. After thinking about it, Wong Hao realized that he couldn't prove the Chitauri invasion to Tony. Why can't we grab 2 Chitauri and show him? And he suddenly thought that since Chitauri is about to invade, his enjoyment doesn't seem to last long. Maybe he's still eating hot pot and singing songs in the American version of Heaven and Earth, and then a big green but fell from the sky. Forget it. Let's wait until the fight is over. Thinking of this, Wong Hao put a smile on his face again. Then excuse me, after waving his hand, without waiting for Tony's response. Wong Hao walked directly from the floor to ceiling windows to the large balcony outside, and then jumped. Fact, Tony's eyes widened, and he quickly chased after him, only to see Wong Hao's figure floating in the air, but he didn't fall down. Can he fly? Tony's brow furrowed again. Is it some kind of personal flight device? No, it's impossible. He didn't wear any personal flight device just now, and there was no tail flame during the flight, and the flight posture didn't seem to be propelled by some kind of engine. The sudden appearance of strange people made Tony Stark spend an unforgettable morning. Wong Hao, who left the Stark building, landed on the top of a certain building after flying for a while. Button, is anyone there? He knocked on the small door on the top of the building, and then the small door opened suddenly, and an ethereal voice reached Wong Hao's ears. The Sun God is here, please come in. Hearing the response, Wong Hao smiled and knew he came to the right place. Boom! After crossing the threshold, Wong Hao appeared in the hall in the next second, and behind him, a chair was ready. Definitely, the most important thing is that in front of him, a bald woman wearing a strange style of robe is sitting there drinking tea. Please. The pure Mandarin made Wong Hao feel very cordial, and he sat down directly, and then a cup of brewed tea appeared out of thin air in front of him. Yes, not bad. Pick up the teacup and drink it down in one gulp. Although you don't know much about tea, but it tastes good. That's good tea. Just now, Tony Stark didn't even buy me a glass of water, but Ancient One magician, you know how to be polite. Yes, the place where Wong Hao came is the New York holy place of Sorcerer Supreme. The Sun God came here and made my place luxuriant, and tea is nothing. Ancient One's attitude was very respectful, which made Wong Hao, who was about to say something, slightly puzzled. Don't you often talk to Odin and the others? Why are you so respectful to me? Although Wong Hao is now the Sun God, his place is not simple. This is the Marvel world. There are not too many great gods from all walks of life. Thor and Loki are nearby. Odin, the god of wisdom, Dormammu, the evil god of darkness, etc. are far away. An Ancient One is the existence that sits and discusses with Odin. Although Wong Hao thought he was awesome, he didn't think he was invincible. But Ancient One's answer surprised him. You are the Sun God, I understand. You have just been born, so you still don't know much about many things. Saying that, Ancient One stood up and took out a thick, ancient book from the bookshelf beside it. In this universe, there are countless gods. They are either self-proclaimed or recognized by heaven and earth. Leaving aside the self-proclaimed ones, those gods recognized by the will of the universe can be divided into chaos gods and cosmic gods. The gods of chaos were born on the basis of planets and civilizations. They originated from the beginning of the planet, and their prosperity is greater than the prosperity of civilization. Most of them are the manifestation of natural images. Wind and rain, thunder and lightning, water and fire, light and darkness. The book unfolded, a ray of light manifested, and the figures of countless ancient gods appeared in it. And the gods of the universe were born in response to the will of the universe. Having said that, Ancient One paused and then glanced at Wong Hao. The gods of the universe were born in response to the will of the universe. Each of them has a special meaning to the universe. The most powerful and representative ones are the 5 creators of eternity, infinity, death, annihilation, and the devourer of the planet. Gods of the world, they maintain the existence of the universe. In addition, there are many gods of the universe, such as the god of white magic, Waishandi, who is believed by the Sorcerer Supreme family. The book was closed, and Ancient One continued. The gods of the universe come from many sources. Some are directly conceived by the universe, some are cultivated by powerful individuals, and there are also extremely developed civilizations that evolved as a whole, but they all have one characteristic. They transcend this universe. Wong Hao raised his hand and looked at the book in Ancient One's hand. The expression on his face fully explained what it meant to be confused. Detachment? Didn't it mean that was born in response to the will of the universe? Ancient One smiled and explained. The identity of the gods of the universe is a personality, but compared to this universe, it is not a relationship of affiliation, but a relationship of collaborators. According to ordinary people's thinking, the will of the universe is equivalent to the board of directors, and the gods of creation are the board of directors. Members and the gods of the universe are equivalent to the management of the company. When a certain position is vacant, they will send invitations to suitable, strong people or train them themselves. After speaking, Ancient One side again. Whether it's the gods of chaos, our beings, or the countless planets, they're all just products of this company. Walking on the road and blowing the wind, Wong Hao suddenly wanted to laugh. He just wanted to experience magic, but he got such news, which is really unexpected. God of the universe, management. Interesting. According to Ancient One's words, Odin and the others are just chaos gods. No matter how powerful they are, they're still chaos gods, born and raised here. It may be possible to live the same life as heaven and earth, but their lives are not worth mentioning to the entire universe. But Wong Hao is different. His priesthood looks similar to that of a chaos god, but his personality is a real cosmic god, at the same level as the magic god Waishandi, believed by Ancient One, which is why she is so respectful. It's just that she thought I was created by the will of the universe, but I am a time traveler. No matter what power caused me to travel to this point and become the sun god of the universe, that power must have surpassed this universe. In other words, foreign companies forcibly acquire shares. But in any case, knowing this matter is more beneficial to Wong Hao than harmful. For example, he will not die. Because he and the death god of this universe, that is, death, one of the 5 creation gods, are at the same level. Therefore, he is no longer under the jurisdiction of death, so naturally he cannot die. Like Odin, Thor, they are known as regenerative healing factors. They are immortal, but there will be a day when they die, and their names have long been recorded in the small book of death. But Wong Hao did not. Wong Hao's name was destined not to be recorded when he became the sun god. Moreover, what Wong Hao cares more is that since he is the management, he can leave at any time. In other words, as long as he wants, he can leave this universe and play elsewhere. Squeak. The piercing sound of brakes brought Wong Hao back from his thoughts, and when he looked up again, he was surrounded by a group of agents in black suits and armed with weapons. Sir, I'm Agent Phil Coulson of S.H.I.E.L.D. We have something we want to know. Mediterranean, professional smirk, British accent, yes, Phil Coulson. Although, like Tony, he looks different from the characters in the movie, but after combining these characteristics, Wong Hao is sure that the person in front of him is that Phil Coulson. So, he got in the car directly. The first thing to do when you come to Marvel is to take a photo. Before reading novels, Wong Hao also saw many colleagues who traveled to the Marvel world, but most of them had a hard life, working part-time and going to school, and they honed their upgrades timidly to obtain a super ability. Or it is to be a hero every day, so that you can gain experience points, just like upgrading from fighting monsters. And he's basically invincible once he comes out. That being the case, why not just do whatever you want? Definitely. After all, Mr. Wong is not a devil. He came here for sightseeing, but the attractions were replaced by well-known figures like Tony and the others. How old are you? Looking at Phil Coulson sitting in the front row, Wong Hao asked with a smile. Less than 40. How big is it? 38. Hearing this answer, Wong Hao burst out laughing. Don't you SHIELD have a union? Nick Fury squeezes you like this. Look, you're only 38 years old. Where's your hair? Wong Hao was curious before. How hard is the work of SHIELD? Phil Coulson has been completely bald since his first appearance in the SHIELD Agent TV series. It doesn't look like a few years, but a man who is in the heyday of his popularity is just like this. And he's not the only one who is bald. The 25th boy of HYDRA, including the director himself, are all bald. I'll suggest you apply for a subsidy. Your physical fitness is no good. Apply for a hair transplant subsidy for men and an early menopause subsidy for women. I'm afraid the female agents in your bureau have a bad temper. The driver's eyes kept drifting to the co-pilot, and he couldn't hide his smile, while Phil Coulson was embarrassed. But he looked at his head through the rearview mirror from time to time. The few strands of hair that are still standing upright interpret their last strength. But in the 3 curved wing building of his HILD headquarters, Nick Fury, who was watching all the movements in real time, narrowed his eyes slightly. Something wrong. Half an hour later, in Nick Fury's office, Natasha Romanoff and Hill were waiting for the report. What's wrong? He's a handsome guy. Are you sure he's really the leader of yesterday's global vision? No, I'm not sure, but before seeing him, my level of suspicion was only 10%, but after seeing him, my level of suspicion has increased to 70%. Nick Fury stared closely at Wong Hao, who was laughing and laughing with Phil Coulson in the car, with a heavy expression on his face. Why? In fact, according to reports, you sent Phil Coulson to find him only because he flew up in public and went to the Stark building for a while. Natasha Romanoff still doesn't quite understand that SHIELD manages supernatural powers around the world, and there are countless situations like this kind of superpowers awakening or showing power. But why does Nick Fury think Wong Hao is special? It's his smile. Hill, tell me your first impression of him. Nick Fury looked at Hill, who was silent. Perfect, Sonny. I can't give birth to hostility, just like the brother next door when I was a child. And like the Prince Charming I've always dreamed of. Wait, you miss Prince Charming too. Natasha Romanoff laughed wildly for a while, but when she smiled, the smile on her face became stiff and panic appeared in her eyes at any time. Well, that's what I thought too. Natasha Romanoff yelled. Only then did she realize that not only Hill, but also her first impression after seeing Wong Hao's face turn out to be the same. Mind control. Natasha Romanoff and Hill exchanged glances, then she shook her head again. It shouldn't be. This is a surveillance video. Can he still apply mind control to us through the screen? What's more, we have all received relevant training on mind control. Again, even if there are no creatures like mutants in this world, there are still a lot of people with super abilities and superpowers. In the archives of SHIELD, there is a huge amount of information on people with extraordinary abilities, and there are many people who are good at hypnotic ability control and mental pollution. Therefore, for spiritual training, this is a compulsory course for SHIELD high-level agents. What's more, it is too scary to connect mind control along the network cable, which is far beyond their understanding. It wasn't until now that Natasha Romanoff and Hill understood where Nick Fury's caution and concern came from. They're the top agents in the world. Suspicion is their most fundamental trait. Even the 3 people in the room will not fully trust each other, because only in this way can they get to this position without being killed. However, just such three people, when they saw Wong Hao's face, they didn't even communicate face to face. They don't know, not even Wong Hao. As the sun god, Wong Hao is originally a symbol of light and justice, and a manifestation of male masculinity. Anyone who has a bright heart will trust him and get close to him. For women, the image of Wong Hao is almost the image of the dream lover of all women. You racked your brains day and night and conceived a perfect Prince Charming in your mind, but when you saw Wong Hao, you knew he was exactly what you wanted. Because no matter how perfect you think, you are not as perfect as him. Just because he is the sun god, I'll think we should pay more attention to him. Natasha Romanoff's face was solemn. Wong Hao's charm was obviously more exaggerated for women than for men. If Nick Fury was just hard to produce malice, then Natasha Romanoff and Hill had already reached the point where they expected to be close. This is too strange. She is Black Widow when she was trained in the Red House, in order to prevent the female agent from falling in love and making irrational judgments. The people in the Red House even symbolized their female, the organ that breathes life. They were all excised. So she has never been tempted by any man. To put it bluntly, it's like a man cutting off his balls. How can he be tempted? Originally, it is most suitable for you to do this matter, but now it seems that I can only come forward in person. As a flower of SHIELD, Nick Fury's big killer, against male targets, Natasha Romanoff can play a better effect than most male agents. It's not by showing off their looks, but the nature of men. Unless they are gay, most men have a significantly different attitude towards beautiful women and other men. But now, I haven't met yet. Just watching the surveillance video for a while, Natasha Romanoff's mind is shaken, which makes Nick Fury dare to send her to perform the task of contact. 3 hours later, heading north from New York, Wong Hao took SHIELD's special car to the Peanut Ton district, and then went around for a while, and finally stopped in front of SHIELD's headquarters. "Mr. Wong, please." The chat along the way was very happy. Although he was ridiculed about his hair, Phil Coulson was in a very good mood, as if he had a long talk with an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. But when Wong Hao got out of the car, he realized that Phil Coulson was no longer hostile, but it didn't mean that others didn't. There were quite a few snipers and agents hiding around. Definitely, he didn't care about such small things. The only thing that disappointed him was that he didn't see the widow's sister. Strange, according to director Nick Fury's temperament. Shouldn't it be Natasha Romanoff agent who came to greet me at this time? Wong Hao reminded me a little bit. Dealing with a group of unsmiling agents is not as fun and enjoyable as dealing with a charming Black Widow. Even if there can't be some super friendship links, and the other party may be an extreme old driver. But those things are not the only things between men and women. It's interesting to be teased by an old driver, isn't it? Anyway, Wong Hao in the past didn't have this kind of opportunity, not to mention the level of widowed sisters. Even ordinary young ladies had to be teased by him, and most of them would hit a wall. Agent Romanoff should have other tasks to perform, but director Nick Fury plans to meet you personally, and he is already waiting upstairs. Phil Coulson is no stranger to Wong Hao's inadvertent display of excessive understanding of S.H.I.E.L.D. After 3 hours of chatting in the car, this kind of stuff has long been known. Forget it then, let's talk to Braised Egg. Through his acute eyes, Wong Hao has long spotted Nick Fury, standing in front of the upstairs window looking at him. The image of the other party is also not like Samuel Jackson, more serious and rigid, not as humorous as Samuel. But that's not the point. The point is he's still a jerk. Mr. Wong Hao, Braised Egg, what exactly is it? This was the third time Phil Coulson heard this word, but he didn't ask about it the first 2 times. He had an intuition that it should be a bad word, but curiosity still prevailed after all. Bring your mobile phone. This is a kind of snack. If you have a chance, I will treat you to the flower planter. Taking Phil Coulson's mobile phone, Wong Hao skillfully opened the Chinese version of Google, searched it, and then showed it to him. The elevator door opened. Phil Coulson looked at the phone and finally couldn't help laughing, especially when he looked up and saw that his director was facing away from them. The back of that dark and shiny head was exactly like the pictures of marinated eggs found on the phone. It's the same. His laughter suddenly grew louder. Cough. Nick Fury, who originally wanted to pretend to be deep, narrowed his eyes, then turned around, staring at Phil Coulson, who covered his mouth and sneered with one eye. Sorry, Chief. Phil Coulson, who was stared at by Nick Fury's death, quickly restrained his expression, but he couldn't fully control it for a while. The corners of his mouth twisted very strangely, and he looked ridiculous. You go down first. Seeing the appearance of his confidant general, Nick Fury quickly waved him to leave and turned his head again, only to find that Wong Hao had walked in front of him at some point, looking up and down there. Well, it's a real person. Wong Hao can not only see things in a farther range by collecting the surrounding light, he can also analyze matter through different spectra in nature. Like X-rays. X-ray is an invisible light that cannot be seen by human eyes, but it can, including ultraviolet and infrared rays, etc. So with this ability, he can also perform functions similar to analyzers, and even see through. And right now, he's analyzing Nick Fury, because he remembered that Nick Fury had duplication. In the movie, Nick Fury has been replaced by Skrulls, but in the comics there are more robotic biochemicals, replicants, etc. In the comics, everyone in the Avengers Alliance has died. Just this guy. You thought he was dead after a few days, he changed his vest, and was resurrected again. However, the world he came to is indeed more biased towards the plot of the movie. The Nick Fury in front of him is a real person, not an alien or a robot biochemical man. Then Wong Hao turned to another topic. Do you have a picture of Carol? Show me. The bright smile does not contain the slightest hostility, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. Nick Fury may not be called a good person, but he definitely yearns for light in his heart and hopes that the world will be peaceful. Therefore, he will naturally be infected by the bright breath of Wong Hao. This is not mind control. It's like when you see a beautiful woman and you think she is beautiful, it is because she is beautiful. And now, when Nick Fury sees Wong Hao, he will feel that Wong Hao is a good person, bright and just, because now Wong Hao represents light and justice. This is far higher level than mind control, so even people like Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff who have been trained by mind control cannot resist it. Carol. Which Carol? Nick Fury didn't notice any abnormalities. Facing Wong Hao's question, he replied casually, just like an old friend who has known him for many years, with a relaxed tone. Carol Danvers, Captain Marvel. Wanting to see Carol's photos is naturally not Wong Hao's brain. He just wants to see if this world is Aunt Marvel. Personally, he still prefers gentle girls who are soft, cute, and obedient. Carol's design is for the so-called female fist characters. No matter how beautiful they are not his style. However, Wong Hao's inquiry made Nick Fury further deepen his doubts. He has already learned from Phil Coulson's report that Wong Hao may have a deep understanding of SHIELD, but he did not expect that the understanding has reached this level. Carol Danvers, Project Pegasus, and Captain Marvel. That's not a secret that just anybody can get. Her photo is in the file Curry, and there is no digital version. Nick Fury shook his head. Some confidential information will not be uploaded to the network. It is either stored in paper or stored in a storage device isolated from the network. And Carol's file clearly falls into this category. Wong Hao didn't insist on this, but was just slightly disappointed. Then, Mr. Wong Hao, should we discuss your origin now? Seeing Wong Hao sitting on the sofa, a little bored, Nick Fury asked. After several hours of driving, Phil Coulson has compiled a large amount of information. For example, Chinese-American appearance, obvious Chinese-American habits and tone of voice, etc., for the unexpected understanding of SHIELD. The identity is completely unknown, and even similarities do not exist. There's also a complete disregard for the escort of the SHIELD agent. Plus flight's ability, it can be judged that it is fearless, so it is powerful, and so on. But Nick Fury still wants to get more comprehensive information from Wong Hao, which is also his job. In this regard, Wong Hao also confessed very frankly, I am a god, the sun god. Not surprised, and even kind of like that. Nick Fury nodded and continued asking, from Asgard? Asgard? No. Asgard is just a god who was born on the earth and belongs to the civilization of the earth. I am the sun god of the entire universe. What Ancient One said to Wong Hao was told to Nick Fury by him, which also puzzled Nick Fury a little. Because Asgard belongs to the Nordic gods, it has the obvious appearance of a blonde Viking, and Wong Hao is very different from Thor in terms of name and appearance. And since Thor came to the earth, S.H.I.E.L.D. has specialized in researching various myths on the earth. Asgard has its own sun god, Balder, who is Thor's younger brother, but according to the records, he died in battle a long time ago. So, you are higher level? Nick Fury understood Wong Hao's words, and then came to a conclusion. Yes, you can understand that he is the mayor and I am the governor. This is indeed easier to understand. Definitely, it's just a metaphor, but it's actually very different. But the metaphor is good enough for Nick Fury and the people of Earth. So, what happened yesterday was caused by you. Since Wong Hao said that he is the sun god, and it happened to be the sun that had a problem yesterday, there is naturally a relationship between the two. But Wong Hao was in a daze. He just woke up today. How could he know what happened yesterday? Yesterday? What happened? Nick Fury did not explain, but directly released the video. In the recorded picture, the sun is rising. The golden giant bird spreads its wings and soars. The golden fire falls, and the breath of divinity begins to spread. It should be me. Wong Hao recalled, this should be caused by his arrival. When a god is born, some visions are normal. He just woke up today, but if he crossed yesterday, it would make sense. Moreover, isn't that giant golden bird his divine body, the golden crow? El remembered, yesterday, I slept for hundreds of millions of years, and just woke up, so this happened. Wong Hao would not say that he has just become a god, and sleeping for hundreds of millions of years sounds more realistic. Billions of years. Nick Fury played the word in his head, pondering its authenticity. If it is really possible to sleep for hundreds of millions of years, and then wake up again, it may not be good news for human beings. Human civilization has only been developed for less than 10,000 years, and this number multiplied by 100 million times is only the length of Wong Hao's sleep. So, Mr. Sun God, what is your purpose? And what is your attitude toward human beings? Nick Fury is naturally not so easy to trust others, but helplessly, Wong Hao's words are full of persuasion. As long as you yearn for the light in your heart, it is hard not to believe Wong Hao's words. If it were someone else, Nick Fury would list you as a threat first, and then a wave of guesses and probes would be launched, and 360-degree monitoring without dead ends would start. But he believed what Wong Hao said without reservation. Most obviously, his choice of words. After he confirmed that Wong Hao is the Sun God, he used the honorific title. But believe it or not, he still wants to continue his work, so he spoke. Purpose? I came here to play. I don't know the attitude towards human beings. I still need to investigate. Yes, I need to investigate. Although he is said to have become a god, Wong Hao is just an ordinary person before he woke up. So the mentality of being high above and looking down on ants does not exist yet. It takes time to cultivate. The biggest difference between gods and humans is not in strength. The nuclear bombs made by humans can even kill gods. Definitely, we are talking about gods like Thor and cosmic gods like Wong Hao. It won't kill you. But no matter what kind of god it is fundamentally different from human beings, and the easiest thing to reflect is actually time. One is 100 years in a hurry, and the other is the same life of heaven and earth. The life of the former may be just a nap for the latter, and this is the biggest difference between the two. Wong Hao can still maintain a human mentality now, but after 100 years, 200 years, or even 1,000 years, it will be difficult for him to maintain this perspective. And he had thought about it when he knew that he might live forever. That's why he flew into the sky among the crowd, and that's why he let the S.H.I.E.L.D. people bring him here. Just because of people's troubles for God, it might not be a way to pass the time. But such an answer is not particularly satisfactory for Nick Fury. I'll need to know, is your so-called play harmful to human beings? Is it playing with life? Or playing with the entire civilization? Playing with life means that Wong Hao regards human life as nothing, and his future behavior may be out of control, and he will act recklessly, leaving dead bodies everywhere. And playing with civilization means going to war. However, Wong Hao shook his head and laughed, and then said something in Mandarin. It's about eating, drinking, and having fun. So you want to Stark? The same Mandarin reply surprised Wong Hao. It is not surprising that Ancient One can speak Mandarin, because her ancestral home is in Tibetan areas, but Nick Fury can also speak Mandarin fluently. It turns out that your agent really needs to be proficient in 8 languages. I thought that was just an exaggeration in the movie. It's indeed an exaggeration. I only know 3 languages: Chinese, Russian, and English. However, you woke up yesterday and had time to go to the movies. Nick Fury's Putonghua has a Beijing flavor, and his son's voice is very obvious. This is no longer a problem of learning. Wong Hao guessed that he may have lived in that city for a long time. The way I receive information is different from yours. For me, the information of human society only needs to be read. Fudge is a complete set of fudge, and Wong Hao doesn't know if he can do such a thing, but it doesn't prevent him from using other people's things to pretend to be aggressive. The biggest advantage of the high-level civilization in the super seminary over the low-level civilization lies in the management of information. Keisha can see through everyone's ability at a glance, which is very compelling. Definitely, for Nick Fury, it is undoubtedly that he has a little more fear of Wong Hao in his heart. But for Wong Hao, it would be better to be able to communicate in Mandarin. Although English communication is not an obstacle, it is not as comfortable as the orthodox language of our Kamigwa civilization. Stark knows how to play. I wanted him to take me with me, but I suddenly remembered that you must be very busy recently, especially him, who was born and died, so the plan was temporarily put on hold. Otherwise, there's no time to visit your shield. Is it because the beach bikini is not good looking, or the Manhwa banquet is not delicious? When you have no survival pressure, you must find something to do to pass the time. Why do the richest people in the world still work? The money I earn will never be spent in 10 lifetimes, and I still have to work hard and work with only a few hours of sleep every day? No reason, because it's boring. Why is he not working? Beauty and delicious food are at your fingertips, and you can enjoy any kind of enjoyment. Thousands of people are under his command. If you don't work, you will be in a hurry. Wong Hao is even more exaggerated than them. After all, no matter how rich the richest people are, it is also the enjoyment of ordinary people. Life is limited and energy is limited, but Wong Hao has unlimited life and energy. So he was desperate to have some FUN.NO come to S.H.I.E.L.D. for a visit. Where's Natasha Romanoff? Or Hill is fine. Find someone to accompany me to go shopping. Don't worry, it's not free, and help you solve one problem. When you're in a good mood, it's not a problem to solve 2. Whether he didn't see the widow or not, Wong Hao still wanted to take a look in his heart. Although he probably felt that he would have no idea after seeing the widow, it would be different if he didn't see it. Hey, they all have their own affairs, and they can't get away for the time being. How about I find another female agent to accompany you? Thinking of the strange behavior between Natasha Romanoff and Hill just now, Nick Fury would never let them go with Wong Hao. He now regrets that he personally met Wong Hao, because he checked his thinking and found that he had overtrusted Wong Hao. His level of trust in Wong Hao has even reached the same level as Phil Coulson and Hill. And that's almost impossible. Nick Fury was deeply terrified by the ability of the old assembly of an intelligence organization to trust a person he met for the first time, but he couldn't say no to it. Forget it. Let's change to a female agent, one who is gentler and younger. Then, beside Wong Hao, a big blonde wave appeared. Number 13, agent. Looking at the serial number on the chest of the woman beside him, Wong Hao thought deeply. Sharon Carter, do you live next door to the captain now? Sharon was very surprised to reveal the identity of the Comer and the current mission. She looked at her boss suspiciously, and the latter nodded helplessly. Okay, Mr. Wong, these things are confidential. It's best not to talk about them casually. Anyone who faces a person who has no secrets in front of him will probably be as helpless as Nick Fury. But still, he can't feel hostility. He feels fear. He feels guarded. But if he really wants to do something, he finds that he can't do it decide. So he chose the 13th agent Sharon Kate, whom he trusted, to accompany Wong Hao. In this way, even if Kate fell, at least the other party had been nurtured by the old man, and he would retain some loyalty to S.H.I.E.L.D. in his heart. And Wong Hao is also very satisfied with the choice of Nick Fury. Carter's appearance is outstanding, which fits Wong Hao's description. As for her personality, I won't say whether she is gentle or not, but she is definitely upright and sunny in her heart. And Wong Hao's divinity will not only passively attract such people, but also he will have a good impression of such people or appreciate them. He can see the positive energy in others and see their light, just like the devil can always see the dark side of people to seduce. Moreover, Sharon Carter is Nick Fury's confidant, and her aunt is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. She comes from a top political family. Being able to send her out already shows that Nick Fury attaches great importance to it. So what is he dissatisfied with? The two immediately walked out of Nick Fury's office and wandered around the tri-curved wing building, mainly asking where Wong Hao wanted to go, and Carter followed behind to explain and opened the door with his key card, by the way. There's a conference room over there, and there is a remote command room, which provides remote technical support for some agents. There is an equipment warehouse, which stores weapons and special equipment needed for S.H.I.E.L.D. field missions. The mysterious and closely guarded world's largest intelligence organization, S.H.I.E.L.D., has thus become a zoo that Wong Hao can visit freely. Who is that? The top floor of the tri-curved wing building, the World Security Council. In a room that was even more spacious and bright than Nick Fury's office, a white-haired old man stared at the surveillance video on the screen, frowning. Beside him is a white man with a bald head. Looking at the badge on his body, it can be seen that this is a 6th-level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., which already belongs to the category of high-level agent. According to the information, it seems to be the person Phil Coulson brought back from New York City today. It seems to be some super ability user who flew up among the crowd. It's strange. Why can't I find his other data? The man searched for information in the database. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s database is much larger and more detailed than Google's. In the world of the famous prism, the United States monitors the whole world, even the espionage of the phone calls of leaders of NATO allies. This matter is actually led by the intelligence department of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, they still haven't found any information about the man in their database. except for the video that suddenly appeared today on the beach in New York and took off in public. I don't know why, but I feel disgusted when I see him. Just as flowers yearn for sunlight, there are naturally those who hate sunlight and light. Nick Fury and others yearn for the light in their hearts, and they will be attracted by Wong Hao involuntarily, wanting to get close to him and trust him. But if the heart is full of darkness, then seeing Wong Hao will involuntarily feel fear and disgust, just like this man. Alexander Pierce, Minister of the World Security Council, head of the upper division of SHIELD, immediate boss of Nick Fury, new generation leader of HYDRA. Get more info on him, and also find out why he's walking around in SHIELD's classified facility. During the monitoring, Wong Hao almost visited the entire SHIELD's open department, except for the underground part and some places where the authority was restricted. Even Sharon Cat couldn't enter. The other areas were completely open to Wong Hao. Naturally, this was against the rules, but Pierce's displeasure went far beyond that. However, he did not find Nick Fury and had no chance to ask him about this matter, because not long after meeting with Wong Hao, Nick Fury received the news and then hurriedly boarded the plane, headed for a certain secret SHIELD base fly away. The food at SHIELD is not bad. After shopping for a long time, it was already dark outside. Wong Hao sat in the cafeteria of SHIELD under the leadership of Carter, enjoying his first meal in this world. After all, the annual funds can feed SHIELD of the US military. This food looks really good. The so-called Security Council, if it knows that all its investment has been spent on it, it will probably get sick from anger. Eating top-quality steaks, drinking thousands of dollars a can of top-quality coffee outside, all kinds of exquisite ingredients, top-quality ingredients. Even if a chef is average, the taste will not be bad. The Security Council is composed of 5 major members. In addition to the United States, there are also big countries such as Japan, France, and Britain. In fact, they are member countries, and their main role is to give money. Otherwise, SHIELD is a helicarrier and a global base. Even the world's largest economy in the United States cannot support such a monster. But this has also led to the situation that SHIELD, which is much smaller than the US military, is extravagant inside. It eats the best and uses the best. Helicarriers don't come one by one and give you the whole force ship to the sky. That thing, a few hundreds of billions can make it. The few anti-gravity engines that Stark built alone are worthless. But complaining about it, eating other people's food, Wong Hao still doesn't think that people are too corrupt. Even if he has opinions, he still feels that corruption is not enough. This is what ordinary agents eat. So how about a higher level one? No, I have to go to Tony when I'm done, and it's so corrupt. Alarm. Alert. It seemed that Wong Hao's expectation had been answered, and he was still eating when suddenly the alarm sounded in the building. Carter, who was sitting across from him and staring at Wong Hao's face obsessively, woke up suddenly when he heard the alarm. After looking around in a daze, he suddenly found that the phone in his arms rang. Hey, Chief. Yes, I'll take him there right away. Wong Hao was a little surprised by the sudden change, but before he could continue to be surprised, he saw Carter running out while blushing and holding his hand. What's the matter? Don't know. The SHIELD system has issued a 7-level alert, which means that the war has begun. The director asked me to take you there immediately. Wong Hao, who was still a little confused at first, immediately lit up when he heard the word war. Okay, war, the big scene is coming. Looks like Bambi is on the move. Wong Hao quickly realized that this was supposed to be the start of the first battle of the Avengers Alliance, and this was exactly what he wanted. It doesn't matter if you don't have time to enjoy the corrupt life of capitalism. Then first fight a war between gods and gods, a war between humans and aliens. It's time to stretch your muscles. On Quinjet, Wong Hao looked at Agent Carter opposite him, his eyes full of ridicule. Although he was a little bewildered, he still found out that the blonde hair was abnormal. Her cheeks were rosy, her heart was beating fast, her ears were congested with blood, and she looked at Wong Hao with erratic eyes. She was clearly a strong woman who fought relentlessly, but at this moment she looked no different from a cute girl in love. Is my charm so great? Wong Hao touched his chin. He naturally knew about his body shape changes and appearance optimization. His image in the past wasn't too bad, so it would be no problem to tidy up and give him 7 or 8 points. There are some small blemishes on the skin, and the body is slightly fat, which meets the standards of modern people. But since he became a god, let alone small blemishes, even if he puts his face under a high-power microscope, he can never find any spots. But if she just became more handsome and had a better body shape, she wouldn't let an elite female agent who met for the first time show such a posture. Moreover, Sharon Carter is the captain's future girlfriend, and her ideal type has always been the captain. After all, the Aunt Peggy Carter has instilled in her ears how perfect the captain is. Are you 0K? Wong Hao stood up suddenly and leaned against Carter. I'm Phoenix. I can see that you look a little uncomfortable. Wong Hao's concern made Carter's complexion even more rosy, and her current state was like a peerless pervert seeing a peerless beauty. But this is not her problem, but Wong Hao is too attractive for women. It doesn't matter. Although her body was telling Carter that she wanted Wong Hao, her mind was still sober, not to the point where she couldn't hold on to if at the moment had an instrument test, it would have been found that the female hormones in Carter's body had seriously exceeded the standard. To put it bluntly, it is in heat. It's weird. After further confirming that there was a problem with Carter's state, Wong Hao also realized that it might also be caused by one of his special abilities. Special charm? Divine charm. Indeed, as a more perfect existence, God should have more charm for people with normal aesthetics. However, her state seems to be more than just charm. Wong Hao found it more and more interesting, and this process of constantly discovering his new abilities made him a little immersed in it. In other words, life needs surprises, and so does life in God. But Wong Hao didn't continue to use Carter to test his charm. It would be too embarrassing if he guessed wrong, and they were already in place. Hey, is this the helicarrier of SHIELD? The place they came from is not in the sky, because the mothership has not yet lifted off, and it is just an aircraft carrier floating in the sea. But even the aircraft carrier is very spectacular. In the past, Wong Hao had only seen this kind of man-made steel monster in movies and pictures, but it was the first time he had actually been on an aircraft carrier. To be honest, let alone an aircraft carrier, he used to live in an inland city and had never even been on a larger ship. Now seeing this kind of thing floating on the sea like a small island, if you're not surprised, it must be fake. At the moment, it was still midnight, and sporadic lights flickered on the deck. In fact, even Nick Fury and the others hadn't arrived yet, and they were still taking care of business somewhere. Because they were the closest, Wong Hao was the first batch to catch up. Reinforcements arrived. It would be interesting to get one of these things out on the ocean. Taking advantage of the lack of people, Wong Hao is basically the only one wandering around on this deck. He also gave full play to the self-consciousness of a tourist. What is that for? After strolling around for an hour or two, the night wind gradually calmed down, and the huge deck was finished. Standing on the bridge and looking down, Wong Hao suddenly had an idea. There's the whole swimming pool, there's the whole court, playing tennis and volleyball. You can sunbathe there, and then a group of people gather around the barbecue at night. The long and narrow deck was divided into several areas by Wong Hao's left-hand swipe and right-hand flick. As for what he was thinking about, it was the summer island-style pool party and the sports girl who was sweating on the court, radiant in the sun, and full of youthful spirit. Health, exercise, what a positive energy thing. No, I have to find a way to get a big thing like this. Well, forget about the aircraft carrier. It's not easy to modify, and I don't want those weapons, but other ships are not so big. And it's all made of steel. Looks good. It's better to have an island style, preferably a mobile island. After thinking about it carefully, Wong Hao gave up the idea of an aircraft carrier and started to conceive a moving island, and further began to conceive some special activities and some special scenery on the island. Hey, why isn't Tony Stark here yet? After thinking for a long time, Wong Hao suddenly realized that he missed that guy a little bit. In the final analysis, this kind of thing still depends on the old driver to lead the way. But Stark hasn't arrived yet, but his word has arrived. Not long after Wong Hao visited the entire aircraft carrier, Nick Fury's plane landed, and the first thing he did when he got down was to find Wong Hao. Stark said you knew war was coming. My people went to Stark, and he said you talked about the war when you went to him. Nick Fury's gaze became sharp, and he began to doubt the relationship between Wong Hao and Loki. After leaving Wong Hao's side, his suspicious character once again gained the upper hand, making him question Wong Hao's purpose. But Wong Hao's next sentence dispelled his doubts. Yeah, I saw Loki doing something, I was going to tell you about it, but you walked too fast and I forgot in a moment. Wong Hao looked at Nick Fury innocently. He really forgot about this. In other words, he didn't expect Loki to come here today, but Nick Fury, who got the explanation, believed his word for the first time, and then asked, so, do you know where Loki is now? Or where is he going? Loki ran away with Tesseract, and S.H.I.E.L.D. lost a lot, and Tesseract has the power to destroy the entire world, so it will definitely be recovered. It's just that the Tesseract is hidden by Loki in a special way, and the people under Nick Fury will not be able to find it for a while, and the expert he hired is still on the way, so Nick Fury has to ask Wong Hao for advice. And for this, Wong Hao is naturally well aware. Anyway, he was also the one who swiped the Avengers Alliance several times, so Wong Hao didn't hide anything and told him directly. He's moving now, so I can't know the exact location, but I really know where he's going. Dugwa, your face recognition system can just focus there. Although it didn't say why Loki is going to the country and where exactly it is going to be, but narrowing the whole world to the country is already a great help. Without further ado, Nick Fury turned his head to find someone and began to search, but here, the sky has turned pale and the East Coast sunrise has risen again. What a nice view. Standing on the bow of the aircraft carrier, Wong Hao looked into the distance, and he had an unprecedented perception of the power of the sun. In the past, the sunrise was viewed from the perspective of a human being, but now, the sunrise is viewed from the perspective of the sun god. Completely different feeling, completely different experience, standing on the bow of the ship. Wong Hao couldn't let go of it for a long time, immersed in the communication with the most magnificent and vast celestial body in this world, unable to extricate himself. It wasn't until a shout sounded that Wong Hao came back to his senses and brought himself back to the real world. Sir, it's dangerous to stand here. The person who entered was a graceful red-haired woman with burgundy curly hair and slightly dusty makeup, which portrayed her as very charming and fierce. It was already daylight, and Wong Hao looked around. Apart from the woman in front of him, there was also a young man who looked like he was dressed in the last century, and a middle-aged man with a scruffy appearance, but his eyebrows and eyes implied vigilance and wisdom. Thanks for the reminder, Natasha Romanoff. Wong Hao smiled at the woman in front of him. A blush floated on the woman's face. Wong Hao remembered it in his heart, and then looked to the side. Captain? And Dr. Banner. This must be the captain. Wong Hao can be 100% sure of this, except that the appearance is almost perfect, the strong physique, the perfect body shape, and the firm yet soft face. Most importantly, that heart. As I said before, in addition to being extremely attractive to people with bright hearts and gaining their trust very easily, Wong Hao can also feel the light in other people's hearts. As for the man in front of him, at least so far, Wong Hao has not found anyone with a brighter aura than him. If it was in the chaotic era of the past, this man would have become a saint, admired by all people, praised by the world, and erected a monument. As for Dr. Banner, Wong Hao can also confirm and affirm that it is him, not for anything else, but not everyone has such a powerful force in their body. Even without transforming and showing Hulk's terrifying side, to Wong Hao, the energy in Banner's body that was more intense than a volcanic eruption was too obvious. And Wong Hao can see all the spectrum in nature. The gamma energy emanating from Banner is really too obvious. Hi, I don't know who you are. Sorry, Fury didn't tell me about you. But judging by your incompatible outfit here, it seems that you are also a member of the Avengers Alliance. When Fury sent out the invitation, he gave each member a profile of the others. Of course, Wong Hao's was not included in that document. Not to mention that he only appeared for a day. There is no information at all, and Wong Hao did not say that he would join this Superboy group, and Nick Fury would not be so self-righteous to add his information into it. That's why the captain was so curious. It is really strange to see a person dressed in casual clothes like them in this military fortress, but who is not in the data. Avengers Alliance, I am not a member of it. As for joining, the possibility of joining is also very small because I hate the word Avengers very much in the first place. Victory in war is always based on preparations for rainy days, not revenge after the fact. The sea breeze was howling, but Wong Hao revealed some cruel facts with a smile on his face. If possible, I would prefer to end all evils and dangers before starting. Isn't this the meaning of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence? To monitor the world. When Wong Hao said this, he glanced at Natasha Romanoff. The latter's face remained unchanged, but the captain's eyes were already narrowed, and his face became serious. I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you. How can a crime that hasn't happened be called a crime? Just because someone else has an idea? Just because another country wants to invade, so you have to attack first? However, the captain's impassioned enthusiasm did not go on, because Wong Hao had already slapped him on the shoulder. Never mind, Steve. I'm just giving my opinion. The cheerful smile dispelled the captain's anger in an instant. He definitely didn't know that such a conversation should be held between him and Nick Fury in the near future. This led to the collapse of S.H.I.E.L.D. But that's what Wong Hao said. Let him debate with people like the captain who is right and who is wrong. Then he is more willing to give a slap and say that labor and management have big fists. So listen to me. The topic was quickly changed by Wong Hao. After a few words, the team leader and Wong Hao were already very close. If you don't talk about the issues involving his principles of handling things just now, then basically you can talk about everything and speak freely. And this scene naturally caught the attention of Natasha Romanoff. Although she, like Carter, was attracted by the masculine aura of Wong Hao after close contact and was about to enter estrus mode. But the professionalism of the top agent allowed Natasha Romanoff to think calmly and make judgments even in this situation. If it's not mind control, then there's a certain charm. Inside a closed room, Natasha Romanoff and Nick Fury report. Combining the situation of me, Hill, and number 13, it is particularly attractive to women. After testing, there is no hormonal surge. There will be no abnormality if you don't see it across the corner, so it is ruled out as a physiological factor. Natasha Romanoff recalled her previous experiences and all kinds, and compiled some information. As for your inexplicable trust, there are no specifics yet, but I guess if he is really the sun god, then he should be on the side of justice and light? Could it be his characteristics that lead to the so-called good guy? Trust him, stay close to him. After all, she is the female number one of the Avengers Alliance. There have been many supernatural beings missing in previous major events, but Black Widow is the only one who is rarely absent. Natasha Romanoff's wisdom has made her infinitely close to the truth, but this statement is obviously inappropriate for agents who pay attention to suspicion and conspiracy theories. Sure enough, Nick Fury scoffed at her words first. Attracting good people? I prefer to believe that it is some kind of spiritual suggestion that we are not aware of. What's more, do you think you're a good person? Nick Fury's words seemed to hit Natasha Romanoff's heart, and she had a sneer on her face after recalling it. Indeed, after doing those things, how can I be called a good person? Looking at their hands, they seem to be white, even more slender and perfect than the hands of many hand models, but they are actually covered with blood, and there are many old people and children among them. Natasha Romanoff never hoped to be redeemed. She just wanted to make up for her past mistakes, even a little bit. Okay, let's go out first. According to the information he gave, Loki will appear in Germany. The perfect system focuses on the target there, and the information should be given soon. After the debriefing, Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff appeared on the bridge. At the moment, helicarrier has been lifted off, and the visor has been opened to enter stealth mode. Everything is developing in an orderly manner as in the movie, and it seems that there is no change because of Wong Hao's arrival. Sir, we found it. Because of Wong Hao's guidance, the S.H.I.E.L.D. system, which has been focusing its search on Manhwa, discovered Loki as soon as he appeared. After confirming that it was Loki, Nick Fury looked at the captain first, and then hesitantly looked at Wong Hao. Mr. Wong, can I trouble you to help us arrest this guy? After all, you are all gods, and I think it might be more appropriate for you to deal with him. In the movie, Nick Fury chose to let the captain take the shot for some reason that no one was available. Iron Man hasn't come yet, and the Green Titan is an unstable factor, so he can use it at will, and Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye. Obviously, these two ordinary people are not as powerful as the captain. So Nick Fury can only pin his hopes on the captain, but now it's different. He has better people to ask for. No problem. So Steve, come with me to see? You really deserve to see what war looks like in 70 years' time. Naturally, Wong Hao would not refuse Nick Fury's request. He even thought about whether Nick Fury would ask for help if he didn't ask him for help. After all, this was the first time he had the opportunity to make a move after becoming the sun god, and the rare target was also a god. Although according to Ancient One, he is the god of the universe, an existence on an equal footing with the creation god, while Odin and Loki are just chaos gods, which are dispensable products in the universe. On the square, the lights at night provided a faint light, reflecting the restless and fearful hearts of the civilians. And in front of them, a Mephisto in a strange costume and a huge antler helmet is waving the power of huge amounts of scepter, making loud noises. Kneel down, you mortals! With the blessing of magic, Loki's voice spread throughout the field and echoed in this square. The duplication surrounded the crowd, and in the crowd, among the mortals who were kneeling and begging for their lives, he laughed loudly and his face was rampant. Look, this is not you, freedom. What a ridiculous and absurd lie. They deceive you, and your heart, your essence is surrender. Surrender to me, the great god, Loki. Bambi has never been so happy. In God's domain, no matter how he behaves or works hard, he can only live in Thor's shadow. He is unwilling, he is angry, he hates, and now, he finally found his own fun. A flock of lost lambs, yes, kneel before me, surrender before the great Loki, beg my mercy, beg my grace. Give me all, swear allegiance to me. The scepter in his hand shines brightly, bewitching and inducing the spirit, and under the blessing of a certain gemstone with a powerful ability, it is like a poisonous snake biting the hearts of these hostages. The number one magician in the 9 realms, how could Loki, the god of trickery, only play with 2 daggers like in a movie? All of a sudden, shadowy. The people who were forced to kneel in front of Loki by death suddenly fell down, as if they had suddenly figured it out and began to shout loudly, offering their loyalty to Loki. And this weird scene naturally fell into the eyes of everyone who had just arrived. What do you think of his performance? Inside the fighter plane, Wong Hao stroked his chin and glanced at the Loki who had reached the extreme level of second grade. Indeed, in his opinion, this was a second-grader boy. He thinks about becoming the devil who destroys the world all day long, or dreams of ruling the world, wishing that everyone would kneel at his feet. Well, Wong Hao also thinks that kind of feeling is very cool. A group of people shouted at him, and a group of cute young ladies wanted to give birth to monkeys for him. Joker, when I came to Germany last time, there was such a person who wanted to be the king of all, and I beat him hundreds of times afterwards. The captain, wearing a strange battle suit, carried a shield and gave his evaluation, and naturally Wong Hao looked at his strange suit again and again. You should change your clothes when you go back. Otherwise, I always feel that you are mocking yourself when you say the word Joker. Without waiting for the captain to respond, Wong Hao laughed and opened the hatch, then flew out. If you want to defeat the magic stick, you have to use the way of the magic stick. But what kind of magic stick? I am not a god. Looking at Loki, who was shouting 5 and 6 below, Wong Hao quickly thought of his own way of appearance. Boom! A dazzling beam of light fell suddenly, and in the night, a man with a holy face and a perfect figure descended from the sky. Below Quinjet, under the watch of the German police and reporters, under the gaze of countless people who have been brainwashed or are being brainwashed by Loki. That man, here he comes. If Loki at the moment wanted to say something, he would say shit. With its own spotlight, its own flight special effects, and its own beauty filter. Once Wong Hao appeared on the stage, the effect directly surpassed him by 10 blocks. If Loki is the destined villain in that kind of movie, then when Wong Hao appeared, all his previous arrogance and madness became the pavement for Wong Hao's appearance at this moment. Who are you? Anger, gushing out constantly like magma. Loki glared at the man in front of him and the holy light behind him. No way. Wong Hao can't play anything else for the time being, so he can only play light to the end. Fortunately, he is the sun god, the god of light, and he is a veteran at manipulating light. Even if he has only learned it for a day, many skills are at his fingertips. Colorful rays of light formed a halo behind his head, and the beam of light piercing the sky was hazy, as if Angel had descended into the mortal world, and the band of light spreading around continued to spread, full of mystery, making people feel like they were in a dream. With this skill alone, he could work as a lighting engineer for nightclubs and concerts, and his annual salary would be in the millions. The effect of this rendering is naturally excellent. The captain on the plane, and Natasha Romanoff, and others all opened their mouths, while the police and other people who watched were almost kneeling on the ground, making the sign of the cross and shouting for the Holy Father to appear. Definitely, the cameras of the reporters and the mobile phones of the crowd were not idle, and photos and videos of Wong Hao were quickly spread around the world. It made countless marketing accounts and tabloid editors who were thinking hard about the content so happy that they pulled out the last strand of hair that they didn't want to leave their scalps, and made all the little piñas who have been immersed in mythology since the day before yesterday ecstatic, shouting yes, he is what he is. However, the appearance was to calm down the situation, but the dialogue still had to continue. I am the god of the sun, the god of light. Lost lamb, how long will you be wrong? Well, thankfully it was dark at night, otherwise Loki would have been able to show everyone how dark he was. Lost lamb? This is what labor and capital fool others. Who the hell are you to call me a lost lamb? I am the god, Loki, the god of trickery, the prince of Asgard, the successor of Jotunheim, the king of the frost titans. Lamb? Are you worthy of me as a lamb? First, he was robbed of the limelight for a long time by Wong Hao's weird way of appearing on the stage. As a result, Wong Hao said that he was a lost lamb, and he forced him to pretend for a long time to become Wong Hao. At the moments, Loki can't describe it with a word of exasperation. So he made a move. The scepter in his hand pointed directly at Wong Hao. The energy of the gem was stimulated, amplifying his magic, and then a magic missile flew out, flying towards Wong Hao like a sharp arrow. As a great magician, Loki has many ways to fight, but now he just wants to use the most primitive and simple and capable way to bring Wong Hao down, and then continue his unfinished repertoire. He was not worried at all that his attack would not be effective. Hard steel products and police cars would be directly melted under his magical missiles. The fragile human body obviously couldn't bear such damage. Even if Wong Hao doesn't seem to be human and possesses some special abilities, then Loki is not worried, because he added fuel to this missile, which is far more powerful than the previous one that deterred the Chinese police. The light distorted slightly, and under the impact of energy, the beam of light that had been covering Wong Hao swayed, like a stone thrown into a calm pool. And then, that's all. Loki's confident blow appeared suddenly and disappeared suddenly. If it wasn't for Loki still raising his arm and pointing at Wong Hao with the scepter, if it wasn't for the beam of light shaking just now, everyone would have thought nothing had happened. What's wrong with this? Wong Hao blinked and looked around again. Did you attack me just now? It's no wonder that Wong Hao didn't pay attention. The beam of light was quite bright, and he didn't even think about dimming his vision a little. So in fact, he couldn't see it clearly from the outside. Then there is Loki as the god of tricks, that is, he shoots as soon as he says to shoot, raises his finger, and a powerful magic missile goes out, which is completely different from the grinding and chirping look in the movie. Wong Hao didn't react, and Loki actually attacked him. However, the final effect is that the reaction is almost the same as the non-reaction. Who are you? The power of this blow is not small. The melted police car on the side of the road is the best proof. Even if there is no additional material, this blow can penetrate the frontal armor of the main battle tank, not to mention that Loki has added material. According to Loki's estimate, Even if Wong Hao is a special person, such as a member of the so-called Avengers alliance, he knows. But with this head-on hit, Wong Hao will have to peel off his skin anyway. However, the fact is that the clouds are calm and the wind is breezy. Wong Hao's question, in Loki's view, is undoubtedly humiliating, sarcastic, and asking knowingly. So he became even more angry. Bastard. The roar with thunderous special effects was deafening. Loki swung the scepter violently, and then a surge of dark secret energy turned into sharp arrows and flew towards Wong Hao in the air. Interesting. This time Wong Hao naturally saw clearly. Realizing that he had lit too brightly just now, he secretly lowered the brightness of his field of vision, so he clearly saw the dark arrow flying towards him. It's really not a good person to stab someone in the back, Wong Hao said with a smile. And the reason why he had time to act like this, instead of avoiding or defending, was because he had discovered another thing. When he focused on the back arrows flying over, he found that the speed around him slowed down. This is not the legendary bullet time. It's just an illusion caused by your excessive adrenaline secretion. You feel that time is slowing down, but your movements will not be faster because of it. Wong Hao's current situation is different. Not only does he feel that time is slowed down, but his own speed can also keep up with his feeling. In other words, he has entered a certain speeding mode. Hey, let's not talk about flight and super strength. It's okay to be bombarded by Loki just now. It's super defense. Now I have super speed. I can also control light. It's not a problem to fire lasers naturally. And I can even spit flames. Hey, DC should sue me for copyright infringement. It's not that Wong Hao made a fuss. It's really what he's showing so far. Or the ability he's discovered does have that meaning. Definitely, Superman is the ancestor of superhero. His ability is actually selected and perfected to best fit the concept of superhero. Rather than saying that everyone has the abilities of Superman, it is better to say that everyone thinks that Superman should have these abilities. The same is true for Wong Hao, who has become a god. It goes without saying that super strength and defense, Thor and Loki also have them. As for super speed and lasers, they are his unique abilities as the sun god. As a celestial body in the universe, for humans, the sun exists as a reference object. So in the eyes of humans, the sun is actually a relatively static perspective. However, in fact, the position of the sun in the universe is always moving, and the speed is very fast. The Earth revolves around the sun at a speed of about 30 kilometers per second. Not every minute or hour, but every second. This speed has surpassed all the flight devices that humans can currently manufacture. After all, if you exceed this speed, it means that you can escape the sun's gravity and fly out of the solar system. In fact, the sun is also revolving around the center of the Milky Way, and this speed is faster, about 250 kilometers per second. The speed of sound in the air is 340 meters per second, and this speed is 735 times the speed of sound. Even as another sun god in the level universe, Wong Hao's definition is not just the sun of the Earth. His scope of responsibilities even extends to the category of fixed star, that is, all fixed stars in the entire universe. So his limit speed is far higher than the speed of the sun he has come into contact with so far. But even if it's just this speed, it's completely enough. Effortlessly dodging the trajectory of the back arrow and leaving his beam of light, Wong Hao had already arrived in front of Loki before the eyes of all the onlookers locked on. Snapped. There was a crisp slap, and Loki rolled over on the ground, then fell face down on the ground. Puff puff. Correspondingly, under the shining light, Wong Hao's body was hit by a dark arrow that was extremely obvious. But Wong Hao, who had been prepared for a long time and mustered some indescribable strength, was safe and sound as always. Hey, what's wrong with you? Wong Hao's eyes widened, and he looked innocently at Bambi lying on the ground. It seemed that his fall and the crisp applause had nothing to do with him at all. Yes, it doesn't matter at all. He obviously hasn't moved at all. Everyone saw that he was right there. Well, it seems that you have realized your mistakes and want to confess to me in this way. Although you are a lost lamb, I am very happy to see the wicked turn to good and the bad turn to good. The smile on Wong Hao's face was strong. It was definitely not faked. In fact, he was a bit restrained. Otherwise, he would have laughed even louder. I'll regret your uncle. Getting up from the ground suddenly, Loki stroked his slightly swollen left cheek. Anger had already made him lose his mind, and even his voice changed. He didn't see how Wong Hao did it, and he didn't seem to have moved at all. But this does not prevent him from knowing that this is what Wong Hao did. And in his opinion, Wong Hao has been fooling him and playing tricks on him since he appeared at SO. He raised the staff again, then fell down with a plop, knelt down on his knees, and bowed down in a very pious posture. Could it be that he really has the ability to persuade people to be good and make them better? In the fighter plane, Natasha Romanoff, who's been watching the bottom, looked surprised. The powerful Loki first attacked, each time weaker than each time. At the beginning, he could make the beam of light sway twice, and then even the fluctuations disappeared. Then Ming Ming was furious, but behaved so strangely that he even bowed down and offered his scepter to Wong Hao. Oh, why are you being so polite? I know you have repented. You have repented. There's no need to be so. Oh, I understand the scepter gave you strength and made you lose yourself, so you plan to hand him over to me? He easily took the scepter from Loki, who was prostrate on the ground. Although he tightened his grip, Wong Hao lifted it lightly, and the scepter was taken. Loki, who lost his scepter, curled up into a ball, clutching his stomach in pain. That foot hurts so much. Hey, I love the world. Since you were sincere and kind, then there is no harm in forgiving you. But the mistakes you committed will be punished after all. So let's go now. Your crimes will be judged, but your repentance, it will set your mind free. Loki, who was kicked heavily in the stomach by someone with a high-speed sneak attack, now completely loses his mobility. Even with the body of a frost titan, it doesn't mean that he is immune to damage and ignores pain. Wong Hao picked him up easily, and then enjoyed the captain's admiring gaze with a smile on his face. The last group of people and the newly captured prisoner flew directly into the sky. Hey, didn't you say there was a fight here? Where are they? A few minutes later, looking at the empty square with only a few people, a certain Iron Man, who had arrived late, looked bewildered. After a while, Tony finally caught up with the returning Quinjet and got into the cabin. He looked at Loki, who was sitting there with his eyes closed and his hair disheveled. Wong Hao talked and laughed. Is this the war you're talking about? Yes, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. I thought it would be a few days. Wong Hao said very sincerely. And after Tony looked at him carefully for a moment, he still asked, so, what you said before still counts. Although the Avengers Alliance member profile prepared by S.H.I.E.L.D. does not include Wong Hao's, but Tony's late arrival is not really late. He is the most important thing in this operation. He has been doing homework since last night, including Tesseract information, Wong Hao's message, etc. Not long ago, when Nick Fury informed him of the state-owned fighting, he had already communicated with Nick Fury about Wong Hao's information. So he knows better than others that Wong Hao's strength is probably more than what he has shown now. The so-called sun god may be true, and his personality above Odin may also be true. If that's the case, then this war may really need to rely on Wong Hao's strength to survive it safely. You mean? Wong Hao deliberately pretended not to understand. He joined in at the request of Nick Fury, as S.H.I.E.L.D. provided him as a guest of honor, sent a high-level agent to accompany him, and entered and exited confidential areas at will in return. People respect me 1 foot, and I respect others 1 foot. Equivalent exchange is a more important principle in interpersonal communication. So Wong Hao stepped in, apart from his own desire to play 2 hands with Loki. The most important reason was this. But at this moment Tony also made his own request, so Wong Hao couldn't just agree. That's right, it's the deal you mentioned earlier. Tony's complexion changed suddenly. The corners of his eyes twitched twice, and he whispered in Wong Hao's ear as if he knew what you knew. As long as you nod your head and give an order, we will arrange everything for you, from Hollywood movie queens to new angel supermodels. Or how can I say he is an old driver, as the American version of the prince and the national husband of Manhwa. Tony dare not say anything else, but when it comes to playing, he is definitely the kind of core player who is called the second, and others dare not say the first. Hey, since you sincerely invited me, I'll accept it without any trouble. Don't make too much noise, it's just a party. Wong Hao replied righteously without changing his face, and Tony nodded at the right time, as if the two of them were discussing some confidential matter just now, discussing the next strategic layout. After discussing this matter, Tony's mood suddenly relaxed a lot. Wong Hao has this kind of ability, which can make the people around him feel at ease, as if they have sustenance in their hearts. So, Tony, who had let go of the stone in his heart, turned his head to look at Loki, who lowered his head. Wow, isn't this Bambi? Where's your horn? Tony looked around, disappointed that the huge amounts of gold antler helmet Loki had been wearing earlier was not in the cabin. He actually wanted to take that thing back and hang it on the wall as a trophy. Ignorant mortal. Facing Tony's ridicule, Loki didn't take it seriously, but sneered disdainfully. Mortal? Oh, forgot. You're the prince of Asgard, the famous evil god Loki, but sorry, we have a sun god. With Tony's courage to rely on, it's a lot of courage. Loki mocked him as just a mortal, so he immediately moved out of Wong Hao. And this trick was obviously very effective. Loki looked at the smiling Wong Hao. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and his face changed a few times, but then he was full of doubts. Sun god? Battered out a long time ago. That fellow Apollo is not as capable as you are. As for La, he is a god king. His power is immeasurable. Are you Don Wong Tai? The earth has bred many civilizations since ancient times, as well as many gods and pantheons. The Norse pantheon or Odin pantheon, to which Loki belongs, is just one of them. And the sun god, no matter which god system he is in existence above the main god. But Loki counted it, and only the eastern sun god he knew little about fits the image of the man in front of him. Apollo is still there, I know. Who is Don Wong Tai? Tony turned his head to look at Wong Hao. Because of some factors, the culture of that country has not been publicized except for a few neighboring countries. Although it has the longest history and has been passed down for a long time, in the Western world where Tony lives, these things are not known to the general public. It's also the sun god, the former emperor of heaven, almost the same as you know. Wong Hao didn't explain too much. He knows that there are oriental gods and gods in the Marvel world. Even a monkey, the Jade Emperor, and the Queen Mother are also quite a few. Definitely, the oriental god understood by the editors of Marvel is still quite different from that understood by the flower planters. I am not the god of your earth. After explaining to Tony, Wong Hao shook his head at Loki again, but he didn't expect Loki's complexion to change drastically when he said this sentence. Then outsiders, you should know how serious the consequences of invading the domains of other gods are. You are declaring war. You are provoking us. Odin, Zeus, etc. are the local gods bred on the earth for billions of years. Although they have left the earth now and are hidden in the heavenly realm of the gods, this does not mean that they can allow other worlds and gods of other civilizations to do so without permission. Meddle in the affairs of the earth. Simple domain awareness. Humans may not care. Human life has been rushing for 100 years. How can we have the qualifications and time to care about the ownership of the earth? But for these almost eternal gods, the earth is their back garden, their hometown, and a part they cannot give up. Odin even wants to die on the coast of northern Europe. This is their obsession. But now, Wong Hao said that he is a foreign god, and this behavior is the same as that of a wandering alpha wolf invading the territory of other wolf kings. No matter how violent Loki was, that was their own business, but once Wong Hao intervened, the meaning would be completely different. Because of this, Loki, who had fear in his eyes before, suddenly started to sneer. Laugh at your head. With a clang, Loki's scepter smacked him hard on the head, knocking him out, and outside, thunder erupted. Crazy, sneer at me. Looking at Loki, who was knocked unconscious, Wong Hao touched the scepter in his hand, with a look of displeasure. As a prisoner, you must have the consciousness of a prisoner. If you don't put you in big characters, it will be inconvenient to see the venue here. What is Loki thinking? Wong Hao still doesn't know? It is nothing more than that he thought that Wong Hao, as a foreign god, would touch the common resistance of the local gods on the earth. For example, Odin, who may be looking for him now. Once he knows Wong Hao's identity and origin, he will immediately turn around and attack Wong Hao first. drive him away. That's why Loki felt that he was on the verge of a comeback. So he started to sneer at Wong Hao. But he forgot that he is still a prisoner now. Wong Hao will not be polite to him. Even if he will fight with Odin and the others later, it must be to beat you up first. Strange, the system detects that today is a sunny day, right? Not caring about Wong Hao hammering Loki out, Natasha Romanoff flew the plane smoothly in the air. It's just that the surrounding thunderstorms are becoming more and more intense, which hinders the flight of the plane. That's because this guy's big brother is here. After the voice fell, a heavy object fell on the top of the fighter plane, and the whole plane shook violently. And then Loki, who was knocked unconscious by the hammer, tilted his head and fell straight down, his face stuck to the ground. And over there, the hatch suddenly opened after a burst of electric sparks, and a tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, bearded man in iron armor rolled over and got in. With tears in his eyes, Thor looked at Loki in front of him and couldn't believe that this was his stupid Odo. Look at his current appearance. The luxurious clothes that have always been extremely neat and wrinkled are draped over his body, and the long, shiny black hair is spread out, completely covering his head. The most important thing is his current posture. His knees were kneeling on the floor, his buttocks were raised high, and the main force supporting his body was his handsome and extraordinary face. Thor pointed at the people in the cabin with a look of grief and indignation. The captain took a look at Tony with the shield, and then they both turned their gazes to Wong Hao. No, what are you looking at me for? I didn't touch it. He fell asleep and fell down by himself. Is it my Wong Hao? Shouted innocently, and then looked behind him. Natasha Romanoff, you said you too? You don't even know how to fly a plane? What's wrong with the prisoner? The prisoner is also a human being. No, he is a god, and that's the same. Abuse of a prisoner violates the Geneva Convention. Wong Hao said righteously. Well, I don't think Natasha Romanoff is to blame. It's him who didn't wear his seatbelt. Tony, who was listening happily from the sidelines, interjected. It turned out he wasn't wearing a seatbelt. That's okay. I blamed you, Natasha Romanoff. Wong Hao and Tony smiled at each other, then looked back at Thor. Hey, you Asgard should strengthen your traffic safety education. This is a car. No, how can you not wear a seatbelt when you fly? See, something will happen here. Wong Hao squatted down, helped Loki up with his face close to the ground, then leaned back on the chair and fastened his seatbelt thoughtfully. Remember next time, not everyone is as good as me. Boom, boom. The deafening thunder sounded constantly. In the cabin, Thor's complexion was as black as carbon. His eyes were completely lit up, and there was rolling plasma inside. You bastards. Roar. Although they had a falling out with Loki, and even Loki wanted to kill him, but brothers fight against each other is a family matter. After thousands of years of getting along, Thor and Loki's brotherhood is still deep. But at this moment, seeing Loki being insulted wantonly by outsiders, that kind of anger has never been seen before, and Thor has a bad temper in the first place. If the god of thunder has a better temper, is he still Thor? CA2. The clenched Mjolnir was swung out. The Mjolnir made of the star core of a Death Star was as heavy as 1,000 weights. Under the blessing of Thor's divine power, the air seemed to turn into a quagmire. In an instant, the whole air pressure in the cabin was extremely tense. However, in the next moment, light appeared, and warm light radiated from Wong Hao's body, resisting the pressure and taking all the damage. So what are you angry about? He asked for his appearance like this. The fist wrapped in golden light stretched out, and before Thor could react, a powerful force hit his cheek, blasting him directly out. Along the wide-open cabin door, Thor flew out. The god of thunder turned into lightning and disappeared from the field of vision in the blink of an eye. I'm going to talk to him. Wong Hao rubbed his fists with a playful smile on his face. Then the golden light rose, and Wong Hao appeared outside the cabin, chasing after Thor in the direction he flew out. I'll try to persuade you to fight. Tony's eyes lit up, then the visor fell down, palms down, the propeller started, propelling him to fly out. Do you believe he's trying to persuade a fight? The captain rubbed his forehead. Tony's expression was obviously to watch the excitement. The captain even suspected that if the fight between the two sides was not intense enough, Tony would even fan the flames there. Sorry, Captain, they're all gods, and I can't stop them. Natasha Romanoff looked back helplessly. The captain looked at Loki, who was still unconscious and bruised, tied to the chair, then shook his head and picked up a parachute from under the chair. If Shindu is like this, then I declare that I am an atheist from now on. In the mountains and forests 2 kilometers away from Quinjet. Because of the war opportunity, Wong Hao withdrew his strength a little bit, which was only a little stronger than the fist that punched Loki at that time. So this punch only sent Thor flying 2 kilometers away. And when Thor recovered from the heavy blow, Wong Hao had already appeared in front of him again. I think you Asgard not only need to strengthen traffic safety education, but you also need to learn how to manage your emotions. All of you are not good at skills, but you have a lot of temper. What? It was still the hammer that moved first, but this time, Thor, who also didn't have to worry about the plane, used his real skills. Accompanied by his attack, rolling thunder appeared around him almost at the same time. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder exploded, and the plasma surrounded Thor's body like a poisonous snake. The power of this blow was far beyond the pure physical collision just from the visual effect. TSK. I have cultivated both magic and martial arts. However, after concentrating, Wong Hao once again entered the super speed state. Thor's attack was fierce, but it was as slow as a snail for Wong Hao, so naturally there was no threat. Dad said that only magic can defeat magic, so I'll come too. Light is condensing, starlight, moonlight, and actually the sunlight that still exists at night gathers in Wong Hao's hands at the speed of light and is then rubbed into a ball by him. What should I call it? Zuanyuanjian. A long sword made of condensed light was held by Wong Hao, and then he slashed off. Boom! The collision of light and electricity, the conflict of power and power. At the moment of contact, the invisible shockwave is generated immediately and then spreads constantly to the surroundings, destroying everything that blocks itself. Tony, who just flew over, yelled, and flew backwards, and the strong shockwave swept him across. If it wasn't for the protection of the armor, the impact would have directly torn his body apart. But even though he wasn't injured, it was just the aftermath that made him fly backwards, which really surprised Tony. As a self-proclaimed genius, he has always believed that man can conquer nature, and no matter how powerful the so-called god is, he can still catch up with human intelligence. Among other things, no matter how powerful you are, how many nuclear bombs can you resist? Is it 1 or 100? But now it seems that, let alone projecting nuclear bombs, the aftermath of close combat can blow him away so far, so the bomber still wants to get closer? Long-range missiles still want to hit accurately? Damn it. Energy gathered on the thrusters. Tony withstood the pressure and rushed towards the center of the battlefield. He would never allow himself to be disqualified from being a bystander, and his pride would not allow this to happen. However, when he really appeared in the middle of the battlefield, he realized that he still underestimated the intensity of the battle. Flames everywhere. The blazing flames turned this area into a purgatory. The white flames scorched the air, and the shocking temperature on Wong Hao's body completely glazed the sand and stones without even touching the ground. On the opposite side of him, Thor's face was scorched, and it was difficult to see a good piece of skin all over his body, but he was still full of fighting spirit. The dazzling electric light surrounded him. The purple lightning danced wildly, and the plasma flowed, instantly charring the trees beside him. It's not just the power in the body. The Mjolnir that's being held tightly trembles like a living thing, and every time it trembles, there will be deafening thunder in the sky, as if a general is beating for him. Drumkir, you're fast, but are you faster than lightning? Thor suddenly spoke. Almost bruised, he suffered countless heavy blows in a short period of time just now. But fortunately, his divine body was strong enough to hold on, and he also found a way to fight Wong What. The hammer was held high, and Mjolnir's heart beat violently. Afterwards, the deep clouds in the sky roared, and countless thunderbolts scrambled to fall, like sharp swords of divine punishment, towards Wong Hao's body. The top of the head is cut off. I have an idea. Wong Hao sighed. It is worthy of the Asgard god of war who has fought for thousands of years, to find a solution so quickly. Then it depends on whether I can stand it. Indeed, the speed he has displayed so far is no match for lightning. After all, if he has done his best, it seems that he has less than 72 hours to become the sun god. And Thor has been Thor for thousands of years. However, it doesn't matter if you can't run against lightning, as long as you can withstand the power of lightning. A mere lightning is nothing more than a product of cloud discharge on the planet, and I am Fixstar, and I am the sun god. Feeling the powerful force in his body, Wong Hao was full of confidence, watching the lightning falling from the sky without dodging or avoiding it, and using his body to welcome its baptism. With surging divine power and surging thunder and lightning, Thor roared and roared, throwing all his anger, all his grievances, and all his emotions into this lightning storm. What? In the center of the storm, Wong Hao received the baptism of thunder and lightning. The corners of his mouth twitched nonstop, his whole body trembled, his arms spread out, and then suddenly fell down. His whole body seemed to be unable to exert any more strength. It's so cool. It's even better than killing a chicken with a horse. What? With an extremely lazy waist, Wong Hao opened his mouth wide and let out a comfortable cry. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out to be an electric massage. This round of electric current comes down, just like the little fist behind the electric massage chair, falling on your body, and the impact on your back is very comfortable. Is there any more? I still have to have a good time. At worst, I will pay your electricity bill. Looking at Thor holding the hammer over there, Wong Hao had an expression that I couldn't enjoy enough. What responded to him was the sound of Thor falling headlong to the ground after he collapsed. TSK, this won't work. Hypocrisy. So men can do anything, but they must last. It doesn't matter if it's soft or short. As long as it lasts, there is still room for manipulation. Seeing that the discharged Pikachu had completely lost his ability to resist, Wong Hao showed a bright smile as always. My earner, I wonder if I can lift it? Pikachu naturally doesn't need to care about it. What Wong Hao cares about is the little hammer. Well, it's very light. Sure enough, the crushing of personalities made it easy for Wong Hao to lift the hammer without feeling any resistance at all. However, even though he raised it, Wong Hao did not feel the so-called divine power of Thor. It was released by Pikachu just now. Wong Hao glanced at Thor, who was lying unconscious on the ground, and then looked at the captain in the distance, who was rushing through the jungle and rushing here. You guys, are you done? It was quite close, just over 2 kilometers, but when the captain parachuted, Wong Hao and Thor collided for the first time. Shockwave not only blew Tony away, but also the captain. And he was not like Tony who could fly back. He was swept by the strong wind while floating in the air, and the parachute floated all the way. The original 2 kilometers turned into more than 5 kilometers. Poor him, he is still thinking about the battle here, thinking that Thor may be an ally, and he can't fight among himself. So he tried his best to eat milk, and his legs moved fast. The last time he was like this was avoiding the bombing of the Nazis on the battlefield. Even if he was a super soldier who ran down the road, he was out of breath. But it doesn't matter. Wong Hao is here to recharge him. El just found out that Thor's ability seems to come from this hammer. If he confiscates this thing first, he should be able to calm down. Here, take it for you. Wong Hao casually handed the small hammer to the captain and looked at him with a warm and sunny smile. Oh, so you're very thoughtful. The Asgards really need to calm down. The captain straightened up, then reached out and took the hammer. The dazzling electric current quickly wrapped around the captain's body, and a bolt of lightning fell down, enveloping the captain within. The powerful thunder energy quickly replenished the captain's physical strength and endowed him with powerful divine power. At the same time, a layer of armor formed by the divine power of thunder was constantly wrapped around the captain. Soon, he changed from circus man to a member of the medieval mythology crew. Oh, it's kind of handsome, But why didn't it respond when I lifted it up just now? Wong Hao's eyes glowed first. This transformation effect is really eye-catching. It has the feeling of Sailor Moon turning on the BGM and starting to dance. But after reacting, he found out, why didn't you transform me when I picked it up? And you can change it as soon as you put on Captain? What's wrong? You still engage in discrimination, don't you? You explain to me. You have to explain. Pulling Mjolnir from the captain's hand, the thunder that filled the sky stopped abruptly. The captain's transformation was interrupted in the middle, and the armor on his body was only half worn, and the atmosphere suddenly became awkward. But these things can't be controlled by small hammers. Wong Hao pinched it in his hand and kept questioning, and a hot flame suddenly ignited in his hand, and his life was about to die. But fortunately, there are people behind Little Hammer, and Asgard is a god system with parents looking after it. With the appearance of a vast spiritual energy, the hammer trembled in Wong Hao's hand, and a phantom emerged from the hammer and appeared in front of Wong Hao. Golden armor, gray beard and hair, one-eyed, strong and burly body despite being old, and the gleaming golden spear that is particularly valuable at first glance. Odin, father, on the ground. The awakened Thor raised his head weakly and looked at Odin, who appeared in front of him. His eyes were full of shame and unwillingness. However, seeing Thor's miserable state, Odin just sighed leisurely. Dear sun god, I apologize to Thor and Loki for their offense. Please also forgive their ignorance and mistakes. Just as Ancient One can see the difference between Wong Hao, Odin can also see the difference between Wong Hao and him. Wong Hao himself didn't realize it was because he was born too short a time, but the aura on his body was completely different from those chaos gods like Odin. So he knew very well that he couldn't afford to mess with Wong Hao. Although he is the king of gods, the lord of Asgard, the king of Asgard, the father of God, the god of wisdom and magic, the great prophet Odin. But he can't afford it. Father. However, Odin traveled thousands of miles to negotiate with Wong Hao through the spirit left in Mjolnir. All he did was to save his son's life. But Thor was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. In his mind, Odin has always been the one who is invincible and always has wisdom in his hands. Even in the most difficult time of Asgard, surrounded by enemies, hidden worries inside and enemies outside, Odin is still the man who is the leader of all Asgard. Pillars of the mind. No, father, you can't beg him for mercy. Wait, you are not Odin. Who are you? Dare to impersonate the great Odin. Damn soul. The dark clouds rolled in the sky, and the thunder sounded. Thor wanted to absorb the power of the thunder to repair himself and replenish his divine power. He wanted to continue fighting for Asgard. Boom! The small silver hammer flew up through the air and then precisely hit Thor's head, making this unyielding, tenacious, unyielding warrior bravely and gloriously rush to the street. Then Odin's projection beckoned, summoning the hammer back. It seems that the lesson I taught him last time was not enough. Great sun god, please keep this hammer until you think this idiot is qualified to master it again. Definitely, you can also let this heroic warrior use it to fight. Odin glanced over the captain, then looked at Wong Hao, waiting for his response. Wong Hao took the hammer casually, and this time, he clearly felt the thunder power inside the hammer, or a certain symbol. Holders can get the power of Thor. However, Wong Hao also clearly discovered that it wasn't that he didn't want to use this divine power, but that when the electric current touched him, a stronger and hotter force would force it away. To put it bluntly, it is actually Wong Hao's sun power that won't let him. Odin's figure slowly dissipated. Wong Hao played with the small hammer in his hand, but he got tired of playing it after a while. After all, there is no setting that can't be lifted and the ability to transform into Thor. It is a simulation of a certain treasure. The product doesn't really make any difference. Wong Hao casually handed Mjolnir to the captain, who was still a bit confused. It's still up to you to keep it. If you need it, you can lift it up, and then you can transform into the god of thunder. The captain looked at the hammer in his hand and recalled the scene of Tianlei empowerment when he encountered it for the first time just now. Although the transformation was interrupted by Wong Hao, he still received some information, so he did not refuse the offer. Gift. Now it's time to fight. So don't make good use of such a powerful force. Refuse. It's not that he's out of his mind. The one just now is Odin. It's just a projection of him. It's changed by the power he left in the hammer. I have to say that the old guy who has lived for tens of thousands of years can be a man. Looking back now, Wong Hao still feels unfulfilled. It didn't take long for Odin to leave the stage, but the set of operations was smooth and smooth. First, he belittled Thor and Loki, and then praised Wong Hao from the beginning to the end. You're also great. As the saying goes, do not hit the smiling face. Odin is so generous. Wong Hao listens comfortably. Even if he is angry, he will disappear, and if he is not angry, he will be even more happy. As a result, the son's life was saved, and what was lost was nothing more than an insignificant period of tempering in God's long life. As for giving the hammer to Wong Hao, it's a matter of course. Even if he doesn't give it, can Wong Hao take it back? It is still possible for him to exist in the body, but what can a projection do? But he lowered his profile and said that he would hand it over to Wong Hao, and his attitude was completely different. Then Wong Hao would feel embarrassed, even if he wanted it. Moreover, Wong Hao was just using it for fun, so it would be shameful for him to fight with a small hammer. So the seemingly intense conflicts and contradictions were easily resolved by Odin, and everyone was happy. No wonder he is the god of wisdom. He really has wisdom. Wong Hao laughed and said he felt comfortable too. Who wouldn't be comfortable being complimented by a big guy like Odin? The farce finally came to an end, and Natasha Romanoff flew the plane back to pick them up again. Only this time, there were two more people with bruised noses and swollen faces on the plane. Wait, where's Tony? Just as the plane was about to take off, the captain suddenly remembered that he still had a teammate, but at a glance, the surroundings were in a mess, and there was no sign of Tony. It's just that the surroundings were pitch black, especially when Wong Hao involuntarily ignited a flame just now. The scorching sun and real fire burned the surroundings into a mess, and there were flying ashes everywhere. Wait a minute, I'll light up. With a snap of fingers, a ball of light appeared in the sky, and the night turned into day, so everyone who was still active on the plane got down and started searching. In the end, after searching for a long time, someone found a stunned bastard among the ashes. Is he a fool? Why doesn't he run away? The gold and red battle armor is already in tatters. Although it can withstand some thunder and lightning bombardment, and even has the function of charging, Thor just opened up. In a lightning storm, there is such a thunder and electric shock, no matter how strong the steel armor can resist it. It is not invincible. Fortunately, life is big, not dead. After Wong Hao violently tore open the damaged armor, Natasha Romanoff checked and finally determined that he still had a heartbeat. It is estimated that this thing saved him. Wong Hao tapped the reactor on Tony's chest. In addition to being used as an electromagnet, this thing is also equivalent to a pacemaker. Such a powerful electric current is enough to stop this guy's heart hundreds of times after defeating the defense of the armor, and his heart is still there. Beating, it can only be this spare heart that saved him. So, in the end, the number of people on the plane was unknown, and there were 3 people in a panic. At the same time, in a certain parallel time and space, a group of people gathered together. Okay, just to make sure again, Captain, Banner, Little Thing, and Elle, the 4 of us head to New York in 2012. Banner goes to find a juggler, and the 3 of us take the Tesseract and Mind Scepter. The Quinjet landed slowly on the deck of the helicarrier. Except for a certain Iron Man who was electrocuted and somewhat insane, Thor and Loki, who were extremely physically fit, had already woken up. Definitely, the 2 of them didn't dare to continue to make trouble. They just sat in the plane with big eyes and small eyes. Should we lock him up too? The agent who came to escort Loki took a look at Thor, who was in a panic, and turned to look at his chief, Black Widow. The Widow, on the other hand, kept staring at Wong Hao, smiling silly while watching, and a blush appeared on her face. As for that kind of smile, there's a special adjective, idiot smile. It usually occurs when a Star Chaser girl or a Star Chaser aunt can't help the surge of hormones when she sees Xiao Shinro, and starts to fantasize about dream weddings and flower beds, and even include various so-called romantic scenes that only appear in TV dramas and movies. Ahem, no need. Nick Fury appeared in time. He first glanced at Natasha Romanoff, made up his mind in his heart that he must keep his female agent as far away from Wong Hao as possible, and then stared at Thor. We're on the same side now, and I hope you can recognize the reality. Loki is our common enemy and threat, so are you awake? At times like this, Nick Fury showed his mettle as a leader. Although Thor's appearance was not very friendly, he was a person who had fought side by side with S.H.I.E.L.D. His behavior also proved that he was on the side of justice and human beings. Well, Thor is worth fighting for. Wong Hao said, what Loki brings is a war, what he brings is an army. Regarding Nick Fury's question, the disheartened Thor just glanced at Wong Hao again. Like Natasha Romanoff, his focus has been on Wong Hao. And when he did this, it naturally showed his attitude. He was waiting for Wong Hao to speak, or in his opinion, only what Wong Hao said counted here. So everyone's eyes turned to Wong Hao. Why do you look at me? If you want to come, come. How can I stop you? I'm not a member of your Superboy group. Hearing what Wong Hao said, everyone realized that Wong Hao is currently participating in these matters as a consultant hired by Nick Fury, and he really did not agree to join the Avengers Alliance. Oh, a man with a slanted mouth and squinting eyes was lying on a stretcher, trying to make his own voice. Even though he was paralyzed by the electric shock, he still fought on the front line. This kind of spirit of being physically disabled and able to survive serious injuries is really admirable. Bring him down for treatment first. Nick Fury rubbed his forehead and quickly asked the agent to take this shameful guy away. But Thor on the side also made his own choice. I will help you. Loki is from Asgard. His fate can only be decided by Asgard. Moreover, I also want to see what kind of person can be recognized by Mjolnir. As Thor spoke, he turned his head and looked at the captain who was holding a small hammer. This time he just lost the hammer. Just like after the hammer was crushed in the movie, his own power was not sealed by Odin, so he still has the physical fitness and fighting power far for Superman. It's just that it's impossible to get the hammer back, and Wong Hao has to agree to it. The face of the captain stared at by Thor remained unchanged. The power of the hammer was astonishing, allowing him to have the power of thunder, and its effect was far beyond that of the military boxing in the movie. At such a critical juncture, he obviously wouldn't hand it over easily. Besides, it was Odin's permission, and he didn't snatch it. In this way, Thor finally joined the big family of the Avengers Alliance, and everyone came to the interior of the mothership together, and Nick Fury and others also learned more about the Chitauri army led by Loki. Originally, they only knew that there was such an army from Wong Hao, but they didn't know the specific information at all. But now, they think it's better not to know. Everyone in the Avengers Alliance was busy discussing these matters, while Wong Hao ran to Banner's workshop, where he was studying Loki's psychic scepter. Mind gem, do I have a mind ability? Staring at the scepter on the table, while Banner was doing various scans with the instrument, Wong Hao suddenly looked up at him. Dr. Banner. Oh, what's the matter? Banner, who was working hard, was taken aback by Wong Hao, and then stared at him blankly, wondering why this great master went crazy. To be honest, on the entire helicarrier, Wong Hao is the person Banner feels most comfortable with. The agents of SHIELD made Banner feel nervous all the time. After all, he used to be hunted down by the government every day and shot and fired at every turn. Now seeing people in uniforms is a bit psychologically disturbing. As for the captain is too old-fashioned, and several years have passed. Either he and the captain can't get together, or the captain can't get along with all of them. On this ship, apart from Wong Hao, there may be only one Tony who can chat with him normally. But unfortunately, that baby is still lying on the hospital bed, and the sequelae of electrotherapy have not recovered yet. So, after all the calculations, only Wong Hao can give Banner a normal atmosphere to get along with. Well, what do you think the sun represents? What does the sun represent? Banner, holding the detection instrument in his hand, looked at the cold laboratory and the scepter on the table, and then glanced at Wong Hao, who looked at him expectantly. If I remember correctly, this guy is the sun god. Don't you ask me this question if you don't know. I'm a scientist. The sun Isn't that a cosmic celestial body undergoing large-scale nuclear fusion? Well, the sun, it represents light. Wong Hao looked at Banner with a smile and nodded. What else? Also, it represents flame. Strength? Greatness? Mortal emperors like to use the sun symbol to decorate themselves and flaunt themselves. Let me think about it again, and justice is also a symbol of masculinity, just like the moon's symbol of femininity. Banner smiled, then met Wong Hao's expectant eyes and fell into thinking again. Master, ruler, sky, time and space. By the way, there is still hope. When the last word came out of Banner's mouth, Wong Hao's eyes lit up. He knew he had found what he was looking for. He knows all the previous things, and he can even say more. Those are the abilities he is trying to understand, such as time and space. The sun is the most primitive means of recording time for human beings. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west to rise again to represent the passing of a day. This is the most basic means of dividing time before determining hours, minutes, years, and seconds. In ancient times, humans used sundials to record changes in time. So the sun is also a symbol of time changes and the god of time. Definitely, touching time is the direction of Wong Hao's future efforts. And this time, he discovered something that he has been ignoring. Hope. The sun makes the dawn. The sun represents the light. The sun gives life to all things. And these things together create hope. Hope is not a specific thing or substance or energy. It is virtual, but it is the most possible force. Moreover, it is also the power to communicate with the soul that Wong Hao seeks. Hope, where is it? Ignoring Banner anymore, Wong Hao closed his eyes, and the words of hope echoed in his mind, recalling those beautiful pictures about human beings in his memory, and the fire of hope ignited in despair. Afterwards, he felt and discovered a ray of power permeating the depths of the soul of life. Between the sparks of life, there are clusters of lights of hope supporting them. It is hope that makes them fight for the future. If the future is dark, who will continue to embrace the future? If there is only darkness left in life, who cares about the time ahead? On the helicarrier, everything disappeared, and in Wong Hao's spiritual vision, there were only clusters of lights of hope left, and among them, the most intense flame was still that man. Captain, but the question is, how to use this power? The spiritual power is activated, but Wong Hao also began to wonder whether the power of hope can be used directly, or is it just to inspire people? The answer is definitely no. When Wong Hao continued to explore, he discovered that there's a light of hope in every living being. After all, this is also one of the sources of life. But the ray of hope is not indifferent to reality. When this kind of spiritual power is condensed, it has the effect of changing everything and changing reality. Still, Captain, this man with the most radiant light of hope. When Wong Hao focused his vision on him, he was surprised to find that the power of hope was resisting the invasion of reality, and combined with something in his body after that, strengthen his body. Super Soldier Serum. Wong Hao soon determined that the substance in the captain's body was definitely Super Soldier Serum. There are many super soldiers, but in fact, the captain's Super Soldier Serum is the only one. Many super soldiers, including Winter Soldier, Natasha Romanoff, and Black Panther, have been injected with similar strengthening serums, but none of those serums can match the effect of the captain. This is not to say that the changes in physical strength, the effect of the serum of Winter Soldier, is actually more obvious than that. But those who really understand will find that whether it is Winter Soldier or Black Panther, their strengthening is one-sided, limited to the body and bodily functions. And the captain's strengthening is not just as simple as getting stronger physically. His brain has also become more developed, and his spiritual has also become stronger. But now it seems that the reason for this is probably the result of the combination of the light of hope in the captain's body and the super soldier. Changing reality, I suddenly had some bold ideas. Wong Hao opened his eyes, and in front of him was Banner, who was still thinking about what the sun represented. But this time, in Wong Hao's eyes, a ray of golden light shone in Banner's body. Bruce, do you believe the future will be better? Oh, what? Do you believe that no matter how twists and turns the reality is, how difficult it is, no matter how miserable the world is, everything will still be better and better? The power of invisible affects Bruce's psychology, and he can't help recalling the painful bits and pieces of the past. However, in addition to those pains and sorrows, he is still running hard, changing, and trying to save him. Own. Yes, I believe. Then believe in me. Let me give you hope. In the golden light, a ray of light turned into a silk thread and then threw it into Wong Hao's body. It's still too weak, after all. It's the result of my mental impact. Walking in the corridor, Wong Hao was playing with his newly acquired power. The power of faith, the power of God, the power of will is probably such a thing, but it has the ability to rewrite reality. In theory, it can even create the world. This made Wong Hao can't help but think of that magic stick. Creating the world in 7 days, making wind and rain everywhere. Could it be that he is collecting this kind of power? This is not impossible. The guy Jehovah is supposed to be the god of light, but in the end he turned into such a magic stick perhaps because he discovered this power. At least in Wong Hao's opinion, this kind of power is not inferior to any extraordinary power he has known and come into contact with. If there are enough, it is not impossible to use this thing to become a god of the universe, or even transcend the universe. Then did he fail? Or did he leave this world after succeeding? Wong Hao rationally thinks that he should have left this universe after being successful. After all, compared with other Earth gods, he has the most beliefs, but the actual behavior is the least. Needless to say, the Nordic gods represented by Thor, the Olympus gods from Zeus have also appeared. In the comics, Hercules has appeared a lot. The same is true for the Eastern god system and the Nile River god system, but the guy with the most beliefs is mysterious and ashamed. Except for Ghost Rider, the guy created by him, who shows up from time to time to show that he is real. I am afraid that some people think that there is no such god on Earth in the Marvel world. You are here. The sudden sound made Wong Hao stop thinking, and when he looked up, it was the captain. What's wrong? Seeing the captain in a hurry, Wong Hao paid more attention to the light of hope in his body. If this guy takes the initiative to believe in me, he should be able to increase a lot of this power. Wong Hao thought so. It's Thor. He said the power of the sun god can heal injuries. So we want to ask you if you can heal Stark. After all, we really need him right now. As the only two technical experts in the Avengers Alliance, Tony is still very important, not only in combat, but also because he can help Dr. Banner track the Tesseract. Wong Hao just wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. The sun is the source of all life on the Earth. Without the sun, the Earth is just a cold planet hundreds of degrees below zero. Then, it is not surprising that Wong Hao, as the sun god, can also be called the god of life, has the power to heal life. Okay, let me try it. Walking to Stark's bedside, the mothership is naturally equipped with medical soldiers, but Stark's condition is actually very simple. It is just a nervous system disorder caused by excessive electrotherapy. Many of his nerves were burned by the powerful electric current. Although the main body was not touched, it would not be a matter of one day to recover. At least he would have to lie in bed for a month or so before regaining his mobility. At the moment, when he saw Wong Hao approaching, Tony, whose eyes were slanted and mouth slanted, was clear-headed, but his body was really out of control, and he couldn't talk to him, so he could only whine in vain. Okay, I see, let me see. Asking the nurse to step aside, Wong Hao took a look at Tony's appearance, and then put his hand on his arm. Life force. Under Wong Hao's induction, the field of vision changed again, the light of hope disappeared, and then the life force that represented the existence of life appeared. This is it. Among this helicarrier, the most active and powerful life force is naturally Wong Hao, followed by the two gods Thor and Loki, and then Banner. In the next row is the captain and Natasha Romanoff. And Tony's breath of life was the weakest of them all. That's it. A ball of light appeared on Wong Hao's hand, and with his movements, the light gradually became stronger, and then completely wrapped Tony, who was lying on a hospital bed, penetrating into his body. Wong Hao focused his gaze, and suddenly, everything in Tony's body was clearly revealed. The damaged body, broken tissues, and burned nerves all came into his vision. Then a burst of light entered. Under the radiance of light, the damaged body quickly began to recover. Nerves, muscles, tissues, and organs began to heal and regenerate at an extremely fast speed. A clearly visible voice shouted from Tony's mouth. He now feels like drinking a glass of iced lemonade in the dog days of summer. His heart is cold, and his heart is flying. It's a bit like the 12th lunar month of winter, returning to a warm room from the cold wind of tens of degrees below zero, and the warm ginger soup in the mouth instantly dispels the cold. Yes, I will solve this problem for you. The light is still repairing Tony's body. This life force is extremely majestic, but to Wong Hao, it's just a drop in the ocean, not worth mentioning at all. So, he directly lifted the quilt on Tony's body, buttoned it down with his big hand, and he directly pulled off the luminous object on Tony's chest. Stock. The reactor was pulled down with flesh and blood, and the captain outside screamed because in his eyes, there was still a beating heart in the pile of flesh and blood. Yeah, I've used a lot of strength. Seeing the heart still dripping with blood, Wong Hao smiled embarrassedly, while Tony, who was pale on the hospital bed, looked at the lump of flesh with a face of shock. His hands and feet twitched, and he was about to die on the spot. Seeing Tony rolling his eyes, hands and feet twitching, looking like I'm about to die, Wong Hao quickly gathered another ball of life force, and then directly pressed Tony into it. Tony, who was about to act and die on the spot a second ago, was pressed, and the whole person sat up straight, his eyes widened. Glancing at Wong Hao, Tony suddenly remembered the hole in his chest before he finished speaking, and quickly looked down. It didn't matter at first glance. The hole in the chest was stinging with blood, and the main arteries spurted blood crazily. After a while, the hospital bed was dyed red. I'm dead. Tony closed his eyes and fell back, but Wong Hao grabbed him. Why do you want to die? You still want to die with me. As he said that, Wong Hao casually threw the reactor and heart aside, and then Invisible's power condensed and directly blocked the big hole in Tony's chest. The life force can indeed restore Tony's injuries, but the problem is Tony's recovery rate is a bit too slow. The huge and incomparable life force made it impossible for him to die. Even if he was blown to pieces, he could still jump up and down as long as he was put together. Although the supply of life force greatly shortened the recovery time of the cells, he was an ordinary human after all, and the efficiency of the cells was limited. This is the same as you drink different fuels from the engine. The better the oil, the higher the combustion efficiency, and the performance of the engine will also improve, but this does not mean that it can exceed its limit. So Tony doesn't have the perverted resilience of Wolverine and Deadpool. He just doesn't die. Every cell of him will maintain a strong activity, but recovery still takes a certain amount of time. And during this time, the blood spurted out of his body alone would probably be able to completely dye the helicarrier red. After all, compared with the speed of heart regrowth, the speed of blood production is faster. And now, Wong Hao is rebuilding a heart for him. And this time, he didn't use pure life force, but the power of faith transformed by the light of hope combined with life force. Body reconstruction. The power of faith transformed by the light of hope has unimaginable power, and it can do everything in theory. However, absorbing the little power of faith given by Banner was obviously not enough to repair Tony's injury, so Wong Hao changed his method. He used the power of faith as the foundation, integrated Wong Hao's life force, and then turned this power into a program. As long as this force enters the injured person's body, it will stimulate the injured's body cells, allowing these cells to break through the limit in a short time, and use powerful energy as a backing to repair the damaged parts. In fact, Wong Hao himself could do it because he already possessed the most critical life force, and what needs to be learned and explored is only about its application method. But the power of faith works well here, and it can do everything you want it to do. So, using the power of faith, Wong Hao easily mastered the method of healing with the power of life. Well, the cure for humans. Is this magic? Divine magic? Watching Tony's heart grow in the blink of an eye, Wong Hao stroked his smooth chin. He originally planned to go to Kamartaj to learn a little magic and understand more ways to use his ability. After all, other gods have lived for thousands of years at every turn, and even tens of thousands of years and hundreds of thousands of years. As for the use of power, even a pig's brain can almost understand it after so many years. But he only became a god for 3.5 days, that's all. But now it seems that if you have the power of faith, what spells do you need to learn? At Wong Hao's fingertips, the rich power of life turned into a rune. From now on, if Wong Hao wants to heal a certain human being, he only needs to use this rune to mobilize his own power. Time-saving, efficient, and convenient. Not only did I learn new skills, but I also got a master key. It is only now that Wong Hao knows the correct use of the power of faith and his own divine power, which is of great significance to him. Because from now on, he is more like a god than a super ability with all kinds of strange abilities. I hate you. On the bloody bed, Tony opened his eyes and let out a long sigh of relief, then looked at Wong Hao and said his first words after being reborn. There is no way. It is difficult for anyone to look normal when facing a person who digs out his heart and lungs. But this feeling is really good. I feel like I can play a friendly match with 10 chicks now. Tony jumped off the bed. Although his body was covered with bright red blood, after all his heart had been dug out, the blood was sprayed everywhere, but he was full of energy at the moment, not at all like a person who had just escaped from death. Elle injected a little too much vitality just now, so your state of unlimited energy will last for a long time. It is conservatively estimated that it will take about a month or two to return to normal. Unless you are constantly seriously injured and dying, definitely you can't die. Even if you become a piece of meat, as long as you mix them together, you can recover. Earlier, because he was worried that Tony would really burp, Wong Hao slapped a lot of vitality, which was really a lot, enough to restore youth to a 90-year-old man. I'll take back what I just said. I'm starting to like you a little bit now. The sun is a masculine symbol, so I'm only interested in women or goddesses. Also, aren't you going to change your clothes? Has anyone ever told you that your blood stinks? After the voice fell, Wong Hao disappeared directly into the room, and Tony also lowered his head and sniffed, and then immediately showed a disgusted look. Blood is naturally stinky, and hemoglobin is also protein. And as long as it is protein, it will emit a peculiar stench after oxidation, such as rotten eggs and spoiled meat, which is also the origin of the bloody smell. And Wong Hao didn't say it's okay. When he said that, everyone in the room turned disgusted and ran out one by one, holding their noses. Hey, don't all go. I didn't bring any clothes to change. And where's your bathing place? Wong Hao, who had slipped away early, laughed when he heard the shouts behind him, and then he focused on his magic again. The power of faith combined with his special ability can do many things he has thought and never thought of, such as weapons. Before, he condensed a lightsaber and named it Xinyuan's sword, and held it to fight Thor. But in fact, the sword is just pure photopolymerization, a mass of energy, and it doesn't matter what shape it is. As for the sharpness and toughness that a divine sword should have, or other functions, those do not exist. But it is different now. As long as he has enough power of faith, he can create a powerful enough sword with light energy. With the power of faith as bone and his light power as flesh and blood, the power of this divine sword will not be inferior to Thor's Mjolnir. Moreover, just replenishing the power of light from time to time, then this sword can always exist, including giving it to other people to use and so on. I can still create life. If forging weapons isn't good enough, what about creating life? With Wong Hao's ability, it is not difficult to create a body, but the preciousness of life lies in the soul, and the soul is precisely the very few parts that Wong Hao has not touched. At least no one has said that the sun is the master of the soul, the nemesis of souls and ghosts, but no one has ever said that the master and creator of the soul. In most myths, the sun is the nemesis of ghosts and demons, and it is the existence that they must die when they touch it. It is common sense that neither Eastern ghosts nor Western ghosts can appear under the sun, but this also leads to Wong Hao being unable to create souls. But the power of faith can do this. Coupled with Wong Hao's power of life, Wong Hao has the ability to create life. The power of faith, the power of will, where can I get it? The places with the most vows are naturally temples and churches, but those belong to other people, to other gods. The only thing Wong Hao has obtained so far is the belief from Banner, which was influenced by his spiritual ability. Not to mention that this belief is not firm, it is also very unstable. If divided according to the level of dubious believers, weak believers, strong believers, and fanatics, Banner only belongs to weak believers. Strong believers already believe in Wong Hao very firmly, and are willing to go to the risk of death for Wong Hao, such as fighting a jihad with heretics for him. But if it touches on principles, such as Wong Hao asking him to kill his lover, then he may have some hesitation, and there is a high probability that he will not do it in the end. As for fanatics, there is no hesitation at all to die for Wong Hao, and to kill one's lover for Wong Hao, and to do anything without hesitation. But fanatics are extremely difficult to obtain. After all, human beings have complicated minds, definitely, and it is precisely because of this that there is such a strong light of hope that they can obtain such power of faith. New York wars. This is an opportunity. War has always been a place where despair spreads, and it has always been a place where hope is born. In today's era, the overall situation remains peaceful, and the upcoming New York war is undoubtedly the best opportunity. As the largest city in the world, New York City has a floating population plus a permanent population of 30 million. Although the damage caused by the Chitauri invasion is only limited to Manhattan, it is a highly populated area in New York. Million. As for the millions of people, as long as Wong Hao performs well and saves them from the fire and water, it will be easy to gain some power of faith. But this may require Tony's cooperation. Wong Hao is no novice. Living in the information age, he naturally understands the importance of phishing media in the information age. So, after Tony took a shower and put on clean clothes, Wong Hao pulled him aside. What kind of means should be used to deal with what kind of people? The same goes for preaching. Banner has had a hard time the past few years, so promised to keep him from suffering forever. Is it hard to separate him from Hulk? Well, it might have been a bit difficult before, but now that Wong Hao has mastered the power of faith, it is very easy. And likewise, what does Tony need? Stay young forever. What did you say? The golden gun will not fall. What do you mean? Little Goga doubles in size. No, just say it if you have something to say. Can I help you? Bring your parents back to life. Make a deal. Tony's eyes were fixed on Wong Hao. All doubts and principles were put aside. Even if Wong Hao asked him to help Loki win this war, he might have to think about it. The result of consideration is definitely still unwilling. Brother, can you really revive my parents? And what is it? You don't really want me to help Loki betray the Earth. In this regard, Wong Hao just smiled mysteriously. I want you to believe in me. Believe in me like they believe in God. Believe that I can bring you light. Believe that I can give you hope. Tony wanted to say that he definitely believed in Wong Hao, but he soon realized that the meaning was different. I'll believe in science. Tony sighed. As a scientist, as a materialist, as a believer in God, this is a very difficult thing, because the two are things that run counter to each other, rather than a three-way road, which leads to the same goal. For Tony, everything in this world can be analyzed. Gods and divine power are just a way of life at a higher level, and they're just a kind of power that has not yet been discovered and used. Magic is science. This is Tony's motto. Just like when Dr. Stephen Strange met Ancient One. Before Ancient One opened his spiritual world and let him see the multi-universe with a spiritual perspective, Strange didn't believe in magic at all. He understood all the practice theories described by Ancient One, and all the mental impact material things as new medical technologies, which have not yet been made public and have no new technologies for clinical trials. And Tony is even more extreme. Strange is just a doctor who is at the forefront of technology, but he is not a scientist who pursues the limits of science. For Tony to believe in God, it is tantamount to letting him give up everything he believed in and pursued in the first half of his life. Is it okay to change the request? This is really a bit difficult. I don't know how to convince myself. If believing in Wong Hao can save his parents, Tony is definitely willing, but his worldview has already been established, and it is so difficult to break it, which is tantamount to reshaping him as a person. It's not impossible, but resurrecting them can't be for no reason, and it can't be so easy. In a world of gods, the basic rule is equivalent exchange. Mortals pay piety, and I get what I want. So, what price are you willing to pay? Wong Hao is expressionless, staring directly at Tony. The Stark Group is worth more than 980 billion, plus my arc reactor, its value is only high but not low. Do you think I need money? Or do you think I'll be short of money? I can even repair your heart. How rich do you think are willing to exchange their wealth for their lives? Touching his chest, feeling the strong beating, Tony gave a wry smile. Indeed, can more money buy life? As long as the news is conveyed, countless aging rich people are willing to pay sky-high prices to ask Wong how to continue his life. That price, even with the Stark Group, Tony still thinks it's an astronomical figure. Then what else do I have? You're looking for me for no reason. If it is for faith, I think the captain is definitely more suitable than me. Wong Hao secretly said in his heart, I think so too. The captain is indeed more suitable to be his disciple. There is even a chance to develop into a strong believer. A fanatic has no chance. He is a person with strong principles, but a strong believer is very likely. But that's something later. What Wong Hao is looking for now is not just one person, but many people. Well, you help me build a church, use your wealth, publicize through the media, 10 believers, I will give you the first reward, 100 believers will be the second, and so on, 10,000 believers, I will resurrect your parents for you. This is mainly because Wong Hao doesn't know how difficult it is to resurrect people, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Because Wong Hao remembers very clearly that there is no concept of reincarnation in the Marvel Universe. Except for a certain big shot who will reincarnate by himself, other lives will live forever in the decedent country after their souls die. That is the world of the dead, one of the 5 creation gods. And in this case, the difficulty of resurrection will be much, much lower. After all, if there is reincarnation, these decades have passed, and the two of them must have been reincarnated as other people long ago. It is hard to say whether they are on the earth, or they may have turned into animals. Howard Stark started out as an arms dealer, and he has a lot of blood on his hands. Facing the solution proposed by Wong Hao, Tony nodded after thinking for a moment. It was indeed a solution that didn't embarrass him, but it did solve the problem that as for the establishment of churches to preach. Anyway, believing in religion is not forced by others. It is what you are willing to believe in. Besides, Wong Hao is a sun god, representing justice and light. So what else is there to say? Just do it. Thinking about it this way, there was no need for Tony to stay here any longer. He had to go back and contact Pepper to acquire several well-known media, both traditional and online, and then there was the issue of establishing a church, which also had to find a special person. I'll ask them for a plane to go back to New York first. The armor was burned, and Tony had to go back by plane, and speaking of planes, as it happened, a plane just flew next to the helicarrier. Whoosh! An arrow accurately hit the hood after calculating various factors, such as wind force, air humidity, and acceleration of gravity. Boom! After a violent explosion, there was a shake of the mothership. Wong Hao glanced outside through the clairvoyance and immediately slapped his head. Damn, why did you forget this one? After arresting the 2 Loki brothers and returning, Wong Hao has been busy studying his newly acquired power of faith, and he has not heard anything outside the window, so the scene where Hawkeye came to rescue Loki was forgotten by him. But it's not a problem, as long as the plan is still going on over there. The light flowed, and as the ability became more sophisticated, the range that Wong Hao could see also became farther away. And as far as he could see, New York, on the roof of the Stark building, Dr. Hillwig was erecting a wormhole generator. War is coming. As Wong Hao was busy exploring his new ability, Hawkeye's rescue operation was as sudden as shown in the movie. While everyone was busy with their own business, 2 engines were destroyed by Hawkeye, one after another, losing power. If we lose one more engine, we'll go down. The words of the technical agent were quickly conveyed to the Avengers by Nick Fury. Damn it, my Mark 6 is completely damaged. and the equipment on the mothership cannot be repaired at all. Tony looked annoyed. Among the Avengers, he and Thor were the only ones with high-altitude compatibility, but according to Nick Fury, Thor was busy restraining the Berserk Hulk right now. He's been tricked after all. Hulk was summoned with little hindrance under the influence of the Mind Gem, and is now wreaking havoc. Wong Hao, let Mr. Wong Hao help. Nick Fury yelled as he fought the men Hawkeye had brought. Okay, I can help, but what do you want me to help? Help Thor subdue the Hulk, or solve the problem that this ship is about to fall. Nick Fury's voice was so loud that even though Wong Hao didn't have a headset, he could hear it through the thing in Tony's ear. I'll think you can help Thor subdue Hulk. As for the engine problem, let me and the captain go. Can't he use that hammer to fly? Tony quickly thought of a way to get the best of both worlds. Wong Hao had no objection to this, but he said something softly when he turned to leave. Equivalent exchange. Don't forget, I helped Nick Fury catch Loki, which is more than offset by him treating me to dinner, allowing me to visit as a child's homage, and saving this mothership. Then he owes me one. What is an equivalent exchange? This is definitely just Wong Hao's casual statement, and this is only done out of his own will, but it is indeed necessary. Wong Hao's ability is too strong for them. If there is no such restriction, then they will come to Wong Hao when they encounter something. Then what will he become? Doryman? Wong Hao's reminder made Tony's face more serious, and he remembered that although getting along with Wong Hao made him look like a friend, in fact, they did not exist on the same level. El will tell him, and I believe he will make a clear judgment. After the voice fell, Wong Hao's figure had disappeared into the corridor, and after Tony took a deep breath, he quickly contacted the captain and walked towards the engine room. Boom! The hard concrete and steel plate ground was stepped out of a huge amount of deep pit. A big green foot slammed, and then the body rushed forward like a cannonball. Bodah's fist set off a violent blow, and a second later, a figure in armor flew out backwards, smashing a carrier-based aircraft into 2 pieces. Hundan, I'm your teammate. Among the steel wreckage, Thor with disheveled hair got up and glared at Hulk, who was even more violent than him. Then he jumped up with a roar, and his heavy fists fell like raindrops, hitting Hulk's body. Although he lost his little hammer, Thor is a god after all. His divine body and thousands of years of fighting experience make him not inferior to Hulk in mere hand-to-hand combat. The fan-like palms pinched from both sides. Thor, who was very strong in the eyes of ordinary people, looked like a child compared to Hulk. He quickly raised his arms to resist the attack of the green skin monster. What? As Thor of Asgard, Thor's combat power is proven by time, accumulated from battle victories over thousands of years. But the point is, there's never a shortage of people in this world who knock your self-confidence down. Hulk, a green monster born under a huge amount of gamma radiation, even suppressed Thor in terms of physical strength. The angrier and stronger he was, his strength swelled to the peak under the guidance of Mind Gem. Even though Thor was extraordinary, he could only be beaten passively without the hammer. It's over, another floor. The shivering SHIELD agent hiding in the corner watched Thor being hugged by Hulk. First punched him twice with the explosive hammer, and then punched through to the next floor with a slap. His heart was suddenly gloomy. If the fight continues, these 2 men will finish dismantling the helicarrier. However, Hulk's anger has not yet been vented. He'll really want a god to save us. An agent clasped his hands together, closed his eyes, and prayed. Idiot, the one who got hammered was Thor. The companion next to him tapped his head. Then, what about the sun god? That sun god seems to be stronger than Thor, right? Yes, where's our sun god? As soon as the words fell, a ray of light suddenly appeared in this messy place. Wong Hao, who rushed over like a stroll in the yard, was smiling, and the soft sunlight radiated from his body, reassuring every fearful and desperate agent and igniting hope. Those who believe in me will not suffer. Those who believe in me will not enter reincarnation. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. I am light, I am hope, and I'm the god of the sun. Chuanchuan's words penetrated into everyone's heart along with the warm light. Hulk looked back, and in the light, a god was walking towards him. Hulk! The chaotic and violent eyes became gentle after touching Wong Hao's holy light, just like a frightened little animal saw its mother. Its heavy breathing became calm, and its bulging muscles began to relax. Hulk murmured in a low voice, his eyes were downcast, his body became smaller and smaller, and finally, a middle-aged man in tattered clothes fell to the ground. I am sorry. Looking at his hands, he looked at the almost destroyed engine room around him, and the agents hiding behind the boxes and walls. Banner's face was full of shame, and his eyes were full of pain and regret. Oh, he shouldn't have come. Appearing in such a crowded place, no matter how careful he is, he still inevitably turns into a disaster. This is too terrible. How many innocent lives will he cause? How many people have suffered grief? Get up. Hope is still there, isn't it? This is not your fault. It is caused by Loki using the psychic scepter to invade your mind. Lifting Banner up from the ground, watching the middle-aged man burst into tears, Wong Hao could clearly sense the pain in his heart from the thread of his belief. So he was angry. I'll bring the dawn and ignite hope for all living beings. But I am also the dusk, marking the end of the world. There is a debtor who has a debtor, and he uses you to hurt others, so use his blood to pay for as his #1 believer. One of his own, Banner was wrong, so Wong Hao could just sit back and ignore it? This war, which was nothing more than a happy game to him, has brought personal emotions from now on. Squeak! There was a sound of sour metal cracking, and before everyone could react, suddenly, the entire helicarrier began to fall freely. In an instant, everyone on the mothership except Wong Hao floated up immediately. They all entered a state of weightlessness and fell together with the mothership. Tony, what were they doing? Seeing the people in the cabin rolling around in a mess, Wong Hao searched and looked outside the mothership. It turned out that no one was repairing the engine that was damaged earlier, and the captain was flying outside with a hammer, but he obviously couldn't provide much help because he knew nothing about motor technology. And Tony, he's swinging in the wind, clinging to some doorknob. Oh, I still have to come. Feeling helpless, Wong Hao didn't hesitate, smashing a certain cabin wall and appearing outside. So what's the situation now? Although it is at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the mothership will have to land for a while based on the acceleration of gravity, but this time will not be too long. Wong Hao hovered beside Tony, asking about the master of electrical engineering. Although no, those two engines suddenly failed. I don't have armor, so I can't fix the broken one. The old man doesn't understand at all. His understanding of electronic equipment is still limited to repairing tape recorders. Can I what to do? Holding onto the doorknob to keep himself from being blown away by the wind, Tony yelled. In this regard, Wong Hao sighed helplessly and then continued to ask, what if I go under this thing and lift it up? Is there anything you can do to fix it? Although I don't know how strong I am, I think the massive sun must be heavier than this helicarrier. Tony's eyes lit up when he heard that, but then he shook his head again. No, you are the only support point, and you will directly penetrate it. I have my own way. It's enough for you to do your own thing well. After finishing speaking, Wong Hao ignored him and flew to the bottom of the mothership with his hand on the bottom of the ship. Superman lifts the plane. It's not too much for me to lift an aircraft carrier, right? Let me do it. The golden light spread rapidly, covering the bottom of the entire mothership. And then, Wong Hao supported his own light curtain with both hands, allowing it to disperse its power to every part of the bottom of the mothership, and a terrifying force erupted. What? The golden light shines brightly. Wong Hao's eyes are like two suns, dazzling and dazzling. And following it is the huge power that shakes the world. The fully loaded helicarrier with a displacement of hundreds of thousands of tons fell from a height of 10,000 meters under the action of gravity acceleration. And its kinetic energy was no less than that of a nuclear bomb with a conventional equivalent. After all, this thing flies into the sky by nuclear power, not aviation fuel. And this force is now all on Wong Hao alone, and it is still concentrated on a person with such a file size, its power can directly penetrate the entire Earth. However, what is shocking is that the mothership was still falling, but the speed of the fall became slower and slower. In the end, at an altitude of less than 5 kilometers from the ground, the mothership stopped out of thin air. Oh my god. Military satellites across the United States all set their sights on this place when they received the rescue signal from SHIELD naturally. They also saw the aircraft carrier lose its power and fell, and witnessed it with their own eyes. A miracle. Maze Fac, what is this? Mom, come out and see God. Jonathan, what was the church you mentioned last time? I think it's better for me to believe. As the camera zoomed in, the figure exuding unparalleled holy light gradually appeared in people's eyes. Under the golden barrier was a pair of hands, supporting the most powerful weapon in the world. Miracle? No, this is a miracle. The whistling sound of the wind whizzed past his ears. Standing on the restored bridge, looking at the man on the screen who raised his hands to support everything, even Nick Fury couldn't help feeling excited. Not to mention those ordinary agents. They hugged each other, lamented that they escaped from death this time, and celebrated that they had passed another difficult day. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the engine lost power and fell freely. At this time, no one could save them. Even if it is the world's #1 U.S. military, in the face of this situation, they will most likely choose to launch a missile. Because this mothership is really about to fall, it's okay to say that if it falls into the sea, if it falls on land, it will be destroyed by the terrible shockwave within a radius of dozens of kilometers. But they survived only because a God saved them. Praise be to you, my son God. An agent clasped his hands together. At this moment, they felt the hope in this man. At the same time, strands of hope echoed with Wong Hao, and strands of faith merged into Wong Hao's divine body, becoming his strength. A part of, not bad. While continuing to push the mothership back to orbit, Wong Hao felt the extra believers he had. These believers are much more than Banner, and the last ones are all weak believers, and there are 2 strong believers among them. And this allowed Wong Hao to replenish the power of faith that had already been exhausted. If he used his spiritual ability to influence Banner and make him a weak believer, then the power of faith from him is 1. Then he now has nearly 40 points of power of faith. Among them, the 2 strong believers contributed 10 points each, and as long as their beliefs did not waver, then this number would accumulate over time and increase every day. This is why Wong Hao thinks this wave is not a loss. A little power of faith can develop healing skills, so with 40 points, there are not too many things that can be done. However, Wong Hao was not in a hurry to use it. He vaguely had an idea, and once that idea was completed, it would be of great help to him. So this power of faith had to continue to accumulate, holding the helicarrier flight for a while, during which time the captain came. Since Wong Hao did not wear their communicator, he could only convey the message in this way. Stark said that the engine is difficult to repair without the armor, so he's now trying to restore the mothership's system and restore the 2 engines that were shut down by the virus. It will take about 10 minutes. Sure enough, after more than 10 minutes, Wong Hao only felt a light hand, and the whirring sound of the engine came again, and the helicarrier resumed its operation. Wong Hao withdrew the light energy barrier, and then flew back to the bridge. Seeing his arrival, everyone stood up one after another. The eyes of ordinary agents were full of gratitude and admiration, while the Avengers were also excited. Thanks. Nick Fury stepped out of the array and said in a deep voice on behalf of everyone, I am the Sun God. Loving the world is part of me. A warm smile appeared on Wong Hao's face, but then, it was as scorching as the scorching sun at noon in July. However, I also represent judgment, and my anger will burn Loki like the midday sun, making him responsible for everything he has done. This is the first time Wong Hao has declared war on Loki. Before that, he was a guest star. After hearing this, Nick Fury was obviously relieved. Wong Hao's participation in the battle is undoubtedly the greatest blessing. But we've lost communication now. We can't even find out where he went. Is his portal open? He'll open his mouth and said, just because your method doesn't work, doesn't mean mine doesn't work. Wong Hao took 2 steps forward, then looked out the porthole. In an instant, All the light in the entire Western Hemisphere was sensed by Wong Hao, and the light from the sun illuminated this half of the earth, which people called daytime. And now, by the decree of the sun god, all the lights are sending their messages to their masters. New York, let's go. Needless to say, after experiencing this failure, the Avengers were all suffocated. They must find Loki and use pain to make him understand what revenge is. Can you take me back first? I need to get some equipment. In the corridor, everyone was arranging their clothes, a Quinjet was already ready on the deck, and Tony suddenly came to Wong Hao and said, knowing that Tony was going back to change his armor, Wong Hao did not refuse. You can also contact various media, not only for my affairs, but also for your poor and pathetic government. Those in power in a country don't even care about the survival of the country. In this capital country, the plutocrats hold power, and the Congress and the White House are just their obedient, loyal dogs. And when did capital have the concept of country and nation? Even if the country's collapse is imminent, they definitely don't care, and they can survive in another place. And there's a high probability that they will make a fortune in times of crisis, which will aggravate the process of its collapse. That's why they launch nuclear bombs without any hesitation when everyone is working hard and desperately. Because that maximizes the benefits. It not only solves the alien invasion of the current enemy, but also solves the enemy that may threaten them in the future, superhero. But Wong Hao definitely wouldn't tolerate being wronged in the slightest. Once those people dared to provoke him, the only way to pay homage was with blood. But at the same time, he also reminded Tony to prepare in advance and take the lead on the fishing boat. Carrying Tony, the golden light swept across the sky, and Wong Hao quickly flew towards New York. Behind him is the captain who was carried away by the hammer after transformation, followed by Natasha Romanoff, Banner, Thor, and others who could not fly without the hammer. In the gloomy, cosmic starry sky, a group of Chitauri troops were ready to go. Then, the space in front of them fluctuated, and the blue portal slowly opened. With an order, the army came out together, and through the hole that looked like some kind of eye, the devil descended. Acknowledge the time. 3, 2, 1, go. A group of people formed a circle, and then pressed the instruments in their hands together. The machine started, the quantum tunnel opened. Everyone shrank constantly, and soon disappeared into the original world. 2 seconds later, the tunnel opened again, and figures came out one by one. How are you all? Before finishing speaking, the speaker's eyes widened. Fact, we're Captain, Tony, Banner, and Scott. Things have changed. At the scene of the New York battle, Wong Hao carried Tony through the sky and landed on the top of the Stark building. Looking around, he didn't see Loki's figure. The guy who was supposed to pretend to be pretending here, and then was blasted by Tony, Thor, and Hulk and turned left early, and he didn't know where he hid. Did you know I would come? The light shifted, and everything in the Manhattan Theater was seen by Wong Hao, but he didn't see Loki's figure. Hide. Let me see how long you can hide. Wong Hao, who was about to use the power of faith to perform a person-finding spell, suddenly paused, looking at the supreme holy place not far away. Here's up to you. Loki is hiding. I'll see if I can find him. Although there are Chitauri all over his head, Wong Hao didn't waste time to deal with them. Loki is the key. The scepter is in his hands. If he doesn't find the scepter, Wong Hao can only drill that hole to deal with the Chitauri army. But even if the army is eliminated, the hole will still not be closed. Whether the power of the Tesseract can be broken by himself is not clear to Wong Hao, but there are shortcuts to take. Why do you want to take a fool? Tony, who ran into the house and started the Mark 7, responded and then saw Wong Hao disappear in place. Hey, you're gone. What shall we do? While wearing a wristband, Tony, who asked JRVS to start quickly, ran outside the house, but there was no one to be seen, but he had already seen Hilwig over there. But after some communication, it was obvious that the key point was Loki and the psychic scepter who was taken away by him. Everyone, that's the way it is. Our sun god is looking for Loki. Only when he finds this guy can the portal be closed. Our task is to rescue those civilians as much as possible and intercept these enemy troops. Putting on the brand new Mark 7, Tony had the confidence to speak, but before he could get any more arrogant, JRVS sounded the siren. The enemy army has attacked massively. The battle of the Avengers has nothing to do with Wong Hao. It is not time for him to come out to save the world. And the key is Loki. Only if he is caught, this farce will end. Hiding. This is not in line with your style. As an arrogant, self-abased, evil god, it is Loki's style to swagger through the market and show off the limelight. But Wong Hao never thought that the pressure he put on him would be so great that when the Chitauri army attacked, he hit up. But it doesn't matter. If there's that person, it shouldn't be difficult to find someone. The body lightly landed on the roof, but this time there was no need for Wong Hao to knock on the door. Ancient One was already waiting on the roof. Sun God. The Ancient One magician bowed slightly, waved a round of magical slash, and sliced a passing Chitauri with a flight weapon in half. Do you know why I'm here? Wong Hao walked up to Ancient One. A ray of light shot up into the sky, like a sharp sword piercing through a Chitauri miscellaneous soldier who didn't have long eyes. This is not very clear. Ancient One didn't lie. In the future she saw, although everything changed because of Wong Hao's arrival, but Wong Hao was not busy dealing with Chitauri. She really didn't know what he came here for. Loki is gone. And he took the psychic scepter. What? Ancient One's complexion changed slightly, and then he lowered his head in thought for a moment. Elle didn't see this future. As soon as the words fell, a green figure leaped up among the tall buildings, and after a few vertical leaps, it landed on the roof of Holy Place, beside Wong Hao and Ancient One. Hello. Huge amounts of Hulk smiled, awkwardly rather than politely. He was about to knock on the door, but he didn't expect someone to be on the roof. Banner? No, Hulk, your gaze. The guy in front of him is naturally Hulk, but the problem is his look is something that only Banner can have. In less than half an hour, Wong Hao really didn't understand why his #1 believer suddenly changed so drastically. What is this power in you? Not only that, Wong Hao also saw a strange power in Banner, ethereal, lingering like a long time. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm here for Strange. Hearing a name that shouldn't have appeared at this time, Wong Hao's eyes moved slightly, and he suddenly thought of a certain possibility. He turned to look at Ancient One, who looked at Hulk and nodded. Yes, it is the power of time and space. He comes from another time and space. As the master of time and space, the sun is the location of space. It determines the east, west, north, and south. It is the separation of time and determines the sun, moon, and year. Therefore, Wong Hao is naturally sensitive to the power of time and space, just like a fish is naturally sensitive to water. At this moment, with the confirmation of Ancient One, Wong Hao also wanted to understand the origin of this abnormal Hulk. Hey, can I trouble you to tell Strange where the magician is? I'm in a hurry to find him. Strange is still undergoing surgery a few blocks away from here. You came at least 5 years earlier. But Banner, I'm curious. Are you sure that I didn't exist in your time and space? The parallel universe is not scary. What is scary is that there are countless travelers themselves in the parallel universe. But the good news is that according to Banner's performance of not knowing himself, Wong Hao should not exist in their time and space. Moreover, if he was there, how could the Earth be forced to travel through time and space to other parallel worlds to collect infinite gems? I really don't know you, sir, but since Strange isn't here, can you please give that to me? I need it to save our world. Banner's thick fingers pointed to the time gem hanging on Ancient One's chest. I'm also sorry, Mr. Banner. It is also related to the safety of our universe. Please forgive me for not giving it to others. Ancient One smiled and shook his head, rejecting Banner's proposal. Time was running out, and Banner didn't have time to spend time with Ancient One. Since he was rejected, he had no choice but to grab it. Caught out with a big hand, Hulk's strong physique is still full of intimidation after being mastered by Banner's consciousness. But, just like in the movie, he underestimated the people here. Hey Bruce, just say what you have to say and don't move your hands. Compared with Banner, the very slender palm was in front of Banner. No matter how hard Banner tried and how he agitated his muscles, nothing changed at all. Wong Hao just stood there like a mountain, not moving even an inch. Okay, let's get down to business first. Ancient One came out from behind Wong Hao, pushed his palm forward, and a much thinner figure emerged from Hulk's figure, and then watched his body fall down with a dazed expression. Sun God, let's find a way to find Loki first. Ignoring the cries of Banner's soul, Ancient One and Wong Hao walked down the stairs, and soon came to the supreme holy place. Loki is the magician with the most ability in Asgard. His ability is not bad, but the supreme holy place has a long history. With these magic tools and the Book of Visandi, it is not difficult to find him. Standing in the study, Ancient One picked up a magic weapon and several other magic materials before walking to the table. With both hands open, Ancient One sketched weird and strange runes on the special paper on the table, and then put various materials into it. With the use of magic tools, a mysterious wave spread around. Found it. The effect of the magic was immediate. Where Loki didn't expect such a powerful secret magician to exist on Earth, so he didn't think about hiding it at all. I'll come back as soon as I go. Well, you can talk to that guy, but the result will wait until I come back. On the top of the building, Hulk in a soul state slapped the small wooden door in vain, but he couldn't pass through the seemingly weak door that actually contained a powerful magic seal. Oh will. Ancient One replied with a smile. It's no wonder that she is smiling. Since the appearance of Wong Hao, the future of the time and space they live in has been completely rewritten, and the final crisis has also dissipated and invisible in a twilight. In other words, the big demon that had been pressing on her heart for hundreds of years has disappeared, and this is not happy. So what is there to be happy about? By the way, haven't you found out yet? Just as Wong Hao turned around and was about to leave to arrest Loki, Ancient One stopped him again. Your divine charm, the sun as a symbol of masculinity, you have been exuding a fatal temptation for women. In fact, you can hide this. When she said this, a slight blush appeared on Ancient One's face. Obviously, even she who had been pure and ascetic for hundreds of years was affected. Otherwise, she wouldn't have specifically reminded Wong Hao of this matter. How to do it? Wong Hao scratched his head. He knew it was happening, but he really didn't expect that this thing could be hidden. And after hearing what Ancient One said, he also remembered that this seemed to be a trouble indeed. It's fine for beautiful women to have a good impression of him, but this thing can't distinguish between beauty and ugliness. As long as they are women, they will be attracted to him. It's just a matter of determination. If he appeared in front of the public in the future, wouldn't it cause large-scale social unrest? Countless women refused to marry unless he was married, and all kinds of married women abandoned their husbands and sons, so he directly became the public enemy of men. His great image of the sun god may collapse before it is established. Seeing Wong Hao's embarrassing smile, Ancient One had such an expression as expected, and then whispered something. These things are not difficult, and they belong to every Shindu society. Otherwise, with the perfection of the gods and the specialness of the gods, each god walking among the crowd is the absolute focus. You can choose to hide a certain aura, or even completely become an ordinary person in the eyes of others. But this method is only useful for ordinary people. Watching Wong Hao quickly grasp the trick and then restrain his masculine charm, Ancient One also heaved a sigh of relief. I've been a nun for hundreds of years, but I almost failed today. After leaving the supreme holy place, Wong Hao quickly found the place according to the direction given by Ancient One. It's not a secluded place, nor is it a bar in a dark alley or an underground place that only special members can enter. In fact, this is in the center of the battlefield, inside a building not far from the wormhole. As Manhattan is the center of the New York economy, various multinational groups and well-known financial institutions are naturally indispensable here, and at this moment, Loki is hiding in one of the buildings. In other words, he didn't hide, he just restrained his aura, put on a suit, removed those gorgeous decorations, and concealed everything on his body, no different from ordinary people. Is this wine good? Standing in the office on the top floor of the building, through the transparent floor-to-ceiling windows, Loki can overlook the entire Manhattan area, including the Stark building not far away. At this moment, he was holding a glass of blood-red wine, watching the purgatory while savoring the sweet taste like blood. However, the sudden appearance of the voice made his complexion change. and then a little light gathered, and a figure appeared in front of him, staring at him through the window. Boom! The glass of the floor-to-ceiling windows turned into powder and drifted with the wind, and the high, level wind blew Loki's shiny hair, setting off the horror in his eyes. No, you can't. Only I know where the scepter is. Loki stepped back with trembling hands. Fear never heard in his voice. He had never been humiliated like that, and he had never suffered like that. Wong Hao doesn't care who he is, and Wong Hao doesn't care what power he has. In front of him, Loki is vulnerable like a child, hysterical, but useless. It's pretty smart to think of hiding the scepter, but how do you think I found you? Standing by the window, Wong Hao stared at Loki, who couldn't stop backing away, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing into the void. Then a figure slowly appeared from the air, and another Loki was holding a scepter, trying to stab the scepter into Wong Hao's body. He also wants to use the power of the psychic scepter to control Wong Hao. But he neglected that false light and shadow might be useful to others. But to Wong Hao, all of Loki's actions are so clear. Loki in a room dissipated into invisible. By the window, Wong Hao grabbed the scepter with one hand and pinched Loki's neck with the other, announcing the end of the game. The invisible light turned into a cage, imprisoning Loki at the top of the Stark building. Wong Hao searched and soon found Tony somewhere. Afterwards, several letters made of light appeared in front of Tony, telling him that the scepter had passed away. Retrieved. After a while, Tony flew back to the roof of his house, took the scepter handed by Wong Hao, and came to the wormhole generator. Give me a few minutes. Wong Hao nodded, looking at the sky again. Then let me clean up these bugs so that you can have more materials for your subsequent promotion. Tony shook his body and looked at Wong Hao with complicated eyes, but in the end it all turned into hope. If believing in you can bring us a better future, then I think I am willing to do so. Moreover, what I believe in is hope, and you are hope. In Wong Hao's field of vision, a ray of strong faith slowly merged into Wong Hao's divine body. After experiencing a real war, seeing blood and fire, seeing death and destruction, and seeing his own powerlessness, Tony has already discovered that what he insists on is so insignificant in front of life. The simplest example is that he used to believe in freedom and believed in freedom. But if someone told him to give up part of his freedom, but those people can live and they don't have to suffer this kind of suffering, he would probably give up that part without hesitation free. Therefore, in a world without Wong Hao, Tony would not hesitate to monitor everyone and put everyone in iron cans for protection, even if it would violate their privacy and their freedom. But at least they won't lose their lives. But now he has a better choice. Believe in Wong Hao, believe in hope, believe in the God of the Sun. In the war-torn Manhattan district of New York, a breathtaking bird song suddenly appeared and resounded through the sky. At that moment, everyone looked at the center of the city, below the wormhole. The sun has risen. For the residents of New York, this is a scene they will never forget in their lifetime. The giant golden bird soared into the sky and turned into a golden sun with flames flying, and those Chitauri who had caused great damage to them fell like raindrops. The sun is rising higher and higher, and the light is getting brighter and brighter. This light is not dazzling, but very soft and comfortable. When the sun appeared below the wormhole, and when the golden crow flapped its wings, a fierce flame turned into a sharp sword, passed through the wormhole, and pierced into the depths of the universe. Intruders should be punished with death. The blazing sun rose, and in the scouting system of the Chitauri fleet, they found themselves as if they had come to the surface of a fixed star. In an instant, a large number of miscellaneous pioneers waiting to go through the wormhole to conquer the Earth were directly reduced to ashes. No, there's no ashes. Perhaps the word evaporation is more appropriate. Flesh and blood have no chance of surviving at a high temperature of 5,000 to 6,000 degrees Celsius. Even though the Zeta Swiss soldiers used a large number of human and mechanical methods to combat ability, it is still difficult to survive in this extreme environment. What's more, temperature is only part of it. After those vanguard miscellaneous soldiers, groups of fleets and fighter planes were annihilated. The Yanyan sword carried an unparalleled shockwave into the depths of space, and what was staged here was a solar storm. Even the weakest solar storm that can be observed by human observation equipment on the surface of the sun contains the energy equivalent to the explosion of tens of billions of giant hydrogen bombs, and its power is enough to destroy the Earth countless times. Definitely, Wong Hao restrained the power of this sword. Although it was separated by a wormhole, it was too powerful and still threatened to affect the Earth. But even so, an extremely tiny solar storm erupted in such a small space, in such a dense fleet group. The consequences would be devastating. Before the Chitauri's fleet even had a chance to send a message, it was reduced to cosmic dust in the endless light. Better than the vaporized flesh, the wreckage of their warship survived. But for life, it is obviously impossible to have survivors. The golden rain was still falling, and everyone looked up to the sky, staring at the unglamorous sun, just because the rain saved them. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers were wiped out by the fire rain, and countless lives were saved and survived. Today is God's day, and in the sky, while spreading his own brilliance, Wong Hao also felt the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy of countless people at this moment. A string of vows born from the light of hope is implicated with him, although there is no publicity yet and there is no church organization. But at this most desperate moment, Wong Hao saved their lives and the lives of their relatives and friends with this gesture, and they were not stingy with their beliefs. And Wong Hao also forgot one thing. This is the country of May, not the country on the other side of the ocean, or perhaps only the people of that country in the world are so special. In other parts of the world, atheism is actually a minority, especially in the so-called developed regions of Europe and America. These areas are economically developed, have a good life, and the average level of education of the people is higher, but unfortunately, the ratio of their belief in gods and religions is even greater. Therefore, when Wong Hao appeared in front of people, a large number of vows poured into his divine body, condensing into a pure and incomparable light of hope in the kingdom of God. Elle can't help but look forward to the scene after Tony's promotion. The vision of light opened, and Wong Hao watched the corners of the city, where countless people knelt and prayed. They don't know the name of the god above their heads, and they don't know where the god above their heads comes from, but they know that it is the sun. As early as a few days ago, the vision on a global scale had already shown the appearance of this god, Advent. So they recited the name of the sun together and recited the light. Well, if I can feel their emotions, can that also reverse the process and make them hear me? Seeing countless people praying on their knees and expressing their respect and worship to Wong Hao in various ways, Wong Hao suddenly wanted to communicate with them. At least, you have to give yourself a name for this god. Decide on a god name. Oh, by the way, Hao Qian. In the myth of planting flowers, Hao Qian is the name of the god who rules everything. In Taoist mythology, he has always been the supreme ruler. It can be traced back to the Zhou dynasty at the earliest. The emperor actually appeared very late, and the so-called god also came from this. The guy Jehovah originally translated this name, but the language communication was not smooth at that time, so the translator himself wrote it according to the national conditions. Hao Qian is not a person's name, but a title, a person, which is equivalent to Odin calling the father of God and the king of God earlier. However, it is acceptable as a name of a god. Its original meaning includes the concept of dominating everything and governing everything. In this point, Wong Hao does meet. As the supreme sun god, his personality is the most noble among many gods, and his authority includes almost everything. In addition, his personality of the universe god is naturally superior to other gods. It couldn't be more appropriate. Ever since, in the city of New York, where the war ceased, countless people kneeling and praying suddenly heard a voice. A man was dressed in rags, his face was covered with dust, and his forehead was still stained with blood. He knelt on the ground, extremely pious, and thanked the god above his head for saving his life. Just beside him, a Shatorakan cavalry fell to the side, pierced by a shower of golden fire just before its muzzle was aimed at him. The upper body was charred, and the lower body, together with the air motorboat under his feet, was melted into two pieces. In just 1 second, he died unexpectedly, never to see his relatives and friends again. The newly born daughter can't even call her father, and the newly married wife will bear the huge pressure of raising her daughter alone with grief. Even for himself, he is only 30 years old, he is in his prime, he has not had time to look at this world carefully, and his dream of traveling around the world after retirement has not yet started. However, he was saved, his family did not lose him. He could hear his daughter calling him daddy for the first time with his own ears, and he and his wife could enjoy the scenery of the world when they were old. His life is still going on, so he's extremely grateful for this son, and thankful for this god. He believed in holy Jesus in the past, and he is willing to worship the sun god in the years to come. He suddenly raised his head and looked around, but besides him, the closest thing to him was a Chitauri corpse. Then he was surprised to find that a ray of light overflowed from his body, accompanied by the scars on his body, and the pain was quickly disappearing. His god answered him. A warm, sunny, majestic, decisive, brave, and resolute male voice sounded in the hearts of his believers at this moment, and healed their bodies and minds with warm light. He sensed their hope and gave it back to them. Hao Qian, thank you my god. Thank you my god. Among the ruins, a man whose right leg was completely severed by Chitauri's laser gun watched his broken leg grow out little by little. This living miracle made him burst into tears, and his excitement was beyond words. Among the crowd, a child hugging the mutilated body of his mother was pleasantly surprised to find that his mother suddenly moved, and she, who was still alive, was also healed under the holy light, and her body was constantly recovering. And this is only because of the purest and most selfless plea of this innocent child. Miracles are being performed, at the moment, in the entire city of New York. All believers who offer their faith and loyalty to Wong Hao have more or less felt the gift from him. Wong Hao, who gained a lot of wish power, once again spent a little bit to create 2 new magic spells. Punish sorcery. Use light energy to dispel evil spirits and various harmful components in the human body, including but not limited to various viruses and bacteria, various physical and chemical harmful components, and even various hyperplastic tissues, tumor cells, and so on. Sunlight can exorcise evil spirits and kill ghosts on a mysterious level, and can sterilize bacteria on a scientific level. Not to mention that various spectral radiations in sunlight have different effects. This magical technique can get rid of most of the diseases of people, and even the deposits in the lungs of smokers can be cleaned up. Combined with the healing technique, the combination of the two basically means that terminal cancer in limbs can be fully recovered in an instant. Blood, full state. And for Wong Hao, these are not complicated and difficult, and he will not say how hard it is to heal a person. With the power of will, Wong Hao only needs to make a template and use his power of will to complete an instruction for his energy work, just like programming, which is actually simpler than programming. And the energy he provides will drive the program to run, and then achieve the above effects. So he only did 2 things, conceive instructions, and then expended the power of faith and output energy. And is there a lot of energy to heal these believers? Even if all the life on the entire Earth is added up, the sum of their energy may not be comparable to a real solar storm. Compared with the giant Earth, the leader of the solar system, the orange fixed star, is even less than 1 part in 3 million, but not to mention that what Wong Hao can invoke is the sun of the entire universe, the energy of the fixed star of the entire universe. Punishing evil together with healing can save a dying person, no matter whether he is seriously ill or dying from injury. But this is not enough. In addition to these benefactors, Wong Hao also needs another group of people, angels. Tony will help form the church, but the organization he formed with money and power certainly has good mobility, but money and power are the most reliable things, but they're also the least reliable things. Because once greater interests and greater power appear, its stability will be affected. So Wong Hao needs a group of people, a group of resolute people, a group of his fanatics, holding his power, walking in the world, blessing the world for him, and punishing disrespect for him. Psychics. This divine technique is divided into two parts, and only a few believers can master it. The first part is a threshold, which will automatically detect their degree of belief and the degree of conformity with their ideas and teachings. And when someone meets both conditions, then he will get this divine spell, which can be called Wong Hao's divine envoy. After becoming an envoy, first of all, the envoys will be favored by the light. In fact, they will be nourished by Wong Hao's life force, and their bodies will gradually become stronger, their bodies will gradually become more perfect, and their temperament will gradually become more pure. After becoming envoys for about a month, the image of each of them is almost like the captain. Since you want to preach, then naturally you have to have a great image, handsome and heroic and strong strength are all necessary factors. Imagine a rat-looking guy running up to you and saying, "Religious dude? The sun god of light and justice." Who would accept such a scene? Religious? Still light and justice? Therefore, the image problem is the key issue. Wong Hao definitely does not allow ugly people to exist in his team. If there is, then make him handsome. Making believers perfect is originally part of the miracle. Definitely, after becoming an envoy of God, it is not just a simple change in the body. The angel will have access to some of Wong Hao's powers. At this point, Wong Hao has not yet perfected, and it has something to do with something he has been planning. For now, they can communicate with Wong Hao to use healing and evil spells. The effects of these two divine arts are too heaven-defying, and they are not suitable for appearing in human society on a large scale. It can be used as a miracle, but the mastery of this power by mortals will eventually lead to the collapse of social order. After all, his believers want to believe in light and justice, so there are naturally a lot of good people among them. Such acts of sacrificing oneself to help others like the captain will definitely appear on a large scale among his believers in the future. And Wong Hao is also happy to see this kind of scene. Living in a world that is kind to others is better than everyone fighting each other and cheating each other. Anyway, since they will become his believers, they must be the group with good intentions, but what Wong Hao is doing now is to give them strength so that they will be rewarded with good deeds and be able to do more good deeds. But there are definitely not a few people like them who are soft-hearted, and they are even the majority. Then when they saw the wounded, those who were tortured by illness, they definitely couldn't help but abuse this power. Birth, old age, sickness, and death are the laws of nature. It is okay to save some, but to save the majority, then human society is not far from collapse. Among other things, tens of thousands of medical workers are unemployed, pharmaceutical factories have closed down, and medical research has stopped. Therefore, these two techniques need to pray and communicate with Wong Hao to obtain approval. Fortunately, there are not many envoys now, and Wong Hao has not bothered to deal with their requests. After all, the standard of belief in the setting of the first threshold must be a fanatic, even a strong believer, it must be a fanatic. People who are willing to give up everything for him and fight against everything in order to protect the light and justice. In the entire city of New York, there are no more than a dozen fanatics, but there are only 3 who have become angels. Fanatics do not represent belief in light and justice. For example, someone who believes in power believes that Wong Hao is powerful, so he believes in him. There is also a person who believes in rule and authority. The guy turned out to be a mafia godfather. He has always believed in Jesus before, but it belongs to the family tradition. But obviously, Jesus failed to help him. The terminally ill godfather stayed in bed for a long time, seeking help from all forces. After seeing the global vision a few days ago, he began to study the belief of the sun god frantically. Today, he saw Wong through the window. He was so holy that he offered all his devotion at once. As a result, he was cured and became a fanatic of Wong Hao. But does he believe in light and justice? Definitely. People like him will be influenced in the end. Fanatics are willing to do anything for Wong Hao. Once there's an angel around who can communicate with Wong Hao and use Wong Hao's divine power, but that person is not him. How will they react? Join in, because they will do everything possible to feel Wong Hao's will. And then they will quickly understand that it is not enough to believe in Wong Hao. They also need to believe in light and justice and believe in hope. So in the end, these people will be influenced and move towards the path of God's envoy. In the sky, God is spreading light, and God is enjoying worship. On the ground, miracles are being born and faith is spreading. However, in a certain dark alley in the city, somewhere sparsely populated and away from the eyes, a group of people watch the god in the sky fall into chaos. Monkey Rachette. In the dark alley, Scott Lang, who was waiting for the end of the battle, looked at the sun in the sky and couldn't help breathing out the fragrance. Watch your words. The man with more vicissitudes in his eyes patted the former on the shoulder, then looked at the sky solemnly. Tony, we're in trouble. Yes, we do have trouble. Deep in the alley, the grizzled Tony Stark was manipulating the virtual interface, hacking into S.H.I.E.L.D. system. With such a situation and a completely different crisis outcome, the only one who can know anything is the S.H.I.E.L.D. that still exists at this point in time. Found it. Wong Hao, the sun god, appeared 3 days ago, went to my place, then went to S.H.I.E.L.D. as a guest. Well, he captured Loki, and he beat Thor up, and I don't know, you'd be able to pick up Thor's hammer. Tony turned the screen, and it was the scene where the Avengers were ready to go on the bridge before, but Thor had his hands empty, and the captain was wearing a silver armor and holding a magic hammer. But when everyone was talking and laughing after the banquet, the captain didn't lift it up. I lied a little bit. The figure in front turned around, and it was the captain whose appearance remained unchanged except for his eyes that had become more vicissitudes. Wow, Captain Mabel lied? God, my youth is over. Scott. The captain stared helplessly at his companion, codenamed Ant-Man, and then his face suddenly changed. The captain looked at Tony and said a name. Banner. And hearing the captain's words, the complexion of the old version of Tony also changed suddenly. There are obviously some strange changes in this time and space, so that a completely different picture appears from the past of their world. And in this case, parting from them, Banner, who went to the supreme holy place to borrow the time gem, might be in danger. Banner? Bruce Banner? What happened to him? Didn't he go to that time gem? Where's that holy place? Oh no. However, the other two ignored his inquiry, and after Tony put away the virtual projection screen, the two left immediately. Scott, you stay here to observe the situation and wait for my order. Stopping the Ant-Man who wanted to follow, the captain gave him a solemn look, and then followed Tony out of the alley. It doesn't matter if you don't find a time gem, there will always be a chance, but if you lose all the banners, you will really lose your wife and lose your army. The two avoided their eyes and shuttled between the cities. Fortunately, everyone's eyes were now attracted by the sun in the sky, and no one noticed that the two superheroes who were supposed to be fighting appeared in this position. Just because people didn't notice it doesn't mean that God didn't either. Tony and Captain, is that Banner's companion? High in the sky, Wong Hao, who was still spreading light, looked around the whole city, and wherever there was light, he couldn't escape his eyes. Naturally, he also saw those two rather abrupt figures. But he didn't move. He believed that Ancient One would give these two guys some unforgettable memories. And it's almost there. The wormhole can be closed. Solving the enemies below and the enemies above is carried out simultaneously. When the problems below are dealt with, Chitauri's fleet on the other side of the wormhole has completely become dust in the universe. Thus, Wong Hao withdrew his power, and then the light shrank. The huge amounts of the golden sun gradually disappeared. The golden crow closed its wings, and a man appeared at the position where the previous sun appeared. My God! Countless believers fell to the ground once again. They will never forget the golden sun, and they will never forget the figure of this man. Flying lightly back to the top of the Stark building, Wong Hao grinned as he looked at Tony, standing beside the instrument holding a psychic scepter. What's the matter? Is it done? Don't worry if it's not done. Anyway, I've dealt with all the enemies. You have plenty of time. You underestimate this genius too much. Although you are the god I believe in now, you can't doubt my IQ. After speaking, Tony turned around and inserted the psychic scepter into the wormhole generator. The tip of the scepter touched the connection point between the Rubik's Cube and the instrument. Immediately, the originally orderly energy link appeared disordered for a moment, and at this moment, flaws appeared in the originally harmonious space position, and then the entire system collapsed. It is reflected in the fact that the space energy supporting the opening of the wormhole suddenly disappeared, and then the entire wormhole began to collapse. The gates of hell that have brought countless New Yorkers are closed. Tony, can you hear me? A voice suddenly came from the headset. It was the familiar voice of Braised Egghead. It appears that the communication system on the helicarrier has finally been restored. Odds, you see? We've solved the problem. Hearing Nick Fury's voice, Tony replied with a smile. However, this good news did not make the other party happy, but the voice became more urgent. Listen to me, there's a missile flying towards you right now, and it is loaded with that. The smile on Tony's face froze for a moment, and then he cursed. Maze Fac, cancel it. Don't you understand why you cancel it? And withdraw it? Labor and capital didn't die in the hands of aliens, but they will die in your hands. Hell didn't launch that. Listen, you're running out of time, 40 seconds until impact. It said it was 40 seconds, but in reality it was probably only about 35 seconds, and Tony just turned his head to look at the figure. Can you save us? These are two questions. One is to ask whether ability is enough, and the other is to ask whether Wong Hao is willing. I will talk to them about your government's problems, but there are still my followers here, so be grateful. The golden crow appeared in the sky once again, and countless people looked suspicious. Hasn't the enemy been dealt with? Then the next second, the golden crow flapped its wings and appeared on the edge of the city, next to a missile that was flying towards here. Open your mouth, swallow, and fly high. Wong Hao turned into a divine body and came to the sky. Boom. A light flashed through his body. An invisible shockwave shattered the clouds, but quickly dissipated in invisible. If it wasn't for time constraints, Wong Hao would have a solution to this thing, but the time was too short, less than 10 seconds from his takeoff to interception. And the missile has reached the edge of the city. Then it is not safe to take midway destruction or other methods. This thing must be a fission mushroom bomb. Except for flower growers, other countries in the world do not keep flicks because technology does not allow it. Only the flick preparation technology of flower growers is different from other countries, so it can be preserved for a long time. This means that other countries that have the technology to make light bombs have to use them freshly, and the conventional mushroom bombs they have are all fission. And fission mushroom bombs have deadly radiation. Due to the danger of nuclear radiation, even if it is detonated on the coast, the main shockwave and high temperature did not cause direct damage, and this thing can poison a large number of people in New York City. Not to mention the seawater with radiation and all kinds of things in the water. If you accidentally touch it, you may suffer from radiation sickness. It is obviously impossible for Wong Hao to spend time and energy to purify these harmful radiations. Then the wormhole is also closed, and he can't just throw it into it. So Wong Hao finally chose to swallow it by himself. As for the danger of swallowing it himself, from a physical definition, the sun is a nuclear fusion reactor, and he is a walking nuclear fusion reactor. Such a mushroom bomb can hardly be regarded as a hiccup. So the golden crow hiccuped in the sky, and the matter was over. But for Wong Hao, this is definitely not the end. The nuclear bomb launched in the movie is aimed at aliens. Even if you have other ideas, it is just incidental. But now the aliens are dead, and they died a few minutes ago. As early as 10 minutes ago, when Wong Hao made a move, they basically announced GG. So this thing neither cancels the launch plan, nor revokes the detonation order. Who is it to attack? Labor and management don't care whether you are Hydra or the president of Manhwa. You are dead, as I said. No one in heaven and earth can save you. A sneer appeared on the corner of Wong Hao's mouth, and at the same time, all Haotian believers in New York got a message in their minds. And definitely, after learning the news, they were also surprisingly angry. Many believers were angry for Wong Hao, complained for him. Wong Hao saved them, but their leader made such a decision. It It is really worse than a dog. At least a dog knows how to be grateful. But most believers don't have enough faith to put Wong Hao above themselves, so they found another important thing after thinking about it. Were they? If Wong Hao didn't eat the missile and he took all the damage himself, what about these civilians? They were still having fun just now, they were still happy to see Wong Hao flying into the sky, and they even pointed and admired the people around them. But after knowing that it was a mushroom bomb, all they could think of was fear. It's disgusting, those damned politicians. A group of souls who didn't show up when they were needed, now want to sacrifice us together. Sacrifice? That's what you wrote in your eulogy. If we die, what is it for? For their selfishness of being high above and controlling power. They dare not see the appearance of a true God, and would rather take the lives of us innocent people together. Let's go, just to try the 1/10,000th possibility. No, I'm afraid it's more than that. If my God falls, they will mourn and take the achievement of expelling aliens as their own. If my God doesn't fall, but we die, what do you think will happen? A man stood among the crowd and sneered. They will blame our death on my God. Let him be stained with blood. Let him be blamed, and let him be wronged. Is this impossible? How dare they? The words of refutation are so weak. Yes, how dare they? Why don't they dare? They control money and power. They control the mouthpiece of the media, and they control everything in this world. Why don't they dare? At this time, when believers told what happened just now, that the intercepted nuclear bomb was actually intended to blow them up with Wong Hao into a great sacrifice in human history, more and more people became angry. They had just narrowly escaped death, but they unexpectedly experienced another catastrophe of life and death. Only this time, it was their own people who stabbed the knife. Look, I don't care what you think, but we're in trouble. Above the building, Tony could not help but feel awed when he heard the shouts and angry voices coming from the street below. On the other end of the communication, listening to Tony's words and looking at the street scene in New York captured by the recovered satellite communication, Nick Fury let out an angry roar and slapped both hands on the operating table fiercely. Fact, he exchanged Wong Hao's kindness and help with the greatest kindness and the most generous treatment, and his teammates returned everything to zero with a nuclear bomb. And now he had to face a god, a sun god. Honestly, I want to quit my job. On the seat, an agent turned to look at the colleague beside him. Don't talk about you. I also want to resign. I don't want to fight this sun god. My mother is only my son, and I haven't married a wife yet. Similar emotions spread quickly. The mushroom bombs were fired from them. Whether it was their decision or not, the anger of the sun god would definitely be vented here towards S.H.I.E.L.D., and then it would be the turn of others. And the ability of the sun god, they have also seen it, let alone, it is a nuclear bomb, and he hiccups after eating it. What other means do they have to deal with him? Shoot with a bow, an arrow? Hawkeye, who was far away in New York City, sneezed, while Natasha Romanoff in front of him was listening to the news in the headset with a helpless face, and finally replied, well, I will try my best to appease his anger, but I still want to say, Director, is it too late for me to resign now? To Tony's surprise, when Wong Hao returned to the roof, he had a big smile on his face. Are you okay? Tony looked at Wong Hao's body, and even wondered if the nuclear bomb had blown Wong Hao's brain out. In fact, he didn't expect Wong Hao to be able to withstand the damage of a nuclear bomb, let alone swallow the nuclear bomb directly. But the crisis was resolved after all. Definitely, it was the immediate crisis, and compared with that nuclear bomb, Wong Hao's threat may be greater. Wong Hao glanced at Tony. The smile on his face didn't disappear, but it had a somewhat different meaning. If I have something to do, you haven't imagined the consequences. But I can remind you, a supernova explodes. The words on the smiling face made Tony feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He looked at Wong Hao, and his voice trembled slightly. No, can't you? Your body mass is not strong enough to support that kind of movement. Tony tried to convince himself, because he knew very well, with a PhD in physics, he knew very well what a supernova explosion was. Once it happens, the entire solar system will be reduced to nothingness. Supernovae are the most terrifying celestial bodies in the universe. If the sun is undergoing violent nuclear fusion reactions every moment, solar flares equivalent to the explosion power of tens of billions of giant hydrogen bombs will occur on the surface from time to time. Then the supernova is that the entire fixed star explodes, and all the energy contained in it pours out without reservation and erupts to the surroundings. The sun in the solar system has burned for more than 4 billion years, and will continue to burn for more than 5 billion years. But what if this energy, which is enough to burn for billions of years, is released in just a few seconds? So Tony was extremely terrified, because once that happened, even if he was a pedantic celestial being, he would not be able to save mankind. As for Tony's question, Wong Hao just smiled contemptuously. My body? Do you think the human body in front of you is my body? Then what is the golden crow and the sun you saw just now? Virtual projection. The golden crow is Wong Hao's real body, and the human body now appearing in the outside world is just a part of the past preserved according to his wishes. Okay, stop talking nonsense. I'm here to see you for something else. After finishing speaking, Wong Hao put one hand on Tony's shoulder, grabbed the tesseract that was taken down with the other, and flew straight up. A moment later, the two appeared in front of the supreme holy place with 2 infinite gems. Go in. Pushing open the door casually, Wong Hao strode in. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, Wong Hao saw several familiar figures sitting on the chairs, and beside them, a phantom of the soul was still there. Stop talking about something. Hey, he's back. Seeing Wong Hao coming in, Banner's soul immediately yelled excitedly. Ancient One, who was making tea on the coffee table with his head down, looked up at him, then continued with his own business. At this time, Tony from outside also walked in with a confused face, so he saw this scene. A slightly older man who looked exactly like him looked at him in shock from a chair. Not only that, beside him, a guy who was exactly the same as the captain outside, who was holding a hammer and changing shotguns, was also sitting there. What's even weirder is that big green guy, Hulk, lying on the ground as if he's asleep, with Banner's projection floating in the air. Wait, did you put a spell on me? I feel like I'm dreaming. That guy looks exactly like me, right? Tony pointed to the old version of Tony, expressing that his mind was a little messed up and he needed to clear it up. I'll think it's more appropriate for you to listen to him tell you. Talk to the other self. I like to see who you hate first. Wong Hao didn't give an answer, just tossed the tesseract in his hand casually and looked at the decorations in the supreme holy place. After all, it is a power that has been passed down for thousands of years. Any piece of this furniture is a priceless antique if you take it outside. But Wong Hao just took a look at it. Antique? The greatest value of this thing lies in the time it experiences, and time is the least valuable thing to Wong Hao now. As for other artistic value and commemorative value, it is also meaningless to Wong Hao. After all, this generation of human civilization is only 10,000 years old, and to him, 10,000 years is probably just a moment in the vastness of life. He will witness the rise of civilization and the decline of civilization, and all he has to do is to enjoy it until he loses interest in it all. That's all. Because of this, he came here with 2 infinite gems to meet these guests from afar. Chitauri's battle was just a small fight, and the real Grand Army Interstellar War was just around the corner. So how could he miss it? And how powerful is the power of 6 infinite gems gathered together? Regarding this point, he is also very interested in experiencing it up close. Let me take a guess. He asked us to meet you. Then you must not be some simple counterfeiters, and the big guy, and this thing can't be counterfeit. So you're Tony Stark, and by the way you look, you are from future. The conversation started, and before the person over there introduced himself, Tony glanced around briefly, then spoke directly and made his own judgment. The old Tony, who was restrained by some mysterious force and could only sit on a chair, couldn't help smiling after hearing this, and then looked sideways. Look, this is genius. I have to say that your thick-skinned appearance hasn't changed at all over the years. The captain of the in-game version sighed. What time is this? And the guy next to him can't forget to play tricks. On the other side, after being confirmed, Tony smiled slightly and planned to continue talking, but the captain obviously couldn't wait any longer and interrupted him directly. Listen, Tony, we came here with no malice, just to save our world with infinite gems. Originally, according to what they said, we shouldn't meet, which would lead to an unpredictable future for you. But now, we need help. Everyone present, except Tony, did not know anyone from the future team. Whether it is Ancient One or Wong Hao, they are all strangers to them, so the captain can only plead with his old friend. But unfortunately, after hearing his words, Tony shook his head. Sorry, I don't count here. And since you don't know him, it means that you're not us in the future. You just come from a parallel universe that is very similar to us and has passed longer. At first, Tony also thought they were time traveling, but soon he realized that this is impossible. Time is not a line. You can jump from here to there. Time is a river. No matter how you go upstream, the past you return to is not the past you thought. Naturally, the so-called past you changed is just the present of another parallel universe that looks very similar. Just like Banner's answer to Hawkeye and others, if it's that simple, wouldn't the problem be solved if they traveled directly to the past and killed the baby Thanos? Why even bother looking for infinite gems? So there's only this answer. They come from other parallel universes. Their affairs have nothing to do with this world. The conversation was deadlocked, and the captain looked at old Tony beside him, who shook his head. He is very clear about his own thoughts, because in other words, he would think and act like this. But just when they were feeling desperate, a voice suddenly sounded from the side. This tea is not bad. Where did you buy it? Oh, do you like it? It's a snow tea. I grow myself in my tea garden in Kamartaj, and I have a little more if you want it. Ancient One said with a smile while refilling Wong Hao's glass. And Wong Hao drank the tea in the cup again. It's really good, Kamartaj. It's in the Himalayas. It's such a high altitude, the spring water from the melted snow mountain, and the sunshine of this family. No wonder it has such a flavor. The two asked and answered, as if what happened here had nothing to do with the two of them. But who would think so? Sir, I don't know who you are, but I ask from the bottom of my heart. We need help. Our world, our universe, half of life has been taken away. Please let us go. Infinite gems lend us. We need them to bring everyone back. The captain's voice was sad, and he couldn't help but shed tears at the end. Even in the face of the fiercest enemy, even in the face of the sky, full of artillery fire, he never shed tears. However, in the past 5 years, he has shed tears in secret countless times, for those who lost everything. Tony, even if you don't want to help us, at least let us go, and we'll think of other ways. Old Tony looked at the younger version of himself, and suddenly shouted, but his expression didn't change, and finally, he could only say helplessly, I have a daughter, Morgan. Her favorite thing is to pester me to tell Iron Man stories, and you know what she said when I left her doing it the other night? She told me she loved me 3,000 times, and I can't even go back and hug her now. The damn chair, let me go. The gray-haired Tony roared angrily. But the power of magic was beyond his comprehension, and the confinement spell cast by Ancient One himself was useless no matter how hard he struggled. But his words seemed to have had an effect. I don't know whether he saw the captain's tears or heard the phrase, I love you 3,000 times, that earned countless tears in a certain world. Tony suddenly opened his mouth and looked at Wong Hao with pleading eyes. What's the matter? Oh, you said help them? I didn't say no, otherwise why would I ask you to bring this thing? Wong Hao put down the teacup, then picked up the tesseract on the table. With 5 fingers, the crystal-clear blue crystal shattered, and the sky-blue space gem appeared in front of everyone. Is this what it was supposed to be? Originally seeing the Rubik's Cube being crushed, Tony was shocked, but he knew how much energy this thing contained. Starting from his father, Howard, their research on this thing requires precise processing with various instruments, and a slightly more intense collision will cause a large-scale energy surge, that is, an explosion. And Wong Hao pinched it hard with 5 fingers to create cracks. If he didn't still have some trust in Wong Hao, Tony was ready to run away. But he was also glad that he didn't run away, so now he saw the secret hidden under the Rubik's Cube. This is the space gem, holding the gemstone with 2 fingers. Wong Hao looked at it carefully. The light in his eyes flickered like 2 LED lanterns. He's doing a spectral scan. Light is the most intuitive way of expression in nature. Except for black holes, any object will emit light, but most of them are invisible to human vision, so human beings will feel darkness. Just like dogs, their eyes can only see black and white. But is there only black and white in the world? As the god of light, Wong Hao, all lights are his children and servants. Using light to analyze matter is the easiest way. It's amazing that such a small thing has such a huge amount of energy. Tony over there was still staring at the gemstone in Wong Hao's hand, admiring it. After all, from a physics point of view, this thing completely violates the law of conservation of energy. Both Howard and Shield have relevant research materials on Tesseract, and Tony has naturally read a lot. According to the records he has read, the energy contained in the Tesseract is almost endless, which is tantamount to completely overturning Einstein's law of conservation of mass and energy and violates the foundation of modern human physics. For a scientist, this is not only the collapse of belief, but also the key to open the door to a new world. Material? This is not material. However, Wong Hao said suddenly, this is actually a space node. The reason why it looks like a stone to you is because your perspective and thinking cannot understand its original appearance. Yes, Space Gem is actually a node of countless space planes in the Marvel Universe, similar to the common intersection of all roads in a small town, except that these roads lead to dimensional planes, miniature universes. That's why it can mobilize endless energy, because behind it is really the entire universe. Similarly, in the hands of an expert, owning it is equivalent to owning a portal that can lead to any corner of the universe. Man-made portals or natural wormholes in the universe open up a highway in space, and it is a highway that can lead to any place. However, some people are impatient to wait for Wong Hao's research. After hearing what he said before, the trio of Endgame fell into disbelief, and then looked at Wong Hao with some expectation, but didn't dare to say anything for fear that hope would turn into despair again. But this matter has to be spoken after all, otherwise they can't stay here forever. Although this world is almost the same as theirs, everything in this world has not been lost, and it seems that it is a good choice to stay here and start again. However, as I said before, no matter how similar they are, there's still two worlds. No matter how similar the Tony in this world is to the old Tony in appearance, even if their DNA is exactly the same, there's still two people, not a relationship between the future and the past. So they have to go back. Even if they can't find the gems, they can't save those who disappeared, but at least they have people left. Tony also has his own wife and daughter, the captain and the family of the Avengers Alliance. Sir, you just said that you're going to help us, right? The captain asked in a deep voice. This is his last hope. And this little hope soon turned into stars, lighting up everything. I am the god of the sun, the god of light and justice, the god of dawn and hope. If there is suffering, I will save. If there is trouble, I will guide. If there is evil, I will kill. Then, your world need hope. The charm of divinity was activated, and Wong Hao stood in front of the three of them, like a rising sun in the darkness, dispelling the haze in their hearts. My world needs hope. The captain murmured, then shouted loudly. A thread of faith bursting out of a ray of hope rose up, entered Wong Hao's kingdom of God, and merged into the ever-increasing light of faith. Seeing this, Wong Hao smiled slightly. Then let me go to your world for a while. Turning his head to signal Ancient One to release the imprisonment of the three, Wong Hao then stepped up to Ancient One, his eyes fixed on her chest. Lend me the gem. Seeing Wong Hao approaching, Ancient One blushed and sighed helplessly. This guy turned on that charm again in order to borrow gems. Yes, the kind of masculine charm that can be called a strong aphrodisiac for women can be called a charm. But there is no way. If the opposite sex attraction between men and women is like two magnets attracting each other, then different men and women have strong or weak magnetic forces. As for Wong Hao, his positive magnetism is greater than that of all men combined. Any woman who sees him will inevitably be charmed. It's just a matter of how long she persists. You see, if you lose it, Dormammu will be up to you. After playing a blindfold in front of his own eyes and mosaicing Wong Hao directly, the somewhat relieved Ancient One untied Eye of Agamotto from his neck. And the latter smiled and nodded after hearing Ancient One's words. Don't worry, I'll settle Dormammu for you, just because of your favor of borrowing gems. It's just the overlord of a dark universe. Wong Hao doesn't take it to heart. It makes him unhappy. He lights up his entire universe. Let him go and enjoy the darkness. After the time gem was handed over to Wong Hao, Ancient One saw off the guest directly. In the blink of an eye, all the people in the house appeared on the street outside the supreme holy place, and Banner returned to his body. The sudden change of time and space made everyone exclaimed, but only Wong Hao knew that it was because Ancient One was made awkward by his charm. Okay, everyone go find your companions first, and sit down and have a good talk. We will talk about going back later. Anyway, how long you stay here, the time to go back is fixed, isn't it? Companions? Are the other Avengers coming? Tony immediately shifted his attention when he heard the word companion, and no longer paid attention to the fact that he was transferred by time and space. It's the Avengers, but not your current batch. The captain nodded, then switched on the communication to contact Ant-Man, who was still waiting for news. Elle told him to go straight to the Stark building. After a while, the captain spoke to everyone, so the group walked back toward the Stark building. Along the way, Tony was constantly asking the old version of Tony about something, and occasionally Banner would interject a few words, and the dialogue between the three scientific masters was simply incomprehensible to ordinary people. The three captains who have no common language can only chat with Wong Hao. Speaking of which, he has always felt that Wong Hao is very unattainable since he met him, and this feeling became more obvious after he became a believer of Wong Hao, because he can now feel the greatness of Wong Hao's life level better than Tony and others who can only see with the naked eye. It's like standing on the earth and seeing the sun as big as a basketball. But if you have an astronomical telescope, you will find the greatness of the sun. How can human beings hold a candle to a single human being is so small that it can be ignored compared to the earth. No matter how strong the body is, no matter how smart the brain is, they're nothing but a speck of dust in front of the planet. Compared with Fixstar, the the planet is on a higher level. The magnificence of the cosmic celestial body can easily collapse people's worldview and produce a world-weary mentality. From this point of view, the captain sees farther than Tony and others, so he has a deeper awe of Wong Hao. The deeper awe comes from the perception of power, but at this moment, the captain hopes that the deeper the awe, the better. Because this also means that Wong Hao's strength is stronger, and it will help them even more. Although Thanos has been killed by them, they now only need to find the infinite gems to try to save everyone back. I don't know why, but the captain always has a feeling that things won't end so easily, but they can't bear the slightest wave, and they have nothing more to lose. The supreme holy place is not far from the Stark building. When the crowd came to the bottom of the building, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the crowd. It was the Ant-Man Scott Lang, who was hiding here in a miniature state. Hey, Captain, and Stark, two Starks? Scott looked at the two Tonys, one old and one young, and couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Who told him he couldn't change the past? Who told him to hide his identity? Scott, that's right, this is Tony. Forget it. This question is a bit complicated, and I won't be able to explain it clearly for a while. Let's go up and talk about it first. The captain took over the doubts of his fanboy, while Tony looked at the old version of himself with doubts in his eyes. Ant-Man, the one in Project Goliath, Pym Hank's technology. A few simple words made Tony Mozai suddenly enlightened, and then he said suddenly, so you use Pym particles to shrink down to the subatomic state and then enter the quantum space? And the quantum space is actually a multi-universe transportation station. That's right, it's me. Look at this genius brain. The old version of Tony patted Banner's arm next to him, but he couldn't reach the big man's shoulder, so he could only pat his arm. And for his bragging performance, Banner can only return an awkward but polite smile. Strangeness. After entering the building, the elderly Tony suddenly frowned, with doubts on his face. What's wrong? At this time, shouldn't the emergency response department of S.H.I.E.L.D. have arrived? I was thinking about disguising it. After all, it's better not to let them know about time travel. Saying this, the elderly Tony looked around. There were only a few sporadic employees on the ground floor of the building packing up their things, but most of them had escaped before and hadn't come back. After all, this was actually the center of the battle. S.H.I.E.L.D.? They dared to come here, but it's a pity that they offended this great god. Now, they may be thinking about how to save their lives. Tony sighed, not for S.H.I.E.L.D., but for Nick Fury. He is indeed conscientious and takes good care of himself, but those people behind S.H.I.E.L.D. are really self-inflicted and can't live. Afterwards, he explained the matter of the nuclear bomb to the four of them, and they all showed helpless expressions after hearing it. No matter which world it is, their stupidity remains the same. In their time in space, when a nuclear bomb was launched, the wormhole had not been closed, and a large number of Zeta Swiss soldiers had not been dealt with. This kind of behavior can be explained, which is the main reason why they did not trouble those guys in the end. But here, the wormhole has been closed, and all the enemies have been dealt with by Wong Hao. They even launched a nuclear bomb in an attempt to kill the gods. Now that they have done so, they will naturally have to bear the wrath of the gods. Ahem, Captain, I think we can provide a list. What do you think? A smile suddenly appeared on the face of the elderly Tony, who was not happy in his own world. At that time, although I was very upset, I could only suffer the grievance under the pressure. Later, when I found out that those guys were HYDRA, most of the main messengers were almost dead, or they simply hid. But in this world, they still have a chance to vent their past grievances. As Wong Hao said, no matter how long they stay here, the time when they go back will not be too different from the time they left. So, instead of being nervous, it's better to just have a big fight with Wong Hao. With them, they know the backbone of Hydra clearly, and with Nick Fury, they can completely catch them off guard. Hearing the old Tony's proposal, the captain frowned and thought in his heart. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, which can not only please Wong Hao, help him punish those people, but also vent his past grievances. But Tony was at a loss when he heard the conversation between the two. He didn't know anything about Hydra yet. He only knew what mysterious plan these two guys were discussing. Hey, big man, how about taking the stairs? You're overweight. While discussing, everyone came to the elevator and prepared to go upstairs, but when they entered, Ant-Man Scott suddenly stopped Banner, who wanted to come in. Old Tony and the captain looked at each other, and then laughed. If I remember correctly, Hulk lost his temper when he refused to let him take the elevator. I'll think we need to remind him to remember to contact the construction team to repair the stairs in time. However, just as Dr. Hulk was aggrieved and walked aside to take the stairs, and everyone was about to close the elevator door and go upstairs, a figure hurried over. Wait a minute. Banner, wearing a worn-out suit, hurried into the elevator, then smiled at Tony and Wong Hao. Where did you two go just now? I searched for a long time, but couldn't find you. Hey, Stark, why is your hair gray? A finger poked Banner's shoulder behind his back, and Banner turned to look over to see Tony, smiling and greeting. That's right, your hair should have been this color. Then he turned his head abruptly, only to hear a click, and his neck immediately stiffened there, but the pain of the cramps still did not cover up the shock on his face. Two Tony Starks? My neck hurts. A healing spell hit Banner's neck. Wong Hao looked at the two Tony Starks who were holding back their laughter, and shook his head helplessly. Do you two like to bully honest people so much? Now, even the captain laughed. After all, Tony Stark was famous for his bad humor. Definitely, this was just a joke among friends. While staying in the elevator, in just a few tens of seconds, the old Tony explained to the young Banner about quantum space and time travel. Oh my god, it's unbelievable that parallel universes actually exist. This is a subversion of the entire physics. The definitions of energy, time, and space will all be rewritten. If the existence of parallel universes is confirmed, it means that there must be more than one. This is not 1 to 2, but 1 to infinity. That is to say, all the assumptions of human beings about the universe will be rewritten. But this proposition is too big. Although Banner wants to study it, the captain and Tony of the in-game world are obviously anxious. No matter how they know that the time spent here will not affect the world they are in, it is very urgent to go back and save the disappeared people. Don't get excited, but anything that goes against the sky, there will definitely be doom. If you say that you don't understand, then you understand that there must be someone or other factors to stop you, so you don't have to be so anxious. It's better to have more think about what kind of help you need. Sitting in the huge living room on the top floor of the Stark building, Wong Hao comforted the foursome of Endgame. He is very clear about the process of the final battle, but this matter is not in a hurry. With the time coordinates determined, no matter when they set off, the time they go will be a few seconds after the Infinite Gems team leaves, so they have plenty of time. Anyway, the 3 Infinite Gems have already been obtained, and it will be the same whenever they pass. To put it bluntly, he was lazy. It was a whim to want to watch the fun, and I thought it would be very interesting to go, but after sitting down, I didn't want to move anymore like a cat lying on the floor basking in the sun in the afternoon. Too lazy to move. Definitely, he can't say that directly. His image is so majestic and upright in the eyes of these people. He has to pretend to be a full set. So he made up such a set of rhetoric. Anyway, Thanos with a big fan knife will really make trouble. He is not a lie. The image of Wong Hao has indeed been deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. It has penetrated into the hearts of the Avengers. From their point of view, what Wong Hao said must have some truth. If so, let's talk about it. Talk about it. Do some other preparations. Wong Hao was enjoying his lazy time lying on the sofa, and over there, the Avengers from this time and space arrived one after another. Naturally, after the meeting, there were all kinds of shocks and suspicions. With the help of the elderly Tony, the entire top floor of the Stark building blocked all external communication. At this time, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye, who were not so close to everyone, wanted to subpoena Nick Fury, but there was no way. Afterwards, until the celebration banquet at night, the older generation of Avengers and the 4 Avengers from the parallel world held a tense and close meeting. In the end, the two sides reached an agreement. This world, Earth 1, and the Avengers of this world helped the parallel world, Earth 2, and the Avengers of the world that has started the final battle to complete the redemption. In return, the Earth 2 Avengers will inform some key information, including Hydra and their leader list, including various new technologies provided by Tony, including certain details about Ragnarok. When Dr. Hulk, the big green man, told Thor that his whole family was dead, he and Loki buried Asgard with their own hands, and then they were intercepted by Thanos on the way to escape and killed half of them. Finally, Loki fought with his life and was strangled by Thanos. At that time, Thor was completely confused anyway. And not only was he dumbstruck, but Loki, who was tied up to the side and came over to listen, was also dumbfounded. Asgard gone? No. Sir, he became so big, no. Hulk jumped on his head and was not as thick as his eyebrows. And then he thumped, stabbed down with his sword, and Asgard exploded. Dr. Hulk vividly described the scene at that time. He had already integrated Hulk and Banner, and naturally got that part of the memory. Thinking about it now, that was probably the most beautiful scenery he had ever seen. Anyway, with such a big firework, only Asgard can afford it. This kind of thing is not so easy for Thor to accept. My mother died, my father died, and my younger brother who had finally reformed from evil also died. Half of the people who ruled were gone, and I was blind in one eye. If you really want to say, he is the worst one among the Avengers. At the end of the meeting, the banquet began. Everyone ate and drank together. There was unlimited supply of barbecue and all kinds of food and drinks brought by people. The atmosphere became more cheerful, but the two brothers Thor and Loki still bowed their heads in silence, looking very decadent. Hey, what a big deal. Isn't it that the future is a bit miserable, since we all know it? Then we can just change the future. Looking at the dejected Thor, Tony walked up to him with 2 glasses of wine and tried to persuade him. But such persuasion was useless. Thor just shook his head and then said in a deep voice, I have known this future for a long time. Asgard has prophesied about Ragnarok since ancient times, which is the guidance given to Odin by the 3 goddesses of fate, and now I'm annoyed that I have made so much effort, but there is still no way to change this ending. Sometimes the gloomy future is not terrible. The terrible thing is that there is no hope. Asgard has been preparing for Ragnarok. For this reason, Asgard gave up the behavior of the past thousands of years and began to restrain its troops, no longer conquer the universe, and resort to military force. But the result remained unchanged. Instead, Thor learned that it was his 2 brothers who finally led to the destruction of Asgard. This has to be said to be a great irony. All the efforts you have made are irrelevant, because the result has already been determined, so the loss of fighting spirit and hope is definitely a matter of course. Thor gave up. He gave up his life. He gave up his dream, and his whole body sank, just like the Lebowski who was drinking all the time a few years later. But he gave up, but there are still people who haven't given up. When Thor gave up his life, the disheartened Loki suddenly stood up and walked straight to Wong Hao. Because all the Avengers are here, and there is such a great god as Wong Hao, everyone's restrictions on Loki have basically been released, except for a handcuff that will detect his hand movements and give targeted electric shocks. Other things. But his behavior of walking towards Wong Hao suddenly made everyone turn their heads to look at him, wondering what he was going to do. If I believe in you, can you help me save Asgard, or rather, rule Asgard? Loki had the usual evil smile on his face. Although he was a little embarrassed, he looked at Wong Hao sincerely, waiting for his response. Believe in me? Aren't you also a god? Does God believe in other gods? Loki has ranks, and the Odin pantheon is the chaos pantheon born on the earth. Their godheads have been passed down from generation to generation and have been recognized by this world. But at this moment, he, a god recognized by the world, wants to believe in Wong Hao and become a believer of Wong Hao. Although you're different from us. Odin treats you with respect, so I know what kind of existence you are. And what about God? Ragnarok will also die when he comes, but you won't, will you? Appreciative eyes fell on Loki's face. Wong Hao suddenly liked this guy a little bit. Clever, aware of current affairs, although a bit of a second grader, but how to say that every big devil has a tragic childhood and an unknown past. Loki fits that description, too. Unlike Thor's idiot, Loki quickly found the crux of the problem. The Avengers of Earth 2 didn't mention the matter of Wong Hao, which means that Wong Hao didn't appear in their world. In addition, Wong Hao is an existence that Odin even admires, which shows that Wong Hao has power over the entire Asgard civilization. That being the case, what more need to be said about the person who can save the fate of Asgard? What do you believe in me? Light or justice? Dawn and hope? Wong Hao asked suddenly, and upon hearing this, the smile on Loki's face could no longer be concealed. He didn't even answer directly, but got down on one knee. The brilliance of the sun is supreme. The sun represents order, power, majesty and judgment, king, and rule. I am willing to be the king of gods under your command, and you are the god of gods. There is no wish power, because the wish power is born from the light of hope, and only the power of hope can rewrite everything. However, after Loki finished speaking, Wong Hao saw another thing that connected him with Loki. Authority. As the authority of God. In Wong Hao's Golden Crow Kingdom, the Golden Crow soared amid raging flames, shining in the void, but now, a mask appeared in the void, with a wicked smile, representing Loki's personality of the god of trickery. But suddenly, the Golden Crow uttered a cry. Hot flames poured down, and the golden rain of fire fell on the mask little by little. The mask made of unknown material was ignited and began to burn in the void. But in reality, Loki, who was kneeling on one knee, suddenly yelled. Golden flames ignited from his body, and the elemental body of the Frost Titan was instantly revealed, and then the blue blood was burned away in the blink of an eye. The crystal clear bones and torso are exposed. The decadent Thor noticed the strangeness here, and ran over screaming, but before he could get close, he was stopped by a powerful force, and couldn't get any closer. Stop it, what are you doing? In fact, not only Thor was shocked, but the rest of the Avengers were also shocked. They didn't understand why Wong Hao suddenly attacked Loki, and even used such a cruel method as burning him alive. Calm down, he's saving you, Asgard. Wong Hao leaned on the sofa and drank the cocktail, made by Natasha Romanoff, and said leisurely, save Asgard. Looking at Loki howling in the flames, Thor couldn't understand why self-immolation could save Asgard. But soon he discovered that in the flames, along with the Frost Titan's flesh and blood being burned, what remained was a mass of pure flames. With the torso as firewood and faith as the catalyst, a fire of soul is burning blazingly. Even if everything under Loki's feet is intact, even if the skin doesn't feel the slightest change in temperature. But everyone present at the moment felt that the flames were raging, making their mouths dry and their faces reddened. The quintessential flames suddenly spread out, and the completely burned Loki gradually manifested in his body. Since then, there is no Loki, the god of trickery, but Loki, the god of fire. The flames faded and turned into pieces of clothing and dissipated on Loki's body. Thor looked at his younger brother who had resurrected from the dead, but was surprised to find that he was so strange at the moment. Although the appearance has not changed, the cynical Loki who always wears a fake evil smile is gone. His long black hair became crisp and dyed a flaming red, and everything about Loki changed inside and out. Everything has changed except memory or Loki. And Thor's first feeling when he saw the newborn Loki was that he was full of enthusiasm, like a flame. Then came the fiery faith and boiling fighting spirit in his heart. Thor, fight! Loki let out a low growl. He had waited for thousands of years for this battle. He had lived in Thor's shadow since he was a child. No one noticed his efforts. He even surpassed Frigg, who taught him magic to become the #1 magician in the 9 realms. But what people still remember is Thor. No one noticed his presence, and Odin never intended to pass the throne to him from the start. He has the heart of an emperor, and he severely injured Jotunheim's Frost Titan with his backhand. Lauf was plotted to death by him. He tried his best to eradicate the enemy for Asgard, and made his last effort for the peace of Asgard. He exiled Thor to the earth so that his brothers would not die disabled. The results of it? Odin never forgets to get Thor back, ignoring any of his exploits. So he hates Odin, hates Thor even more, hates all the people in Asgard who ignore him. But he also loves it. With his ability, there's a paradise everywhere in the universe, but he is still unwilling to give up Asgard. This is his obsession. And today, in order to save Asgard, he dedicated his soul to Wong Hao, burned his past, lit the divine fire with his soul, and was reborn as the god of flame in the embers. And the first thing he has to do is to defeat Thor and complete this Millennium War. And after defeating the heir of Asgard, he will push back Odin, become the true ruler of Asgard, become the Lord of Asgard. Only in this way, he can save Asgard. Golden fire burned in Loki's eyes. He was ready, he couldn't wait. And Thor also felt the anger in Loki's heart. Although he didn't want to fight Loki, he couldn't avoid it. However, just as the two sides gathered their momentum one after another, the atmosphere was so tense that it could be described as tense. A hand suddenly appeared and grabbed Loki's arm. Hey wait, there's a banquet now, what's the fight? Let's talk about it after eating that Loki, let me bake that chicken wing. On the top floor, the banquet was still going on, but the original captive became one of the guests participating in the banquet, and he personally set up a barbecue grill, where chicken wings were grilled. Wow, it smells so good. A crowd gathers around Loki, nostrils at the grill. There is no way, becoming the god of fire, Loki's mastery of fire, no one dares to call him #1 in the entire universe when he ranks second. Even Wong Hao, because he learned too much, didn't spend his mind and time on the power of flames, so he couldn't compare to his own godliness and fine manipulation. Ever since, Loki transformed into a top culinary master again. But he also enjoys the feeling of being surrounded by everyone. Being the focus of the crowd is his obsession, and his resentment suppressed by Thor for thousands of years. And belonging to God, this is a new discovery by Wong Hao. After ordinary people or beings believe in Wong Hao, their souls will establish a link with Wong Hao. And if they believe in light and hope, then they will also have aspirations. Definitely, so far, Wong Hao has not believed in other aspects of his believers. So far, his believers have more or less provided him with vow power. I have never met anyone who believes in him for other purposes, and he does not knowing what those people would do. But God has it. Loki naturally came here with hope. He hoped that Wong Hao could help him save Asgard, which definitely can be done. After all, neither Hela nor Surti was Wong Hao's opponent who led to the destruction of Asgard. And once Loki takes over as the God King of Asgard, the ending of this story will inevitably be rewritten. Thor is strong, but not powerful, so that he lost everything in the struggle. And this Loki is in place, but the original he lacked strength. Now Loki offered his godhead and his soul, and with the help of Wong Hao, he became the god of fire under the throne of the sun god. His character is actually no worse than Odin. Even given enough time, Loki can realize more from the flames. Flame is a symbol of life and destruction, the beginning of civilization and the end of civilization. Flame also symbolizes light, but it also represents purgatory. This is a powerful law comparable to godheads, such as thunder, light, and wisdom. The god of trickery is not enough to take the position of god king, but the god of fire can. Definitely all of this has nothing to do with Wong Hao. At most, his little brother has become a king of gods. What really concerns him is that he found that his authority can be shared. It's different from sharing divine power. He used magic to share his power with the envoys. That kind of behavior was equivalent to giving money to others. It was like giving 10 yuan to others when he saw that they had no money to eat. But Loki has become his god, the personality and authority of the Vulcan. All the law perceptions about flames come from him, and at least half of his use and mastery of the power of flames is distributed. But he can benefit from it. He hadn't bothered to study the flames, but Loki would learn more later on, and he could learn that what was lost could not only grow back, but even grow stronger. The relationship between Wong Hao and Loki is actually the relationship between the boss of the company and the general manager of the branch. The company needs to open a branch for its growth and development, and Loki volunteered to become the manager to get the resource support of the head office, and he's also changed from an ordinary person to a company executive. This is a win-win and mutually beneficial situation. However, everything Loki does belongs to Wong Hao. No matter how the branch develops, it is Wong Hao's asset. Loki can only get a little annual salary and dividends. In fact, it's even crueler than that. If he started a company, Loki would still be able to escape unscathed, earn a few years of money, and switch to another company to continue working. But the reality is that Wong Hao can completely bring Loki back to before liberation overnight, depriving him of all his strength and abilities. But in that case, Loki would be nothing but a soul, because his body and past godhood were burned away by the divine fire. And his soul is actually under Wong Hao's control, and his soul imprint is already in Wong Hao's kingdom of God. So Loki will never betray Wong Hao, because everything about him is under Wong Hao's control, and Wong Hao can absolutely trust Loki. This method is not bad. I think there is still potential for development. Wong Hao wanted to understand this question a little bit. The branch company goes out to develop, and it is more trouble-free. Wong Hao is worried that the time to become a god is too short, and he has not yet figured out his ability. No, it's timely help. Wouldn't it be enough to simply add a few more gods? The sun god has too many functions and powers, too many to count. If it is an ordinary sun god, such as Apollo, Badr, etc., their strength is limited and they can't use it themselves, then they're definitely unwilling to share their abilities with others. But Wong Hao is a god of the universe. He is too powerful. So as for the universe, there's no opponent at all. Unless it is an existence of Dormammu's level, no one else is qualified to fight against him. Splitting out some ability will not affect his strength, and the future growth can be expected. So why not do it? I just don't know if mortals can become gods. If possible, I can pick a group for believers, but if only gods can change, wouldn't it be stealing my home? Definitely, in addition to the above methods, there is actually another way, that is to create gods. Except for a few gods who are born, most gods are acquired. For example, the two brothers Thor and Loki, their gods are all sealed by Odin, but they're actually inherited from the ancient Asgard gods. The same is true on Mount Olympus. Zeus killed his father with the help of his aunts, sisters, and brothers, and obtained a large number of godheads from the Titan. So a large number of new gods were born, but the old one's god also fell because of this. In Olympus mythology, there are many stories about various demigod heroes who were made gods by Zeus after experiencing various hardships and dying, although they also became weak because of this. Definitely, if too many priesthoods are distributed, the power of each god will weaken a lot. It will take a lot of time to make up for the power of each main god to recover. But not every god is as powerful as Wong Hao. There's so many powers that many of them are useless, so you can use them for charity or open branches at will. There must be a way. Ordinary people must have a way to become gods, Wong Hao thought. But still the same sentence, don't worry about everything. The future time is calculated in tens of millions of years. Why should he be in a hurry? At the banquet, there should be food and drinks. Everyone finally won interstellar war, and everyone was very happy. The same is true for the Avengers from Earth 2. Wong Hao has promised to help them. With such a great god, no matter what they do, they will have less worries. The nerves that have been tense for a long time were able to relax for a moment. But there was one person who did not enjoy the carnival together. When most people were enjoying the peace, she sat beside Wong Hao with a glass of wine. Don't like this kind of party. Too many men and too few women. Wong Hao replied with a smile that what's the point of looking at a group of men being silly? These people are just characters he has seen in movies, and the most he thinks about contacting them is to take a photo with a star. In fact, Wong Hao and them can't talk together in many cases. Everyone thinks about different things, and the living environment is completely different. There's even a huge gap in the conception of the future. Captain Tony and others are busy saving the world, advocating justice, and practicing their own life values. Thor and Loki brothers think about Asgard, and Ragnarok is their top priority. As for Ant-Man, he is just a fool. He has drunk too much, and he doesn't know where to go to sleep. So he just lazily leaned on the sofa, watching them laughing there, but in fact at this time he actually didn't think it was interesting to play black in the internet cafe. Definitely, it's different with beautiful women. Then what do you think of me? Am I beautiful? The only woman present was leaning next to Wong Hao, looking at his cheek with charming eyes. She was handsome and perfect, Even if she was leaning lazily on the sofa, she was charming. The same is true for Natasha Romanoff after she took off her combat uniform. She was wearing a set of ordinary casual clothes, and her exquisite and slim figure was hidden under the clothes. But the real stunning beauty does not need to use nudity to attract people. A simple smile, eye contact, and a little hint are enough to seduce a man to death. You heard what they said, Hydra is behind the scenes, and will bear the most of my revenge, so there's no need to please me. Wouldn't it be good to have this time to think about how to deal with them for Nick Fury? Wong Hao is definitely not Liu Xiaohui, but he's also not the ultimate perverted Dumas like Zeus. From aunt to sister to granddaughter, Zeus' behavior of spreading the world made his daughter feel disgusted, and then hated men, and vowed to remain chaste forever. It really obeyed the words of a certain young marshal, except for the one who gave birth to me and the one who gave birth to me. There's no one who can't go up. But Wong Hao thinks he can't do this kind of thing yet. He is more traditional and likes the simple feeling. Natasha Romanoff obviously came with a mission. He wasn't interested. In a different scene, in a different mood, he might even chat with her about life and ideals. Now, don't make an appointment. Wong Hao bluntly refused to let Natasha Romanoff's eyes flutter, but she quickly realized it and continued. Don't you think you're the one who attracts me? You know how attractive you are to women. Don't turn it off. That's the temperament of the god. Yes, it's the temperament. Just like Thor looks like a reckless man, Loki looks like a sinister villain before as the sun god. A symbol of men, I attract women are not very reasonable, but sorry, I have hidden that temperament. Wong Hao's eyes were pure and his heart was as calm as water, and then he suddenly let out a smirk. Now I turn on. The invisible charm suddenly appeared. In Natasha Romanoff's eyes, Wong Hao, who was originally just handsome and sunny, with a somewhat lazy atmosphere, suddenly seemed to be the center of the world. At this moment, all the images of men disappeared from her mind. That leaves Wong Hao. Who? Rapid breathing sounded, and Natasha Romanoff's face was blushing, and she looked at Wong Hao with a truly blurred gaze. She bit her bright red lips lightly. Her legs were clamped tightly, and the huge truth of the universe under the loose clothes fluctuated. At this moment, she was really lost in Wong Hao's masculine charm. Although she is still sane, her physical defense line has been breached, and she is soaked through there, okay? This small space is filled with an embarrassing special smell, but it also promotes the generation of a certain desire. Seeing this, Wong Hao is also slightly shocked. It's the first time he's seen Natasha Romanoff in such a close-up state, and he has to say, it's too tantalizing. This is really the stone Buddha is tempted. A woman facing you with this posture, her eyes full of lust, is also fatally attractive to a man. Wong Hao quickly turned off his charm and said no to dating, then he definitely wouldn't. It's not a question of whether he is pretty or not. Were there beautiful women? Even if not, Wong Hao can figure it out by himself, and his disciples will change towards a perfect image, which is because of his influence. This kind of power is also effective for women, and there's a woman among his current envoys. A 16-year-old nun who had lived in a monastery since she was a child. During the daytime battle, a Zeta Swiss soldier broke in. The old nun who took care of her since she was a child was killed at the foot of the cross to save her. At that moment, her faith collapsed. Then the next moment, a golden rain of fire fell, and she, who was dying, rebuilt her faith and became one of Wong Hao's envoys. So beauty is not a scarce resource for Wong Hao. Definitely, Natasha Romanoff must be attractive, not only because of her beauty. As a top agent, she is proficient in various skills, but her appearance is actually the weakest of her strengths. Her will to fight can touch Mjolnir. Among the people in the Avengers alliance, the captain is not the only one who can lift a hammer. Natasha Romanoff can also. The firmness of her belief also moved the captain for a time. After learning the fact that SHIELD was parasitized by HYDRA, she immediately cheered up and continued to fight for it. It can be said that among the people in the Avengers alliance, although the men's combat power is stronger than hers, in fact, if there is no such extraordinary power, all of them together may not be the opponent of Natasha Romanoff. From mind to strategy to improvisation, Natasha Romanoff abuses almost all of them. So, as a beautiful woman, Natasha Romanoff is dispensable to Wong Hao, but as a uniquely good, beautiful woman, it is still somewhat attractive. This is called chasing connotation. Look at those women you have dated. They're all vases. They're called supermodels. In fact, don't you know more about the entertainment industry than I do? Although we are open, but you can't be hungry, right? On the balcony, Wong Hao hooked Tony's shoulder with one hand while explaining his theory to him. I'm a god after all, so I can compete with you for food? Good-looking skins are the same. They need connotations, and women with connotations are destined not to be touched by you at will. Do you understand spiritual communication? Just now, Tony saw him chatting happily with Natasha Romanoff on the sofa and thought they were going to spark something, but Natasha Romanoff left angrily alone, so he ran over to ask about the situation. But how could I expect to be told by Wong Hao? Then, the cruise ship pool party I arranged was canceled. Actually, I didn't find anyone in the entertainment industry. You misunderstood me. You see, I only talked to them once. Why? That's the smell. So I found this time they were all freshly baked, pure and cute. I like them too. Tony drank a bit too much, but after all the battle, his mind is still clear, especially the majestic vitality in his body is still constantly helping his liver to work hard and break down alcohol, so there's no problem with his logic. Come on, why cancel? It's hard for everyone to get together, get to know each other, and make friends. Girls are reserved, and it's quite difficult to make an appointment. Wong Hao hurriedly interrupted him. How could he easily cancel the things promised to others? The poor and lovely girl had no clothes to wear, no food to eat, and needed him, the sun god, to save her. How could he bear to watch and not lend a helping hand woolen cloth? This is called assistance in communication. It is assistance, and it is a good deed. And I suddenly thought about it. Although the vase is useless, it's good to look at. Other gods are surrounded by a group of celestial maidens. I can't lag behind when the 7 fairies visit the garden. I have decided to choose a group of girls with excellent hearts and understanding will enrich my kingdom of God. And such girls are more suitable for the church's propaganda work. Wong Hao patted Tony on the shoulder and then continued. Men alone are definitely not enough. Men are heroic and masculine. It is necessary to give people a sense of security, but the gentleness of girls is also a good way to heal the wounded soul. Tony was confused when he heard Wong Hao's words, but anyway, the party continued to be arranged. That's good. Otherwise, it would be a pity for the group of beautiful girls from all over the world that I asked someone to contact. Maybe they will fall into the hands of some people with strange hobbies, and finally fall into the same fate as their predecessors. I have to say that since he believed in Wong Hao and the light, Tony's heart has become more and more kind. Ah, sure enough, this is the life I want. On the vast sea, a luxurious yacht floated on the water, the sky was clear, and the gentle sea breeze was blowing on the cheeks, and the feeling couldn't be more comfortable. The sun is not dazzling, just kidding. Wong Hao the sun god, can the sun be dazzling here? Definitely, the scenery and leisure on the sea are only second. Wong Hao looked back at the king-size bed, surrounded by fat, green, and thin yin, the best beauties from all over the world, lying together shoulder to shoulder. Well, Wong Hao was also lying on it just now. The girls, who were mostly young girls, were no older than 20, and the youngest were only 16, definitely adults in this country and theirs. That's why we are facing the pressure of life. Originally, they would become some people's playthings or taboos, living in castles, high-end hotels, dark nightclubs, and so on. But in the future, they will all have their best home, Wong Hao's kingdom of God. Without any encouragement, Wong Hao let go of his charm, and they couldn't hold back, and threw themselves into Wong Hao's arms. Under the sun, they became Wong Hao's believer maids. Then there's a week of shamelessness enjoyed by being a god. Divine power does not require money to transform. Every girl has come to the most perfect state, has more physical strength than the captain. Not to mention the flexibility of the body. Gymnasts can't match it. Oh, can't think about it anymore. Beauty Township, Hero Tomb. For Tony's arrangement, Wong Hao likes and is very happy, and he really deserves to be a fighter among the old drivers. Among other things, as an ordinary person, if you get rich overnight and want to experience such a life, you can't find a way. The world's top enjoyment resources are numerous, from drinks and ingredients to luxury bags, from top luxury cars to ocean view bungalows, and even rarer human resources. Are these things available for purchase? What is the best location? Ordinary people can't even see it. How to buy it? The top luxury cars are almost all privately ordered, and the car companies don't exist to sell them. They are designed and brought to the market. Just go directly to the homes of the rich and powerful to inquire, and there is no need to worry about sales. And those top-level ingredients and drinks are not limited in production, and those people have already divided up the share of them every year. What ordinary people can see is not the best. They just get it in the market to earn some IQ. Taxes. And these human resources are not only beautiful women, excellent managers, basic researchers in research institutes, gardeners and manors, butlers and castles. Are these people found in the talent market? Those who are really capable are targeted by major companies and headhunters before they leave school. This is the information age, and gold will not be buried anywhere. If it is buried, it's just that you're not real gold. Like the maids behind Wong Hao, none of them were inferior to Natasha Romanoff in terms of beauty, and many of them were proficient in some special skills. I dare not say that they are proficient in everything in piano, chess, calligraphy, and painting, but many people have indeed learned some excellent talents. After all, their original job was to please others. Now it is enough to please the god Wong Hao, and in the future, they will have more time to learn all kinds of knowledge and skills. After all, they need to do something to pass the long years. Let's go, it's time to go back, where those guys should really be in a hurry. No one except Tony knew that Wong Hao went to sea. There's actually an optical barrier around here, and satellites can't see everything here. But after being out for so long, I've had enough fun. Even if there's still many new poses that have not been unlocked, it doesn't matter, there's plenty of time. That being the case, Wong Hao should go back first. Set sail, set sail. In the evening, the cruise ship sailed into the port of New York. What Wong Hao didn't expect was that someone was waiting for him at the port. You're finally back. If you don't come back, I'm afraid I'll send the Global Hawk to call you with a loudspeaker. Watching Wong Hao walk off the boat surrounded by 12 beautiful maids, Nick Fury's expression remained unchanged, but the seriousness in his eyes was obviously relieved a bit. What can make Tong Tian's shield director so anxious? Wong Hao waved his hand, and the 12 maids stepped aside. Someone had already come to pick them up and leave. They will be members of the church and become a group of maids exclusively for Wong Hao, enjoying the benefits of the church and all kinds of wages and allowances. After all, many of them still have family members to take care of. As for the source of funds for the church, it is naturally social donations. For example, a rich man named Stark personally donated 100 million, and other rich people also donated a lot. A special accounting team has to be hired to manage it. As for the purpose of those rich people, it is nothing more than to show favor to Wong Hao. After all, many of them are old or sick. Wong Hao's act of saving dead man's life with only one breath left shocked the whole world. And that's actually why Nick Fury is waiting here. I need you to stop them. Give me a reason. Wong Hao showed disdain. Nick Fury really thought he could be on an equal footing with him? He even dared to make demands on him. And it was Wong Hao's gift to him that he could still stand here alive. In this country, civil war really cannot happen, and many people will die. Seeing Wong Hao's attitude, Nick Fury's previous tough words also changed into a plea. What does the people of Manhwa have to do with me? You broke out in a war, and you suffered countless casualties. That's not your problem. But among them are your followers. Nick Fury said loudly. Oh, that's right. Many of them are my believers, so you're asking me, a god, to stop my believers from seeking justice for God and judging evil for God? Nick Fury, I think you were broken by Loki that day, brain. The development of the matter is very clear to Wong Hao. After all, he can feel everything about his disciples. As early as the second day of the New York War, countless people took to the streets. Under the leadership of those envoys, the believers acted as pioneers, and the disaffected citizens took their aid, and the entire New York fell directly. Government departments, police stations, the National Guard, and garrisons outside the city were all captured. There's no way. The envoys all have regenerative healing factors, and they need to apply for healing to use on others, but they don't need to use it themselves. As long as there is a breath, I will immediately resurrect on the spot for you to see. Coupled with the physical function comparable to that of Captain America, Gatling with one hand, dismantling tanks with bare hands is no problem at all. Some of these envoys can even use simple divine power, and they are so powerful that they can control the flames, making the government army run faster than rabbits. Moreover, there's still many government troops who directly defected. After all, they were also within the bombing range of that nuclear bomb at that time, and they were also abandoned sons. Under the leadership of several believer officers, several bases defected to the enemy as soon as they came up and joined the holy army of the sun god. Then the army had standard weapons and had real officer command. The momentum of the Legion is getting bigger and bigger, and the May government is in great trouble again. It was Hydra's problem. Before Nick Fury and others could react to the Legion, Natasha Romanoff and Hawkeye brought 2 teams of Avengers to meet with him directly. So Nick Fury with the list immediately started to clear the money and called HYDRA1 was caught off guard. This method is indeed effective, and the Hydra never dreamed that the Avengers next door came to spoil the show and brought a detailed list. After all, the original bosses were basically arrested by the Avengers. With the captain's memory, it is impossible for those people to forget. With a click, the US government shut down on the spot. Nearly 1/3 of the people were arrested, and then the old Tony directly deciphered the Hydra database. Well, the evidence is solid. And all this is almost busy. The main backbone of Hydra has been arrested, and the rest is liquidation and reorganization. Only then can Nick Fury and the government have the energy to manage the affairs of the Legion. But they also never dreamed that the situation was out of control. 3 days after the fall of New York, the city order has not deteriorated at all. On the contrary, it is better than before the fall. So, no matter in what era, religious lunatics are always the craziest. Under the leadership of the gangster fanatic, the envoys took the lead in the charge, and the underground forces in the entire New York were almost wiped out. On one side is a symbol of light and justice, with a divine envoy with regenerative healing factor, who can cure terminal illnesses, give birth to dead man flesh and bones, and various super abilities. The most important thing is that there's a real God behind them. On the other side is the underworld that enslaves and exploits itself, brings countless troubles to the lives of residents, and leads to various crimes rampant in the underworld. Any fool knows how to choose. Moreover, Police T is afraid of death, but angels are not afraid. Police T will be bought by profit, but angels are not. Eternal life. Who can afford this price? The underground forces in New York, which had already been regarded as a long-standing problem left over from history, were directly wiped out, and then the Legion took over the security of New York City. And in order to ensure the vitality of the city and gain the support of all forces, the Legion has done nothing to the lives of ordinary people. Apart from making speeches, it has just begun to target positive and negative leaders. Others, in the eyes of ordinary people, there is no difference from before. There's still a difference. You can come out for activities at night. In the past, except for specific blocks in New York, driving out to wander around at night was death. Walking 100 meters, 5 daggers, and 5 small pistols pointed at you asking for money is not a joke. The reason why those specific blocks can be active is because of the deployment of a large number of police resources. For example, there are at least dozens of policemen watching around Times Square. But now that worry is gone, dare to commit a crime at night? Someone will knock on the door of your house early tomorrow morning and send you to the angel to confess. So naturally, a country within a state has become. Although Manhwa was a federal state in the past, and the relationship between the states was relatively independent, the problem is that New York is the largest city and global economic center in Manhwa, the country's top priority. This is all independent, so what? And the key is that this place is independent of the impact on other places. Nick Fury and the others are busy dealing with HYDRA. The Legion has not stopped expanding, at least the publicity is in place, and people all over the United States know what happened here. As a result, all over the United States, believers of the sun god Hao sprung up like mushrooms after spring rain, and people or forces who complained about the people of New York also continued to emerge. It can make Nick Fury do nothing, ignore those piles of things, and run to the port to wait for Wong Hao for a whole day. How could this situation be just a New York problem? Asking a busy man like Nick Fury to drop all his work just to wait until Wong Hao asked him to restrain the believers. This behavior is enough to show how serious the situation is. Definitely, there are more intuitive data. While Wong Hao is away from the hustle and bustle of the world, spending vacations on cruise ships with a troop of maids, his number of followers has been growing. What is mentioned here is what he can perceive, and what he has a clear will to devote himself to his kingdom of God. Among them, there are countless weak believers from all over the world. Compared with the dumb guy on the cross, Wong Hao proved his existence with tangible miracles. So naturally, there are many people who abandon gods who don't know the truth and come to believe in the true God, but these people can abandon their beliefs at will, and their beliefs are not firm originally, so most of them are weak believers. But the forest is big, and there are all kinds of birds, and there are many believers, and it is inevitable that there will be some with firm beliefs. As a result, the number of strong believers also exceeded 100 in a short period of time. Wong Hao checked before disembarking and found that there were already more than 500 strong believers. However, compared to strong believers, the birth of fanatics has little to do with the number of people. In New York City, Wong Hao only saved a few for saving lives, so during this period, the number of fanatics has increased by 2, that's all. Leaving aside the special case of fanatics, strong believers are already people who can go there with explosives for Wong Hao. These people are absolute backbone members no matter what religion they belong to. In Wong Hao's sect, they are light and justice of the symbol. And this group of people is the main target of Nick Fury's worries and worries. New York is already virtually independent under the Legion's governance. And this kind of independence has also made the whole United States see some signs. You must know that not every state has a good relationship with the federal government of Manhwa. Especially in the inland areas, the economy is underdeveloped, life is very ordinary, and the government never cares about them. Only knows to collect taxes and then collect taxes. It is said that it is a developed country, but it is really only a well-off per capita, and it is impossible to live a life, but it is impossible to make a fortune, and the education cannot keep up. You can only stay in the small town of your hometown and live a muddled life for the rest of your life. Many people are dissatisfied with this situation. And now, the largest city in the United States and the most developed state is independent? What are you waiting for? Respond quickly. The ordinary life has passed for a long time. Isn't this the time to get ahead? If they really want to fight, maybe they can be the founding generals. So all over the country denounced the federal government, and people who supported the Legion wave after wave. Although the scale was small, there were many of them, and the more than 500 strong believers played a key role at this time. Their beliefs are firm, and they all trust each other. Those who can become strong believers are basically comrades with the same thinking. When they connect with each other, it is really a spark that can start a prairie fire. It just so happens that the federal government is paying Hydra again, so there's no time to deal with them. They come and go, but within a week, the situation in the United States is in chaos. The so-called independent army is basically everywhere except the easternmost and westernmost coastal developed states. The banner plate is also very good. It used to be God bless America, but now the sun shines on us. In other words, if Nick Fury doesn't come to beg Wong Hao again, this America may really be about to perish. However, Wong Hao's attitude towards this has not changed. If he dares to plot against him and avenge him, then he must pay the price. He has already eaten a nuclear bomb, so he still cares about the survival of America? Acting like you're special. Do you really think you are a symbol of democracy and freedom? It's just that in the two world wars, because of the geographical advantages, they were able to marginalize Zero B, make war fortune by the way, and finally snatched a large number of European scientists who were in trouble. Do you really think that your own system is so good and advanced? So God bless America? Fooled too many others, and ended up believing it all? Ignoring Nick Fury's cornhead, Wong Hao walked straight forward. He was going to visit his church and let his believers see his true God. But you brought light, and now this country, and even the world, will fall into the cloud of war. The forward steps paused, and Wong Hao suddenly laughed out loud. Bah? Clouds? If it's for the sake of the light, and for the light to last forever, then why not? Sit on a lengthened Lincoln carefully prepared by the church, and the two maids who are on duty today are already waiting inside, and drinks and food are also available. Wong Hao's convoy drove away, leaving only Nick Fury in place with a painful and hesitant face. If it was someone else, if it was anyone else, even Thor, he would find a way to use force. The destructive weapons that SHIELD possesses are more than just nuclear bombs. He can use weapons against gods, ghosts, and aliens. He was promoted from an ordinary agent to a high-level agent because of the battle with the aliens, and he was even able to contact some aliens on the Earth. But that was Wong Hao. He knew very well that not only the nuclear bomb could not kill him, but other weapons could not kill him either. America is over. Nick Fury closed his eyes, feeling very solemn, but a voice suddenly sounded. Are you for the name, or something else? A plainly dressed woman walked from the port, but even ordinary makeup and attire still couldn't conceal her role. What do you mean? Do you remember? I'm not from the United States, so I don't understand the meaning of the word America to you, but I know that you are not fighting for it. You're fighting for the people, for the needs of more than 300 million people, ordinary people, to protect. Nick Fury suddenly let out a long sigh, then raised his head and looked directly at the person coming. Natasha Romanoff. Now, I kind of believe that what attracted us in him was really light and justice, and we can also be called good people. What kind of conversations Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff had behind them, and what new ideas they had, didn't matter to Wong Hao. He's going to inspect now. In other words, go pretend to be tough in front of his believers and show off your holiness. These people believed in him, entrusted the future in his hands, and were willing to fight and sacrifice for his glory and his goals. Then Wong Hao naturally had to return something. What they gave was everything they could give. As for Wong Hao, the insignificant divine power for him is not too much for them. The location of the church is not far from the port. It was originally an abandoned factory. Later, the economic downturn, coupled with various demands for environmental protection, led to the bankruptcy of the owner of the factory. No man's land. The church has a lot of money, so many donations, so that they can afford the capital. A large piece of land was bought by them. Except for a vacant lot in the middle, the rest of the place was made into a residential area. It not only found jobs for many original unemployed vagrants, that is, the main force who caused troubles, but also provided a place to live for many believers, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Welfare homes have been the only means of religious propaganda since ancient times, and it is no exception to this point. But today, in this piece of land belonging to the Church of the Sun God, everyone is gathered. They are waiting by the side of the road, looking forward to something. They are waiting for their God to come. The convoy drove over quickly, and as the convoy drove in, the sky became brighter. As the rising sun in the distance jumped out of the water, the sky and the earth became brighter, and everyone's hearts also began to brighten. Coming. The most exciting thing is definitely the three angels standing in the front, 2 men and 1 woman. In the past week, they led a large group of believers to form a legion and took the entire city of New York under their control. Moreover, their deeds are constantly spread to the whole country and the whole world. More and more people join them, and more people are inspired by them. Each of them can be regarded as a role model, selfless, helpful, and positive. If anyone wants to ask what God's people are like, then they're the best answer. And their image is also very outstanding. A middle-aged Uncle Hans, with a calm temperament, gives people a very reliable and friendly feeling. His solid arms can always make those who follow him believe in him, and he is the pillar of the Legion. A young man, Luo Chung, as an Asian, has a sunny smile, cheerful and lively, and always appears on the front line where he is needed. His optimism has made countless people laugh, dispelled the haze in their hearts, and let them continue to be brave, facing life and challenges on the ground. 16-year-old girl Anna. With beautiful blonde hair, she has the most beautiful smile in the Legion. The experience of being born in a monastery made her understand the suffering. She is the most popular among women and children. With her firm belief, she provides the strongest logistical support for the team. The car door opened, and two maids dressed neatly and calmly came down from both sides. And then a man stepped out of the car door. The golden sun rises high, shining light between the sky and the earth. All the darkness and evil are retreating. People try their best to see. In the center of the light, the man is walking towards them. My God! The three envoys were the first to bow down. There was no need to ask, no need to be tempted. As long as they saw him, everyone knew that this man was the god they were waiting for. Even if he travels in the same way as ordinary people, he does not stand tall, spread his wings across the sky, or shine brightly. However, he is a god. He is the god of the sun, and no one in the entire universe can imitate him. Get up. I don't like looking down at others. With a faint smile on his face, Wong Hao glanced at his three envoys. Wong Hao knew everything about their past, and everything. So although it was the first time for everyone to meet, Wong Hao was very familiar with them. Hans remained silent, but stood up resolutely. His experience is very similar to that of the captain. He was seriously ill and frail since he was a child. He was abandoned by his own parents and grew up in an orphanage. He was tortured by life without compromise. Wong Hao even doubted that if Hans Mo Ku was chosen instead of Steve Rogers, his achievements would not be inferior to that guy. Before becoming an envoy of God, he was actually thinner than ordinary people. Although he insisted on exercising, the effect might not be as good as ordinary people's casual fooling. When the war broke out, he who should be helped was still working hard to help others, and he did not hesitate to give up the chance of survival to women and children in times of crisis. Later, he felt the bright breath of Wong Hao, and he was sure that this was what he believed in and the truth he had been pursuing, so he put his faith in it without any hesitation. As a result, with the help of divine power, his body was restored, and he gained strength stronger than the captain. In the same way, he can also help more people to practice what Wong Hao represents. Light and justice. Hans, I give you holy boxing skills. With faith as support and light as strength, you will be as solid as a rock, and you will be invincible. Go protect your compatriots and destroy your enemies. Wong Hao's voice sounded, and then the light shrouded Han's body. After a half-pay, he raised his head and raised his fists. A strange force began to gather, making his already resolute momentum even more powerful. Holy boxing, one of Wong Hao's newly developed divine arts. In the past week, he has gained a lot of wish power, and after completing his plan, there is still a lot left, so it has become a benefit for the envoys of the gods. You can choose outstanding disciples to teach holy boxing. It will be your most solid defense and the strongest weapon. Holy boxing is divided into three ways of attack and defense. Attacking, mainly using Wong Hao's strength law and speed law. The user's body will be blessed, the strength and speed will be greatly improved, and every punch and kick will have great power. The key is belief. A holy fist warrior who upholds the light relies on belief to drive the holy fist. The stronger the belief, the stronger the power that can be exerted. Based on Han's belief, Wong Hao estimated that it would be no problem to knock Hulk down with one punch. After all, he is a fanatic. Definitely, this does not mean that Han's power is that strong, because what he used was actually Wong Hao's power, which Wong Hao borrowed. The defensive style, as the name suggests, is used for defense and protection. The effect is very simple, providing a shield to protect oneself or others. This trick is not based on belief, but on authority, and the power and law that can be used at each level are different. The first layer is pure power law. Blocking bullets is a trivial matter. Even small caliber shells can be ignored. The key is not to be afraid of intensive attacks. As long as it doesn't break through the instant output threshold, it can be blocked at will. And there will be no situation where people inside will be injured by shocks, because it is completely kinetic energy absorption. In addition to the law of power, the second layer also has the law of space. At this layer, the breakthrough of a single body also loses its meaning. Although Wong Hao has just started learning space law, at least he has the space gem in hand, and originally has this ability, so he can get started quickly. To put it bluntly, at this level when the attack hits the shield, it will be directly wiped out by the space power. Anyway, Wong Hao doesn't have much else, just a lot of divine power. A little space power is really insignificant. Moreover, the second layer is not accessible to just anyone, and this is the purpose of Wong Hao's permission setting. It's not that he is reluctant, but that powerful power must be in the hands of those who are worthy of it. The weapons in the hands of human beings are enough to destroy human civilization countless times. But isn't it because the truly powerful weapons cannot be easily used? As for the third layer, it is no longer a purely physical defense. This level can even be directly said to be Wong Hao's blessing. As long as Wong Hao can withstand it, then the user will definitely not be harmed. And with both offense and defense, what is the so-called defense? This move is actually to expand the development direction of holy fist warriors. According to the difference of each person's personality, they will get different law ability blessings. For example, Hans is light and power. He can use light to manipulate light, and his own power will be greatly improved at the same time. This is the full and enhanced version of the divine power they obtained before, and it is the result of Wong Hao perfecting his skills during this time. After training and learning, holy fist warriors, such as Hans, can use light energy when attacking, such as making light energy weapons, such as releasing light energy to directly cause damage, and can also use various light characteristics to target different opponents or just to do some auxiliary work. And through you, Warriors can independently extract life force to strengthen their bodies. That is practice. This means Yushur divine power. I'll grant you the right to build a sanctuary, train holy fist warriors, spread light, uphold justice, maintain my glory, and protect your comrades. Follow my God's order. Hans put his right fist on his left chest and bowed his head to show his respect for Wong Hao. Behind him, countless people cast envious eyes. From now on, Hans will become an existence above 10,000 people. In addition to possessing great power, he will also be in charge of an extremely powerful army. But then, everyone turned their attention to the remaining two envoys. If Hans got the oracle, they would naturally have it too. Sure enough, Wong Hao turned his attention to Luo Cheng after bestowing Hans with holy boxing skills. This is a Chinese man, the posthumous son of a gang boss in Chinatown. Power struggles are everywhere. His father lost, but the old man in the gang still brought up his old mother with him. But his old mother also passed away a few years ago. But it was he who grew up in that environment since he was a child, but he was full of sense of justice. Maybe his mother was disgusted with this kind of person or thing because of his father's death, so she taught him to be bright since he was a child. And when he was young, he was obsessed with knight-errant culture. So he is the lotus flower that emerges from the mud without being stained. Luo Cheng, I will give you the Holy Spirit spell. Luo Cheng's mother hated the affairs of the world, so Luo Cheng was required to study hard since he was a child. Before that, he was a top student at Columbia University in New York City. It was one of the top 3 top schools in the United States. Born there, and the Holy Spirit technique was created just for this. The power of God is to guide you, but you also need to discover your own strength. The Holy Spirit technique helps the user to open up a higher level of spiritual wisdom. Luo Cheng's spiritual power is strengthened, and his brain is developed to a higher degree. His learning ability and creation ability will reach a level that is astonishing to a human being. On the one hand, he will be a pioneer of science. On the other hand, he will also be the leader of the church, as the archbishop in charge of everything. Hans is in charge of strength, while Luo Cheng is in charge of wisdom. This is also in line with the personality characteristics of the two people. Hans is taciturn and just works in silence, and Luo Cheng has a cheerful and lively personality, unconstrained thinking, and an amiable and friendly temperament, a bit similar to Wong Hao, who has more advantages in communicating with others and handling relationships. And he is also the only scholar among the 3 envoys. You will be the bishop, manage and lead them to create a bright future. This sentence has basically announced that Wong Hao has established himself as his earthly agent. If everyone looked at Hans with envy just now, then it's not just envy now. Jealousy, expectation, flattery, the list goes on and on. It will live up to expectations. With a smile on his face, Luo Cheng looked at the man in front of him who looked not much older than himself and nodded heavily. After the 2 men were done, there was only one beautiful girl left. Anna, I will give you the holy brilliance. Looking at the bright girl in front of him, Wong Hao stretched out his finger. A light flickered on the tip of his finger and then landed on Anna's eyebrow. Go, spread light for me and bring warmth to the world. Holy boxing technique is force. Holy Spirit technique is wisdom. And holy brilliance technique naturally expresses it with force and wisdom. But the spread of faith still needs to be expressed. The holy brilliance technique is prepared for this. Anna will become the face of the church's external publicity, and the holy brilliance grants her the abilities of healing, killing evil, and judging. Healing and punishing evil need not be introduced again, but the judgment technique is created by Wong Hao's characteristics. The effect is very simple. When you activate this technique, as long as you have evil thoughts in your heart, you will feel ashamed. To put it bluntly, it is to magnify the kindness in people's hearts. No matter how evil they are, there will always be a trace of goodness in their hearts. And those who take it for granted, even if they do evil, will definitely have times to ask themselves if they should. And this trace of kindness will be infinitely magnified in front of Anna. And then he will feel ashamed and guilty. He will tell the truth. He will explain the facts. He will not bear to be hurt, and so on. For example, if Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra who tried to kill hundreds of millions to achieve his ruling purpose, was tried by Anna, he would cooperate with all means to explain his criminal facts clearly and try his best to make up for it. Then spend the rest of your life in guilt, trying to repair as much as possible the mistakes and damage you caused. No prisons, no courts, he will judge himself. This is the horror of the holy brilliance technique. The warriors of the temple bulldozed everything. The Saint Anna came forward to appease and judge, and the bishop led by Luo Cheng governed the place and developed the people's livelihood. Basically, one place was completely settled. In a modern society where technology is sufficiently developed and resources can be satisfied, there's church control, and there's no opportunity for careerists and exploiting classes to rise up. Wong Hao really can't imagine how this kind of society can be in turmoil. If none of this works, it can only be said that his countless vows were wasted, and I gave him the carefully crafted God for nothing. Yes, God me. With the large-scale development of the church and the expansion of believers, Wong Hao obtained countless vows, and he used them to create a God self who is in charge of divinity, impartial and selfless, and can meet his various needs. To put it bluntly, it is a supercomputer similar to Keisha's knowledge treasure house and Carl's big clock, a system created by himself. It unifies the power of Wong Hao and distributes it to the believers, including reviewing their degree of belief and concept fit, giving them authority, and distributing their power, and to solve Wong Hao's problems when he needs it. Similar to the healing technique, as long as it is not for the believers to use, he can now use the control of the gods to quickly analyze the human body structure and then grasp the amount of life force used, so as to achieve perfect healing without their other sequelae issues, rather than needing to expend willpower to create a magic spell. There are also spectrum, flame temperature, including his various other powers, all of which have become more convenient and easy to use under the control of God. The most important thing is that the God self is made up of vows. The more the vows, the greater the ability of the god self, including things like creation. In the future, only Wong Hao one-click operation is required, and the god self will be able to directly custom templates for Wong Hao to choose from. Compared with the divine arts bestowed on the envoys, the most powerful divine arts created by Wong Hao in this retreat is precisely his own. This is a bit equivalent to the Buddhist saying of Sambhogakaya, and it's also a bit like cutting 3 corpses in the prehistoric. So he called the god Hao Ian and called himself the original self. This is also related to the believers. In the future, the believers will use the magic to find him, to find Hao Ian, and Hao Ian will choose to answer their various questions and even assist them in fighting. The work of the church is over. Although he was the hands-off shopkeeper, but he helped them, and they couldn't blame him if they couldn't do well. Everything needs to be done by gods, so what are you people doing by yourself? To be honest, how these believers live has nothing to do with Wong Hao. He should eat and drink, and it doesn't affect him. After all, these people are helping themselves to create the future, so it is enough for Wong Hao to give him guidance and strength. I have given both strength and wisdom, so what else do I need from him? Can everyone be given eternal life? It's impossible for me to pay attention to you all the time. In that case, it's better to send you directly to my kingdom of God. There will be no birth, old age, sickness and death, and no sorrow and parting. But the bright future of human beings must be created by ourselves after all. Get too close, and you'll end up getting burned. On the throne of the church, Wong Hao said to his 3 angels, and they also nodded. Anna was too young to understand, but both Hans and Luo Cheng knew it in their hearts. There will only be more and more reliance. Wong Hao has given enough help now, enough for them to create a brilliant civilization. Work hard. After a few hundred years, when you think it's time for you to retire, you can rest in my kingdom of God and enjoy eternal life and eternal joy. It's not impossible to be a god and have your own kingdom of God. Regarding this point, the 3 of them didn't say anything. They didn't care about things like conferring gods, at least the 3 of them didn't. What about the doctrine, my god? You will be our spiritual leader, but we need to know the scope of your permission. Luo Cheng asked respectfully. What Wong Hao meant was to make it clear that without interfering with human development, it is impossible to control everything like a certain church. Wong hadn't even bothered to take care of it, but then the church was formally formed, and the division of labor between the 3 was clear. Anna was in charge of publicity, Hans was in charge of fighting, and Luo Cheng was in charge of management. But the doctrine is still needed. Brightness and the future are enough words. If you don't know how to do it, just learn it. It's not for you to ask me to give you the Holy Spirit. As long as it conforms to the correct value orientation of human beings and can bring positive energy to people, as long as it can make better contributions to the future of mankind, all of these are fine, and the times are different, and the standards are also different. Just follow the changes of the times. Wong Hao is not interested in taking care of everything. His goal has been achieved, and the church is on the right track, so he doesn't need to worry about the follow-up. And Yuan Li can already achieve a stable income, so don't worry about it. What about the direction of the country? It was a rare opportunity to meet Wong Hao in person, and Luo Cheng quickly asked another question. But Wong Hao really didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he just dropped the sentence. Ask Hao Ian, if you have any questions, I'm leaving. It's getting dark, it's time to get off work. It's getting dark, and the sun must be off work. As soon as the words fell, Wong Hao disappeared into the air, leaving Luo Cheng and the 3 of them looking at each other in dismay. After Wong Hao disappeared, he came to the Stark building, and now he no longer needs to fly. With Hao Ian's calculations, he can already use the teleportation ability. It's not space transfer, it's too troublesome. Any use of space power needs to calculate coordinates and preparations in advance. Ancient One needs to change circles, Flight needs to find wormholes for space jumps, and even space gems need to open a portal. He used light teleportation. As long as there is light, he can teleport there directly, not at the speed of light, but directly teleport. His consciousness is exchanged between photons in an instant, and then his body reorganizes, which is much faster than the speed of light. And this is his unique skill. However, when he came to the Stark building, he was a little surprised by the scene here. What's the situation? The place where the banquet was held before has now become a small processing factory, with instruments and equipment everywhere, and the floors have been opened up to connect with the basement. And a group of robots were busy working. At the same time, 2 Tonys and 2 Banners were discussing something with each other, and then they each started to work separately. They're making equipment. Hawkeye looked a little bored leaning against a nearby post. The Avengers have their own things to do. The Captain and Natasha Romanoff were helping Nick Fury deal with Hydra before, and this group of scientists started a technological revolution after exchanging information. As for the 2 Asgard brothers, they went back to Asgard after the banquet, but this time it was not Thor who pressed Loki to go back. Loki went back to challenge as the god of fire under the command of the sun god. So in the end, there is only one Hawkeye left. Equipment? Hao Ian, what are those? Asking Hawkeye will definitely not give you the reason. So Wong Hao directly asked the system he created, the supercomputer terminal Hao Ian, in charge of divine power. Start scanning. Start searching Bruce Banner's memory storage. The search is complete. The answer is obtained. A slightly mechanized voice sounded in Wong Hao's mind, and after it was over, the voice said again. These are the nanorobot activation devices, and the nanorobot programming device over there is the generated device. In Wong Hao's field of vision, several lights mark the function of each device for him. According to the information in my knowledge base, this is the nanotechnology brought by the in-game version of Tony Stark. They're manufacturing it in advance in this time and space, and completing the weaponization. Nanotechnology was obtained by Tony from Helen Zhao, the female doctor in the Cold Country in Avengers, Age of Ultron. After joint development, Tony weaponized it to create a nano-armor. But now, Tony and Banner in time and space collided with each other. After the technical exchange, the 4 geniuses worked together to push this technology to a new height, and also to manufacture enough weapons and equipment for the world's reinforcements. They can't travel through time and space and still carry ammunition depots, tanks and cannons, right? Anyway, Wong Hao went on vacation, and the captain was busy playing HYDRA, and they were given plenty of time to complete the work, record technology, and enrich it into the knowledge base. The power of Invisible began to scan the entire Stark building. Light waves and electromagnetic waves, under Hao Ian's control, silently invaded Stark's terminal. All kinds of technical data were copied by him without any hindrance, and then Hao Ian quickly studied them. Definitely, this kind of behavior is extremely energy-consuming. When Hao Ian was first born, it invaded the entire Earth network, recorded various knowledge data, and learned and understood it. The energy consumed was enough for the human beings on the entire Earth to use for more than 100 years. This is because human civilization has only been developed for thousands of years. Knowledge and technology on the internet are not considered core and important, and it is not difficult to deduce. But this is only possible if Wong Hao is big enough and has enough energy. He who can connect the entire universe to the fixed star has almost endless energy, let alone a space gem in his hand. Otherwise, anyone else would have been sucked dry. The scientific quartet, unaware of what Wong Hao had done, was still busy, except for Banner from Earth-Eye, who looked up at Wong Hao's arrival. The rest of them were so immersed in their work that they didn't even realize it. But they couldn't notice, so Wong Hao could only interrupt them by himself. How long will this take? Walking straight into the studio, Wong Hao stood in front of old Tony and asked, "Oh, why are you here?" Surprised at first. Then old Tony looked around and replied, "It can be over tomorrow, if you don't consider large-scale dressing. We have made 10 sets of nano armor, which is enough for use." In the past, Tony didn't want his armor to be used casually by others, for fear that it would become a military weapon instead of a steel armor if it would spread. But at this stage, his world is like that, so what else is there to care about? The captain doesn't care about freedom anymore, and is willing to travel through time and space to change the future. So why is he still struggling? He now hates why everyone in the Avengers Alliance didn't have a set of armors. Just kill Thanos and count the ball. Besides, it is not his world that is causing harm now, but Earth 1, and this world is supported by a tall man like Wong Hao. His armor is not high in combat power in front of Wong Hao, so the problem is fundamental. No longer exists. So what are you worried about? Start with large-scale equipment directly. 10 sets, let me think about it. You have it yourself, the captain can use a hammer, and Banner doesn't need it. So you prepared it for them and the Avengers of your world? In fact, there are only 2 people who need armor. Yes, you 2 scumbags, Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff. You have to fight aliens, and you still have to hold a bow and arrow, and the Avengers Alliance is 4. Who can Hawkeye talk to? The space battleships are here. Can't you give him a gun? That's not right. There are several more sets. Wong Hao looked at Tony with some puzzlement. He couldn't say that he was preparing for the resurrected Avengers. Could he? I'll let the captain shake people. Tony shrugged. If it is true that someone will obstruct us, as you said, and there may be conflicts, then helpers are definitely needed. Anyway, this can be regarded as training the world in advance and experiencing a space war in advance. Hearing what he said, Wong Hao thought for a while and knew the answer. You went to Wakanda? Well, I set off last night, and it should be here now. I also asked him to bring some vibranium back. Since there's going to be a fight, it is natural to prepare well. Vibranium is a good thing. Inspired by Ultron, my use of this thing is very good. Very thoughtful. Who is Ultron? Earth 1 Tony on the side asked along the way. You're and Banner's son. But at last the rebellion has come and will kill us all. Old Tony said casually. Wait, my son are with him. Tony, who has never studied psychic scepters, doesn't even think about the shadow of artificial intelligence, so he naturally doesn't know what the Ultron project is. But what he said on Earth, too, really shocked him, including Banner, who was on the side, who almost shook his hand and caused an experimental accident, and then transformed into a hammer. Don't listen to his nonsense. It's an artificial intelligence developed by the 2 of us based on the psychic scepter. It was originally intended to be used to control your Iron Legion and achieve global security, but turned out to be a traitor and almost destroyed the Earth. The Green Doctor Hulk chuckled. Thinking about it now, the past was quite funny, and this explanation made Earth-Eye Tony and Banner heave a sigh of relief. However, I can even develop an artificial intelligence with autonomous consciousness. I really am a genius. After relaxing for a while, Tony started bragging again, not caring at all that his so-called self-aware artificial intelligence was going to destroy the world. Stop talking. Hurry up and work. Hey, by the way, what are you talking about? Old Tony interrupted his flattery, and then turned his head to look at Wong Hao suspiciously. And Wong Hao was almost taken away by them. He just remembered this. Oh, I'm here to tell you you can go. You can go to your place when you are done. This so fast. Quick. You don't want your daughter anymore. Wong Hao looked at old Tony a little strangely. This guy was always in a hurry before. Why did he change his mind now? No, I saw that you left for a week, and thought it was to give us more time to prepare and plan. If you don't want to go back, I'm free. I still want to go to the universe, but in that case, it will take a long time to find me. Wong Hao really intends to take an adventure in the universe. After all, how big is the Earth? How big is the solar system? Compared with the universe with infinite possibilities and infinite fun, the Earth is too small. And after being busy with the endgame, there's basically no big news on Earth in the Marvel world, and he is too busy picking up girls every day. After visiting this universe, he plans to go to other universes to see it. But hearing him say that, old Tony said quickly, No, I'll inform them right away. The captain and the others have gone to Wakanda. If they go back and forth, they can come back almost tomorrow night. How about leaving the next morning? I have no opinion. After confirming the time, Wong Hao left the building, which was transformed into a small processing factory, and there was no place to stay, let alone sit down. Here there is no place for the master to stay. Wong Hao is floating in the air, and finally goes straight up, and he has come to the space without knowing it. This is the first time he has stepped into space. Although his spirit is always connected to the sun of this galaxy, and he can use its energy at will, it is the first time he looks from space from a human perspective. It's beautiful. Huge amounts of the Earth looks very gorgeous in space. compared with the monotonous silvery white of the moon next to it. The earth with mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, verdant forests, and vast deserts is more beautiful and colorful. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers are painted into a magnificent landscape picture, which makes Wong Hao amazed. However, this kind of light is very comfortable. Floating in space, Wong Hao's body is covered with silver light, which is the sunlight reflected from the nearby moon. After being reflected, this light has already changed, becoming something very different from the warm and blazing sunlight. One yin and one yang. Yes, I should create a moon goddess. Wong Hao finally knew where his strange feeling came from. It's time to expand your pantheon. With Vulcan, there must also be moon goddess. Only this time, it was not transformed by other people, but created by Wong Hao himself. Hao Yin, call out the god, and Hao Yin will start working immediately. Analyze the willpower needed to create a new godhead. Extract the knowledge base's descriptions about the moon and the moon goddess. Extract the knowledge base's appeals and preferences for beautiful women. Analyze the preferences of the self. The moon goddess is destined to accompany him, whether as his deputy or as his partner. Moon Shindu is irreplaceable. The group of maids and other women are limited to lust and cannot rise to the level of love. But he also needs a place for emotional sustenance. Otherwise, the same sentence, isn't the time of billions of years too boring? And with the rapid operation of Hao Yin, soon, a group of moonlight exuding silver brilliance gathered in front of him. Generating godhead, extracting moonlight divine power, extracting negative divine power, lacking divine power, interrupting the generation of godhead, activating wish power, generating moon god godhead, successfully generating negative divine power, extracting time-space divine power, extracting divinity. According to Wong Hao's request, Hao Yin mobilized Wong Hao's own ability, picked up the leftovers to make up for the gaps, and combined with the willpower, Hao Yin quickly completed the prototype of the moon godhead. Extracting life force, the divine body is being generated, and the divine body has been generated. In the light of the moon, a dreamlike girl appeared in front of Wong Hao little by little from scratch. A perfect body, even if it has not been infused with a godhead, has a soul that belongs to a god, but this body alone is enough to fascinate men all over the world. Definitely, they will not have the opportunity to witness such a scene. Dark clouds make the moon. The moon is born with a mysterious temperament, different from the majestic sun. The moon has a bright moment, but most of the time she hides her true face, just like the back of the moon. Unappreciated no. People can only see a part of her forever, but not the whole picture. Except Wong Hao. Inject the godhead. The moon god is created. Hao Yin's voice ceased, and his huge reserve of vow power was basically exhausted. But fortunately, with the constant replenishment from the believers on Earth, his reserve would slowly fill up. Definitely, Wong Hao's attention is now on his eyes. This beautiful young girl in clouds like clothes is opening her eyes. Hao Yin is completely Wong Hao's preference to create the appearance of the moon god. From all angles, this Moon Shindu will be Wong Hao's favorite woman. From character to appearance, there is nothing that does not conform to Wong Hao. Definitely, in her heart, Wong Hao is also her everything. Yin and Yang complement each other. Only in this way can there be harmony. Originally, this kind of thing couldn't be done with Wong Hao's power, and he formed a god whose power was mostly opposite to his own, but could also complement him. Don't say Wong Hao can't do it. Even the creator god, Death, who is in charge of the rise and fall of all life in the universe, can't do it. Unless you can integrate the full power of the 5 creation gods, it is still possible. But Wong Hao used Hao Yin and his willpower to achieve something that even the creator Shindu could not do. Like a baby bird opening its eyes, Luna's slender eyelashes trembled slightly, and then his bright eyes, like autumn water, slowly opened, dazed and at a loss. But immediately, when she saw Wong Hao in front of her, a sense of incomparable intimacy suddenly emerged. Apart from anything else, like a baby swallow throwing itself in her arms, Luna slipped into Wong Hao's arms, feeling the warmth. The power of Yin and Yang blends and merges between the two, between the sun god and the moon god. The feeling of home. Embracing her Luna, Wong Hao felt a rare warmth in her heart, which no one or Shindu could give to herself except her. Hey, your name is Wong Hao, what's my name? The information about Wong Hao was injected into the godhead of the moon god from the very beginning, and the mission of her birth was to make Wong Hao complete, so that the sun god would no longer hang alone in the sky, but would be accompanied by someone from now on. The moon has its ups and downs, and this matter is difficult to complete in ancient times. I hope that people will live forever and share the beauty. You can be called Wong Chan'er. To the outside world, you are both my sister and my wife. Chanwan is another name for the moon, and this name is perfect. Chanter. Chan'er hugged Wong Hao tightly, her slim body pressed against Wong Hao tightly, and she couldn't bear to be separated from him for a moment. In Wong Hao's kingdom of God, a round of moon rises beautifully, giving the whole kingdom of God a tinge of coolness, and the radiance of the sun adds a little bit of gentleness and tranquility. 2 golden and silver rays of light intertwined and fell to the earth. In the blink of an eye, the two returned to New York. It's just that the two of them didn't return to the Stark building, but took Chanter for a stroll in various shopping malls. He has never been in a serious relationship since he grew up. Lust is desire, but love is different. But he didn't know what to do when he was in love. If he really talked to other girls, he might basically go according to the other girls' ideas, but now he can only go shopping and eat with Chan'er. Do whatever she likes. Then, looking at the big and small bags in his hand, Wong Hao shook his head and smiled wryly. The clothes on him and Chan'er were all created by divine power. It looks like clothes, but it's actually divine energy, just like the extra set of armor that Thor and the Captain wore when they lifted the hammer and transformed. Definitely, let Hao Yin use the power of faith to create things out of thin air and make real clothes, but there's no need for that. But he didn't expect that Chan'er would like to go shopping. Or is it that women can't escape this catastrophe? It doesn't matter whether it's a woman or a goddess. While talking, he asked Hao Ian to continue to pay the bill, and then he got another pair of shoes in his hand. Hao Ian is equivalent to a supercomputer, and the consciousness of God is equivalent to the intelligence in it. With a little computing power, the Earth network is completely open to him. Definitely, he naturally wouldn't directly hack other people's accounts or something. The kind of behavior is tantamount to stealing. How can he be so low-end as a god? There are many ways to make money on the internet. With a little calculation, there will be a lot of money in Hao Ian's account, which is earned by Hao Ian's hard work. Later, Hao Ian learned to trade stocks and engage in futures. Well, anyway, when it comes to playing with data, Hao Ian is really not afraid of anyone. All kinds of operations are smooth, and the money in the account is also increasing. Anyway, Wong hadn't asked how many there were. At first, he asked how many zeros were there, and after getting a reply of 8, he stopped caring. And now, naturally, only need to buy. But it doesn't seem like a good thing if you can buy casually. Cough, Channer, I think it's almost done. Why don't we go back first? After all, she was just born, and she was very new to everything. It was the first time she came out to play, and Wong Hao also had the idea of letting her have fun. But now he has come to his senses. She is a god. Her physical strength is almost unlimited. How can she have fun? However, Channer, who was gesturing at Wong Hao with a men's sweater and a pair of pants to match, suddenly showed a pitiful expression on her face after hearing Wong Hao's words. Okay then, we can only come again next time. In nearly 3 hours, Channer bought more than 120 pieces of clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter for herself, and countless small accessories. In addition, a certain model of 2 famous lingerie stores was directly wrapped up. She's a good wife who knows all Wong Hao's hobbies. And as a good wife, she definitely didn't just buy for herself. She also bought more than 240 pieces of various clothes for Wong Hao. From her point of view, the matching effect is naturally nothing to say. In her priesthood, there is the power of beauty. In addition to being the moon god, she is also the god of beauty. But for Wong Hao, it's quite scary. I'm afraid he hasn't bought more than 200 pieces of clothes in the past 20 years. If he hadn't learned the use of space power, and Hao Ian was already opening up the kingdom of God, perfecting and expanding the kingdom of God, there would be no place to put so many things. Channer reluctantly followed Wong Hao and left the shopping mall. After dinner, Wong Hao brought Channer to the Stark building. Everything is ready to go. At night, I came to the top floor of the Stark building, where the lights were still brightly lit. Wong Hao left for a full day, but the busyness here did not decrease at all. But there are more people. The captain and others came back faster than Tony expected. A Wakanda fighter plane carried T'Challa, who was only a prince, and a group of vibranium brought the captain and others directly to New York City. Originally, Tony thought that it would take some time for the captain to win the trust of Black Panther, who has not yet intersected with him in this time and space. But obviously, he underestimated the charisma of the captain, or what the captain brought to win the trust of Wakanda, so they came directly to help. It seems that everyone is here. There was no room for a foothold on the top floor, so Tony emptied out the lower floors to make a living room and a meeting place for the Avengers. Looking at the hall full of guests and friends, Wong Hao nodded, and the Avengers Alliance in his impression was only a few people away. Hey, who is she? As the god of beauty, Channer's beauty is enough to conquer any humanoid creature on the earth. It's not just perfect that can be described. Wong Hao's envoy, Saint Anna, is becoming more and more perfect under the nourishment of life force, and also has the blessing of holy brilliance, with a unique temperament, noble and holy. But Anna still only conforms to the senses of most people, and there are always some weirdos who think she is not so good looking. But Channer is different. Her beauty is irresistible to human beings, just like Wong Hao's charm is to women. Therefore, when she appeared in the hall, the pure and lovely, she immediately attracted most of the attention. I am Wong Channer, the wife of Wong Hao, big brother, Channer said openly. Then the eyes of everyone present at Wong Hao changed, as if they were looking at a beast or a sinner who blasphemed and defiled the goddess. She's still a child. Tony looked at Wong Hao in shock. Even if he was as nasty as him, he would not attack the little girl. As for Channer, in his opinion, the image of a girl is completely. A girl of this age should still be in high school and enjoy school life. I might have to think about my faith. Banner adjusted his glasses. Although he had traveled to many countries in the past to avoid being hunted down, in those poor places, it was common for girls to marry into wives early. But the problem is, in Wong Hao's opinion, there is absolutely no need for this. As for Natasha Romanoff, her focus is different. She is the only one among the people present who is familiar with the culture of florists. He can even speak fluent Mandarin. So when she heard that Channer was called Wong Hao, big brother, and that her surname was also Wong, she imagined some strange things in her mind. It seems that the gods like forbidden love. For example, among the 7 wives of Zeus, there are aunts and sisters. The Queen Hera is Zeus's sister, right? Everyone present had different expressions, but there was no doubt that they all condemned Wong Hao. This was not because they dared to offend Wong Hao, but because Channer was so charming that people couldn't help defending her. As for their accusations and contempt, Channer's attitude is very obvious. She hugged Wong Hao, leaned her little head on Wong Hao's chest, and then looked at the Avengers Alliance crowd angrily. You are not allowed to accuse Wong Hao, big brother. Ozil. Tony had a heart attack on the spot and was overwhelmed by Channer's charm. And the men present were almost all the same. Even the 2 captains were in a trance for a while, but they didn't make a fool of themselves like the others. It's just that the act of closing his eyes while silently saying Peggy's name and touching the pocket watch with Peggy Carter's picture in his pocket shows that even the most determined captain is deranged. Not only men, Pepper and Natasha Romanoff, who just walked and looked at Channer a little abnormally at the moment, as if the illegitimate fan saw the appearance of his idol, and the whole person almost went crazy. Cough. The group release of the killing evil technique made everyone's minds recover a little bit, and Wong Hao reintroduced it. This is my wife, Luna. She is also the god of beauty. After hearing what everyone said, they suddenly realized, no wonder Chanur is so beautiful because she is a god of beauty. Goddess of moon, no wonder, the sun, the moon, but why she looks like a girl? You've spent countless years, won't you grow up? Because of Wong Hao's nonsense, he slept for hundreds of millions of years, so everyone thought Wong Hao was very old, even though he looked young. Because Wong Hao, big brother, likes me like this. Chanur giggled and said, two lovely dimples hung on her cheeks, and there was a bit of natural charm in her innocent smile. Even if she didn't show her charm to anyone, everyone still had a burst of heartbeat or simply short circuit. Ah no, if this continues, I feel that I will never be able to look directly at other women again. The most feared thing in this world is contrast. In front of Chanur's ultimate beauty, all women are overshadowed. Wong Hao also noticed this, so he turned his head and said something to Chanur. Afterwards, the smoke in Chanur's eyes flowed, and an invisible veil covered her face. In an instant, everyone present returned to normal. Not only that, but the image of the beautiful girl who was so impressive in their hearts that the captain almost forgot Peggy was fading little by little, as if turning into a dream. This is Chanur's special ability. The moon has been mysterious since ancient times, and concealment is Chanur's natural ability. The veil on her face can make it impossible for everyone to see her face clearly, and it can even make the image she left behind fade away, ethereal. Their eyes are very strange. Anyway, I don't like them very much. I will only show them to you in the estuary. Chanur was tall and slender, but she was still half a head shorter than Wong Hao. At the moment when she raised her head, the two looked at each other, and everything was said without saying anything. Chanur's influence disappeared, and the matter finally returned to the right track. Everyone seemed to have forgotten everything that happened just now, and resumed the discussion. The question now is, how do we get there? The future Black Panther and current Prince T'Challa don't know much about the specific situation, raising doubts about their actions to support the Avengers in different dimensions. Things like traveling through time and space are very cool, but very complicated no matter where they are. We came here to use this space-time beacon to shrink the PIM particles to the subatomic level and enter the quantum space for shuttle, so we only need to enlarge this device. Old Tony gestured to the watch-shaped object in his hand. The key point of the feasibility of time travel through quantum space lies in this. The algorithm he designed can successfully find the prepared space-time coordinates, preventing them from getting lost in the quantum space and going to the wrong time and place. But Wong Hao interrupted him, and then took out two gemstones of different colors. With them here, your set can be put away. The time gem and space gem are here, so there is no need to go to the quantum space. Wong Hao can directly open a portal to the world where the final battle is located. Okay, let's rest for one night, and leave tomorrow morning. Everyone dispersed immediately, busy with their own affairs, while Wong Hao and Chanur were going to find a hotel to rest. Although they didn't need to sleep to be energetic, this was Wong Hao's habit, and he didn't plan to change it for the time being. Wait a minute. Seeing Wong Hao and Chanur walking towards the balcony, Natasha Romanoff suddenly stopped them both. Big brother, let's go. Chanur let go of her clenched hands and walked aside, leaving room for Wong Hao and Natasha Romanoff. She doesn't care about certain things. The sun is the lord of the sky. The stars are bright, but there's only one sun that shines brightly. And likewise, there's only one moon. Like Wong Hao, Chanur is also the lord of the stars. Even in Wong Hao's harem, as the god king of the god system, she's also the unique queen who manages the concubines for him, just like Hera was to Zeus. Jealousy is not something she would do. But Natasha Romanoff is not looking for Wong Hao for this kind of thing. Nick has decided that if you can bring this country and the people of this world a better and brighter future, he is willing to serve you. He will work with the rest of the government to facilitate peace negotiations as much as possible. This is a decision made by Nick Fury after careful consideration. He doesn't want to see national civil wars, extraterrestrial crises gnawing at his throat, Chitauri, Kree, and other civilizations and forces. A safe corner of the Earth may be safe and sound, but once human beings leave the Earth, they will inevitably face extremely cruel and realistic problems. Before that, it is even more impossible to waste resources on unnecessary internal friction. It may be an opportunity for God to re-intervene in the development of human civilization. At the beginning, Nick Fury talked with Wong Hao and learned that Wong Hao's existence is the most powerful and top level even in the vast universe. With the blessing of such a god, the future of human civilization may indeed be bright and full of hope. The Legion's uprising is unavoidable, so if you can't beat it, join. At least in this case, you can also win a sufficiently reliable pillar for human civilization. It has to be said that Nick Fury reacted quickly and made decisions decisively. In the past, he has fought against various threats and forces that affect the free and autonomous development of human civilization. But now, facing an invincible opponent, he decisively chose to change course and choose to seek refuge with Wong Hao to gain a certainty about the future direction. This is indeed what a qualified leader should do. Let him deal with his own affairs first. With his current status, he doesn't have enough weight to push this matter. That's a choice that a qualified leader should make, but alas, Nick Fury is not yet a leader. We're going to move very quickly, and Nick will take the lead. Natasha Romanoff said solemnly. This is bound to be a massive purge. The collapse of Hydra's apparent influence has led to a major reshuffle of the power class. But this is not enough. To control the remaining power of the country, they need more. And bloodshed was inevitable. But this is for the future. Those people are obstacles to the future, no matter the past or the present. At the end of the conversation, Wong Hao at least released the attitude that it is possible to talk, and Nick Fury was relieved after receiving Natasha Romanoff's reply. It's good if you can talk, even if you don't even give a chance to talk. That would be complete despair. After all, Nick Fury really can't think of any way to kill a god like Wong Hao. In fact, his BB machine was about to fail. Carol said he would respond, but there was no news. Otherwise, he might have a lot more choices. In the early morning, when the first ray of sunlight hit the Stark building, Wong Hao appeared in front of the Avengers with Chanur. This is the space-time coordinates. Handing over his watch to Wong Hao, old Tony stood aside, and except him, all the other people who participated in this operation put on the latest nano armor mixed with vibranium. 2 captains, 2 Tonys, Dr. Hulk plus Dr. Banner, Ant-Man and Hawkeye, and Natasha Romanoff, plus Black Panther, Falcon called by Captain ahead of time, and Colonel Rhodes called by Tony, sent by Nick Fury Hill and Phil Coulson. Finally, there are 2 Thor brothers who have rushed back from God's domain. Loki is Wong Hao's god, so naturally he wants to go out with him, and Thor is to witness what his future self will be like. In short, this team is very large, and in terms of lineup, it can basically be regarded as the most outstanding group of fighters on Earth. Then let's go. The information in the space-time beacon was read by Hao Ian. Following Wong Hao's order, Hao Ian directly mobilized the energy of the time gem and space gem, and the blue portal appeared next to everyone. Take one step, the world will spin, and the world will change. After crossing the cosmic barrier, everyone appeared in another time and space. Whoa, that's what you call the future Avengers Alliance base. Well, not bad. Due to the large number of people, everyone appeared on a large square at the gate of the Avengers Alliance base. As one figure passed through the portal, the base also got news. Soon, there were several people wearing white quantum combat uniforms. People ran out. Monkey Rachette. What fact? The raccoon spoke. Tony looked in shock at Rocket Raccoon, who was on the ground, just up to his knees, and almost overreacted and gave him a shot. And the same is true of everyone on Earth behind him. After all, they have seen aliens before, but this is the first time they have seen talking raccoons. Rah, what do I see? 2 Tony Starks. Hey, the one with the bow and arrow. You point at me like that again. Can't you believe you'll never have any underwear to wear again? Rocket pointed at Hawkeye in the crowd, and behind him, Hawkeye, who ran out from Earth 2, looked at Natasha Romanoff in the crowd, as if he had seen a ghost. Xana, with a non-mainstream haircut. Kalinte, who became a Ronin, had tears in his eyes and trembling lips. Natasha Romanoff, who had just sacrificed herself in front of him, came back from the dead, which made him feel like he was living in a dream, and he couldn't believe the facts in front of him. Definitely, the most explosive part of the show was Loki. When Thor from Earth 2 came out, Loki almost didn't recognize him, and Thor almost didn't recognize Loki, who had changed his image and temperament. After all, his Loki had been strangled to death by Thanos 5 years ago. Ever since, Thor looked at Loki with tears in his eyes, but Loki pointed at Thor and laughed out loud, laughing so hard that tears also came out. I must tell Frigg about this matter. No, I want to take a picture of you and spread it all over Asgard. My God, Thor, the Prince of Asgard, the future king of gods, has now become this look, and Jane Foster, that woman will love you just the way you are. The meeting is finally over. The 2 parallel universe Avengers meet each other, and there are a lot of jokes, but there are also sorrows and condolences. Natasha Romanoff sacrificed herself for the Soul Gem, and Thor was so decadent because of the destruction of Asgard, and the whole family died. And everyone on Earth 1 has also seen the depression of Earth 2 today. On that day, more than 3 billion people disappeared. We have spent 5 years in despair. This despair cannot be offset by beheading Thanos, because what is lost has been lost after all. They did what their team name says, the Avengers. They got their revenge, but the rest is hopeless. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how pale and powerless the word revenge was. Avengers, how ridiculous and sad. You are about to take revenge, which means that the opponent has already won. So revenge is just a futile rescue for the loser. Even if you lose, even if you succeed in revenge, it will not change the fact that you have lost blood and blood. By the way, I don't know what you were here for. Rhodes of Earth 2 asked while looking at his healthy and young self, with a hint of envy in his eyes. He lost consciousness from the waist down, and his nervous system was broken. This is not just a simple paralysis. Walking problems can be done with mechanical exoskeletons. What about other things? He can't even control himself when going to the toilet. He can only wear adult diapers. As for this, everyone was also at a loss, because Wong Hao asked them to come here. Definitely, it is really meaningful after they come here. After seeing the future situation, at least there will be no more differences between the captain and Tony after going back. You can also sit down and have a good talk. But Wong Hao said at the time that something would happen. Didn't you find someone missing? Wong Hao took Connor to visit the future Avengers Alliance base. It was just a building in a movie, and he had never seen the details inside. But since everyone asked, he didn't hide it. He just pointed out the situation. Fewer people? Who was missing? Both sides began to search for the members of their own team, and after some sorting, Rhodes suddenly screamed. Where did Nebula go? Xingyin? Who is Xingyin? The Avengers of Earth I never saw the blue robot sister from beginning to end, while the Avengers of Earth 2 became very familiar with one of the last 2 remaining members of the Guardians of the Galaxy. She's in the quantum tunnel. What is she doing? Nebula has been staying in the quantum tunnel since everyone welcomed the people from Earth 1 to go out. Now, everyone finally reacted, but it was too late. The channel is open. Why? The 2 Tonys looked at each other, then said in unison, someone is coming. As soon as the voice fell, the machine started, and the tunnel opened again. With the influx of energy, a ray of light flashed, then broke through the roof, became bigger and bigger in the air, and finally fully unfolded. A real starship has arrived. Since Tony's time beacon is set to come back 3 seconds after they left, it actually doesn't matter how long the time traveler has been in the other time and space. The time of return is the same. This is actually reflected in many movies. For example, Rhodes just left, and Nebula was captured, but the changed Nebula appeared at the same time as Rhodes. And this also explains why Thanos' fleet can pass through the quantum tunnel. After all, it is the power of the level universe, and Thanos himself is a Titan scientist with extraordinary achievements. So he told Tony that not only Tony is tired of knowledge. Then, after capturing Nebula's quantum suit and space-time beacon, Thanos probably studied them for a long time in the space-time. Not only the quantum suit, but even the Pym particles may be copied by him. It's just that Nebula, as the striker, set off first and came to the Avengers base, found out the location of the Infinity Gauntlet, and then notified Thanos. Therefore, whether Thanos comes or not is not something that can be prevented here. With the technology of traveling through the quantum space, Thanos' fleet can come here by itself, and Nebula is only a guide. Finished. When the battleship broke through the roof and the sky became dark, the two Tonys also got the news that the energy connection between the infinite gems had been sorted out and the infinity gauntlet made of nanomaterials was completed. I'm afraid we don't have time to use it, and if we don't get rid of them, even if we snap our fingers, the Earth may not be able to keep it. The captain of Earth 2 looked at the sky bitterly. That huge interstellar mothership was far from being comparable to the Chitauri battleship they had dealt with before. The entire coast is under its shroud, and it doesn't even need to attack. It just needs to fall down and crush it with its huge volume, and the city of New York will be completely destroyed. Can't you just use the glove to wipe out the enemy? Chonner and Wong Hao stood aside and looked at the group of people who were united, but with despair and sadness on their faces, and asked in a puzzled manner. Don't ask. Asking is just what the plot needs. Wong Hao's behavior of asking and answering made everyone in a trance for a while, as if they were living in a false world. That's right. Wouldn't it be over if we snapped our fingers and knocked them out? Why go up and fight them? Ant-Man, Scott, and Rode shouted suddenly, and then everyone looked at the captain in unison, with a look of cheating me. It seems like this is possible. Sorry, I didn't think of it just now. The hanging hearts of the Avengers suddenly fell. Although many of them have changed new equipment, it is still a bit like asking them to fight against such a space mothership. But Wong Hao shattered their illusions again. It's too late for you to think about it now. Stretching out his palm, the force field of invisible scattered. Wong Hao sighed lightly. The heat and light burst forth. A golden crow spread its wings from the kingdom of gods, and terrifying power rose from his body. Yaoshou, come up and open the big one. Above the head, the terrifying streamer fell rapidly with a rate of fire denser than that of raindrops. The main guns on the battleship fired at once, and the star-killing firepower was launched. Thanos' decisiveness is not quite the same as in the movie, or in other words, this Thanos' reaction to his own destiny is different from that in the movie. Yes, there are countless parallel universes, countless parallel worlds. A different idea may lead to a completely different future. Doctor Strange uses the time gem to see a million future possibilities. Are they really just the future? Is it possible that it didn't happen? Or, in a certain parallel universe, that is reality. Obviously, the Earth 2, where Wong Hao came to, is probably one of the countless failures where the Avengers were wiped out. Father, activate the star-killing firepower, a salvo, powerful enough to destroy the planet's star core. In that case, wouldn't infinite gems be destroyed as well? On the spaceship, the green-skinned Gamora is graceful, but full of wildness. However, her danger can only be restrained in front of the purple sweet potato essence in front of her, manifested as submission. Daughter, if such an attack can destroy infinite gems, how can infinite gems have the power to change the entire universe? The tall and strong figure turned around slowly, and the distinctive face of purple sweet potato Jing in a suit of armor appeared. People on Earth are so stubborn. They can't see the truth clearly, and they want to fight against the destiny. In this case, let them directly turn into dust in the universe. As long as those guys don't make a move. The group of guys? Gamora looked a little puzzled, seeing what Thanos meant. Could there be any other secrets on Earth? My mission is about to be completed, and this legion will be handed over to you in the future, so I should tell you something. Seeing Gamora's doubts, Thanos sat on the throne and said slowly, Do you know my race? Gamora bowed her head respectfully. You are a great Titan. Titan, that's right, I'm a Titan, and I'm also called the Eternal. It's just because our people enjoy almost eternal life and have incomparably powerful power. Thanos clenched his fists, remembering the old days. But the Eternal race was divided into two branches a long time ago. My ancestors led a group of people to become Titans, while the other group is still named after the Eternal race. They are on Earth. What Thanos didn't say was that his father, Allers, was originally a member of the Eternal race on Earth, and later his uncle succeeded him as the leader. It was not until Titan fell in love with his mother that he finally had him. Thanos got the information about the Eternal race from his father, so he knew that there was a group of extremely powerful beings here. However, even if they make a move, I will definitely win this victory. Recalling the picture he saw from Nebula's memory, Thanos clenched his fists, and his belief became a little bit firmer. But before he got up to check his results, a strange alien with a golden spear ran in from outside his captain's room. Master, our attack has been hindered, and there is likely to be trouble. Holding the golden spear is Thanos' top general, Corvus Glaive, who soloed with the captain in the movie and was then sent out by Vision Gank. But in fact, his combat effectiveness can be regarded as the top among the 4 Obsidian generals. Definitely the most important thing is that he is called the General and is the actual commander of the Thanos army. Hinder? Earth's technological civilization hasn't even gone out of its own home planet. How could it be able to block the attack of star-killing firepower? Beside Thanos, a guy without a nose came out and asked, Ebony Maw, if you don't believe it, just go and see for yourself. And the people on Earth can stop the Master's plan and cause us such a big obstacle. Do you still think they're vulnerable? It seems that you in the future will die unjustly. Corvus Glaive sneered, and what he said made Ebony Maw angry, but the priority was not internal fighting, but finding out what was going on. The porthole was opened, and the external projection was placed inside the battleship. Thanos and others looked at the Avengers base below the battleship. Tens of thousands of guns are fired, and each shot can directly destroy an aircraft carrier. The starship bombardment falls like raindrops, blooming countless bright fireworks. However, the fireworks show doesn't take place in the Avengers base, but in midair. Just because a round of sun was rising, the sky covered by motherships larger than a city regained its color under the radiance, and the endless radiance formed an absolute barrier. Covering this incomparable the fierce artillery fire was resisted as much as possible. The golden crow spreads its wings, and the scorching sun rises into the sky. Thanos' interstellar mothership is like a dark cloud cover, overwhelmingly crushing. But Wong Hao is like the candle of hope, shining brightly, propping up the sky with his own wings and supporting the safety of the Earth. Now you know why I believe in him, right? With him around, I feel so at ease. Tony from Earth 1 smiled at his other self. Wherever Wong Hao is, there's hope. No matter how cold and dark it is, there will always be light. As early as the departure, Wong Hao confirmed the previous deal with Tony. When the war returns, Wong Hao will set out to revive his parents. It's in return for Tony helping Wong Hao build a church, get believers, and all kinds of other help. Equivalent exchange. 10,000 strong believers around the world, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of weak believers. This is indeed inseparable from Tony's strong support. Actually, I want to tell you the real cause of our parents' death. But now it seems that it is unnecessary. Old Tony hesitated to speak. To be honest, he's a little envious of himself in this parallel universe now. Although he also has a lovely daughter that he can't envy, even if he has to wait at least 5 years to make a villain with Pepper now, but he can see his parents again and make the family complete. Impossible to have. Okay, stop chatting. The sun god didn't let us chat here because he protected us. Tony, can the gloves be used now? Absolutely. But who will use it? We saw how Thanos used the gloves back then. Who among us can withstand such a huge force? Let me. Lebowski stepped out of the crowd, pushing Loki away with his huge belly, who turned into a fire god, making the cheerful and lively guy burst out laughing again. Thunder runs in my blood. No, it's beer flowing inside. Looking back at the troublesome Loki, Thor Plus continued. I am the strongest Avenger. This is my mission. This is my best chance to make up for it. Let me come. Come on, you are the fattest Avenger. Shut up, Loki. Lebowski roared back. If you do this again, I won't resurrect you. Anyway, that's not me. It's just a double body in the parallel universe. Loki shrugged, looking nonchalant. However, Thor Plus's emotional instability and poor state were seen by everyone. The two Tonys looked at each other and shook their heads. Sorry, Thor, I don't think you are suitable for this task. This is of great importance, and a small mistake may lead to great danger. The Infinity Gauntlet is too powerful. After all, it is a majestic force that can change the entire universe. Thor's hangover and emotional appearance made everyone very worried about whether he was competent for the user's task and could complete the goal accurately. If you say one more word, or use one wrong word, the risk is too great. I'll suggest we wait for our sun god to come back. There will be risks for us to use it, but he should be able to withstand this kind of power, right? Hawkeye from Earth 1 stood in front of his doppelganger, and the nano armor full of high technology and combat power on his body made the eyes of the Ronin behind him turn red. It's the endgame, and he's still holding a broken bow. Why does this guy have a battle armor to wear? Why? And Hawkeye's words reminded everyone immediately. Indeed, they still have a sun god. My god's power is unparalleled, and his majesty is unpredictable. The Infinity Gauntlet is naturally not a problem for him. Loki, the Vulcan who changed into short red hair, said something cool, then found a box of ice cream from the refrigerator beside him and handed it to Connor, the queen of his god. Connor's eyes lit up, showing a sensible look like your kid, and then she savored it carefully. Loki, on the other hand, waited on him with a proud look, like a dog's leg. Although his personality has changed, his mind has not changed. This is his Queen of Heaven. Wong Hao is the eldest in the kingdom of God, and the Queen of Heaven is the second child, and the power of the pillow wind is needless to say. Fawn is so beautiful. His god system will expand in the future, and his Vulcan will still be on top. So he didn't care about these people's affairs. He just followed Wong Hao to watch the fun. Apart from Wong Hao and Chanter, the only thing he cared about was his fateful opponent, Thor. With Loki's confirmation, the Avengers finally made a decision to hand over the Infinity Gauntlet to Wong Hao to ensure that everything is safe. There is no way they have lost too much, but if there is any better choice, they will climb up. In the movie, Banner snapped his fingers, but there was no way to do it. They didn't know whether Banner was strong enough to withstand that force, or whether he could get lost under that force. But now, Wong Hao is sure to be able to withstand the power of the Infinity Gauntlet, so naturally it must be handed over to Wong Hao to operate. It's just that the Sun God is busy now. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison. On one side, the starship's cannons were fired, and the sky was filled with flames. On the other side, the rising sun was shining brightly. In fact, what is the specific situation? They can't see clearly at all. What are they looking at when their eyes are almost shaking? Then go help, and deal with it after the trouble is solved. Avengers, assemble. The captain of Earth 2 looked solemn and shouted in a deep voice. A group of people looked resolute, and their hearts were surging under the captain's encouragement. They wished they could shoot that space battleship with a bow and arrow right now. How do we go? To be fair, I can barely withstand shooting aliens with a bow and arrow, but you don't really want me to shoot that thing with it? Come on, give me a shot. Ronan took out the bow and arrow from his back and put it in front of everyone, with a look of love. All eyes were on the bow and arrow in his hand. Can't you afford a gun? Then I'll lend you this one. Rocket Raccoon said something and then pulled out a small pistol from the back of his butt, which was no bigger than the palm of Linte. Hey, Kalinte, I have prepared equipment for you. Old Tony took out a small iron block and handed it to Kalinte. He also felt that he was a bit too much. After all these years, he never thought of giving his old brother some heavy firepower. A group of people are flying around, and he is the only one running around with a broken bow. It's really difficult for him. In the end, in the whole room, except for Luna Vulcan, 2 Thors, 2 Banners, and a captain, everyone else put on battle suits, ready to attack to support Wong Hao and solve the trouble of turning around. Among them, Kalinte burst into tears. It was not easy. It was too difficult for him to go directly from the equipment of the primitive era to Star Wars. Next to him, Hawkeye, who hadn't experienced the pain, comforted his doppelganger, and everyone officially set off. Whoosh whoosh. Avengers in battle armor flew into the sky one by one, and Lebowski, who was about to take off, suddenly saw another person on the ground. Steve, why aren't you leaving? And where's your armor? Seeing Thor with a big belly, the captain from Earth-Eye chuckled and then spread his fingers apart, making a gesture Thor is very familiar with. Oh, don't need armor. I have this. Familiar with the touch, the captain waved it and then felt something was wrong. He turned his head and looked and was suddenly taken aback. Where's little hammer? Looking at the huge amounts of Stormbreaker in his hand, the captain was a little confused, and Thor on the opposite side was even more confused. This axe belongs to him. Why did it get into the captain's hand? He quickly stretched out his hand and spread his 5 fingers apart, wanting to call back his precious axe, but after a while, it was a small hammer that flew over. Oh, Mjolnir, I miss you so much. Mjolnir, that's great. I'm still worthy of you. Thor stroked the little hammer in his hand. This little guy has been with him for thousands of years, and he has had feelings for him for a long time. It's a pity that he was crushed by Hellas bitch. He was sad for a long time because of this, and he didn't expect to meet again today. No, why is Mjolnir here with you? Ah, I knew it, you can lift it. Thor yelled when everyone was trying to lift the hammer at the Stark Building banquet. He thought he saw Mjolnir move a little bit, but when the captain said no, he thought it was his own illusion. He drank too much so much so that I misread it. Unexpectedly, the captain deliberately said that he couldn't lift it because he didn't want to embarrass others. It's just that the captain in front of him is the captain from Earth-Eye. He didn't understand what Thor was talking about. He always thought that Wong Hao could lift the hammer. After all, the first contact with Mjolnir was given to him by Wong Hao, and then Odin also said to see if Wong Hao's was given to him. After the New York War, he still wanted to return it to Thor, but Thor said that Wong Hao did not agree and refused with tears. Forget it, the past is the past, come on, give me back the big one, and give you the small one. Thinking about the past for a while, Thor handed Mjolnir to the captain, and then brought Stormbreaker over. The thunder roared, and a thunderbolt struck his head, and then Thor's image changed drastically. The beard and messy hair on his face were neatly combed, and he was even braided into a small braid at the chin. On his body, the baggy pajamas became shiny armor. Walk! The axe swung, and Thor soared into the air, taking one last look at Mjolnir. I'll no longer have to be carried away by the hammer. In the past, he used Mjolnir to fly in front, and he followed behind with the hammer, but Stormbreaker gave him the ability to fly freely. This is growth and a farewell to the past. Seeing Thor go up into the air, the captain scratched his head, then held up a small hammer as well, and thunder fell, wearing a shiny armor on his body. The small hammer shook, and with a whoosh, the captain flew out. Goddess, shall we go? I feel that their other actions are unnecessary. With the strength of my god, why do we need their help? On the ground, seeing that even Dr. Banner and Hulk turned into stupid giants and jumped up, Loki looked at Chanter obsequiously and asked for instructions. One more box. Another box of ice cream was handed over, and Chanter opened it while looking at the sky. Wong Hao, big brother wants to play for a while. Let him play for a while, we can just watch here. Also, that glove looks very powerful. You go and get it for me. There's a cold side to Chanter's personality, but Wong Hao also likes lively, cute, and eccentric girls, so Chanter has the appearance of a girl next door in addition to the image of a goddess. The Avengers take the skies to land on Thanos' ship, while the Infinity Gauntlet lands on the ground for Friday's safekeeping. After receiving Chanter's instruction, Loki did not hesitate, even ran over and took out the gloves from the machine. At the moment in the sky, Wong Hao, who was suffering an unprecedented violent attack, agitated his divine power. According to Hao Yan's calculation, his energy quickly evaporated and absorbed all the attacks. Such a powerful artillery attack, even if it is just the aftermath, is enough to destroy everything on the ground under his feet. This is an interstellar fleet that battles the universe, and it is not comparable to the forces of interstellar bandits like the Chitauri fleet. Ronan is the highest accuser of the Kree, equivalent to the highest military officer, and the Kree is the overlord of the universe whose power spans several galaxies, and what they dominate is as large as several galaxies. But that kind of military strength was also hindered when attacking Xanderstar, and Ronan even died on Xanderstar, which shows that Xanderstar, as a well-known free market in the universe, relies on real skills. But with such a force, Xander, which was able to defend against the attack of the Kree Empire, was directly bloodbathed in the face of Thanos' fleet. So it is not for nothing that Thanos is called the overlord of the universe. A single salvo can directly destroy a planet. The scale of this kind of war far exceeds the imagination of humans on Earth. Fortunately, Wong Hao endured it. Although a lot of energy has been consumed, Lord Earth is still safe and sound, and all the world is peaceful. But it is not Wong Hao's style to be beaten blindly. When he saw that Thanos' starship still did not intend to cease fire, Wong Hao's eyes flashed fiercely, and the temperature of the flames around him suddenly rose, and even the space began to be blocked. The blazing heat burned and twisted. If you dare to shoot Lousy in the face, then I want to see if you can withstand my anger. The palm stretched out, and above the real sky, the wheel hung there quietly. The sun, just like in the past billions of years, seemed to sense something. Then, the sun's rays in the sky of the entire northern hemisphere converged, and the whole world fell into darkness. Only there is light above the sky here. Sword. Once the sword is released, the Changhong pierces the sun. The shocking Changhong stretched out from the direction of the great sun, and the holy sword formed by the extreme concentration of endless rays of light suddenly fell down. Boom! The Avengers who had just lifted off didn't have time to react, only to see the surroundings suddenly dark, and then stabbed a sword like the sun. A huge starship as vast as a city could not escape disaster in front of this sword. The holy sword attack is one sword, two sections. A huge amount of transparent hole appeared in the middle of the starship, and then there was a clear, cracking sound. Accompanied by explosions and flames, the huge starship slowly split open, and one left and one right were divided into two halves and fell to the ground. Scary. Channa raised her small head and looked at Loki next to her. It's nothing. In order to follow my god, I was reading a novel by the flower planter recently. When I saw this sentence, I thought it was very suitable for the current situation. Loki sighs. He can also shoot down such a starship, but not in this way, this kind of domineering way. I am afraid that only his god can do it. Well, it's so terrifying. It really fits Wong Hao, big brother. Look at this sword, it's so handsome. Channer's little head was straightened, and the smile on her face was bright, like a bright moon hanging in the sky. Bright and boundless. I'm so handsome. In midair, Wong Hao said seriously. The effect of this sword was better than he expected. Originally, he thought that the battleship should have opened a protective barrier, and the energy he mobilized in a hurry was equivalent to the power of a few nuclear bombs, so he wouldn't be able to shoot it down directly. But what he didn't know was that Wong Hao's move to protect the entire Avengers alliance base like the rising sun made Thanos very angry. So he mobilized all the resources and even closed the protective shield just to protect the entire Avengers alliance base. Wong Hao shot down, and this just gave this shocking sword, Guan Richong a chance to perform. One sword, two breaks. The extremely huge starship fell quickly, but its size was too large, so in the eyes of others, its falling speed was very slow. However, the thunderous noise proved that the sky-like situation was not a dream. Quickly evacuate, quick. Tony and the others shouted loudly in the communication channel. Kinetic energy is the product of mass and velocity. The mass of this starship is more than tens of millions of tons. Falling down at the speed of free fall, hitting the ground will at least feel a magnitude 5 earthquake all over the East Coast. And if they get too close, they're undoubtedly looking for death, and the aftermath of the impact is enough to exhaust the protective energy of the armor. There was no major damage in the movie, firstly because of the movie effect, and secondly, it was smashed by Captain Marvel and fell into several pieces, and the place where the battleship fell was not on land, but in the sea. The Avengers scattered like birds and beasts, but they had just evacuated, and before they went far, they saw another scene that they would never forget. The starship was shot down, and there was no target to attack him. Wong Hao had already restrained his energy, and after seeing the starship was about to fall to the ground, causing a large-scale impact, he also realized that the starship could not just fall down like this. Calculate the attack position, calculate the energy output power, the target has been marked, and the holy sword is being manufactured. At the moment, the whole world lost its sunlight, and it was night. At the moment, sword. After Hao Ian's calculation, Wong Hao aimed at several positions of the starship wreckage, and all the solar energy in the world was gathered, and then turned into a holy sword and slashed out. Sword energy gallops for 30,000 miles. One sword is radiant and chills 19 continents. My sword must have a distance of 10,000 miles. Wong Hao laughed loudly. The golden holy sword pierced the sky and slashed towards Thanos' ship. One sword strike. The second sword came again. The terrifying energy tide rippled in the sky, turning into a beautiful aurora and filling the air. And in the aurora, the huge starship was cut into pieces, and under the action of gravity, deflected by the holy sword slash, it fell neatly and precisely into the sea next to it. In an instant, the waves surged, and the water level along the surrounding coast rose several meters, submerging the embankment. However, the overwhelming impact of that day disappeared, and the sea water would eventually recede, while the people on land were safe and sound. It's also a god. Why don't you have this ability? Rhodes was suspended in midair, and asked Lebowski beside him, who gave him a blank stare, but his lips trembled for a long time, but he still couldn't say anything. He can also kill a space battleship with an axe, but this is a mothership, and the battleship he can kill is equivalent to an egg laid by this thing, which is equivalent to an aircraft on an aircraft carrier. How big is his axe? The muzzle of any cannon in this thing can make him walk around in it. Is he able to cut it? If you want him to chop, you must at least give him an axe that can become 10,000 meters long. However, they're all divided into pieces, so have they been resolved? Someone in the channel asked. Although this interstellar battleship was shot down, the key is the people inside. Are the people inside still alive? And it seems that there is no need to think too much about it. Soon, on the display panel in front of them, images of creatures marked as enemies appeared on the coast. And this amount is a bit much, because Wong Hao's slash is relatively neat, and Thanos' ship is too large, so that there's a lot of space that is not damaged, and the cabin where the combatants are, and the place where various fighters and combat weapons are parked become part of it. The falling of blocks. In the end, there's still a large number of people who survived. After all, this battleship is too big, equivalent to the file size of a large city, and it is still three-dimensional. After all, only a battleship of this size can be called an interstellar mothership and can undertake the task of interstellar warfare. Looks like it's our turn to make a move. The Avengers looked dignified, and then a dozen figures flew towards the coast together. In the sea water, fighter planes flew out of the water, and figures emerged from the shadows one by one. Boom! The surface of the water broke, and a figure leaped high, then landed heavily on the ground. The tall figure, purple skin, and those fierce eyes are none other than Thanos. And at the moment, his eyes were all focused on the sky, on that unusually conspicuous, but incomparably stalwart figure. Owner, Corvus Glaive appeared right behind Thanos. They also looked a little embarrassed, but more frightened and fearful. They ran rampant in the universe, and the powerful warship that dominated one side was cut off by a breakthrough by a single person. The sword formed by the gathering brilliance of the sky is bound to become an indelible nightmare in their hearts. Mobilize all the surviving troops to attack me. Fight with them, disperse in all directions, and attack the city over there. I don't believe that he even attacked his own people this time. As the wolf that ruthless people fear, Thanos quickly made a judgment. Well, aren't you trying to protect civilians? Don't you want to save the world? Save the universe? Then give it a try and see if you kill faster or my people kill faster. The troops that hurriedly climbed out of the water quickly dispersed, and the Avengers were surprised to find that, except for a small part that went towards the Avengers base, the troops that had fought them in Wakanda began to disperse as soon as they appeared run. No, they're going to the city. The trajectory of the action was quickly calculated, and the satellite also captured the traces of Thanos' men on the edge of the nearby city. Damn it, there are too many, we don't have time to defend. In New York, Chitauri's main target is the Avengers, and they can only come out of the wormhole in Wakanda. There are protective barriers, there are border defenses, and civilians are also safe in the rear. But now, the enemy broke into pieces and directly entered the city not far from them. Some even invaded directly from the bottom of the water. So how do they defend? But before they finished speaking, they saw the light reappear, and the sun in the sky became shining again, attracting everyone's attention. Hao Ian, start counting all targets. Use all energy to create defense and pursuit, and make sure to intercept every enemy. Thanos' petty tricks are dirty, and that's because he's not a fighter for glory. It's because he's a victorious hero. In order to win, Cao Cao asked his subordinates to use human corpses as rations, and Thanos didn't mind using civilians to draw Wong Hao's attention. All arrows are fired. Countless sharp arrows of light fell from the sky, precisely hitting every Thanos army that was trying to break into the city or had already broken into the city. Under Hao Ian's incomparable computing power, supported by Wong Hao's majestic and boundless divine power, a scene that can only be seen as a dream by ordinary people is being staged. With a big hand closing, all enemies will be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Those who run in all directions cannot escape. Those who charge bravely cannot break through. Thanos thought that such means would be enough to stop Wong Hao, but he underestimated Wong Hao, the power of a great god. God is not some powerful high-level life form. God is God, and the glory of the sun god shines on this land, and shines on everyone who is bathed in the sun and laments the beauty and hope of life. On the ground, the battle has also begun. The silos of the legions are just to attract Wong Hao's attention and distract him. And to achieve this goal is for Thanos to quickly approach the building, approach the already collected infinity gauntlet, infinite gems. Just give him access to the infinite gems, and he'll be able to fulfill his mission, complete his quest in this universe, and start a new, hopeful world. Boom! Shocking thunder descended from the sky, holding Stormbreaker in hand. Thor roared and slashed Washan Mountain with a simple and direct force. That is, raise the axe above his head with both hands, and then slash forward. What? As the attack was approaching, Thanos did not rush, raised the machete with the paddle in his hand, and headed upstream, hitting the sky with a blaze of fire. Boom! Thor flew upside down in response, and the thunder blazed out, causing all the generals around Thanos to be in a trance, and Thanos' knees gave way, and he half knelt on the ground. But he stand in the way. The machete that can even chop the captain's shield is really something. Although it doesn't have the power of the storm, it can still withstand it in terms of its hardness. Keep running. Leave me alone. Bring me the infinite gems. Thanos gave instructions to the left and right. General Obsidian nodded and rushed forward together, while Thanos put on his helmet, and then looked fiercely at Thor, who got up again, Tony, who fell from the sky, and Earth 2, who surrounded him. Avengers Alliance, everyone. You guys, you were stubborn, but you told me one thing. No matter how random the people I kill are, there will always be people who will miss them. So this time, I will directly destroy this universe and create a new one, better one. The oar and machete flew up, and Thanos didn't intend to listen to the nonsense of the crowd, so he slashed directly. The blood blade flew, and Thor roared and waved Stormbreaker again to meet him. In the past 5 years, what Thanos did has tortured him every moment and kept him awake at night. Now he finally has the opportunity to ask for everything from him again. Beside him, old Tony's nano armor began to change, becoming taller, full of edges and corners, full of aggressiveness, looking like a little titan. It's just that he didn't rush up, but various weapons appeared from various parts of his body. There were a lot of muzzles of various guns, and the sound of energy storage kept coming and going. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of artillery fire and thunder rang together, and the battle situation entered a fever right from the beginning. Thanos has the Avengers of Earth 2 to deal with, and Obsidian 4 also has his own opponents. The captain took the lead, wearing armor. He held a hammer and landed with the power of thunder. Although Thor on Earth 1 did not have a hammer, he was still a powerful god originally, just like in his third movie. Can even overwhelm the Hulk in hand-to-hand combat. The appearance of the two was just the beginning, and then Hulk, Hawkeye, Black Panther, and others all appeared and stopped them. Kalinte, you go and deal with those miscellaneous fish. They leave them to us to deal with. Seeing the soldiers who were constantly running towards the Avengers base, the captain issued a combat order, and the same was true for Thanos in front, leaving only the big three, and the rest left to deal with the miscellaneous soldiers who were still emerging around. Soldier against soldier, king against king. General Obsidian 4 quickly found his opponent, and everyone fell into a fierce battle. You took everything from me. Thor roared and slashed out with an axe, thunder bursts, but Thanos dodged it for a moment, and then fought back. A set of smooth, 3-in-a-row cuts forced Thor back half a step. Thanos took the time to glance at the furious Thor, and vaguely felt that he was very similar to the guy who cut off his head that he saw in Nebula's memory file. Picture. Don't know you at all. The sword was faster than the thunder, and Thanos charged forward, and he soon realized that Thor with the Stormbreaker was his greatest threat and strongest opponent. So he made a decisive decision and let go of the defense behind him. Relying on the hard armor and powerful Titan body, Thanos forced Tony and the old captain, who put on the nano armor, to bombard him continuously. Then, under the astonished eyes of the two, Thanos endured the pain in his body, and with the power of this bombardment, he rushed to Thor at an even faster speed. The big knife slashed down rapidly, several times in succession. Thor couldn't bear it, and was directly shaken, and then Thanos picked the tip of the knife, and Stormbreaker came out of Thor's hand. Then came Thanos' murderous and domineering blow. Not good. Thanos has armor attached to his body. Although his Titan body is powerful, it is not really indestructible. Technology has developed the power that can be used in the universe to the extreme. As long as there is enough firepower, even a god can knock you down. So Thanos had been dodging and blocking Tony's artillery attacks in the battle before. But what they didn't expect was that Thanos would be so decisive, suddenly give up defense, and exchange some injuries for Thor's lore. Stormbreaker was picked up, and Thor's body didn't have time to react. With this knife cut, the answer to the question of whether the god in Tony and others' hearts will die will be revealed. And Thor looked at the machete that was slashed at the head and thought of its strength that could compete with Stormbreaker, and also expected his own ending. He had stretched out his hand as hard as he could to recall the tomahawk, but the speed at which the tomahawk flew back obviously couldn't keep up with the speed at which Thanos chopped it down. At this moment, he almost shouted in his heart that my life is over. Boom! However, Thanos' knife did not cut down. A dazzling flame swept from the corner of the battlefield, and the blazing life gushed out like a fountain, pushing the figure as fast as lightning. In the nick of time, a body inserted sideways, knocked Thanos away abruptly, and saved Thor from a certain death situation. Thor, who escaped from the dead, still had blood on his face, and he looked at the person who rescued him in disbelief. You're welcome, brother, although you are not from the same universe, but your image has made me like you so much. So I decided to save your life. Standing in front of Thor, Loki with short red hair ignited a fiery flame in his hands, and the violent and unstable power of the flame began to emerge from all over his body. One more will have no effect. However, seeing Loki who broke into the battle group, Thanos glanced at the scorched black on the armor, and said without changing his face, "Really? Then maybe you made the wrong idea. Not one, but two." The cool moonlight appeared at some point, covering Thanos inside. Thanos was startled, and just about to look up, he found that his body was unable to move at some point. A beautiful figure slowly fell from the sky and appeared in front of Thanos. The sudden change in Thanos' eyes was not because of Chanter's beauty. He couldn't notice Chanter's appearance at all under the influence of magic. What he noticed was that in Chanter's hand, the Infinity Gauntlet was being constantly tossed by her, as if it was a very interesting toy. You guy, you are ugly, and you like to kill people indiscriminately. You are so noisy. Why can't you be quiet and let us sit down and have a good talk? Chanter tilted her head. Her beautiful eyes stared at Thanos in front of her. Cheong's nose wrinkled slightly, and she hummed cutely. Then she smiled and picked out a green gemstone from the glove and clenched it tightly in her hand. The energy surged, and even Chanter's eyes were stained with green. As if realizing something, Thanos roared when the bright girl appeared in front of him. But this obviously doesn't help. Thanos conforms to all the symbols of a great villain, and his image and performance after his appearance really makes Chanter feel unfavorable. So, after picking out the green gemstone, Chanter gave Thanos a whimper. The mysterious power of time acts on Thanos' body. Although he is struggling hard, infinite gems is what he has been trying to pursue. If its power is not stronger than him, does he still need to pursue the scars on the skin are fading, the skin is smoother, and the physical strength is more vigorous. But at the same time, Thanos' experience, Thanos' knowledge, and all the things that Thanos has gained in the accumulation of time are disappearing. That's right, the humming technique cast by Chanter doesn't just affect the body. This spell is more like bringing different stages of the dead from the long river of time to the present, rather than simply changing the body. The effect of the spell continued. Thanos' smooth and tight skin began to tighten and become tender. His bones began to shrink. The closed seams reopened. His strength was diminishing, and his figure was slowly shrinking. The gigantic Titan, the overlord of the battlefield, returns to his teenage years. The Avengers looked at Thanos' hands that had begun to become immature and weak, and there was finally a look of surprise in their eyes. They watched helplessly as the purple sweet potato, who was somewhat taller than Hulk, became smaller and smaller, from a prime of life to a young man, then to a teenager and a juvenile, and finally turned into a miniature little purple sweet potato. It turned into a purple Titan baby with the same ugly face. This is definitely not because of the shrinking function of the Pym particles they used on Thanos, but because of the power of time. Ying technique, a spell that directly degenerates you into a baby. Great Queen, under your moonlight, even the overlord of the universe will surrender. Loki bowed his head and complimented Chanter, who was calm, making her face show a smug look, and the giants of the Avengers Alliance on Earth too looked at Thanos, a baby with a naked buttocks on the ground, with a word clearly written on his face, bewildered. Is this solved? Tony and the captain exchanged glances, then looked at Thor, who got up from the ground, his face covered in dust and blood. By the way, why didn't Strange use this move back then? We fought so hard. Wouldn't it be over if he just used this move? Tony couldn't help complaining. Time Gem is so powerful. If Strange used it like this on Titan, how could there be so many things later? Although I don't know what your situation was like at the time, but he should have obtained a lot of gems at that time, right? Space Gem, Reality Gem, all have enough power to offset the influence of Time Gem. And you think anyone can use this power solidified? This is the great Queen of Heaven, Moon God. How can Strange compare her divine power? The number one Luna blow. Loki looked at Tony with contempt, but it was indeed as he said, if you use other infinite gems in your body, dealing with this kind of time power is not as difficult as imagined. Definitely, the most important thing is that different people use it. The birth of Chanter almost exhausted Wong Hao's reserve of wish power, and the last one to enjoy this kind of treatment was Hao Yin, Wong Hao's god self-personality. Then Wong Hao shared a lot of divine power and authority with Chanter. In terms of strength, Chanter was not inferior to Thor, the heir to the king of the gods. Loki only got part of the power of Wong Hao's flame law, while Chanter's powers include light, domination, time and space, stars, occult, and so on. In time, Chanter can grow into a god king who is not inferior to Odin, Zeus, and Ra, and unlike Thor, who inherited Odin's power to become a god king, Chanter grew up by himself. From this point of view, Chanter's potential is still higher than Thor's. Thank you. The captain bowed slightly towards Chanter. She was the same as Wong Hao. There was no need to help them. Wong Hao saved their lives by resisting the gun salvo this time, and Chanter's attack also saved their lives' life. They must thank Wong Hao in the future, but it doesn't mean they don't need to thank Chanter now. Then what do we do now? I didn't say much thanks. The timing is not right now. Looking at the baby Thanos on the ground, the big three looked at each other in blank dismay. Just kill it. Although it's a bit inhumane, it's a good way. Anyway, the International Human Rights Association has been wiped out by him with a snap of his fingers, and no one will care about it. But the question is what to do with the chaos around. Once Thanos is dead, they are even more unrestrained, and this is bound to be a protracted battle. Wong Hao stopped most of the people rushing towards the city, but there were still many who did not rush towards the city, and none of them could be handled by the Earth Army. The Avengers can't stop doing nothing and play hide and seek with those people outside every day, right? Let Wong Hao deal with them, and I'm too embarrassed to speak up. I'm bothering them so much, and I still ask them for help. How shameless. So this is another long game. And the best way to do that right now is to have Thanos surrender and have him order all alien armies to surrender. I'll think we're turning him back, but in a manageable state. Teenager? No, teenagers are rebellious, and they're in trouble if they'd rather die than surrender. What about old age? The three giants looked at each other, and then nodded together. Hello, the elderly. He has experienced vicissitudes. He knows how to advance and retreat, understands gains and losses, and is easy to understand current affairs. His strength has also weakened. It is enough for us to control him. When the time comes, an order will be given, and the war will be won without fighting. After some discussion, the big three all nodded in affirmation of this plan. In their view, even a god king like Odin will become weak and unbearable under the power of time. No matter how strong Thanos is, once he gets old, his strength will definitely drop a lot. If they join forces again at that time, Thanos, who was difficult to deal with before, will naturally not be their opponent. In fact, the best solution was to Wong Hao. Thanos, the biggest threat, was restrained by them, and those stragglers seemed to be controlled by Wong Hao. The scattered miscellaneous soldiers can be cleared up, but they don't want to bother Wong Hao all the time. Unlike the Avengers of Earth 1, the Avengers of this world have experienced so much, they have seen ups and downs, and they have come all the way by themselves, and they have not been influenced by Wong Hao like the Avengers of Earth 1 so deep. Second, using the Infinity Gauntlet has side effects. They've seen Thanos, a guy who hammers them, snap his fingers twice before he's almost gone. It is already very, very troublesome for Wong Hao to snap his fingers to bring back the disappearing person. After all, in their opinion, this matter has nothing to do with Wong Hao from the beginning to the end. He is a cosmic god, and has nothing to do with human beings or life in the universe. Thanos should eat and drink whether he snapped his fingers or not. One needs to be content. Each of them is an elite, an existence at the pinnacle, so they naturally know the consequences of lack of greed. For example, the current May government and Hydra on Earth-I provoked Wong Hao for a while because of their cheap hands, and they're almost wiped out. Those people who ordered it at the beginning didn't need Wong Hao to do it themselves. After the arrest, they were directly made into Momo, just to vent their anger on Wong Hao. And they naturally don't want their insatiable greed to make Wong Hao angry. They really count on Wong Hao for everything. They just hang up here. Then it'll be a big problem if Wong Hao doesn't heaven snap his fingers for them at that time. Dear lady, can I trouble you to turn him into an old man? The war here can't end with him like this. After the discussion, the captain, as the spokesman, came to Chanter and asked respectfully, "No problem, just look at mine." Chanter smiled and replied, "Chanter can understand the captain's request, and she agrees with these people's ideas. They can take the initiative to share the worries of Wong Hao over there. To Chanter, they are considered sensible and sensible. So Chanter naturally wouldn't refuse this request. So she held the time gem again and activated its power again. But what she didn't know was that it was because of this action that she was pressed on the leg by Wong Hao and spanked several times that night. As time passed, the most magical and mysterious power in the world began to operate, and it landed on the purple, ignorant baby on the ground. In the rapid growth of the power of time, children, teenagers, youth, adults, and then old age, Thanos spent his life in a few seconds, and a purple sweet potato with white beard and hair appeared in front of everyone in front of. What the hell? In the sky, Wong Hao, who was still using Hao-Ian to clear up the alien legions everywhere, suddenly frowned. An extremely powerful aura appeared on the battlefield under his feet. This aura was so powerful that his heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that this was not the arrival of some cosmic god, but this level of power has far surpassed Odin's heavenly fathers, god kings. Sweeping his gaze, everything on the field entered his eyes. Wong Hao quickly saw Chanter holding an infinity gauntlet and a time gem, and then the guy standing not far in front of her. Waterfa? Emperor Thanos. The figure moved slightly, and the photon teleportation was activated. Wong Hao appeared beside Chanter in the blink of an eye. However, a tall figure also appeared at the same time. Boom! The two palms intersected, and the terrifying shockwave spread, as if a mushroom had been planted, and the entire battlefield was suddenly silent, and then the impact of the energy tide caused everyone to lose control. Damn it! With a wave of his palm, protecting Chanter behind his back, Wong Hao quickly snatched a few gems from the aftermath, but unfortunately, 3 gems fell into the opposite one with white beard and hair, who looked like I'm getting old. Don't touch me. Touch me again, and I'll lie down in Thanos' hand. Just as soon as they fought, the shockwave produced by the collision of the two smashed the Infinity Gauntlet into a Momo. After all, this is an inferior version made of nano armor, not URU metal made of the same material as the small hammer hoofing storm battle axe the real Infinity Gauntlet. Looking around again, the big 3 were on the ground. They were the closest, and this round of impact was equivalent to being bombarded by a mushroom bomb. However, Thor's body was strong enough to withstand it, and Tony's armor was in combat mode and barely survived. The captain carried the shield and withstood the main frontal impact, and the rest of the energy was absorbed by the armor. So from Wong Hao's perception, the 3 people's breath of life is quite strong, and they just can't die. But the key to the question now is not whether they will die or not, but whether this Emperor Thanos will die or not. Emperor Thanos, I used to read comics, except for the one with the heart of the universe, which was regarded as a personal unlimited cheat, and the best record of purple sweet potato essence is probably the one with Emperor Thanos. Wong Hao thought to himself, as for what record? After slaughtering the universe and killing the entire Earth, there's only one Ghost Rider left among the countless superheroes, and in the end, because he was convinced by his power, he became his number one pony. Does that count? Destroying half of life in the universe with infinite gems is not ruthless enough, but killing the entire universe with your own fists is ruthless. And this is the Emperor Thanos. Everyone else is becoming more and more useless as they get older. Only this purple sweet potato essence has ushered in the peak of life after old age. Is it the power of time gem? Looking at the green gemstone in his hand, Wong Hao quickly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Thanos is of the eternal family, so he will not age, and his current appearance looks old, but in fact his physical strength will not be weakened because of this, and his physical strength is still at its peak. The biggest effect of time on him is not to make him weak, but to make him extremely powerful. Knowledge, wisdom, skills, everything, he has reached the peak. He was originally a genius, the most outstanding scientist on Titan, but now he should be the most outstanding scientist in the entire universe. Maybe there are also magician, warrior, and various other miscellaneous titles. Basically, the pinnacle that a life can reach without transcending its own universe is the current state of Thanos. This is why Wong Hao can sense his strength. Thanos has great potential. The Eternals can call themselves Protoss, and Thanos is a different kind among the Eternals. His ability amazed everyone in the same race. Even in his prime, he has power beyond Thor and knowledge ahead of Loki. In fact, his age is much younger than these two genuine Protoss. So it is conceivable that as long as it grows normally, Thanos will inevitably become a powerful existence comparable to Odin. Go to the side first. Wong Hao turned his head and whispered. Afterwards, the palms were clenched tightly, and the power of space transmitted, sending Connor far away. And in his hand, he also holds a time-space gem and a soul gem. But Thanos grabs the reality, mind, and power stones just in the nick of time. 3 gems versus 3 gems, regardless of personal strength. This battle is troublesome, but only a moment later Wong Hao laughed. Trouble. It's the trouble that makes the most sense. If he gets crushed with a single shot, then what's the point? It's been so long, and it's hard to meet an opponent who is worthy of shot and has a comparable level. It's time to loosen your muscles and bones. And Wong Hao's change didn't cause even the slightest turmoil in Thanos' expression. A guy who slaughtered the entire universe. What else can make him feel turbulent? The battle is over. It was Wong Hao who made the first move. In terms of fighting skills, he must be inferior to this old purple potato who has lived and fought for who knows how long. As for the fighting skills he knows, the most practical one is to strike first. Space twist. Even without the Infinity Gauntlet, both Wong Hao and Thanos can freely use the power of infinite gems. In an instant, the invisible spatial blade suddenly appeared beside Thanos, and then crossed it. But nothing cuts through. The sharp blade that can cut, everything still touches the things that can't be cut. Illusory. Thanos' body twisted like a dream. The ether penetrated his body, and he unleashed the power of TIE particles. He disappeared and turned into a virtual existence. Since he didn't exist, he couldn't be chopped up. You still have a golden body, don't you? This state is exactly the same as opening a statuette in a certain game. Can't be selected, can't be attacked, definitely can't be attacked, and can't make attacks. Interesting. The corner of Wong Hao's mouth raised, time fluctuated, countless Wong Hao walked out of his body, and then a full 60 Wong Hao formed a circle surrounding Thanos in the middle. In 1 minute, 60 seconds, one time remnant in each second. The skills learned from the Flash are used in this moment. Sword. 60 holy swords driven by the divine power in Wong Hao's own body slashed at Thanos. This sword is enough to cut the entire Earth in half, and its power is like opening up the world. However, the purple radiance dyed Thanos' whole body, and with one punch, his strength increased by 100 million times. Boom! A singularity was created in the void, and the entire American continent turned into nothingness. This time, not to mention the big three, everyone in the 2 Avengers alliances died. But in the next second, time is reversed. The Earth is intact, tens of billions of lives are intact, and everything returns to the moment before the attack. It appears that Wong Hao saved the world, but it was actually his attack that was once again neutralized by Thanos. Reality against space, strength against time. What the hell? Soul Gem has no attack power. Wong Hao cursed secretly. Soul Gem is the most special infinite gem, but it also caused it to have no attack assistance at all. But it's not useless. Soul Gem guards the soul. Thanos can't use Mind Gem to attack him. But not to me, not to others. Wong Hao swept his gaze, and all the surviving beings on the ground and outside the Avengers Alliance base stood up with a strange light in their eyes, and then rushed towards Wong Hao. Get out of here! Wong Hao yelled, and the space twisted for a while, pulling Thanos to send him away, away from the Earth, away from this star field. However, when the power of the reality gem was activated, Thanos' figure fell into nothingness and became non-existent. Since it does not exist, it cannot be selected, and it cannot be attacked. But this is in Wong Hao's calculation. Although Thanos opened the golden body, it does not mean that the same is true for the Earth. In the blink of an eye, the Earth, no, the whole solar system disappeared from the current space position, and the whole Orion arm of the Milky Way disappeared, and it appeared in another corner of the universe. Now you can fight freely. Seeing Thanos, whose golden body ended, Wong Hao smiled, and the 3 gems merged into his body, and then with a big wave of his hand, a fixed star tens of thousands of light years away suddenly moved over. Come, please taste what it means to burn the sky. Huge amounts of fixed star crushed it head on, and under Wong Hao's control, endless energy filled this space. Hao Qian quickly calculated the variable value of the space quantity, while Wong Hao displayed his ability wantonly. touching fixed star for the first time, but unfortunately, this fixed star is about to explode. I want to see how much energy you have to squander. The reason why infinite gems needs 6 together to be nearly invincible is that they complement each other. Thanos has the power gem and the reality gem and seems to be invincible. No matter whether his physical or magical power, it is impossible to harm him. But the whole fixed star hits him. How much energy support is needed to turn it into an illusion woolen cloth? Fixed star is not enough. What about supernova? Blasphemy. Who said black holes are the scariest objects in the universe? The person who said this must have never seen a supernova. If the sun of the earth releases all the energy it has released in 10 billion years in just a few weeks, or even a few days and seconds, what kind of terrifying scene will it be? The most shining celestial body in the universe is not a fixed star, but a supernova, to use all one's own in exchange for a moment of brilliance. This is the glory of a supernova, and it is also the ultimate horror that any spaceship sailing in the universe can't avoid. Black hole, as long as you don't provoke it, as long as you don't get close to its narrow range, then you'll be fine. After all, a black hole will only adsorbent close to its own matter. If there's no matter close to it, it will not say where it's going to fly, but stay there quietly and enjoy its own time. If black holes are really so terrible, where will there be stars shining in the universe? The center of every galaxy is almost a black hole, but the incomparably huge gravitational force has a limit in scope of action. If you can swallow it again, won't it be over if I don't get close to you? But a supernova is an explosion, an unleashing, a glorious bloom, a burst of energy that is almost impossible to avoid once you discover it. The matter erupted at the speed of light throws everything in a fixed star far away, and the range of radiation is simply not comparable to the gravity of a black hole. So Wong Hao is very curious. How will Thanos resist this kind of offensive now? Under his control, this still young fixed star has already started to collapse from its inner core, just like a boxer starting to accumulate strength, just waiting for that fatal punch to strike. And Thanos can't escape at all. This space has been locked by him. Maybe Thanos has learned magic, has special technology, and many of them have space jumping skills. But now it's unavailable. He can only bear this kind of attack here. In such an attack, Wong Hao can come again many times. Causing a fixed star to explode is as easy as cutting off a hair of his own. But how long can the golden body of Thanos survive the supernova, the most terrifying energy explosion in the universe? In just a few minutes, the fixed star began to disintegrate, and then the blazing flame turned into a streamer and flew into the distance. Supernova exploded. At the same time, in the distant space, a spacecraft shrouded in strange matter is rapidly approaching the original position of the solar system. This time, it's its turn. The stars turn to become food for the great planet Devourer. There are still 3 jump lengths to reach the Chiwu fixed star system. The intelligence system on the spaceship reminded its owner, but soon, it sent out another reminder. Warning, a supernova explosion has been detected, and it is recommended to avoid it immediately. Warning, a supernova explosion has been detected. Titan, sitting on the chair, suddenly sat up straight, and then looked at the screen in front of him in disbelief. That fixed star, I remember it has a lifespan of 5 billion years. How could it explode? The great planet Devourer Garland. He came to the Earth once hundreds of years ago, and he knows the situation of the solar system very well, but how could there be a supernova explosion here? But in any case, even if he is one of the creation gods and the ultimate existence of the universe, it would be a very unwise choice to insist on the power of a supernova explosion, which would consume a lot of energy that he already lacks. Retreat, retreat for me. The spaceship that had just approached the periphery of the original solar system immediately turned around and began to jump in time and space, and as soon as it left, the shockwave of the supernova explosion had spread here, destroying everything along the way. Not knowing that his wave of operations directly scared away a certain god of creation who never had enough to eat and was always beaten, Wong Hao's attention was still on Thanos. At the moment of the eruption, the purple light was already on. Facing the overwhelming impact of energy and matter, Thanos immediately chose to use the effect of the power gem to defend. But soon he found that it was a waste of life. The power that the power gem can erupt depends on the power it can provide, so the combination of the power gem and the space gem can make it physically invincible. Obviously, Thanos cannot provide more energy than a fixed star can provide. This does not conform to the conservation of mass and energy. Even if all the molecules in Thanos' body are undergoing nuclear fusion, its scale is at most equivalent to the sum of the energy released by fixed star in a day. The quality of both is there. So, Thanos immediately changed methods. Tie particles can warp reality, altering the reality of creation, definitely. This reality including the bearer himself. An ingenious energy circuit that transforms one's body into a physique that can absorb any energy, even impact kinetic energy. Then use the absorbed power to drive the power gem to form a defense. A weird egg has survived a supernova storm. In this kind of environment, only Wong Hao can survive safely. No life, no god can be as comfortable as him in the most extreme environment in the universe. Someone actually withstood the pressure and survived. But this move didn't take much effort from Wong Hao. At most, he lit a cannonball. So at this time, he still has extra strength, and naturally, he won't simply watch Thanos get through this crisis. Capture light energy, capture fixed star energy, capture special substances, weapon synthesis, start attacking. The supernova explosion is a range attack, so Wong Hao provides some targeted attacks. With the support of such abundant energy, Hao Yin was operating at full power. The surrounding energy was mobilized and absorbed by him, and then began to condense into an attack. What kind of holy sword? Holy knife? That's how many there are. If a sword at 10,000 miles is not enough, then it will be 30,000 miles, and if a machete at 40 meters cannot cut it, then it will be 400,000 meters. Thanos, who formed a strange energy circuit, was suddenly attacked by Wong Hao, and suddenly, the original balance was broken. A body that can absorb damage from the range of a supernova explosion is not enough to absorb Hao Yan's intensive bombardment. It's like when a boulder that has been washed away by the water for countless years in the center of the river is still standing, when it is compressed into a bunch of high-pressure water jets. The result is that it can't last for a second. That's pretty much the case with Thanos. Almost instantly, the balance between Thanos and the energy frenzy of the outside world was broken. And as if sensing that something was wrong, Thanos made a decisive decision and triggered another explosion in the biggest explosion in the universe. Fuck. Wong Hao's eyes were dull, and then he quickly moved his body and began to avoid it. This guy, Thanos, actually detonated the power gem. And this law gem that condenses countless secret energies in the universe and integrates various forces explodes. Its power, at least in this narrow range, is much more terrifying than a supernova explosion. So much so that Wong Hao, who was able to relax in the energy frenzy of the supernova, felt his scalp tingling and could only retreat temporarily. After a long time, when everything disappeared, even the release of the supernova had ended in this part, the figure of Wong Hao reappeared in this space. Then he wandered in the star shell after the supernova explosion, looking for traces of Thanos. Because it is the release of all matter and energy, there is nothing left of a supernova after the explosion. Only a relic called a star shell shows that it once happened. Definitely, at the moment energy is still erupting, destroying everything, but the core has already begun to loosen, revealing gaps. If Thanos was still alive, he would definitely be there. Sure enough, in this place full of light, the omniscient Wong Hao soon saw a hunched figure lingering in the energy gap in the energy tide. Then, Wong Hao appeared. Wong Hao, who seemed to have no mess at the corners of his clothes, compared with Thanos, whose body was completely undressed, and his indestructible skin had become riddled with holes. The contrast between the two was very obvious. The outcome seems to be very obvious. I have never met an opponent as powerful as you. Me too. Wong Hao gave Thanos a thumbs up. As expected of the purple sweet potato essence, this combat power, any other person, let alone a supernova, can resist Wong Hao's holy sword. Although it uses the power of infinite gems, being able to activate 3 infinite gems at the same time is enough to surpass the universe. How to say that sentence? Isn't acknowledging the strength of the opponent affirming the strength of oneself? So Wong Hao is not stingy with bragging about Thanos. After all, it will appear that he who defeated him is even more awesome. But after the likes are over, the result will not change. Wong Hao has no intention of keeping his hand. Enough talking, you should be on your way. Before Thanos could continue talking, Wong Hao mobilized his energy again, and the holy sword descended, pressing on Thanos' head with unparalleled power. But this time, he has no power gems to resist. Seemingly realizing that the outcome would not change if he fought hard, Thanos suddenly made a bold choice when he could barely hold on. You want my life? Then come. Looking at Wong Hao standing in front of him, Thanos shouted loudly. Then, the reality was rewritten. The holy sword descended, and the power that could destroy the world was oppressed, but the structure of Thanos' body changed in that instant. The power of the holy sword was completely absorbed into Thanos' body. But he didn't explode. The attack that was enough to physically wipe out a planet didn't blow him up or crush him. Instead, change him. He changed his physical structure in that split second, and the Mind Link Mind Gem made it still alive. Then, all the infinite power is directed to one point. A point compressed to the extreme, containing all matter and energy. Black hole. Yes, Thanos turned himself into a black hole. A black hole that represents the end of the universe, the end of everything. Because of this, he devoured Wong Hao's holy sword. But that's not all. This is the relic after a supernova explosion, filled with a lot of energy, and this is undoubtedly the best place for him to grow up. Suddenly, the continuously erupting energy tide began to reverse. The matter ejected from the original fixed star core to the surrounding space was distorted by gravity and began to change direction. Under the gravitational force of the black hole, which tends to be infinite, the matter and energy of the supernova are constantly approaching the black hole. The battle is still going on. You are a wolf. Watching this astonishing scene, Wong Hao also had to admire Thanos' decisiveness. In that case, he is already in a situation where he has no life but death. Even if he has the strength far surpassing the level Godfather, he cannot withstand the bombing of the supernova. But abandoning the flesh, abandoning one's own essence, this is also something that most people cannot do. The problem is he was right. With the reality gem's ability to distort reality and the mind gem's effect, he has become the only black hole in the universe with life consciousness. The point is he is still growing rapidly. What does it take for a black hole to grow? Energy, devour. And where is this? This is the scene of a supernova explosion, and every inch of space here is filled with countless energies. Black hole, it's good to be your home. Suddenly, Wong Hao chuckled. The black hole is indeed indestructible, because all your attacks will be turned into the accumulation of his growth. But what if you can't grow up? Time flows. Wong Hao clasped his hands tightly. The space linked by the space gem supplied almost infinite energy, while the time gem was fully activated. Time stands still, and although the black hole Thanos shakes his body out of this restraint, he has no way to absorb any energy around him, because the flow of energy stands still as time stands still. Recover. The green energy that spread hundreds of millions of miles away shrank suddenly. However, this fixed star that just exploded, the newly born supernova began to flow back at the same speed in an instant, and returned to the fixed star shining in the universe. I'll let you swallow. Arms crossed, Wong Hao looked at Thanos proudly. The supernova explosion caused a surging cosmic energy tide, but if the supernova explosion reversed and returned to fixed star in this stable cosmic space, what else would this black hole absorb? And if he can't devour any energy, can't absorb anything, how can he grow? Definitely, it is impossible that nothing and any energy cannot be absorbed in the universe. But how slow is the growth time of normal black holes? Not to mention that Wong Hao can completely clear out a space that is wide enough to place the black hole, exile him into a space that only has himself, and isolate the area where the black hole is located forever. Under the power of time, the fixed star that was pulled over by Wong Hao returned to its original state as if nothing had happened. Then, like Wong Hao's palm, the fixed star returned to its space in the universe. The starlight from the distant universe projected over, and then distorted in front of Thanos, indicating his existence. But soon, he couldn't even enjoy the starlight. Hand over infinite gems, and I'll give you a treat. Turning into a black hole made Wong Hao have nothing to do with him for a while. But that doesn't mean Thanos is really stuck. There is nothing so easy. Wong Hao has a lot of time to spend with him, and Thanos, who is isolated by Wong Hao, can only maintain this state forever. So Thanos just put himself on reprieve, but damn it. A figure appeared in front of Wong Hao. It was the former old Emperor Thanos. He hunched over, as if he was really on the verge of death. But Wong Hao naturally would not forget that the aftermath of his slap against himself turned Thor, who was holding Stormbreaker, over. This is the projection of his mind. His body cannot speak, so he can only communicate with Wong Hao in this way. You win. That is required. Wong Hao smiled slightly. Thanos' dull voice sounded in Wong Hao's mind. I used to believe that I was the destiny. I randomly wiped out half of the life in the universe, thinking that in exchange for the balance and normal development of the universe. But I was wrong. Wong Hao knew that this was Thanos, who had passed his life quickly after time accelerated, not the guy who hadn't snapped his fingers yet. Time gem is not a growth hormone, but a file reader, which reads files from the time it records. Therefore, the eaten apple will be restored out of thin air. Instead of missing a piece, the piece that entered the person's stomach is missing. The same goes for Thanos, who was recorded in the future and then extracted to the present. Including the fixed star just now, a lot of its energy was swallowed by Thanos, but now it has recovered without losing even a little bit. This Thanos has really passed through thousands of years. What he said is true. What he realized after thousands of years after he destroyed the Earth and wiped out half of the life in the universe with the Infinity Gauntlet. In less than 1,000 years, the universe has returned to its original form, with prosperous life, scarce resources, constant wars, and constant death. Thanos looked up, his old face full of pain. I thought I didn't kill enough, so I dispatched again. In 10 million years, I wiped out all life in the entire universe. Watching the stars shine, I think this will evolve in a normal direction, best opportunity. Then you find that without life, the universe seems to have no meaning. All lives were killed. Such a feat. Wong Hao just thought about it anyway. It's not impossible. He could do it much faster than Thanos. And a burst of energy tides from all the fixed stars surrounded by planets is enough to wipe out 99% of the life in the universe. This is his basic ability, but it can be done, no need. He is not a murderous maniac, nor is he a member of the Balance sect. He must work hard to maintain the balance of the development of the universe. And over there Thanos is still beeping. Yes, without life, the universe seems to have lost its meaning of existence. What is the meaning of existence for the stars in the sky and the prosperity of eternity? The voice became lower and lower, and the figure in front of him became weaker and weaker. Two strange gemstones appeared in Wong Hao's vision for him to pick. Destroyed your own consciousness. Emperor Thanos appeared suddenly, and passed away suddenly, but the results were actually of little consequence. If it was the previous Thanos, Wong Hao's shot would be sure, and he would be knocked down in minutes, and becoming Emperor Thanos just added a little more trouble to him. However, there's a huge difference in the nature of the two. No matter how powerful the Emperor Thanos is, he can only surpass the level of the Heavenly Father God King, but it is still elusive to reach the level of Wong Hao. So after getting the infinite gems, he just persisted for a while. If it is an existence at the same level as Wong Hao's supernova explosion alone can survive, and it is almost impossible to get injured by using infinite gems. Therefore, in Wong Hao's view, all this is both unexpected and reasonable. Thanos must die, but he didn't expect to commit suicide. Time was reversed, the purple light returned and reunited, and the power gem that exploded before appeared in Wong Hao's hand. Collect all 6 infinite gems. There is no need for the Infinity Gauntlet to integrate their power. Wong Hao can use himself as a medium to connect the power of these 6 gems. And immediately he felt something different. Is the combination of the ultimate mysteries of the 6 universes originally like this? Time, space, power, reality, mind, and soul. The 6 forces are integrated into one. Wong Hao's consciousness is constantly rising, stepping into a higher level, a level that can change the entire universe with just a snap of his fingers. Eternal, infinite. The power of time and space is intertwined, forming the basis of the entire universe. As far as Wong Hao can see, 2 abstract humanoid creatures stand in front of him. Sun God, a man whose body contained countless galaxies, as if the universe existed in his body, spoke. Beside him, the woman whose body was made up of countless lines, representing the eternity of time, bowed slightly, expressing respect for her own equal existence. These are the 2 gods who created the world. Their bodies belong to the universe, which is the abstract eternity of time. And the woman whose body is composed of countless lines, representing the passage of time and forming the river of time, is the abstract infinity of space. It's time for Thanos' farce to end. The 3 supreme gods in the universe nodded to each other, and then eternity and infinity disappeared before Wong Hao's eyes. Yes, farce. In the face of the real supreme being, Thanos' actions are just a farce. It is a farce in which a titan suddenly feels that he has discovered some natural mission, and then wants to maintain the peace of the universe and ensure the balanced development of the universe. Definitely, he did find a way. The power gathered by infinite gems is enough to make eternal infinity obey and have to do things according to his will. But compared to the breadth of their lives worthy of their names, all this is just a laugh. With the sound of snapping fingers, invisible fluctuations spread to the entire universe, and the solar system returned to its original position in an instant, continuing to revolve around the center of the Milky Way. And the lost half of the lives in the universe are also returning at this moment, returning to the position they should be in. On Earth at this moment, after Wong Hao and Thanos have left one after another, the battle here is still going on, but the Avengers who have freed up their hands have taken the initiative, pressing the Obsidian Four to the ground to fight. But suddenly, General Obsidian, surrounded by them, seemed to sense something, and then looked into the distance with fear. Master fail, invincible. The generation of hero Thanos who dominated the universe has come to an end. In the face of a god more powerful than himself, the age of Thanos has ended sadly. Afterwards, the four of them turned into ashes and passed away in the wind. Seeing this horrifying scene, the Avengers from Earth 1 were puzzled, not knowing what happened. However, when the Avengers of Earth 2 discovered that not only the four generals of Obsidian, but also the scattered soldiers of the Thanos Legion began to turn into ashes, their faces suddenly showed it's the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. This is a familiar scene, except that it was their people who disappeared last time, but this time it was Thanos people, and Thanos people disappeared. Does this mean that their people have returned? Listen, it's the chirping of birds. The dusty captain patted Tony on the shoulder. It wasn't just humans that disappeared that day. Half of all life in the universe disappeared, and the concept of this life included all plants and animals. All the birds, animals, and fish on the earth have been reduced by half, which is much more terrifying than the disappearance of human beings. At least the number of human beings 100 years ago was less than half of what it is now. But the total number of living things on the earth has been about the same number for millions of years. This triggered the collapse and reconstruction of the entire Earth's ecological circle. The large-scale reduction of forests alone has plunged the entire Earth's ecosystem into a great crisis. However, it all came back. Friday, can you hear me? Boss, I'm here. Satellite search, worldwide. No, major cities will do. Tony's hands trembled, and then high-definition satellite images appeared on the projection screen in his hand. In major cities around the world, the empty streets suddenly became crowded, and noisy. These words that had been far away from this planet in the past 5 years have reappeared. Lebowski nodded and covered his mouth, looking at the screen in front of him, speechless with excitement. It's been 5 years. How did they come here in these 5 years? But in the end, it is hard work and rewards. After all, it is spring with a dead tree. Praise the sun, Dr. Hulk roared, then smiled at Hulk next to him. This is what his brother taught him, and the members of the Earth Sun Church next door say it every day to show their gratitude to Wong Hao. And now, they're going to say the same thing. Praise the sun. The captain put down the shield. With a smile on his face, all the Avengers gathered around, laughed with him, and praised the sun together. When Wong Hao came back from the sky, he was greeted by a group of Avengers who bowed and thanked him. Not only that, but as all the past returned, one after another portals opened. The Guardians of Galaxy far away on Titan, the members of the Avengers far away in Wakanda, and the Asgards in New Asgard, all of them gathered together to express their highest thanks to Wong Hao. By the way, good people do their best to send Buddha to the West. I don't think it will be a chance to come next time. So just do them one last favor. Seeing everyone's joy, Wong Hao doesn't mind being a good person one more time. Hao Ian, collect information in the universe. Target, Natasha Romanoff. Gamora. Wong Hao brought back all the lives lost that day with a snap of his fingers. But there were two other people who couldn't be saved even with a snap of his fingers. Gamora and Natasha Romanoff. As the sacrifices of Soul Gem, they can only live in the world of Soul Gem. This is an exchange, the price for gaining power. Just because he couldn't get it back with snapping fingers doesn't mean Wong Hao couldn't help it. With the movement of Hao Apocalypse, the life information about Gamora and Natasha Romanoff stored in the universe is being collected rapidly. Especially with the assistance of infinite gems, this process was shortened extremely quickly. And then in the eyes of all the Avengers, two clusters of light appeared in Wong Hao's hands. Life body reconstruction, soul formation, memory generation. Generation is complete. Like the birth of Chanter, Wong Hao is creating life. Indeed, the sacrifice Natasha Romanoff and Gamora can't come back. So let's create a new one. The power of wish lies in its omnipotence, especially in the point of creating life, which is more convenient than Wong Hao and death, the gods who control the power of life. In essence, these two are brand new beings, not the original Natasha Romanoff and Gamora, but from the inside to the outside. Every point of them is exactly the same as the original body. The souls generated by the will are even exactly the same as their souls, let alone their bodies. Therefore, under the surprised eyes of everyone, two familiar figures stepped out of the light and appeared in front of them. Xana, Dr. Hulk screamed, and the Ronin Hawkeye had just finished talking on the phone with his family, and when he saw Natasha Romanoff reappearing in the world, he rushed up excitedly. Gamora! And over there, Xingjue, Xingyun, and the others looked at the very familiar face, and they couldn't help being equally excited. Xingjue's lips trembled, and he walked forward with tears in his eyes. As a cyborg, Xingyun couldn't shed tears, but the change in his eyes was still obvious. I'll feel like we're here to make soy sauce. The joy of reunion was staged again, and the Avengers who came to the Earth to help punched each other while happily watching the Avengers who were similar to themselves hug each other and sighed, while complaining. Don't say that. You have been a great help, definitely. Your greatest help has been to bring us a god. Tony from Earth 2 patted his other self on the shoulder and joked. By the way, why don't you go to my house? I'll take you to see my daughter Morgan. By the way, you and Pepper have to work hard. On the captain's side, the captain of Earth 2 pulled himself and spoke to him seriously. Bucky's still on the run, but he's on the verge of regaining consciousness. It's just that the effects of Hydra on his mind are still there and need to be dealt with. Each has its own account, and each has its own words to say. After confirming that all the soldiers of the Thanos Legion scattered around had been wiped out, the Avengers who welcomed the return of Natasha Romanoff and Gamora finally couldn't help but start celebrating. The world outside is in chaos. Someone who disappeared for 5 years reappears, no one knows why, and the Saviors have a banquet in the Avengers base. With the help of the magician team, led by Strange and Wong, all kinds of drinks and food were quickly delivered to the base. We were celebrating before we came. The Avengers of Earth 1 said with a smile that they had just won the New York War a week before coming here. But compared to this time, the New York battle seemed a bit unsatisfactory. In fact, Chitauri, who appeared in the New York War, was only a miscellaneous unit among the legions that appeared this time, not even a vanguard. Naturally, the scale of the celebration this time is also much larger than before, with more people, a more spacious place, and more lively. After celebrating for a long time, everyone was almost drunk, a streamer fell from the sky, and everyone was surprised by her beautiful figure and valiant spirit. But after seeing who was coming, the Avengers of Earth 2 immediately laughed. "Hey, Carol, just in time, there's a party going on here." The person who came was naturally Captain Marvel, who rushed back from a distant galaxy after getting the news. But this time, there was no highlight moment for her, and when she came back, the enemy had already been dealt with. Well, square face, although it looks very heroic, but is it heroic? Seeing Carol Danvers appearing, Wong Hao rubbed his chin and looked it up, and finally decided that this was definitely not his taste. It can't be said to be ugly, and it even has a different charm, but that has to be viewed from a special perspective. Just imagine, a person who was created to please female boxers and flaunt the equality of men and women will meet the oval face, small waist, and long legs that most male compatriots like in appearance. More importantly, Carol's strong aura made her lose the biggest advantage of being a woman. Gentle. Hundreds of steelmaking can't resist the softness of the fingers. This Carol is handsome enough, but the beauty is different. Anyway, it is definitely not as beautiful as Chan Ermiai. Looking at Chanter, who was snuggling up against him in his arms, Wong Hao gnawed on her smooth forehead and then opened his mouth to eat the fruit she handed over. I didn't stay on Earth 2 for long. The main reason is that the world is very busy now, and those who were beaten back by Wong Hao's snapping fingers urgently need to be dealt with. The world has changed a lot in the past 5 years. Some partners who died found new partners, and some people who did not disappear also passed away in the 5 years, no matter because of martyrdom or other reasons. So there are actually quite a lot of remaining problems. In other words, the whole world currently looks more like a mess, with countless troubles. Those who survived 5 years ago are fine. They have the mood to accept everything. For them, it is a great blessing for those who lost to come back. But it's different for those who disappeared, because for them, the so-called 5 years just ended when they closed their eyes. Can you accept that your wife remarried after you woke up from sleep? Or did you wake up and your company changed bosses? Some of the more tragic ones, no matter whether they are men or women, when they were just resurrected, their husband or wife was doing that with her new partner. So Wong Hao and Chanter don't feel very good about this world, although the vast majority of people have the most sincere gratitude to him. Even a festival has been unified around the world. Divine Grace Day. In the past, due to the relationship between different cultures, human beings around the world did not have a truly unified holiday, not to mention Christmas or Spring Festival, but Teacher's Day, Labor Day, or Mother's Day, and Father's Day. Many countries and nations can't do it. But from now on, all human beings on the earth finally have a common festival that belongs to all of them. Divine Grace Day. By the grace of the Sun God, half of them were born again on this day. On this day, all the people on earth have agreed to praise the sun. Various great activities to praise the sun, and various celebrations related to the sun will be held all over the world on this day. But this is something to say later. Even though Wong Hao feels that these people are very caring and worthy of his helping hand, the current Earth 2 still makes him have no intention of staying any longer. So, after only staying on Earth 2 for a few days, Wong Hao took everyone from Earth 1 back. After he came back, in order to pass the time, he built a huge amount of floating island over the Pacific Ocean without stopping. Definitely, it is said to be an island, but it actually occupies a huge area. The cornerstone material of the main body is cut from a small planet that Wong Hao pulled directly from space. One can imagine its size. The anti-gravity device operates stably, powered by solar energy, and the second-generation reactor produced by Stark is used for backup energy. The construction of the temple is completed, the magic dome is formed, and the surrounding weather is fixed as sunny. The defense system is activated. The defensive means are force field shields, space distortion traps. The counter means are miniature solar flares, and the Holy Sword of Judgment. Under Hao Yan's control, a floating island was quickly formed from scratch. The island is picturesque, with waterfalls, artificial lakes, mountains, plains, and valleys. A series of magical lines connect the entire island together. Through the absorbed solar energy, a brand new light energy technology is used on the island, making people seem to live in a dream world. And this place named Sun Island has officially become the home of Wong, Hao, and Chanter. It has become a holy place for countless believers of the Sun God sect. Wong Hao and Chanter, together with the maids and Saintess Anna, reside here. And below this island is a ring-shaped island made up of the rest of the small planet, which is about the same size as Sun Island. There's the Holy Church and the headquarters of the church controlled by Luo Chung. And there's also a small town responsible for foreign affairs, where diplomatic officials from various countries are stationed. And doing all this is to establish their own order. Belongs to the order of the Sun God. When the island was completed, Sun Island settled on Earth, and the Sun God no longer wandered around, and the Earth was formally included under Wong Hao's wings. Naturally, human beings on the Earth must abide by the order established by Wong Hao. On the day of the settlement, Nick Fury, who used bloody methods, successfully controlled the remnants of the US government, and then he surrendered to the Legion on behalf of the government. Since the European Reformation in the Middle Ages, modern society has once again ushered in the baptism of God. With the approval of the Sun God, Nick Fury succeeded the president of Manhwa and began to coordinate the forces of various states with the help of the church to govern the country. Theocracy seems to overwhelm human rights once again. For a time, everyone in the world was in danger. In the Middle Ages, people got rid of the shackles of a certain church because they found that it was a false god. But now that the true God has come, how do they let their people choose to support themselves instead of the Son God, who can give believers eternal life and happiness? There is no way to do it. But they soon discovered that their worries were unfounded. Manhwa's changes have been subtle and silent, but to the outside world, countries have found that this seems to be a good thing. When this old hooligan no longer used the name of the world's police to cause disasters everywhere, when the world's largest arms dealer and the biggest behind-the-scenes man started to really uphold justice, the world seems to be getting better. The welfare of the people is created by the people themselves, and the technological progress brought about by the appearance of aliens has filled a large number of labor vacancies. The aerospace industry and the basic industry require a large number of various human resources to provide a solid foundation for social stability. Under the leadership of Manhwa, all countries in the world will develop steadily, make progress and prosperity together, and then unite and unify. But that was a long time later. After Wong Hao got Nick Fury's surrender, in addition to asking the church to help him eradicate those rebels, Wong Hao also let people start to attack. The liquidation of Hydra does not mean that all the people who dared to scheme against him were liquidated. It was just the biggest part. The rest of the people are so involved, many of them can't even touch Nick Fury. The World Security Council can spend hundreds of billions to raise a SHIELD every year, and that amount of money is enough to support the entire US military. With such huge funds and various technical and personnel support, the composition of the Security Council is naturally Hand-I-Tong-Tion. But they absolutely shouldn't. They met the sky. Hand-I-Tong-Tion does not mean that they can really compete with the sky. When they usually deal with ordinary people, they only need to give an order, and there are people who will help them do things. And now, Wong Hao only needs to give an order, and the loyal Templars will send them to the throne. Tell me, what should I do about this? On the throne, Wong Hao looked like he didn't care. It would be too easy for him to take the lives of these people, but that would lose a lot of fun. On the throne, Wong Hao looked down, and under his feet, dozens of them were dressed in suits, glamorously dressed, or noble and elegant, the so-called upper class. The top dignitaries all looked terrified. Many of them were brought in by Templars who forcibly broke into their parties or homes before they even knew it. God wants to see them. With just this sentence, no one dares to say no. God, there's only one God on earth today. Sun God. Moreover, the Templars belonged directly to Hans the Envoy, and Hans the Envoy could directly communicate with the Sun God. No one would think that this was a joke. No one could pretend to be the power of the Templar, and even if they could, no one would dare. Because that is provoking the power of the Sun God, a true God that exists in reality. If you dare to offend him, no one in the world can save you. So they all appeared here in unison, even though they were in the fortress. Even if they were protected by a well-trained team, they could only appear here obediently. Face their worst fears. Face their worst fears, the Sun. You don't really think that you are innocent, do you? Or do some of you think that people outside are ecstatic when they see me, but instead of seeing me, you're not happy, but you see something terrible? Is there no reason for this? Everyone looked at each other, and the more they looked, the more frightened they became, because at least half of the group of people who stood at the pinnacle of power in the whole world came here. The point is that they also know that they're playing together, or that they're a community of interests. A community of interests representing Western European and American civilization and capitalist civilization. In more detail, they are behind the organization that ordered the launch of the nuclear bomb. The so-called Hydra, the so-called World Security Council, the so-called big chaebol, and financial oligarchs are to some extent just their vest as a result. They still don't understand that this is Wong Hao's settlement after the fall. Yo, no one's talking yet? You don't really think it's over by pushing everything to HYDRA, do you? Well, I see you're thinking Hydra's downfall may make some of you sleep soundly these days. No. Wong Hao's words made many people bow their heads, and even their bodies began to tremble. Some time ago, Nick Fury cleared Hydra on a large scale, which may be nothing to others, but to them, it undoubtedly removed a big stone in their hearts. Fire a mushroom bomb at Wong Hao, and Wong Hao is not dead. According to Nick Fury's SHIELD intelligence, Wong Hao is very angry and intends to retaliate. During those few days, they couldn't sleep at night and had trouble sleeping and eating. Many people even hid directly in the underground bunkers, shielding all light sources, afraid that Wong Hao would find them. However, Wong Hao was not in a hurry to act afterwards, which gave them the illusion, coupled with the destruction of HYDRA, made them mistakenly believe that Wong Hao blamed that incident on Hydra headed by Pierce. That's right, the Minister of the Security Council is Pierce, and this decision must have been made by him. Moreover, the payment of Hydra has already caused heavy losses to the upper class of human society, and many senior government officials and financial oligarchs have suffered because of this. In their view, perhaps Wong Hao is out of a need for the stability of human society, so this matter is over. Therefore, they can live a life of superiority and enjoy the fun that they haven't enjoyed enough. Even if they fawn Wong Hao from now on, maybe they will be blessed with eternal life. Even if you can't live forever, you can restore your youth or prolong your life. They are the elites of mankind, but nobles. Wong Hao can reward those ordinary people who have nothing to do with the common people to restore their youth and vitality. They are masters. How can the real nobles not be as good as those guys? As long as they please Wong Hao, as long as they support Wong Hao, then they can continue to rule the human society with the power of Wong Hao and turn themselves into godlike existences. Dirty thoughts. Anna stood in front of this group of people, trembling with anger. Under the effect of holy radiance, she can clearly perceive the evil and dirty thoughts in the hearts of these people and detect their heavy sins and embarrassment in the past. After touching the light of God, Anna always thought that there were no people without light in their hearts in this world. But now it seems that she was wrong. These people are high above the top, holding huge amounts of power and unimaginable money. They wear gold and silver, but are unwilling to let their goods drop even a penny. Disrespectful. They take everything for granted, take exploitation as a responsibility, and squeeze as an obligation. They control 90% of the resources of human society, but they are unwilling to do anything for the 90% of ordinary people. Matter. Exploiter moth, scum of mankind. Anna insulted these people with her harshest words, while they looked at the saint blankly, not understanding why she was angry. Humph. Anna raised her jade feet and kicked heavily at an old Asian man who looked at her strangely. This guy from a certain island country has a quirk and likes to destroy girls. In his memory, Anna saw countless girls who were just in their prime, ruined everything by him. This made Anna furious and kicked her out. What? After all, Anna is an envoy of God. The constant nourishment of life force not only made her body full of vitality and perfection, but also gave her a power far beyond ordinary people. With this kick, the disgusting old man bled from the corner of his mouth, and it seemed that he was going to die. Anna, you don't need to do this kind of thing yourself. Just let them do it. It's too cheap for you to kill him like this. Wong Hao shook his head helplessly. The strong life force healed and revived the old man, but it only made him and the sinners here even more terrified. Can't die. So how do you torture them? No, great sun god, I confess everything. We did it. I am guilty. I should not offend you, the great one. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. A bearded man of Central Asian race constantly called out to the sun god with a strange accent, wanting to beg for forgiveness. Although very few high-level people believe in sex and gods, those things are just words they use to fool the people below, making them willing to suffer and treat them as targets of exploitation. However, when the true God appeared, he had to believe his previous words, which ultimately led to him being a strong believer. Although he did not believe in light or justice, he believed in Wong Hao. Now, his God is going to judge him, which makes him more terrified and fearful than anyone else. Unfortunately, the sins you committed can't be washed away. I have so many priesthoods. In order to let mankind go on the right path, so as not to self-destruct one day, I specifically selected the two of light and justice to publicize. But why don't you learn well? Rejecting the bearded local tyrant's plea for mercy, Wong Hao glanced around and then sighed helplessly. Oh, it's not that I don't want to give you a chance. It's just that you are too disappointing. There are dozens of people, but none of them look like people. They're all a group of beasts in human skin. Hold them down, have a good interrogation, and make the crime public, find out their resources, and then hang up. Shrimp? That's not enough. Shrimp must also have pig heart. These people will definitely not die in a short time. Even suicide is impossible. It will only increase their pain. Wong Hao wants to take everything from them, then tear off their seemingly noble masks, tear off those gorgeous clothes, and then show their dirty and ugly things to the world. They will spend the rest of their lives under the scorching fire of the gods, enduring the spurning and scolding of the world, and being roasted by Wong Hao's gods day and night. It will not hurt their bodies, but the pain that burns the soul is 100 times worse than the pain on the body. Too easy. They have to live. This is not only a warning to the world, but also the only way for the sun god's brilliance and glory to truly cover the world. If you don't want any so-called jihad to happen in the future, then now, you have to let these people shed every drop of blood first. That's how I let them live. How merciful I am. Yes, my God. You are too merciful. They should die in endless regret. Anna stood behind Wong Hao, her small face tensed, and what she saw in the mind of that disgusting island country old man made her angry now. Okay, don't be angry. This little face won't look good anymore. Squeezing Anna's face, the latter frowned, but there was a blush on his face. My God, do you really think I'm pretty? Seeing Anna's shy and cute appearance, Wong Hao's heart moved slightly. Naturally, the Sun God sect doesn't have any rules and dogmas like a certain church. The Sun God sect pursues the future, and openness and tolerance are the future, while conservatism and staleness belong to the past. Therefore, the rules of the church are quite loose. Basically, they are 24-character mantras and core values, and there is nothing else. Naturally, Anna's clothes are not as old-fashioned as a certain church's, and she needs to wrap herself tightly. On the contrary, in order to better welcome the brilliance of the sun, Anna's clothes are quite loose and cool. Sun Island is an island, and this set of clothes basically fully reflected Anna's slim figure. The point is, except for Wong Hao, anyone outside the island will be affected by the holy brilliance when they see Anna. They only feel hazy when they see Anna, and they can't see the whole picture clearly. So it goes without saying who she is dressing like this for. You are definitely beautiful, like the light before the dawn, like the dawn that ends the darkness, dazzling, shining. Caressing the girl's cheek, looking at her blushing ears, Wong Hao suddenly laughed. Anna, do you want to be a goddess? Goddess. Anna's beautiful blue eyes stared at her god, with a little bewilderment in her eyes. She didn't quite understand what Wong Hao meant, but she quickly shook her head. I just want to be by your side and feel your light and warmth. And this reaction made Wong Hao even more happy. He stroked Anna's soft golden hair, looked at her face, and said slowly, That's right. The life of a mortal is fragile and short. Only by becoming a god can I be by my side. Just like the moon god, are you willing to be a shining star in the sky for me? This time, Anna did not continue to hesitate, but nodded heavily. It means the same thing as what I would like to do, so Wong Hao celebrates what he should do at this time. After hearing Anna's firm answer, Wong Hao laughed, then hugged her and walked towards the back of the temple amidst her shyness and expectation. Just when Wong Hao took his little saint to the apse to study how to upgrade her to a goddess, another main god of the solar god system also started his journey. After returning from Earth 2, Loki and Thor were completely unhindered. After seeing the threat of Thanos and seeing the tragedy of Asgard, the two gods who wanted to save Asgard finally came to the opposite. Thor, the deadline is up. Are you ready? Asgard. The resplendent Golden Hall is located in the center of Asgard, the center of the entire floating continent, and the center of the power of the entire Asgard. But at this moment, in front of the Golden Hall in Asgard, there's a group of people waiting for something solemnly. Is Loki really that big of a change? It's bigger than you think. And if it wasn't for the fact that his face hasn't changed, I wouldn't think he has the slightest connection to the previous Loki. A handsome man with a sword on his waist side, and beside him was a samurai in armor and a tall and burly warrior, the three warriors of Asgard, Fandral, Hogun, and Vostag. They are the powerful warriors of Asgard's long-standing reputation. They are brave and good at fighting, and they have been on the battlefield for a long time. They are Thor's closest friends and comrades in arms, and they're the most solid support on the battlefield. And they're standing here now because Thor should have brought Loki back for trial some time ago. But to everyone's surprise, Loki's appearance has changed a lot, and his strength has also become far beyond before. Moreover, Loki has also become a god of other pantheons, and Asgard has lost its jurisdiction over him, and has no right to continue to judge him. But he challenged Asgard, threatening to defeat Thor, defeat Odin, and become the ruler of the entire Asgard, the new lord of Asgard. Although he's changed a lot, I still don't believe he can beat Thor, let alone Odin. Vostag found a chicken leg out of nowhere and gnawed on it, expressing his opinion while gnawing. He is the oldest of the three, and he is also Fandral's teacher, including Thor, who he watched grow up. So he has sufficient confidence in Thor. But it is said that Odin gave Mjolnir to a mortal from Midgard. Hogun frowned. This news made their worries a little more justified. Speaking of it, Thor was also miserable. He was exiled to the earth by Odin, and finally lifted the hammer to restore his divine power, but it didn't take long before the hammer was given to someone else. Well, so what? Even if Loki defeated Thor with his little cleverness, he can't defeat the great Odin. Vostag is still full of confidence, including the other two. When they heard Odin's name, they also showed a trace of stability in their hearts. As a god king of the pantheon, Odin indeed must possess such an ability, which can make his people and believers feel at ease when they think of him. Coming. A voice sounded from behind the three warriors. The three of them looked back and saw a beautiful goddess with black hair walking forward with a long sword in her arms. And her gaze is fixed on the front of the Golden Hall, the position of Bifrost. The three warriors just turned their heads away, and sure enough, Bifrost has been activated, and they are back. Vostage, wait a minute. No matter what Thor does, you are not allowed to make a move. Do you understand? Sif has a serious face. Unlike the three warriors, she is a god, and she sees farther and more about certain things. In this war, no one else is allowed to intervene, and the outcome can only be decided between their brothers, even though this result may not be what many people want to see. Vostag was stunned for a moment. He looked crude, but in fact he was the real wise man among the three warriors. The long years have allowed him not only to learn fighting skills, but also to learn a lot of truths that non-soldiers need to understand. And when the three warriors and the harvest goddess Sif waited before the Golden Hall, in Bifrost, two figures walked out side by side. Oh, my Asgard. Loki opened his arms and looked around, looking at Heimdall, the watching palace caretaker. You've done a good job. Don't worry. When I ascend the throne, you can continue to work here. Unrestrained and reckless. Loki's posture at this moment is completely like two people compared to the forbearance and dormancy before. But just as annoying. If the previous Loki was a poisonous snake, now he is a flame that wants to devour the world. Turbulent, fiery, ruthless. Let's meet Odin first. Ignoring Loki's words, Thor nodded at Heimdall and walked straight outside. After having a deep talk with himself on Earth 2, the current Thor is no longer what he used to be. He can clearly see those pains and losses in his own eyes. And to protect all that, from now on he must use his own shoulders to support them, instead of counting on the old Odin. Boom! In the eternally golden sky of Asgard, the thunder resounded, making people tremble. But in the next instant, red clouds covered the sky, and fiery flames squeezed away the dark clouds, announcing their strength. Although the battle has not yet begun, the competition between the two successors has already begun. Boom! With every sound of thunder, Chinmaz, the heartbeats of the three warriors also vibrated together, making their hair stand on end. But as the flame got closer and closer, they also felt thirsty, as if they were trapped in a sea of flames. So strong. Why did they become so strong just by going to Midgard? Fandral exclaimed. Whether it is Thor or Loki, they have known each other for more than 1,000 years, and they are very familiar with these two people. But why have they changed so dramatically in a short period of less than half a month? That's all for Loki. He joined other gods, gave up everything he had, rekindled the divine fire, and became Vulcan, which can be said to be a complete rebirth for the gods. But Thor even lost his hammer. Why did his power increase instead of decrease? It seems that he taught you a lot. Walking on the avenue in front of the Golden Hall, Loki had a sneer on his face. He was quite surprised by the power Thor showed. If he had acted like this before, I am afraid that Loki, the god of trickery at that time, would really not be able to win hard. And the reason why he was able to become what he is now is naturally because he consulted Thor, who has become the king of gods and inherited Odin's divine power on Earth too. But Odin is just a bigger ant compared to my god. The flames are burning, and Loki is firm in his belief that this is the path he has chosen to save Asgard in his own way. And in this case, he will overcome all obstacles and go on. You talk too much, and it seems that no matter what, these problems of yours have not changed. Thor didn't change his face, but the thunder in the sky became more violent, and the electric light became brighter. In the distance, the gate of the Golden Hall can already be seen, and the figures of the three warriors of Asgard and Sif also appear before the eyes. And Thor is equally firm in his belief. He will do everything possible to rewrite the history and future of Asgard in this world. Whether it's Hela or Thanos, whether it's Loki or whoever, he's going to beat them all. Only then can he protect what he holds dear, Asgard and Earth. Golden Hall, the spacious Golden Hall, is already full of people. Almost the entire Asgard people gathered here, because today will decide who will become their new god king. Although long ago Odin had declared this position to be Thor's, and Thor was the heir to the king of Asgard. But Loki, who has returned now, does not hold the identity of the heir, but the conqueror. He came to conquer Asgard on behalf of the sun god Wong Hao. So, Baya, Odin can't refuse, and he can't make a move. After all, according to the relationship, Loki is challenging Thor. If he makes a move, does that mean Wong Hao can also make a move? That would be even worse, so even Odin can only pin all his hopes on Thor. Definitely, he wouldn't necessarily think that having Loki as king of Asgard was a bad thing. In the past, he suppressed Loki. In addition to being not his own heir, he also has Loki's psychic problems. The former Loki was a vicious strategist. He may be good at calculating, but he is not good at winning people's hearts. As a monarch, the most important thing is to win people's hearts. Other talents don't matter at all. The most important thing as a monarch is to be recognized by others. And now it seems that Loki already has this condition. My god, sun god Hao, Asgard can choose to surrender or fight. On the main hall, facing his former robes, former friends, and former relatives, Loki did not change his face, but fixed his eyes on Odin on the throne, trying to find a trace of emotion on his face that never changed. The people of Asgard never choose to surrender. If you want to sit in this position, defeat him with strength. Odin, beside the throne, a noble lady standing next to Odin looked anxious, but Odin's words did not intend to change. She could only watch her two children fight each other. Don't worry, Queen Mother, I will definitely defend the glory of Asgard. Thor looked back at Queen Frigg. The first news he got from his alter ego was Frigg's passing. Under the attack of the Dark Elves, Frigga died unfortunately, but this time he absolutely did not allow such a thing to happen. If a god can't even protect his own mother, what kind of god is he? Mom, don't worry. I will teach this arrogant, reckless man a good lesson and show this blind old man what a stupid decision he has made. He actually entrusted the future of Asgard to this kind of person Loki, who also learned of Frigga's future has a confident face. Like Thor, he will not allow that future to continue to happen. Definitely, this time he wants to take the future of Asgard into his own hands, instead of letting this idiot continue to repeat the same mistakes. Under the watchful eyes of the people of Asgard, the battlefield moved to the square outside. Loki and Thor separated on both sides, and Odin sat on his throne, acting as referee. Wait, since you were the referee, then I have to invite my god to come. Looking at the tall Odin, Luigi suddenly said with his hand. After the words fell, following Loki's chanting, the sunlight shining on the golden roof of Asgard gradually condensed and manifested, then transformed into a human figure, and finally revealed the appearance of Wong Hao. Sun god, Odin sat on his seat and nodded distantly, but there was already some complicated meaning in his gaze towards Wong Hao. On the one hand, the appearance of Wong Hao has changed the direction of the future. It seems that Asgard has regained its vitality. But on the other hand, the changes in Loki and the uncertain future of Asgard have made Odin feel worried. So he made a decision. Thor, without Mjolnir, you're no longer a qualified Thor. Now I give you Stormbreaker, and you will become the storm god of Asgard. I'll go. I said how did Odin agree so easily last time, so I just waited here. On Sun Island, Wong Hao, who was studying why girls' bodies are always fragrant and tender, suddenly complained. What appeared in Asgard was naturally not his real body, but just a ray of projection manipulated by Hao. The god under him is making a turf for himself, and this kind of thing must be supported, but he didn't expect Odin to be so shameless that he directly gave Thor a level god father artifact. Stormbreaker, also known as Stormbreaker. It is the artifact held by Thor after he was promoted to the king of gods. No matter whether the hammer is broken or lost, once Thor is promoted to the king of gods, this thing will be given to him. That's why in the movie, Thor can get this thing from the Dwarf King in Adavi, because this is what Odin pre-ordered with Dwarf. It's just that Wong Hao and Loki, including Thor, didn't expect that Odin actually gave him this thing in advance in order to support Thor. Recharge cheat, referee, report, this person fouled. Holding Anna in his arms, and Chanter next to him, Wong Hao showed the scene of Asgard and watched the live HD Live broadcast with them. No, am I the referee? Wong Hao gritted his teeth, looking a little helpless, but at this moment, after the initial shock and daze, Loki also set his sights on Wong Hao. There's no way, Thor's father paid him money to buy him, and Loki doesn't know if he can beat him, but it's definitely not easy. The power of that axe was seen by Loki when he was on Earth too. That chubby Thor possessed far more strength than this Thor in that state. Simply not too big. Not to mention features like free flight and God King power. Anyway, thinking about it, Loki felt a little bit upset, so he could only set his sights on his boss. If he had a father, he only had his boss. Look at my dry hair, I don't have this kind of thing, I don't need to fix it myself. Being stared at by Loki, Wong Hao was very annoyed. Why is this little brother so ignorant? Boss doesn't even use artifacts himself. Just look at me, I can make one for you right now. It seems to be able to. Wong Hao suddenly thought about it. He had imagined the operation of using the power of will to create the artifact. Now, it seems that it is time to implement it. So he quickly called out Hao and began to calculate and design. This means that there is nothing to lose. Odin gave his cub an artifact. Wong Hao didn't give Loki a little brother, as if he was inferior to Odin. In other words, the competition has shifted from Thor and Loki to Wong Hao and Odin. Well, Loki is the god of fire. What should the god of fire use? Swords, guns, sticks, axes, forks, hooks, forks, and halberds. Whips? Can't you also use the whole hammer? In fact, the hammer and Vulcan seem to match quite well. After all, in many myths, Vulcan is also the god of casting. That is blacksmith. Well, no, the hammer is too embarrassing. It damages my image. In Wong Hao's opinion, fighting with a hammer is really ugly. A hammer is only suitable for smashing walnuts. It has the strength to smash the enemy's head with a hammer. Take a knife and chop off his dog's head. Isn't it fragrant? Then get a machete? No way, too reckless, get a gun. It also overlaps with Odin's Gungnir, and it doesn't match Loki's magical image. Finally, after struggling for a long time, Wong Hao finally decided on his own plan. Thor over there is familiarizing himself with his new artifact, and the power of thunder is rumbling. And here, after looking pitifully at his boss, Loki, who didn't get a response, couldn't help but feel a little frustrated. But this competition is imperative, and he will not give up no matter what. Although they did not expect Odin to intervene so shamelessly, but until now, they can only bite the bullet. Big deal, he just loses again. Just when Loki turned his head with a little bit of disappointment and was about to face the battle, suddenly, the sky was brightly lit, and then something flew through the air. I've given you something, take care of it yourself. Erte. Wong Hao's familiar voice rang in Loki's ear, which immediately made him overjoyed. I thought that Odin had prepared an artifact for Thor eccentrically, but his boss was also unambiguous and got one for himself. Although it took a little longer to prepare, it was given to him anyway, but he never expected that when the streamer fell in front of him, all the brilliance dissipated, and what appeared in front of him was actually a stove. And it looks very strange, with 4 corners, 3 legs, a round belly, and a small window on the front and back. Although it is not the same as the way humans use for heating that he knows, it is indeed a stove. How do you fight with just a stove? Loki imagined the scene where he held the stove and threw it at Thor. It was so beautiful that he didn't dare to think about it. If he thought about it too much, he might just cast it directly. Wong Hao naturally saw Loki's doubts. Indeed, the artifact he refined, or the magic weapon, is not the same as Loki's painting style, but this is based on the image of the most powerful artifact and magic weapon in his mind. Refined. Anyway, when you used to read novels, those who used stoves and cauldrons were the most powerful, and those who used the same level usually at clocks, mirrors, etc., and those who used swords were not very good. Generally, they could only play a little bro. Besides, Loki is the god of Vulcan. Wouldn't it be appropriate to use a stove? As for how to fight with this stove, Wong Hao has to teach him how to fight. Cough. This furnace is called Good Fortune Oven. With the real fire of the sun and the real fire of the sun as the core, the 3 talents of heaven, earth and man as firewood. It has the ability to turn decay into magic, remove the chaff, and save the essence, and refine everything. Own it. You can refine all substances, and you can also control all the flames in the universe. There are also 4 elephant fire beasts in the oven, with infinite power. While talking, Wong Hao also showed Loki a short video of Hao Angel using the creation oven. In the video, a small planet with a diameter of tens of kilometers was devoured by 4 fire beasts, and the overwhelming flames wrapped it up and refined it. After a while, what was spit out was only the size of a nail shell, but after the small planet was refined the material and it is extremely hard, possessing all sorts of miraculous abilities. Thank you, my god. Looking at the small stove in his hand, Loki knew that besides the refinement function, it also had the feature of shrinking and zooming in. There was an independent space in his body, which was extremely wide. Wong Hao even directly stuffed a small fixed star into it to act as a furnace. Energy. But looking at the mighty and domineering Stormbreaker in Thor's hand, and then at the Shojin's small and exquisite fortune-telling oven in his hand, Loki couldn't help but look a little downcast, feeling cheated. But no matter what, this battle has to be fought. This furnace looks unreliable, but it is a magic weapon, and the scene of refining a small planet in the video is indeed not bad. So let's fight. Ignoring the laughter of the crowd outside 433 in the plaza, Loki took out the creation oven and watched it grow up against the wind and land on the field. Loki yelled, and then his divine power surged, urging the power of the oven. And over there, Thor finally suppressed a smile after twitching the corner of his mouth a few times and rushed up with his battle axe. Boom, boom, boom. There was loud thunder, and every time Thor took a step, a thunderbolt struck down from the sky and merged into his body. After a while, his body was shining with silver light. The armor was brand new, and the electric current surrounded his body, which was unparalleled in power. Beside Odin, Frigga looked at the majestic Thor and immediately worried for Loki, but Loki wants to conquer Asgard. This battle is inevitable. But the next scene made Frigga's concern change direction in an instant. Thor leaped high, raised his battle axe above his head, and slashed toward the oven of good fortune. But Loki did not dodge or dodge, just lifted the lid of the oven that was boiling with flames, and then a red the vermilion bird formed by flames screamed and flew out, rushing straight to Thor. The blazing flame hit the oncoming Thor, and vermilion bird flapped its wings, absorbing or refining all the thunder that filled the sky, and it itself wrapped Thor completely. What? The thunder armor didn't play a blocking role at all. The fiery flames licked Thor's body, instantly burning his skin like fried pigskin. Although Thor tried his best to swing the battle axe, the flames seemed to be alive and refused to dissipate no matter what. In the end, it was an extremely thick bolt of lightning that fell from the sky, splitting the vermilion bird fire beast. But it only split apart, and a moment later, the vermilion bird landed on the top of the oven intact, angrily screaming towards the dark clouds in the sky. And looking at Thor again, the originally shiny silver armor became scorched black, the whole person's skin was carbonized, and the aroma of barbecue was exuding from all over his body, which made people's appetite unstoppable and salivating. Thor, on the other hand, looked angrily at Loki and the stove in front of him. Although the other person is fine, but he is in pain. Anyone who is grilled by a stove as a marinated meat skewer will die on the spot. Fortunately, he could still feel the pain. But Loki looked at the stove in front of him with surprise after seeing Thor's miserable state. What good stove. This meat is roasted. It's crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It's plump and juicy. If you take 10 bites, you won't be able to ascend to heaven. As the god of fire and a part-time cooking god, Loki has a lot of experience in grilling meat, and Thor's big fat skewer is definitely grilled quite well. But still lacks heat. Come again. Confident Loki shouted loudly, and then red flames ignited all over him. At the same time, the The top cover of the Kiln of Good Fortune was lifted directly, and 4 fire beasts swarmed out, circling over the square in front of the Asgard palace. Vermilion Bird, Bifong, Soaring Snake, Huichilin. The 4 fire beasts were either running or soaring, and following their movements, the whole square suddenly became like a purgatory, and the heat was unstoppable. It's so hot. The blazing flames seemed to be rushing towards us. Although these flames were controlled by someone and would not really rush over, the blazing heat could not be restrained. The people of Asgard who were watching the battle retreated again and again, trying to get out of the way as much as possible, but it was still too hot, making people feel like they were in a furnace. The oven of good fortune, the heaven and the earth are the furnace, and the yin and yang are the charcoal. Wong Hao's words resounded in Loki's heart again, and this time, Loki also understood the true horror of this artifact. Unknowingly, this space has been filled with his flames, and everything in this space has become the material in his furnace for him to forge and temper. Refine. Loki spread his fingers apart, and the 4 beasts echoed each other, and then ran towards Thor together. From the outsider's point of view, only a scream was heard in the flames, and there was no more news. Thunder splashed all over the sky for a long time, but they couldn't break through the curtain wall formed by the heavy flames. In the end, even the thunder dissipated and the storm stopped. Enough! 2.6-inch a deafening roar resounded. Odin stood up from the throne, and the holy gun of Gungnir in his hand was stuck on the ground, but the majestic god king in the past looked like an old and ordinary old man at this moment. Thor lost. Odin lowered his eyes and said these words slowly. After he said this, Wong Hao's projection opposite him also nodded along the way, and then waved his palm, and the flames in the sky began to fade, and the 4 beasts rushed to the oven of good fortune. The whole square ushered in a burst of coolness, but the hearts of the crowd watching were cold. Thor lost. Fandral looked at the glazed ground in the middle of the square, the one lying on the ground. His whole body was scorched black. He couldn't believe that it was his comrade in arms, the person he was following. No, Odin lost. Sif shook his head and dismissed Fandral's words, even though it might have sounded more shocking to them. But it is. If there are no 2 artifacts, Thor, who has received another instruction from himself, has actually reached the level close to the God King and needs to accept the power of Odin to succeed as the new king of ASD. In other words, the outcome of the Thor-Loki match in this state is still unknown. But Odin's eccentricity and his obsession made him unable to let go, so that he had to take out Stormbreaker before starting, so that Thor had the advantage. Unexpectedly, this also gave Wong Hao a chance to intervene. In fact, Wong Hao was just planning to watch the show. It doesn't matter to him whether Loki becomes the king of Asgard. Said Wong Hao is not as good as him. Odin successfully pulled the rivalry between Loki and Thor into his rivalry with Wong Hao. Hence, Wong Hao created the creation oven and defeated Thor with its crushing power. The loser is not Thor, but Odin. Asgard is yours. Walking down from the throne, Odin came to the center of the square step by step. Looking at Thor lying on the ground, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, Odin said something to Loki with a flat face. Is that all? Seeing the figure of Odin turning around, Loki suddenly felt angry, and his voice rose so high that everyone could hear it. I am the king of Asgard, and this is the only attitude you have? However, in the face of Loki's aggressiveness, Odin still didn't change his face, but moved his body slightly. My dear king of Asgard, this place is yours now. Powerlessness, shame, all kinds of emotions rushed into Loki's heart, making him angry, making him mad with hatred. At this moment, even the spectators in the audience, even the fairy car owner and warrior felt that Odin's attitude was a bit too much. In any case, Loki is also his son, and the identity of his adopted son is not known to outsiders. And even if they knew, the Asgard people would not take it seriously. For example, Vostage himself adopted 2 orphans of his former comrades in arms. He completely treated them as his own children, and he would enjoy the same inheritance rights as his own children in the future. Odin has never said that Loki does not have the right to inherit the throne of God King. Before, everyone could say that he's not as good as Thor, but now he has defeated Thor head-on, and he has also shown enough command ability before. So why does Odin is this still the attitude? Just when the 2 were in a stalemate, a woman's figure appeared between the 2, separating them. Loki, don't do this to your father. He's not my father. Loki's eyes were red, as if the flames were burning, but his eyes looking at Frigga suddenly softened again. What about me? Am I your mother? Loki wanted to say it again, but he couldn't say no. He was the god of tricks before, there was no one he couldn't deceive, and there was no beautiful thing he couldn't say. But only this woman, whose tenderness and love can always make her speechless. Take Thor down. Frigga looked at the old and the young and the 2 unconscious gentlemen, and then at the seriously injured son on the ground, and couldn't help but sighed with his hands on his forehead. Why is there so much going on at home? Asking the doctor to take Thor down for treatment, Frigga looked at the still stubborn father and son. Probably only she could understand why Odin treated Loki like this. It's not that he is really eccentric, but the personality of the 2 children. Thor is a wild child, so he can be raised in a free range, and he can grow up safely and steadily without losing his general direction. But Loki is different. He is delicate, suspicious, and will go astray if he is not careful. This kind of child needs a lot of love and care before he can achieve anything. It's just that Odin is obviously not the kind of person who coaxes children about everything. As a god king, he needs to maintain his majesty. Whether it is external or internal, he always looks majestic and majestic. Therefore, he would choose this method to motivate Loki, use his unwillingness, and use his competitive spirit to motivate him to work hard. It's just that he may not understand that this kind of motivation has become a reaction in the end, pushing Loki to a path that confronts him in Asgard. On Sun Island, the 24K, full 640-color high-definition screen plays the stories of the royal family of Asgard. The biggest 80-foot clock soap opera in history, also known as My Stupid Odudu, Big Brother Loves Me Again successors. The three of Wong Hao watched with gusto, which made him think, do you want to make it a little bit bloodier? Like letting Hela out. Then, the already abusive brother Yueqiang drama will become a more bloody and entangled brother Yueqiang, and then reconcile in order to fight against the ugly lady. If the last one had to sacrifice his big brother or younger brother in order to defeat the big devil, it would be even more bloody to the extreme, and Wong Hao couldn't help but get goosebumps. Hey, forget it, it's too disgusting. Let's talk about Hela in the future, and if Hela is released now, she may not be able to beat Thor or Loki. Both Thor and Loki have quasi-God King strength now. Even if they're a little worse than Hela, they won't be much worse. And the two of them have God-level artifacts, so if they fight, Hela may really be no match. After giving up the idea of harming Odin's family, Wong Hao continued to play in the garden with his moon god and the holy maiden of the god religion. And this game lasted for more than a week. Wong Hao finally left his island after he couldn't think of any other gestures he hadn't used. After staying on Earth for almost half a year, he suddenly felt a little tired. It's not that the Earth is not fun. There are some funs that he hasn't experienced yet. But if he just stays on the Earth and plays all the things, won't he lose the novelty after that? So after thinking it over for a while, Wong Hao decided to go to the universe to have some fun first. I want to go too. Tony looked at Wong Hao eagerly, with a longing look on his face. You can't fly, and you can't survive in space. Wong Hao shrugged, expressing that he was helpless. Don't worry about this. When I exchanged data with my buddy, I got a piece of detailed information on the spaceship provided by the Guardians of the Galaxy. In addition to the wreckage of the Chitauri battleship recovered earlier, I already have a lot of technology. So now I can completely create a spaceship with space jump ability. Tony said, triumphantly. He is naturally fond of excitement. How can he not be called to take risks in the universe? Moreover, the current situation on the Earth is turbulent. As a former arms dealer and superhero with high-end weapons, he actually doesn't like to participate in this kind of teaming. So avoiding is the best way, and it is best to wait for him to come back when the situation is stabilized. And I still have a star map. How can you sail in the universe without a star map? Just like the map on the Earth, navigating in the universe is more complicated. On the Earth, you are still on a plane, but in the universe, there is no distinction between up, down, left, and right, and the difficulty of navigation has increased by more than 100 times. A detailed star map is crucial for space travel. I am the Lord of the Stars. Every star is my duplication and younger brother. Do you think I need that kind of thing? To this, Wong Hao just smiled disdainfully. Not to mention his mastery of space power, which makes it impossible for him to get lost. But as the sun god, he is the king of all the stars in the entire universe. In terms of understanding of the universe environment, no one is better than him. Oh, please, take me with you. Tony's eyes flickered, just like Luffy's expression when he looked at Shanks and asked him to take him out to sea. A big man showed such an expression. To be honest, Wong Hao was quite disgusted when he saw it. In order to prevent him from continuing to disgust himself, he had to bite his breath. Okay, take you with me. When will your spaceship be ready? In fact, Wong Hao is mainly for this. It's too ostentatious to go out with Sun Island, and it's not much fun to play in the universe. Since it is a space voyage, it must be a spaceship. Wong Hao has been on an airplane before, but not a spaceship. It's coming soon. I've been transforming a Chitauri battleship since I came back. With the technology provided by Rocket Raccoon, the first spaceship in human history is about to be completed. The first ship in human history. The name alone is enough to make Tony excited. And the next thing to do is the real space travel. Originally, Tony built this spaceship to take a look at the moon and Mars. He didn't dare to go too far. Even with the star map provided by Star-Lord and the others, it would be too dangerous to leave the solar system rashly. But with Wong Hao it is different. With Wong Hao around, no danger is any danger, then Tony can play a big game. So, Wong Hao waited for another week. Anyway, he was going out to play, and it was the same if there was one more person. Well, a few more people. Tony didn't forget to spread the word when transforming the spaceship, and the team quickly expanded. The first is Tony's assistant banner. As a scientist, he can't resist the temptation to go to the depths of the universe, which in their view represents the truth. And then there's Natasha Romanoff. She's here. For some reason, Natasha Romanoff and her aunt have become good friends. Since the previous party, the two have been in constant contact, and they go shopping from time to time, just like good sisters. Wong Hao asked Chonner, and her answer was that she saw the persistence and belief in Natasha Romanoff's heart, as well as her pain and fighting spirit. To some extent, Zhao's, Natasha Romanoff actually matches Chonner's compatibility. The moon can also shine its own light in the dark, not only to become the monarch of darkness, but also to represent that many people with humble backgrounds or with unbearable pasts can still work hard for the right things. So Channer admired Natasha Romanoff very much. As for Natasha Romanoff's thoughts, Wong Hao also probed into it. Anyway, she had no bad intentions towards Wong Bai and Chanter. Maybe there is something else to think about. I feel that you should stop bringing Hawkeye and the captain here and forget it. The Avengers Alliance will all be dispatched to enter the universe. In the future, if someone shoots your documentary to commemorate your former heroes, you can also list a separate chapter, Avengers Cosmic Adventure. Looking at the large group of people under the spaceship, Wong Hao's face was full of helplessness. It's really that half of the Avengers Alliance ran away with me. That's no need. The three of us are enough. By the way, why did you come here? Tony shook his head, then stared at Natasha Romanoff next to him with a look of doubt and disgust. He was still very angry at the fact that this woman once ran under him to be his assistant in order to monitor him. He really thought it was his own charm that attracted her. Is this your spaceship? It's so ugly. I still like their one from Guardians of the Galaxy. For Tony's disgust, Natasha Romanoff returned the disgust. But what she said was the truth. The spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy was given to them by the Nova Corps of Xander, and the various manufacturing techniques and matching equipment are top-notch in the universe. Tony originally modified Chitauri's third-rate product, which can barely be regarded as a spaceship, with the ability of space navigation and space jumping. Other parts, such as the temperature control inside the spaceship, artificial force, etc., were all installed by Tony himself. So, Tony's spaceship looks like an egg, an irregular oval shape, and the overall color of 947 is still a vulgar golden red. It looks not only like an egg, but also an Easter egg. How many days are we going? Oh, don't know. Just go wherever you go. It's very convenient to come back if you have something to do. I have this. Wong Hao showed the space gem in his hand and said that he took the spaceship purely to see the scenery and didn't want to walk by himself. If it is to go somewhere, he can open a portal faster than any flight device. Oh, then I'll save a few changes of clothes. By the way, Tony, do you have a shower up here? Pointing to the Easter egg in front of her, Natasha Romanoff asked. Being sung by the two of them, Tony's original excitement was also discounted, leaving only resentment. What about the promised crisis-ridden, exciting, intense space adventure? What's the matter with the sudden change of painting style? And it became a trip that you can leave as soon as you say it. There's no place to take a shower. Water in space is very precious. Even the water we usually drink has to be recycled, excreted, and then filtered into pure water. There's no room for a bath. I'm not a big spaceship. Then I suggest you install one. Although I won't get dust on my body, I don't want you dangling around me with sweat all day long. As for the water problem, I'll just solve it. Wong Hao snapped his fingers. A fountain suddenly appeared in the void. Transparent and pure water flowed constantly, and then disappeared without a trace before touching the ground. You are the boss. Listen to you. Tony sighed again, and the picture about space travel that he had imagined in his mind had completely disappeared. With such a great god, he is just a driver. There's no danger, no lack of enjoyment, and that doesn't exist at all. It feels like going on a spring outing, clinking and knocking, transforming the place originally used to circulate water into a bathroom. Tony let out a long sigh, feeling extremely melancholy. But complaints are nothing but complaints. After spending a day making out a bathroom and reconfirming that there are no other needs, Tony announced that he could set off. Sail, set sail. Sitting in the driver's seat, Tony was as happy as a kid who just got a new toy, so excited he couldn't biffed himself. And in his Wong Hao is also looking at the part that can only be seen in sci-fi movies in the past with a novel look. The spacecraft starts slowly. The anti-gravity engine starts to work. The flight guidance in the atmosphere starts to work. The star map opens. The tilt angle is determined, and the energy is supplied. Then, with the fiery tail flame ejected, the Easter egg roared to the sky and flew into the universe. Tony, on the ground, Pepper shouted angrily. This guy has left all his work behind and left everything to himself. It feels like he will suffer when he comes back. Wong Hao, who heard the shouts on the ground, talked to the side, and everyone laughed together. It's just that their captain Tony Stark didn't care about it at all. It's over when they have fun. And as for kneeling on the washboard after returning and not being able to go to bed, that's something after returning. Chong chong chong. Holding this belief, this spaceship, which was unanimously recognized by everyone and named Easter egg, rushed out of the Earth and came to the outer space. The interstellar jump point beyond Earth has been reached. Guys, let's get out of the solar system. Everyone yelled, and Tony pushed the button, and the jump engine started charging. With a whoosh, the instantaneous speed of the spaceship broke through the sublight speed directly and entered the space wormhole. After passing through a streamer-like tunnel and unspeakable dizziness, it suddenly slowed down again. The spaceship appeared in the real universe, but the position has changed a lot from before. Vomit. Tony covered his mouth, made a retching sound, and looked behind him. Ordinary people will experience a series of side effects when they first experience space jumps, such as nausea, dizziness, and even temporary blindness, but don't worry, it will return to normal after a while. Behind Tony, everyone looked at him as if we couldn't understand what you were talking about. What side effect? It doesn't exist at all. Only then did he realize that he seemed to be the weakest person on the spaceship. So who was he talking about just now? For Tony, Wong Hao, and others who were hit again, they could only express sympathy, but he still took the time to ask, where are we? Since there's a star map, Wong Hao will naturally not waste time to look it up by himself. And after hearing his inquiry, Tony seems to have finally found something he is good at. We are going to Xander Star Field where the Guardians of Galaxy are. There are 17 jump points from the Earth, and we have only passed one now. Everyone seemed to understand, and then Wong Hao asked another question. Is it like this every jump? Yes, but depending on the jumping distance, the time spent in the wormhole tunnel is also different. This made Wong Hao immediately disappointed. He thought how interesting interstellar travel is, who knew that it was just drilling around in these wormholes. Then I'll just move us to the vicinity of Xander, so we don't have to jump around like this, which is a waste of time and boring. Hearing what Wong Hao said, everyone except Tony nodded. It is enough to experience this feeling once. They are here to travel, not to drill holes. So the minority obeys the majority, although Tony keeps saying that this is the real interstellar voyage. This is the real life in the universe. But in the end, Wong Hao urged the space gem, opened a portal directly, and sent the Easter eggs into it. So in the blink of an eye, everyone appeared not far from Shining Planet. But this time, Tony didn't beep, but looked at the planet that was obviously bigger and more prosperous than the Earth, and was full of admiration. This is the splendid civilization in the universe. Listen to Star-Lord and the others say that Xander is the most prestigious free trade market in the entire galaxy. Look at these spaceships coming in and out. This place is simply heaven. Although it is a bit exaggerated, the prosperity of Xander is really amazing. Comparing New York, the most prosperous city on Earth, to Xander is simply a town's market, and the two are not at the same level at all. Definitely, the Earth is a living planet, and the entire planet of Xander is a huge amount of market, where all cosmic civilizations from the Milky Way conduct transactions, and this is why such a prosperous planet was born. Stop talking, hurry up and drive there. Wong Hao urged, and Tony also reacted, driving the spaceship to land on Xander. But before the Easter eggs were completely close, there was a signal connected to the communication channel of the spacecraft. After changing several languages, it was finally changed to English that everyone could understand. Unknown flight device. Please tell me your purpose and where you came from. This is Xander Star Defense Nova Corps. Please do not make aggressive behaviors, otherwise you'll be attacked. It turned out that all spaceships coming to Xander need to be registered. For those who come here for the first time like Wong Hao, they need to apply for a permit from Xander's protectors and security managers, the Nova Corps. Although this is a free market, proper management is necessary to maintain a stable trading environment. So, after communicating that he and others came from the Earth and came for sightseeing, Tony drove the spaceship and landed in the airport following the guidance of the voice. I'm going to apply for a pass. You go to play first, don't worry about me. Tony, who recognized his identity as a thug and a coolie, said very consciously, and then Wong Hao and the others were naturally not polite and left the port directly, heading for the largest city on Xander. Ask for flowers. By the way, do you have any currency on this planet? Walking halfway, Tony's communication message suddenly came. What's the matter? Tony Stark is sure money, too. Wong Hao suddenly laughed, and the people around him also laughed when they heard what he said. Tony Stark, who is poor and only has money left, suddenly asked someone for money. This is simply an anecdote through the ages. Then what can I do? This is not the Earth. My money is useless here. I didn't even think about this question, otherwise I would have asked Xingjue in the first place. Standing at the pass office of the Nova Corps, Tony looked annoyed. There must be no US dollars here, and even if they did, he didn't bring them with him. He never took money with him when he went out. With his face, no one would be unwilling to give him credit. Anyway, someone from the Stark Group would come to his door the next day to handle the accounts. This also caused him to come to the Nova Corps now, but he couldn't afford the parking fee. Yes, the spaceship needs to pay a fee to park at the port, and this fee is linked to the pass. If you don't pay, then the pass will not be issued. Without a pass, the spaceship may be confiscated. Not to mention, if there's a conflict with others here, the Nova Corps will not protect your rights. My son God, I beg you, if you have a way, bring me some money. To be honest, I have never felt the kind of poor-looking eyes in my life. I am so angry. I have always despised others as being poor, and the person who smashed money with ability is called Dad. Now, it is a good thing, when I came to the universe and came to an alien planet, I was despised by others, and the reason was that he couldn't afford the money here. Okay, wait a moment. In the middle of the road, Wong Hao and the others were overjoyed to hear it, but they laughed. Tony is playing the ball now, and he is the representative of the Earthlings. If he loses face, it means embarrassing the Earthlings. Hence, Wong Hao decided to fulfill Tony's little wish. I saw Wong Hao standing in the middle of the road, clasping his hands, as if he was holding a ball. With his movements, the surrounding air, the water in the nearby fountain, and the dust on the ground were all moving towards him quickly. Palms gathered. Analyze the demand, determine the output power, boost the pressure, increase the temperature, reach the fusion critical point, and start the synthesis material. The 640 position of fixed star in the universe is very important. One of the reasons is that fixed star is the source of all kinds of matter in the universe. Nuclear fission is a process in which a particle is split into lower-level particles after being hit by another particle at high speed and then releases energy. Nuclear fusion, on the other hand, is a process in which hydrogen isotopes are continuously aggregated under high temperature and pressure, changing from the simplest structure of one proton and one electron to more complex and high-level particles. And this process also generates a lot of energy. But in fact, the real key is synthesis. At the beginning of the universe, all particles were in the most primitive state, protons, neutrons, and electrons, and later they squeezed each other to form atoms, such as hydrogen atoms and helium atoms. But the problem is that when the universe evolved to a certain extent, the effect of gravitation reaches the limit, so that higher-level matter cannot be born. There were only two elements in the universe at that stage, 3/4 hydrogen and 1/4 helium. But at this time, fixed star was born. Countless hydrogen atoms gather together, they interact and collide with each other, thus producing nuclear fusion, the first ray of light in the universe. The first ray of light is produced. Numerous fixed stars light up the universe, and their inner cores are undergoing intense nuclear fusion, and higher-level substances are constantly produced in the process of fusion. The periodic table of elements starts from helium and goes all the way to iron. So many elements are fusion-generated in the core of fixed star. Then, as fixed star stepped into its own end, under the explosion of the supernova, all the matter was thrown out and then flew to every corner of the universe. At the moment of the explosion of the supernova, countless substances were aggregated again, and all the elements after iron were born. But in the final analysis, the source of daily cuts is still fixed star. In other words, all kinds of complex substances in the universe today, such as metals, are all conceived by fixed star. And this is also the most special meaning of fixed star for this universe. It is the origin of matter, the mother of all creation. No, it's the father of creation. While rubbing the big fireball in his hand, Wong Hao explained to the people around him. That means you can synthesize any matter in the universe? Asked Natasha Romanoff, raising her hand. In theory, it is indeed possible, and he can even synthesize substances that have not been discovered by humans and are not recorded on the periodic table of elements. Definitely, the premise is that he can create the same contraction pressure as a supernova explosion. Banner stared at the fireball in Wong Hao's palm. For a physicist like him, watching the mystery of the birth of the universe was tantamount to a pilgrimage for him. As for whether he can create a supernova explosion, Cho Hao said that it is absolutely no problem. Looking forward to you veterans. Rub your hands with gold. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Nova Legion on Xander, the intelligent program that is in charge of the power distribution of the Novas, the heart of the world, is frantically warning. Warning, warning. Found traces of supernova explosions. Found destructive energy fluctuation data. The restlessness of the heart of the world shocked the people of the Nova Corps. For thousands of years, the heart of the world has never issued an early warning message of this level. As a result, several Star Centurions who stayed behind at the headquarters were all dispatched and quickly flew towards the position given by the heart of the world. Strange, traces of a supernova explosion in Xander. Is the planet under our feet going to explode? Even if the Xander star is going to explode, it cannot be supernova level power. It is enough to annihilate the entire fixed star system, and the power is enough to radiate tens of thousands of light years away. Moreover, the location given by the heart of the world is not this star, not the planet, but the city. Another centurion retorted. Could it be that the opponent has a weapon that can rival the power of a supernova explosion? But is it possible? They have seen a lot of weapons that can destroy planets, but this is the limit of the development of cosmic weapons. After all, according to the law of energy conservation, if you want to destroy fixed star, the energy source must be comparable to fixed star. The difficulty of destroying a fixed star is not at the same level as detonating the core of the planet. 1.2. But now, the energy fluctuation that appears is a supernova explosion, and once it happens, it is very likely to affect the power of tens of thousands of light years. If this kind of thing is really a weapon, who would dare to use it? Can I run away by myself? Wong Hao, who didn't know that he caused another disturbance, didn't know what Xinqing Centurion was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely reply. Not only can I run, but I can even run after you die. Now he's just trying to compress the fireball in his hand, watching the core matter evolve little by little in Hao-Yan's calculation. Iron, copper, zinc, silver, tin, tungsten, gold. In terms of valuables on Earth, that is gold, silver, and jewelry, the most valuable are naturally diamonds. But this actually has to do with two things. One is that the current human technology is not developed enough to manufacture diamonds on a large scale, and the second is the hype of jewelry groups. Are diamonds worth money? Beautiful things are definitely worth money, but in essence, diamonds are as good as glass. Glass is made of silicon fire to high temperature, while diamond is formed of carbon under high temperature and pressure. To put it bluntly, they're just some kind of compound, and the raw materials are silicon and carbon, which can be found everywhere. Therefore, diamonds were highly touted at the beginning, but with the development of technology and people's recognition of the essence of diamonds, this kind of pursuit has become weaker. 18. It's just that the jewelry group is unwilling. For this reason, they use various methods to speculate on the meaning of diamonds, such as what a diamond is forever, and the true love will last forever. Connect diamonds with love and marriage, and come up with such a gimmick that a man can only buy one in his own store in his life to show his love and loyalty. Therefore, diamonds, which are not much higher than glass, have finally become top luxury goods, the dream of countless girls. But the real precious thing is actually only gold. Gold is a heavy metal, and its position on the periodic table of elements is far behind iron. Fixed star can only synthesize iron, and substances beyond that require supernova explosions to be able to synthesize. Therefore, even in the entire universe, gold is an absolute rare metal. Moreover, gold also has good physical properties, which plays a key role in the electronics industry and the manufacture of high-end instruments. So even in the universe, even if the scope of trade has expanded to the entire galaxy, or even other galaxies, gold can still be used as a universal currency. Kneading constantly, compressing constantly, under extreme high temperature and high pressure, the atomic structure is destroyed and then reorganized. Following Wong Hao's actions, a lump of huge amounts of gold nuggets was born in the flames. Chana opened her mouth slightly and exhaled a cold breath, which landed on the hot liquid gold. The gold liquid solidified quickly, turning into a lump of gold, shining brightly under the sunlight of Xander. There were exclamations of exclamation one after another around the road. Even on Xander, it is not just anyone who can pull out such a big lump of gold. Many people just saw Wong Hao making balls there, but due to energy shielding, they didn't know that what Wong Hao held was a massive supernova explosion-level energy body. In fact, if it is not shielded, not to mention the Xander star, the surrounding stars may all be wiped out. Therefore, they were extremely shocked when they saw Wong Hao holding a large lump of gold in his hands. Then comes the trouble. The Xander star is the largest free market in the Milky Way and even several surrounding galaxies, where intelligent creatures from all corners of the universe gather for trade. Definitely, there are also countless and scrupulous businessmen and vicious people spending money here and avoiding their enemies. After all, this is a free market, and the sphere of influence of those great empires that prohibit them from entering is different. Weak guy, hand over the gold in your hands. A tall, strange creature with a height of at least 2.5 meters came over. Tall body, thick and thin limbs, and a slightly ugly and stupid appearance from human perspective. This is his first impression to Wong Hao at all. Mrs. Crew, he is our prey, and this piece of gold is also our trophy. Before Wong Hao could reply to the big, stupid alien, another voice sounded behind him. A group of 5 wearing some kind of combat uniforms. Their appearance was not much different from that of humans, except that there were more or less certain things. Parts of the red-skinned alien appeared there with a weapon in hand, and their guns were pointed at Wong Hao, as well as the stupid big man who spoke first. Wong Hao was just about to speak when he heard another voice. Hey, that's our stuff. Do you hear me? If you don't want to die, get out of here. Wong Hao lowered his head and looked at the little thing holding the ion gun viciously in the distance, and Zhou Shuran standing next to him, 103 roaring. I'm Groot. Hey, Rocket. Banner beckoned, but in return the Rockets shouted disdainfully. Shut up, idiot. Your disgusting smile makes me want to throw up. If you want to live, hand over the I'm Groot. He in this world doesn't know us. Wong Hao patted Banner on the shoulder and reminded him friendly. What they knew was Rocket and Groot from Earth 2, but in this world, Rocket didn't even know Star-Lord and the others, and formed Guardians of the Galaxy. Then the question is, since you all want this thing, I'd like to know, how are you going to get there? After chatting with Banner, Wong Hao looked at a group of villains surrounding him, and suddenly smiled. The gold lump in his hand is not big, only more than 1 meter in diameter. There is no way. Wong Hao does not intend to rub one for money every now and then, so he just rubs a big one to get more common currency. Boom! A gold ball with a diameter of 1 meter weighs 10 tons. Hey, I put it here. Whoever wants it, you can get it yourself. Wong Hao put the golden ball in the middle of the road, and then led a few people aside smiling. Even, in order to accentuate the atmosphere, he specially turned on some lights to make this golden ball look more shining and charming. And who doesn't love sparkling gold? Boom! Rocket is not the first one. Although he has a big temper, he can be regarded as a smart man among this group of people, but most of the days when he was able to become a robber in the vast universe and the interstellar era are not very good at thinking. Oh, why are they still fighting? I still want to see them come to a weightlifting competition. Watching the scene bang, 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 all kinds of flames and light effects flying together, Wong Hao couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. At any rate, I have seen the battle between the Thanos Legion and the Avengers Alliance. It is really meaningless to fight a few people like this. Certainly. Finally, Wong Hao couldn't help but interjected. Have you forgotten your original intention? Are you here to fight? You are here to steal money. Now the money is there, but you are fighting. Are you still a robber? Are you still a robber? What about your professional ethics? What about your professionalism? I put the gold on the ground, but they didn't go to grab the gold. A bunch of people were by you there. They didn't take themselves seriously. But at this moment, shrouded in beams of light, the many robbers who were fixed in place looked terrified, looking at Wong Hao as if they saw a ghost. You, what are you? Let me go. The big fool struggled, but how could he break free from Wong Hao's shackles? The seemingly invisible light sealed every inch of his body in place, and with his simple brain, he couldn't figure out what Wong Hao was doing. It was done, so I could only roar in vain. Faced with the noise of these people, Wong Hao just let out a low cry. The invisible light was like a sharp sword, piercing their skin, causing them unbearable pain down on the road. The robbers turned into controlled people. This strange scene attracted more and more passersby. Definitely, their eyes could not help but be attracted by the shining golden ball, but Wong Hao's strange behavior and the fate of those robbers made it clear that among the onlookers, there were no reckless people who continued to come out. Now, listen to me. Go and pick it up. Whoever picks it up, I will let him live. Otherwise, I will let you know what it means to regret the past. Wong Hao pointed to the golden ball under his feet. This thing was still lying on the ground, and the eyes of all the robbers returned to this thing. Invisible's pressure suddenly disappeared, and Rocket looked at Wong Hao with a little surprise. After all, he was the more intelligent among the group of brainless guys. He knew that Wong Hao was not easy to mess with, so he didn't make a move this time. However, the moment that stupid big man got out of the shackles, he suddenly roared and rushed towards Wong Hao. His tall body, burly body, and the pounding sound of his striding steps all showed that his physical strength was great. How tough. Then, when his finger was about to touch Wong Hao by a centimeter, a ray of light fell from the sky and enveloped the silly man in the west. The fiery fire broke out, and in an instant, the big, silly man with a height of more than 2 meters turned into a cloud of flying ash and disappeared with the wind. You guys, it's time to hold the golden ball one by one. Wong Hao looked at the other 5 robbers, then pointed to the golden ball under his feet, indicating that they can start. After watching the stupid man turn into ashes, the 5 robbers were already trembling with fright. They wanted to run away, but they didn't even see what Wong Hao did just now. I'm afraid that the moment they ran out, a light fell from the sky, and then they were gone. And since he couldn't run away, he could only hug the golden ball. It shouldn't be hard to pick up something that looks small, right? A robber thought so. Then he stepped forward first, opened his hands, squatted down, and then hugged the whole golden ball, exhaling and making a sound. Because of too much force, the robber accidentally farted, and the crowd booed, and a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. But in the next moment, light fell from the sky on top of his head. Laugh. Under the high temperature of tens of thousands of degrees, not to mention people, even metals will vaporize in an instant. But this time, seeing his companion disappear before his eyes, the remaining 4 robbers suddenly collapsed. Seeing that big stupid man disappear, they still felt that they were monkeys trying to make an example of others. But when it was their turn to be evaporated directly, the feeling was not a warning, but a fear. Continue. Wong Hao glanced over, and then pointed to one of the remaining 4 people. You come. The guy named shook his hands and looked at Wong Hao with devil-like eyes. He moved his feet, and finally walked tremblingly in front of the golden ball, stood where his companion was standing just now, stretched out his hands, struggling to pick up this seemingly small ball. What? His face was bursting with veins, his neck was flushed, and even his bones of Zhao Qian's were rattling, but this thing looked small, but it was a real creation of pure gold, which actually weighed more than 10 tons. And where does an ordinary alien robber come from with such supernatural power to lift such a creation? If he really has this ability, but is still reduced to being a bandit, it can only be said that he definitely has a brain problem and can only beg for a living in this way. Fail. When the light fell, another person turned into flying ashes, fear spread, and now it was not just them, the robbers, who felt fear. The lively people around also felt deep fear, because Wong Hao regards human life as worthless, and also because Wong Hao killed 3 people in a row without blinking an eye. In their hearts, Wong Hao suddenly became the most terrifying big devil. Definitely, for darkness, the sun is indeed the most terrifying big devil. No, don't. Let me go. Let me go. I won't rob again. I won't dare again. The companions were tried one after another, so that the remaining few people were already fighting with each other, and they couldn't speak easily. Running and being unable to run away, lifting and being unable to lift up, isn't this a mortal situation? Oh, now I know I'm afraid. Have you ever thought about the feelings of those who were robbed by you? Let me see. The crime is not light. With so much blood on your hands, you come to beg me to let you go? Using the judgment power that was taught to Anna at the beginning, Wong Hao easily saw through the background of these gangsters. If it is an innocent person, he doesn't mind making an exception and treats it as a joke. He is the sun god who loves life. But unfortunately, none of these people deserved him to do so. If you don't want to lift it, then go directly to die. Several rays of light fell, and the blazing flames instantly ended all sins, and their souls went to the world of the dead under the purifying flames to start their new lives. Then, only the inhuman existence 903 remained. Well, are you two going to lift it, or just die? Looking at a tree and a raccoon in front of them, Wong Hao's smile seemed somewhat scary to them. But Rocket and Groot, who could become guardians of galaxy to protect the innocent and the weak, are not the most vicious people. It's just two poor people reporting to each other to keep warm. Rocket is a failed product of biological transformation, and Groot is the only Treant left in this universe. Both are the same helpless, can only rely on each other. But perhaps because of the tragic fate, the two aliens also have a pure and kind heart. This can be seen from the fact that Wong Hao did not see the sins on the two of them with eye of judgment. Although the tone was fierce, it was just Rocket's way of self-protection. After all, if such a little thing is not fierce, wouldn't everyone want to catch him as a pet and look down on him? Wrote. Regarding Wong Hao's question, before Rocket could speak, Jellu came out directly. Oh, you want to try? Although Groot can only say this sentence over and over again. In fact, this sentence can be expressed in many ways according to different tones and subtle differences. Definitely, Wong Hao is using a higher level of spiritual power to understand the idea that this tree person wants to express. Croat. Rocket stretched out his little claws. He couldn't bear to see his companions being swallowed by the flames. But Wong Hao's power was beyond his estimation. He was a terrifying existence he had never met before. They had no choice. Who made the mess with the wrong people? Croat. The tall tree man walked to the side of the gleaming golden ball. His eyes were serious. And everyone around has already focused their attention on Groot. But the eyes of passersby are basically looking at dead man. The tall and strong barbarian couldn't lift the golden ball just now. Although Groot is tall, he is not strong. The thin body and the dark green body structure give people a very fragile illusion. And Fu is more or less curious. Although they have seen it a few times on Earth too, all they saw was Groot in his teenage years, who was short in stature and looked even thinner than he is now. They were also curious about whether Groot, who looked different, could lift the golden ball. The truth will be revealed soon. Groot doesn't have any behaviors of squatting down, exhaling, and opening his voice. He is different from humans or most intelligent creatures. He is more like a plant than an animal. I saw him stretching out his hands like weaving branches, and then the branches constantly extended and grew, covering the golden ball, as if putting a green protective sheath on the golden ball. Then he didn't twist and lift his legs. Instead, he exerted force with his feet, and the gray rhizomes broke through the ground and penetrated into the soil. Fuck, is this all right? Voices sounded one after another. No one had foreseen this scene. After the failure of the previous barbarian, some people had calculated the previous problems. After learning that this seemingly small golden ball, which can be embraced by both hands, weighs 10 tons, no one thought that these gangsters could lift it. And Wong Hao, who was able to throw it casually before, was able to subdue these guys easily, so it became a matter of course. But they never expected that this tree could do what such a strong savage couldn't do. Yes, Groot wrapped the golden ball with branches, then stood at attention and began to absorb nutrients from the soil to make his body start to grow, and this growth force actually made him hug the golden ball. As his legs grew thicker, the tree grew taller and taller with the golden ball, and soon became a lush one. Whether it's hugging or lifting, the strange tree figure Groot has fulfilled Wong Hao's request. Ever since, Wong Hao was not stingy and nodded with a smile. Okay, I forgive you two for offending me. As for you, Xiaoshu, come down first. I have something to say to you. After taking the golden ball from Groot's arms, Wong Hao casually broke off a piece and threw it to Tony, and then put the rest into the Divine Kingdom space, planning to take it again when needed come out. Hrote. The extra branches rotted instantly, turned into fallen leaves and dead branches, and fell to the ground. Groot returned to his normal file size, and stood in front of Wong Hao, looking at him with a puzzled expression on his face. Don't worry, let me see your body first. After throwing the gold to Tony, Wong Hao patted Groot, and an ray of divine power penetrated into it, exploring this strange plant life. It's not that Wong Hao is idle and boring, but there is something special about Groot that Wong Hao is interested in. Wong Hao has an exclusive kingdom of God. This kingdom of God is like the dark universe of Dormammu. It is an independent plane independent of the main universe, and it can also be called a multidimensional space. In that world, Wong Hao is the only master, and there, even holding the complete Infinity Gauntlet, it is impossible to defeat him. 18 after all, if the Infinity Gauntlet is alive, it is nothing more than mastering the 6 key and special powerful abilities of time and space, power, reality, mind, and soul. But there are more than such powers in the universe, and the power of infinite gems also has an upper limit, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are so powerful that they seem to be omnipotent. For example, if it is an existence of Wong Hao's level, snapping fingers to erase will not work. Because from the point of view of the single universe, the strength of the 6 gemstones is similar to that of Wong Hao, but they are more comprehensive and involve too many abilities. And there is such a multi-dimensional space of his own, so Wong Hao naturally wants to develop it, and strive to make it a beautiful and fun world. But it's a pity that in the kingdom of God, there are only his own body, the Golden Crow, Hao Ian's body, Chon'er, and Loki, the imprints of godly souls, and the aggregation of the wishes of many believers. To be more specific, there is a sun with a golden crow in the middle, a moon, a ball of fire, a supercomputer in the shape of the main body, and a ball of light. That's all there is to Wong Hao's kingdom of God. Just imagine, how empty would it be if there were only so many things in a world that was so huge that it was actually a miniature universe? This kind of emptiness made Wong Hao feel uninterested in trying to renovate it more than once. After all, once you start working, it will be an unprecedented huge project. Its complexity is no less than the creation of the world. It will take hours or months, and it will be too troublesome to calculate in years. Directly use Yuanhui to come calculations are more or less the same. So Wong Hao has been wandering outside so far. Anyway, there's food and drink outside. When he is too busy to panic, he will think about enriching his kingdom of God. And what does this have to do with Groot? Well, that's because Groot is a tree, and in the process of lifting the golden ball just now, Wong Hao clearly noticed his use of life force. Therefore, he suddenly thought that it would be too troublesome to do it by himself, so he should hire someone to do it. Is there anyone in the entire universe better suited for the job of planting trees than Groot? Who in the entire universe dares to say that he is a better gardener than Groot? How about working for me? The content of the job is very simple. Plant some flowers and plants. As for the salary, you can just tell me what you want. If you want money, I have money. If you want people, I have people. Immortality, infinite power, you just ask. Wong Hao smiled like a boss who has found an employee he can squeeze at will. As for his inquiry, there is no doubt about it. Hroat. Groot scratched his head. He has a high opinion of Wong Hao. After all, he's a tree, and Wong Hao is the sun. Ever seen a tree that doesn't like the sun? That must be no. After all, the trees that don't like the sun are dead. But he didn't forget his little friend. So Wong Hao answered after looking back at Rocket. No problem. Take him with you. The salary I give you can afford it. And Wong Hao looked at the rocket for a while and didn't refuse. It's okay to keep some small animals in the woods, but the woods are really deserted. In this way, Wong Hao's buttocks followed the two younger brothers. After a farce ended, Wong Hao and others continued to wander in the market. But this time with the rocket pointing the way, they quickly found the big market and commercial street. The exotic delicacies and all kinds of exotic costumes quickly attracted the attention of several women, while Tony and Banner, who caught up with each other, lingered in front of various electrical stores and equipment stores. But this leisure time was soon interrupted. When Wong Hao and his group were preparing to have a lunch in an alien barbecue restaurant, one figure after another fell from the sky and surrounded the store. Afterwards, several guards wearing toilet heads and uniforms walked in with weapons in hand, and behind them was a group of people wearing higher-level uniforms. As soon as they entered the store, several people in high-level uniforms glanced at them and finally landed on Wong Hao. That's right, it's him. According to the monitoring data, the person who rubbed the fireball with his hand and took out a lump of gold is him. It was the protector of Xander, the Nova Corps, known as the law enforcers of the universe, who came in a hurry. This time, except for one left behind headquarters, all the Nova Centurions who stayed on Xander arrived, ready to deal with Shandar. The biggest crisis in the history of Dalstar. A terror with a supernova blast weapon. Trouble is coming, Tony muttered as he stuffed the alien barbecue into his mouth. Wong Hao looked up at the Nova Legion walking towards him and suddenly laughed. What's the trouble? The biggest troublemaker here is you. Well, do I look like the kind of person who will cause trouble? Wong Hao, big brother, won't cause trouble. Chandra stuffed a piece of roast meat into Wong Hao's mouth and watched him chew and swallow with a happy smile on his face. Okay, then let me solve this trouble. You continue to enjoy your lunch, and I will negotiate with these people. One picking up the napkin and wiping his mouth, Tony stood up in front of everyone's eyes and walked forward to meet the Nova Corps. Hello, what's the matter? Standing in front of the Centurion of the Nova Legion, Tony kept his eyes fixed, but his eyes kept looking. There was a pair of glasses on the bridge of his nose, and with the movement of his eyes, the detection camera collected all kinds of information, but his powerless behavior did not last long. With a soft sound, Tony's smart glasses were immediately scrapped, and some kind of high-frequency electromagnetic wave directly destroyed his equipment, while the person in front of him looked at him with contempt. I don't know who you are, but using this outdated technology to collect other people's information is a very rude and provocative act. The leader was a middle-aged man, with a face similar to human beings, standard clothing, and sharp eyes. This was Tony's first impression. We are the Nova Corps, the Asgardians of this planet. Outsiders, let me tell you where you came from, and leave here immediately. A weapon on the level of a supernova explosion, whatever it is, as the Asgardians of Xander, all the Nova Corps can do is ask the bearer to leave. There are hundreds of billions of lives on this planet. If such a weapon is out of control, it cannot be resisted by the Nova Corps. We are Earthlings from the Chiwu fixed star system, but why do we have to leave? Isn't your place a free trade market? I could just pay for this thing. Tony took out the parking pass he had applied for with a depressed face. He was first ridiculed for being backward in technology, and then he was issued an eviction order. Anyone who changed it would definitely be depressed. Earth, I know there. Can the civilizations there already leave their home galaxy? As for the reason why you are asked to leave, don't play dumb with me. The heart of the world has detected it, and the weapons you hold are too dangerous. Xander Xing does not welcome people like you who come with dangerous weapons. In the understanding of a Nova Corps, Wong Hao and his party should have come here with weapons to trade. This is a relatively well-known free market in the universe, and arms trading is naturally inevitable. But such powerful weapons have already left the scope of arms trading. In order to ensure the safety of these hundreds of billions of lives, the Nova Corps had to issue an expulsion order. A powerful weapon. Tony, who missed a certain scene, scratched his head, but still looked at Wong Hao. The most powerful weapon we have here is you. What did you do just now? Although he didn't know what the powerful weapon that the Nova Corps was talking about was, Tony still had an intuition that it had something to do with Wong Hao. It's nothing, you just said you were short of money. So, I rubbed a golden chocolate ball for you on the spot. Wong Hao smiled back. Rub it now. Tony always didn't understand Wong Hao's words. So he looked at Banner, who had the most common language with him in the tour group. My god just simulated a supernova explosion and synthesized the basic material into gold elements. Banner is indeed Tony's good friend, and he knew what Tony wanted to ask at a glance. But his answer made Tony froze on the spot. Simulation? Supernova explosion? Wow, such a wonderful scene. I was not there. What a pity. And over there, the Nova Corps, who was using a universal translator to translate the conversations of Tony and others, was also shocked by Na's words. Afterwards, all the Centurions looked at Wong Hao. Could it be that the powerful weapon they thought was made by this man? But how is this possible? Once a supernova explodes, several galaxies around it will be directly engulfed by the energy tide, and nothing will remain, either turning into slag and foam, or being engulfed and erupted to the corners of the universe. In terms of energy explosion, a supernova is already the limit that can be observed in the universe. After all, the entire energy of a fixed star explodes in a short period of time. What weapon can be more powerful than this? And how could such a thing be made by someone? But they didn't believe it was useless because soon their super artificial intelligence managed the power distribution of the entire Nova Corps, and to some extent, the heart of the world, which was very similar to Wong Hao's Hao Yin, suddenly sent them a message. After my analysis of the previous surveillance data, I have come to the conclusion that the previous supernova energy fluctuations were created by the man in front of me. Threat level, the highest level, recommended handling methods, friendly communication, and satisfaction if necessary all its needs. When the heart of the world communicated with the centurions of the Nova Corps, Wong Hao and Chon'er immediately noticed the special mental fluctuation. The two looked at each other, and then Wong Hao focused his eyes. In the void, a strand of silk connecting every soldier of the Nova Corps entered his eyes. However, he soon discovered that this spiritual thread was not connected to the soldiers, but to the Nova badges on their bodies. No wonder the Nova Corps is the Green Lantern Corps of the Marvel Universe. Isn't this the Lantern Ring? Seeing this scene with an extraordinary perspective, Wong Hao couldn't help complaining. Then, following those silk threads, Wong Hao's spiritual eyes traced all the way, and soon came to the King of Star Corps of Xander Star. And in the Star Corps, a special machine is working. This is the body of the heart of the world. But I remember that its consciousness can be transferred. So, is this just a server? The Nova Corps was destroyed 557 times in the comics, which led to the birth of new stars on the Earth. Yes, there's an Earth human in the Nova Corps, and his son got the badge and uniform after the Nova Corps was destroyed by Thanos. So he became a superhero Nova, and later joined the Avengers Alliance. And the main story of this superhero seems to be to rebuild the Nova Corps, and then it becomes involved in various level universe events. But no matter what, seeing such a thing, Wong Hao naturally had to take a closer look. Apart from anything else, Wong Hao's thinking directly invaded into the server of the heart of the world. This artificial intelligence, which is in charge of a huge new star energy and has self-awareness, shut down in an instant, and then Wong Hao was allowed to swim freely in it. Invade the database, search and record data. The computing power is insufficient. Increase the energy supply. Computing power upgrade. Activate the power reserve. The upgrade is completed. Increase the amount of calculation. The invasion is complete according to Wong Hao's instructions. While he was exploring the heart of the world, Hao Yin also began to invade the database of the heart of the world. The Nova Corps has existed for a long time, and the Nova Corps is active in several nearby galaxies. Definitely, the most important range is the Milky Way. At first, they were really just a pure Xander Star defense organization, but relying on the convenience of Xander Star, the cosmic free market, the Nova Corps developed very fast. Thus, tens of thousands of years ago, the Nova Corps became a legion of justice in level universe, similar to the Green Lantern Corps next door, with strongholds all over the galaxy. Among them, a large amount of information was recorded and uploaded by them, and various civilizations, technologies, and knowledge were all uploaded and recorded here. Therefore, in addition to being a supercomputer and an artificial intelligence, the heart of the world is also a database with many rare materials. This database is a great supplement to Hao Yin. As a young god, what he lacks most is the accumulation of various knowledge. Seeing the heart of the world at this moment is like a wife salivating when she sees a delicacy. He was also unceremonious, forcibly separated the small, biba, hand and closed legs that were blocked by the heart of the world, and violently entered it. Under Wong Hao's almost infinite energy supply, with the additional supplement of willing power and the support of continuously increasing computing power, this so-called heart of the world has become a captive of Hao Yin, and all the secrets are fully revealed. In the invisible world, Wong Hao does whatever he wants, but in reality, Wong Hao let go of his divine charm and chatted with those new star centurions. The status of the Nova Corps in the Marvel Universe is equivalent to the Green Lantern Corps next door. Although the strength and style are not as good as the Green Lantern Corps, the characters and behavior patterns of the team members are the same. They're all just organizations that maintain the peace of the universe. So naturally, there are basically people with justice and light in this team. In other words, everyone is a hero, everyone is a superhero. So after they felt Wong Hao's deep breath of light, they basically fell directly. Being close, admiring, respecting, and trusting, it's like seeing Wong Hao's Phil Coulson and Nick Fury for the first time. They thought they were a major threat before, but in the blink of an eye, they regarded Wong Hao as a friend who could talk freely. After learning that Wong Hao and the others are here to travel, to experience anecdotes in the universe, as well as various customs, several Centurions immediately made a decision to send a new star soldier to Wong Hao and the others as a guide. And if Wong Hao and the others want to go to some other planet, they will also help Wong Hao find the most suitable person to lead the way. The conflict disappeared in invisible, and when the lunch was over and Wong Hao and others left, Hao Yin also collected all the information that the heart of the world had accumulated for countless years and had already begun to decompose and digest it. The technologies of various level universes and the information between various galaxies have greatly enriched Hao Yin himself, and his strength and technology has jumped to the EX of the high-level civilization of the universe. And because of his similarities with the heart of the world, he can completely develop an army stronger than the Nova Corps in a similar way to the heart of the world. If this continues to develop, it will be a bit like the Angel Legion of the Super God universe. If you really want to say it, Wong Hao even thinks that the inspiration for the Angel Corps may come from Marvel's Nova Corps or the Green Lantern Corps next door. The same likes to uphold justice. The same has the special power of strengthening fighters, and also has the supercomputer in charge of information and technology. In this regard, the Angel Corps is more like the Nova Corps. There is no supercomputer on the side of the green light, and the OA star is only in charge of energy, and the information is in the hands of those old men. It's just that the genetic technology of angels is not as convenient as these powers. The heart of the world is linked to a multidimensional plane, which can provide novas with combat blessings similar to the divine power that Wong Hao provides to believers. Not to mention the green light. The power of the light ring was originally the ultimate power of the universe, comparable to divine power. In the DC universe next door, the power of the emotional spectrum is one of the cornerstones of the world. It belongs to the same level of foundation as time and space. Those who play well, like Black Death and Green Lantern Hal, are basic operations to overturn the whole world. However, genetic technology is more suitable for the development of ordinary civilized areas like Earth. Whether it is the heart of the world, the power of the Lantern Ring, or the divine power given to believers by Wong Hao, the users of these powers are conditional, and it is impossible to spread them on a large scale. However, the genetic technology of the Angel Legion can allow the entire civilization to take off together. Every angel is a genetic warrior, which is related to the fact that they were originally selected from various civilizations, but they also prove that this technology can work for the civilization as a whole, not for a few individuals. This inspired Wong Hao to develop the idea of developing related technologies for the Earth. After all, in a sense, the Earth has become his private land. If there is no accident, most of the people in his kingdom of God will come from the Earth in the future, so give some benefits in advance and help them develop. What pain in the ass. Copy complete. After receiving Hao Qian's message, Wong Hao's consciousness left the heart of the world. From the beginning to the end, the supercomputer with great power did not notice his existence. There's no way. The crushing of technology, Hao Qian is a computer several levels ahead of it. Even if Wong Hao separates Hao Qian directly and independently, given time, Hao Qian can grow into a cosmic overlord like Thanos. Since Wong Hao used his divine charm, the Nova Legion of Justice Messenger, which was already similar to the Angel Legion, was naturally hard to resist, and the previous smell of gunpowder and persecution all subsided. Wong Hao and others directly enjoyed some VIP-level treatment on Xanderstar. The Nova Court not only treated Wong Hao as a VIP, giving them whatever they asked for, but also treating Tony, Banner, and others with extra courtesy. After learning that Tony and the others are Asgardians on Earth, and they're the Avengers who protect the common people, the senior management of the Nova Corps basically tried their best to help Tony and the others with many problems. From the Nova Corps, Tony and the others got a lot of advanced technology and knowledge of the universe. He was so busy that he didn't even enjoy his own universe roaming, but immersed himself in learning and research with Banner all day long. In this regard, Wong Hao, who had packed away all the materials long ago, didn't bother to remind him that without their 2 light bulbs, Wong Hao took 3 beauties, Chonner, Anna, and Natasha Romanoff, on Xander and around the planet. Played well for a while. All kinds of exotic scenery, all kinds of food, all kinds of programs, all kinds of food, drink, and entertainment are available. But no matter how good the scenery is, there is always time to see enough. As a commercial planet, Xander is not a tourist attraction. Almost all the city scenery is similar, and more than a week is enough for tourists. Seeking Flower Zero. How about going to the next place? Finding 2 scientists who couldn't extricate themselves immersed in the laboratory and library. Wong Hao asked their opinions. Well, if you really want to keep learning here, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish it in your lifetime. After all, Xanderstar is a civilization that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. The technology here has developed to the top level of the universe. Naturally, it is impossible for Tony and the others to learn it in a short period of time. Oh, therefore, after hearing Wong Hao's words to move on, the 2 tech geeks quickly packed up their things and went on the road together. But this time, it's a small, crappy spaceship that Tony made himself. The Xanderstar is a well-known free market spaceship in the universe. Naturally, it is also within the scope of the transaction. And Wong Hao is not the kind of person who would wrong himself. Tony's spaceship made him experience the so-called interstellar drifting, so it's time to change to a new toy. Definitely, this time it's not gold. Many rare resources in the universe are recorded in the heart of the world database copied by Hao Qian, and these resources are naturally not rare in the hands of Wong Hao, a god who can rub gold with his hands and can synthesize rare substances at will. A substance of the size of the fist file was directly sold at a sky-high price in the market, and the exchange was a brand new sightseeing spaceship with complete functions. With a new spaceship, it is natural to set off for a new destination. Abandoned planet, Malagri. The Star-Lord said that he found the Cosmic Spirit Ball on Morag, and the Power Gem was inside, but he didn't say where the Cosmic Spirit Ball was in Morag, so we can take this action as it's a treasure hunt. After setting up the automatic navigation in the spacious hall of the new spacecraft, Rainbow, Wong Hao told several members of the tour group about the goals of this adventure. Morag, the Star-Lord came about 2 years later. It is said that the Cosmic Spirit Ball has been placed here for tens of thousands of years, and it must not be because of technical problems that no one has come to pick it up for such a long time. Looking at Morag on the projected map, Tony, who had returned from being a scientist to an explorer, touched his chin and made his own judgment. Another adventure story about 530 and a treasure map. The Cosmic Spirit Orb has been here all along, but no one has come to look for it for such a long time, which is naturally because others don't know about it, and Xingjue came here to look for it because of someone else's entrustment, so he must be sure that there is something about it in the past 2 years. The treasure map of the universe spiritual ball appeared. Boss, this is a planet. It's so big. It's too much to rely on the eyes to find the plane. I haven't found it for so long. If Xingjue didn't have a map to guide him, then this thing might have to continue to sleep. So, without any preparation, he rashly searched for a fist file-size ball on this abandoned planet, and Tony was naturally not happy about it. It's not that exaggerated. And who told you to look for it with your eyes? After taking a look at this guy, the person who is begging to come is you. There are a few pieces of information I can remind you. First, that thing is placed in a certain temple, and second, there is a device in the temple to seal the Cosmic Spirit Ball, and that device is still working. The temple is a building, and there are buildings, so it is relatively simple to search. Morag is an abandoned planet, and the surface has basically been completely damaged, leaving only wasteland with no vegetation. It is relatively easy to find intact buildings. Definitely, this is the size of a planet, and it's never easy to get anywhere. As for the second piece of information, it's a little more useful. A safety device that can continue to work must be supported by energy, so it only needs to detect the force field fluctuation of energy. These two pieces of information given by Wong Hao finally made the treasure hunting game possible. Instead of being helpless like before, even relying on eyes to search for a treasure of a planet file size. After half a day of flight, several space jumps, finally, Wong Hao's new spaceship Rainbow appeared in the outer space of Morag. In the past half a day, Tony and Rocket also jointly made a radar device that could detect energy fluctuations, and the rest is to patrol the sky above Morag. The spacecraft began to enter the atmosphere, and soon, a brand new planet appeared in front of the tour group. Oh, what a big lump rubbish. The Rocket is the pilot of the spaceship because Tony doesn't know the common language of the universe on the spaceship, and after entering the atmosphere, looking at the entire wasteland-like surface of the planet Morag, the Rocket can't help but complain. The surface is full of cracks, there's no green, the weather is terrible, the magnetic field has been mostly destroyed, and this has also led to the extinction of 99% of all living things. Is this an abandoned planet? Did the people on this planet fight a nuclear war? Sticking to the porthole, Tony and Banner also saw everything below them. Compared with the Rocket's simple complaints, such a scene undoubtedly shocked them even more. Strictly speaking, this is the third planet they saw, and both Earth and Xander are very prosperous and prosperous. Not only civilization, but also life, but here, life is about to disappear. This reminded Tony of the scene after a civilized, extinction-level war. On Earth, that kind of scene would only appear in fantasy works, such as movies and games, but at this moment, Tony saw a similar scene. The extinction of life and the disappearance of civilization are more terrible than any misery and pain in the world. Because this is death. There are no more mourners. And just when Tony and the others were immersed in the shock of the end-time scene, a rush of prompts sounded suddenly. Everyone hurriedly turned their heads to look, only to see that the radar that had just been completed was beeping nonstop, reminding everyone what it found. How lucky are we? Staring blankly at the radar on the table, Tony couldn't believe that he won the jackpot as soon as he waited for someone to arrive. Are you still working part-time as Lady Luck? Then he looked at Wong Hao, who was also very curious, and the response he got was naturally no. And he also quickly discovered that what was shown on the radar was not the energy fluctuations in a certain ruin below, but the energy fluctuations in the same sky as them. A very dense energy fluctuation appeared. We're in trouble. Tony Stark, can you change the words? Hearing Tony uttered his classic quote, Wong Hao wanted to gag his mouth a little bit. Not only he thought so, but everyone else looked like you hated him very much. It can't be my fault. 2.9. What does it have to do with me when you always have trouble coming to your door? Tony refuses to admit that he has a troublesome physique, and he is naturally prone to trouble. But as he said, the trouble has already come to the door, and it seems a bit unnecessary to worry about what it's for. You go. If I don't go, I'll just bring a suit. Tony had a stock in his neck, indicating that he is not afraid of being scalded by boiling water. This is the only set of vibranium nano armor he has left. Since his elder brother left, he has not upgraded his own armor, but now it seems that this problem is actually needed. The spaceship in front stopped immediately. We are the subordinates of Ronan, the highest accuser of the Carey Empire. Stop immediately for inspection, otherwise we will open fire. In the communication channel, his own voice came from the troubles outside, and after hearing this, Wong Hao didn't bother to say anything to the scoundrel Tony. He didn't want the new spaceship he just bought to be damaged by the Kree. The light flickered, and Wong Hao appeared directly on the top of the spaceship, while the wind was strong outside, and in the dark sky and clouds of Morag, gray fighter planes with strange styles and lice-like appearances were approaching quickly. Ronan. Did Ronan spend so long searching for the cosmic orb in a Morag? As mentioned earlier, Xingjue must have relied on a map to find the cosmic spirit orb, and this map must be very rare. Otherwise, the cosmic spirit orb would not have been left in Kurag for such a long time before it was stamped. But Ronan has been looking for infinite gems because of Thanos' request. Morag was destroyed by the power of the power gem in the first place. Ronan or Thanos may have heard of this, so it makes sense for Ronan to send people to Morag to find the power gem. As for Ronan's people and Star-Lord arrival at the temple in the movie, it's probably because Star-Lord didn't know that Ronan's people had been searching secretly in Morag, and his appearance directly touched Ronan's people. Just like Wong, well, they're the same now. Therefore, the opening scene in the movie should actually be Ronan's people following Star-Lord. Ahem. Listen to the people behind. This is under the crown of the great sun god. I order you to retreat quickly. Don't disturb my schedule. Don't say, it is unpredictable. Although I really want to drive these people away with a wave of my hand. Wong Hao considers himself a good god. So let's give them a warning first. Then, with the sound of Bayou, a green necromancer shell shot towards the rainbow, and then hit Wong Hao's light shield and annihilated it. But such behavior also made Wong Hao squint his eyes. Mr. Sun doesn't open his eyes. You think I'm a little colored lantern? Reach out. There's no light and no fire. What appears is invisible force in Wong Hao's field of vision. Invisible's force field seemed to be pulled by the thread of a puppet. Under his fiddle, the already chaotic magnetic field and gravity field on the planet's surface became even more frightening and violent. As soon as the magnetic field is disturbed, lightning will move upon hearing the wind and appear in response to the situation. One after another wildly dancing electric snakes interspersed left and right in the air, entangled constantly, and the disorder of the force field made this space extremely unstable. Electromagnetic force and gravitational force went into disorder at the same time, and for a while, the chasing fighters began to fly away like headless chickens. Some collided with each other, some were directly hit by lightning and exploded in the air, or they were spinning around in place. Maybe the people inside accidentally pressed some buttons, or there was a problem with the operation, and then the fighter plane directly exploded. In less than a while, there was not much left of this pair of menacing fighters, and even the few remaining had lost the ability to pursue them. Seeing that no one continued to chase, Wong Hao ignored it. Well, he called letting the tiger go back to the mountain. But this was his intention. He let go of those people in order to let them go back and bring more people. Better yet, bring Ronin's Death Thumper along. If you dare to provoke him, what is a formation of fighter jets? If you don't beat them all to pieces, then Wong Hao would be too merciful. Back inside the rainbow, before Wong Hao could open his mouth, that rascal came up again. What ability did you use just now? Where's your lightsaber? Several people in the spaceship could clearly see the situation in the rear, and what Tony was particularly interested in was that Wong Hao tried his best to change the attack method. That's a force field. You don't know how strong the gravitational field of fixed star is, right? By the way, maybe you don't know, I'm not only the realization of fixed star, but everything about 883 in fixed star is O. For example, if I'm angry, it's a supernova explosion, and if I shut myself down, it's a black hole. Isn't it death? The black hole is what became after the death of fixed star. Tony's eyes widened, trying to correct Wong Hao's remarks. Idiot, I won't die even if the universe is destroyed, and the so-called fixed star's death is your definition. But for fixed star, it's just a different way of existence. Wong Hao is not talking nonsense. He has been constantly discovering new abilities and researching new abilities. The part about black holes is also the insight he got after fighting Daiwamba last time. After that, he discovered that whether it was a supernova or a black hole, it was just a different form for him, just like Ultraman changed his color and became agile or powerful. The use of gravity is also a part of the development of a new ability, but it is more difficult to develop this ability. It needs to learn various mechanics and physics knowledge. Definitely, it is not a problem to have Hao Ian here. Wong Hao slowed down a lot this time because he intentionally spared the Kree people a way out and asked them to bring more companions, for fear that the Kree people would not be able to find him. Definitely, this is purely his overthinking. Ronin confirmed the news of infinite gems on Morag, so apart from not blocking this abandoned planet for fear of attracting others' attention, Ronin's people have actually been monitoring this abandoned planet. Everything on the planet. Therefore, as long as Wong Hao's spacecraft is still on this planet, they are not afraid that they will not find it. The development of the matter was indeed the same. Less than half an hour after the departure site left, the special radar beeped again. It stilled them. Tony took a look and determined that it wasn't a signal from a certain ruin. Just like last time, it was still those aliens. Definitely, this time he still looked at the boss on his side, because the fighter planes that came this time were bigger than last time. It's okay for his little battle armor to deal with the bad guys on the Earth, or to bully the cosmic garbage like Chitauri, but it's okay to deal with the fleet of the Kree Empire that is rampant in the universe. And Wong Hao didn't expect him to stand out, so why didn't he know that Tony was delivering food when he went out? Besides, these people were recruited by him, so naturally he wouldn't pretend to be outsiders. With a flash, Wong Hao appeared outside the spaceship again. Looking at the densely packed, gray fighter planes in the sky, he suddenly felt a little sick. Which bastard designed this? Is your fighter plane designed like this? Is it sick? Or do you want to give the enemy a mental blow first, too? A few sporadic ones were okay before, although they looked like lice, but there were not many of them, and they shattered after a dozen. But now there are a large group of people densely packed in the sky. This impression is enough to make the scalp of most people with normal aesthetics feel numb. No, I won't be able to eat lunch later, so I don't want to talk nonsense with you. Wong Hao, who originally wanted to make some just remarks, was unbalanced by the Carry People's coquettish operation, so he took a deep breath immediately, and then opened his mouth to vomit. Fire escape, the fireball technique. Orange flame spewed out from Wong Hao's mouth. Cosplaying Wong Hao given by Sass was like a world-destroying demon king, and the move used by Sass to clear the minions was caught by Wong Hao, the source of flames, the universe, the master of all the flames in the movie. That scene shouldn't be too scary. If the fireball ejected by Sass was so big, there would be so much nonsense, let alone 10 tails. 20 tails would be burnt to foam by him. And the overwhelming Kree fighter group in front of Wong Hao naturally could not escape the fate of being destroyed under this kind of attack. All I could see was fire, fire everywhere, and then the burning heat that penetrated my body. The hard aviation materials were melted, and the fighter planes were killed one by one, like flying insects crackling in the light. Not to mention running away, I just want to operate it. Those fighter pilots don't have that much hand speed in space. And above the sky, in the outer space of Morag, the Ronin main fleet hidden in a small planet belt only had time to catch a glimpse, and saw Wong Hao open his mouth and exhale, and then all the fighters lost contact. We were wiped out by a single breath. In front of the console, several blue-skinned Kree people looked at each other in blank dismay. Let alone seeing the situation, they had never even heard of it. The genetic technology of the Kree is very advanced, and the strength of cutting-edge individuals is also very strong. For example, Ronin, as the highest accuser, is actually the commander-in-chief of the military on Earth and the commander-in-chief of the Japanese army. And his individual strength is not to mention compared with Thanos. But it is not a problem to fight Hulk Thor hand-to-hand. With all the equipment, if Ronin appears on the Earth, one person can destroy a modern country. But even with such a high-end combat power, the Kree have never seen such a battle. What is this? Open your mouth and exhale, and then hundreds of fighters will be gone. 750-111-809-4243-491. Your tone is a bit loud. Garlic for dinner? How to report? Definitely. The more troublesome thing for them now is how to report to the higher authorities. If they are honest, will the accuser Ronin be regarded as a fool? However, to their surprise, when they reported the situation tremblingly, Ronin did not mean to scold them. Send the image. Sitting in his seat, the blue to purple Ronin held a sledgehammer in his hand, with no expression on his face. But after watching all the videos, he said slowly, "The battleship starts. Li Zhao, go to Morage." Looking at Wong Hao standing on the top of the spaceship in the picture, Ronin stared solemnly. He has seen people who destroy the fleet as easily as eating and drinking. 30 years ago, in the outer space of the Earth, the carry fleet he led was forced back by such a person. Definitely, today is different from the past. Now he is no longer a small captain, but the highest accuser, and his strength is not what it used to be. It was precisely because of this that he ordered the army to move, and he wanted to meet that person. And he had a hunch that that person might have something to do with the power gem. Even if he didn't have it now, he might have come to look for the power gem. If he caught him, he should be able to get some useful information. Unaware that a Smurf was following him, Wong Hao shut his mouth. The sky full of flames completely wiped out the space in front of him, not to mention the ugly carry fighter. Everything, clouds, dust, or other strange things, were all burnt to foam. Comfortable. Looking at the clean sky, Wong Hao let out a long sigh, stretched himself, and then returned to the cabin. No one should bother us now. Tony looked at Wong Hao, who came in, and asked with a smile. He also saw that the person who let go before was intentional by Wong Hao, just for that. But he doesn't mind. For one thing, his kindness is only limited to the people on Earth, and he doesn't have the awareness to extend his kindness to aliens. Secondly, those people killed themselves. Wong Hao was still talking. They opened fire, and this wave of fighter jets obviously didn't come here to reason. So if they're extinguished, they will be extinguished. That's not good for 083. Those people are Kree people, and they're famous lunatics in the universe. However, in the driver's seat, the Rockets had different opinions on this. Oh, I forgot that you just walked out of your home planet. The Kree people are a very well-known race in the universe. The Kree Empire is located in the large Magellanic Cloud Galaxy next to the Milky Way. Together with the Shi'ar Empire and the Skrull Empire, they're also known as the three major empires in the universe. Hearing the Rockets' science popularization, Tony and the others gasped in amazement, and only then did they realize what kind of existence they and the others were facing. The Kree people have been expanding outwards for thousands of years, and their power has developed rapidly. There are many outposts and bases of them in the Milky Way. However, the Nova Corps has been resisting their invasion and has been fighting with them for quite a long time. The forces in the Milky Way are relatively scattered, and there is no unified and powerful civilization. As the oldest and most powerful force in the Milky Way, Bi-Fi, the Nova Corps has a program of messengers of justice, so it has assumed the responsibility of resisting invaders. In fact, the Earth has long been patronized by the Kree, and there is even a corpse of a Kree in S.H.I.E.L.D. Wong Hao continued following the Rocket's words. In the movie, Phil Coulson was stabbed to death by Loki, but he was later resurrected in the S.H.I.E.L.D. Agent TV series, and the resurrection relied on the special blood provided by the Kree Corps. Not only that, the TV series also introduces a lot of things about the Kree, including the Inhuman race with super ability produced by the Kree genetic modification on the Earth, the conflict between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Kree, and the battle with them in the universe. Seen and so on. Definitely. The most famous one is Captain Marvel. Her appearance was completely caused by the Kree people, and her life was basically inseparable from the Kree people. Then can you handle it? Tony and Banner, who were educated by the Rockets and Wong Hao, also understood that the Kree are very powerful and powerful existences in the universe. But it also made Tony a little more worried. A powerful empire that runs across a galaxy is not comparable to Chitauri's 3 melons and 2 dates. Tony knows how huge the Milky Way is, and people on Earth can't even go out of the solar system, let alone the Kree Empire that can invade the entire Milky Way. Did you misunderstand me? To Tony's question, Wong Hao looked back at him like a fool. It's just a Kree Empire. You'd be ashamed to compare it to me. But it's no wonder, if it's Tony on Earth too, who has a wider level of knowledge and has experienced real space wars, he may know that this kind of worry is completely unnecessary. After all, if Thanos really wants to talk about it, he is actually more powerful than the Kree Empire. Tony on Earth too has also believed from Thanos. So why do you care about the Kree people? And Wong Hao crushed Thanos to death casually, and Ronan is naturally not worth mentioning. Don't worry, you can go back alive and make a villain with Pepper. Patting Tony on the shoulder, Wong Hao sat back on the sofa in his lobby, with Chanter leaning on his arms, and the two continued to watch the alien movie they hadn't finished before. Beep beep. But this movie is probably really endless. Not long after they sat down, the sound of radar sounded again, and everyone looked up at Tony. This time his face was not in a hurry. It's not the Kree people, it's the signal at the foot. We seem to have found it. Tony sent the radar signal map to the big screen, and everyone soon saw 10 beacons flashing in a certain mountain less than tens of kilometers away from them. It doesn't have to be, at least it's a once prosperous civilization, or it may be some other treasure. Banner spoke after studying for a while. Tony, who was a little excited at first, nodded after thinking about it. Indeed, there's no reason to find such a large planet, and with such a prosperous civilization, there should indeed be many similar ruins and temples. It's better not to have too many expectations. Having said that, the spacecraft is still heading towards the source of the signal. A distance of tens of kilometers, it can be reached in the blink of an eye, and the huge Carey flagship in the sky is also constantly approaching the area.